Chapter 1. The Noises at Midnight. At midnight, the company had extinguished all its lights, enveloping it in darkness. Yet, one office remained illuminated. "What are you doing? Let me go." A woman's terrified cry resonated from within the office. Tonight, it was Chen Tiezhu's turn to work the night shift. As per the usual protocol, he was required to patrol each floor. Upon exiting the elevator, he immediately heard the woman's frantic shouts. "What's going on?" He quickly grabbed his flashlight and hurried towards the source of the commotion. Why is the light in the boss wife's office still on? And the door is ajar? As he approached, Chen Tiezhu was taken aback to discover a man pinning the boss wife down. His eyes widened in shock, and his first thought was, is the boss wife having an affair? Chen Tiezhu had been with the company for just over 3 months and had gathered some understanding of its affairs. The boss wife typically managed the company, while the boss was said to be abroad. With the boss overseas, the boss wife was in the office with another man. Wasn't that an affair? Having recently learned to browse Douyin, his mind involuntarily drifted to the scandalous plots often showcased in those videos. "Let go of me, you scoundrel." The boss wife suddenly began to struggle fiercely against the man. Chen Tiezhu, peering from outside the door, furrowed his brow, sensing that something was amiss. "Shu Guangrong, stop pretending. Your husband has been dead for so long, you must be quite pent up, right? Don't worry, I will take good care of you," the man above her said with a mischievous grin. That moment, Chen Tiezhu comprehended the situation. It was clear that the man intended to assault the boss wife. With a tearing sound, the man ripped the sleeve of the boss wife's blouse, exposing a large expanse of her fair skin, smooth and delicate. "Stop! Help me!" the boss wife cried out, her voice laced with fear. Outside the door, Chen Tiezhu clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white. He thought to himself, as a security guard, he could not stand idly by while the boss wife was assaulted in the company. "Stop!" Chen Tiezhu shouted at the top of his lungs. The man, startled by the sudden outburst, almost faltered. He quickly turned to see a young man in a security uniform standing at the entrance. "What do you want? If you continue like this, I will call the police." Chen Tiezhu threatened, pretending to reach for his phone. The man released the boss wife, his brow furrowed in displeasure as he glared at Chen Tiezhu. But then he broke into a smile. "I was just playing around with your boss," he said casually. "All right then, Shu Guangrong. We shall continue this another time." With that, he nonchalantly walked away as if nothing had happened. Chen Tiezhu promptly asked, "Boss wife, do you want to report this?" As the person directly involved, it was ultimately her decision whether to call the authorities. Chen Tiezhu felt that he had fulfilled his duty as a security guard. After all, with a monthly salary of just 3,000, he couldn't afford to seek out trouble. The man from earlier donned a suit of prestigious brands, and the watch he wore was one that Chen Tiezhu had glimpsed on Douyin. Rumored to be worth over $1 million, it was evident that he was a person of considerable wealth. However, Chen Tiezhu was not one to shy away from trouble. Rather, he was preoccupied with his own affairs, wishing to settle them first. "No need," the proprietress said as she stood up, hastily adjusting her disheveled clothing and hair. Yet, the torn sleeve could not be concealed, revealing a glimpse of the lingerie beneath. For a moment, Chen Tiezhu found himself fixated on the proprietress, unable to divert his gaze. Although he served as a security guard at the company, encounters with her were rare. Even on the occasional sighting, it was merely her back or profile he would see. The proprietress, named Shangwan Rong, was 28 years old, standing at 1.7 meters tall and weighing 55 kilograms. She possessed an oval face, large eyes reminiscent of a model, and skin as fair as snow. Her figure was nothing short of remarkable, curvaceous, and alluring, exuding the aura of an imperious female. So, Chen Tiezhu regarded her with silent approval. This woman truly captivates. Growing up in a small mountain village, he was accustomed to the presence of village matrons, with few young women around. "What are you staring at?" Shangwan Rong noticed Chen Tiezhu's unabashed gaze and furrowed her brow. Are you all right, proprietress?" Chen Tiezhu quickly regained his composure and inquired. "I am fine." "Let's go," she replied, draping a coat from the rack over her shoulders as she exited the office. Chen Tiezhu switched off the office lights and closed the door behind him. In the elevator, a faint scent of perfume wafted into Chen Tiezhu's nose, a unique aroma that was undeniably alluring. He recognized it as the fragrance emanating from the proprietress. Upon closer inspection, the proprietress is truly stunning. Her face, her figure, her skin, her demeanor. Any man fortunate enough to win her affection would surely revel in ecstasy. Suddenly, Chen Tiezhu recalled the man's earlier words. Has her husband been gone for so long? What does that mean? Did the proprietress' husband pass away? I thought he was abroad? Doubts began to swirl in his mind, leaving him uncertain of what to believe. What is your name? Shangwan Rong abruptly queried. Chen Tiezhu, he promptly responded. Are you new here? She continued. I've been here for 3 months, he answered again. Come with me to a place. Just then, the elevator chimed as it arrived at the basement level. Proprietress, I still have to work, Chen Tiezhu said, somewhat bewildered, scratching his head. They'll have someone cover for you, she replied, pulling out her phone to make a call. All right, let's go, she commanded, striding toward a Porsche. Chen Tiezhu recognized it as her designated vehicle. What's going on? Where are we headed? He thought, scratching his head in confusion. Are you coming or not? Shangwan Rong urged, noticing Chen Tiezhu's hesitation. Well, he'll go, Chen Tiezhu said, somewhat dazed, as he climbed into the proprietress' car. Chapter 2. Irresistible seated in the car, Chen Tiezhu felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort. The air was infused with the fragrance of perfume, emanating from the enchanting proprietress. Shangwan Rong. The bouquet comprised roses, peonies, and white musk, having learned the art of medicine from an elderly sage residing in the mountains. Chen had acquired the fundamental skill of identifying flora through their scents. With just a subtle whiff, he discerned the components of her perfume. Initially, he intended to occupy the back seat, yet Shangwan Rong insisted he take the passenger seat. Just imagine, sitting beside such a stunning, charismatic, and captivating woman. He couldn't help but steal a glance or two. Unfortunately, those fleeting glances did not escape Shangwan Rong's notice as she navigated the vehicle. What are you looking at? She inquired, her tone frosty. Nothing. Chen Tiezhu quickly averted his gaze, managing to mask his flustered demeanor. The car gradually entered an upscale residential complex, elegantly positioned along the river, with a series of townhouses artfully scattered throughout. Shangwan Rong drove directly into the enclosed parking area beneath her villa, smoothly parking in her designated spot. Please, step out, she instructed. Chen Tiezhu promptly exited the vehicle, his thoughts wandering. So this is what a Villa-S parking lot looks like. The old man was right. Being wealthy is truly splendid. The parking area boasted 2 exclusive spaces, behind which lay a door leading to a private elevator. Chen followed closely behind Shangwan Rong into the elevator. This villa spanned 4 levels, including a basement, and upon entering, Shangwan Rong pressed the button for the first floor. Ding! As the elevator doors opened, Chen Tiezhu obediently followed her, resembling a dutiful little security guard. My heavens, how vast and luxurious! He gasped upon entering the villa's ground floor. The space was expansive and illuminated, particularly when Shangwan Rong activated the crystal chandelier, casting a dazzling glow reminiscent of countless shimmering gemstones. A grand sofa, an oversized premium wooden round table adorned with opulent dining ware, and even the floor tiles exuded an air of regal splendor. Please take a seat. I shall change my attire, Shangwan Rong said before gracefully ascending the staircase to the 2nd floor. Chen Tiezhu cautiously settled onto the plush, spacious sofa, relishing its softness, and sighed. Once I earn substantial wealth, I too shall acquire a villa like this, and bring the old man and Xiaofang to live in the city. Such a grand residence could comfortably accommodate many. Logically, this villa should belong to the owner and his wife. Yet, the man had mentioned that the proprietress's husband had passed away. What could be the truth behind this? Chen Tiezhu pondered, his mind racing. 2 minutes later, Shangwan Rong descended the spiral staircase, having changed her clothes. Chen looked up and was momentarily speechless. She had donned a sensuous home dress, and her previously tousled hair was now elegantly arranged, flowing smoothly and radiantly. She walked in delicate high heels, her luscious waves cascading over her shoulders, their ends glimmering with an alluring sheen. The strap dress she wore, crafted from black satin, clung closely to her curves, with a low-cut design that beautifully showcased her exquisite collarbone and ample porcelain skin. The back was nearly entirely sheer, held together by a few delicate straps that tantalizingly revealed glimpses of her skin with each step she took. The hem of the dress flirted with her thighs, and with every movement, her slender, straight legs peeked out from beneath the fabric, retaining an air of aloofness while adding a hint of languorous allure that left onlookers entranced. However, what truly quickened Chen Tiezhu's heartbeat was the tantalizing sight before him, the enticing half-exposed allure of Shang Wanrong. He couldn't help but swallow hard. Shang Wanrong, aware of Chen Tiezhu's gaze yet choosing not to address it, made her way to the coffee machine and inquired, "Would you prefer water or coffee?" "Ms. Shangwan, water will suffice." He hastily averted his gaze and replied. With grace, Shang Wanrong poured a glass of chilled water and elegantly handed it to Chen Tiezhu, who eagerly accepted it. Even her hands were a sight to behold. Her fingers were slender, long, and fair, perfectly manicured and adorned with deep burgundy nail polish. Glimmering under the light of the crystal chandelier, Chen Tiezhu felt parched and swiftly drank the water. "Ms. Shangwan, may I ask why you summoned me here at such a late hour?" Chen Tiezhu was genuinely perplexed by the purpose of the visit. Seated gracefully on the sofa, Shang Wanrong held her cup of coffee, crossing her long, alabaster legs. She took a delicate sip, her eyes slightly lifted, her lips slightly parted. My goodness, even drinking coffee is so alluring, Chen Tiezhu thought, struggling to maintain his composure. What did you see and hear at the company earlier? Shang Wanrong's enchanting, almond-shaped eyes fixed on Chen Tiezhu, posing the question. His mind raced. The boss was undoubtedly aware of the man's intentions towards her. Why then was she feigning ignorance? I saw nothing, nor did I hear anything. He feigned confusion, recalling the espionage dramas he had watched on Douyin, suspecting that she was testing him. The fact that she had not reported the man's attempt to assault her suggested she wished to keep the matter private. Rising from the sofa, Shang Wanrong placed her coffee down, slightly furrowing her brow as she scrutinized Chen Tiezhu. Are you certain you saw and heard nothing? Chen Tiezhu nodded vigorously, affirming. I am certain. Suddenly, Shang Wanrong smiled gently and announced, from today onward, you shall be the captain of the security team, with a salary raised to 8,000. Chen Tiezhu was taken aback. Miss Shangwan, that is not feasible. I cannot assume such a position. He rejected the offer without hesitation. While the prospect of an 8,000 monthly salary was undoubtedly enticing, he had come to this company with a significant mission. Becoming the security captain would entail numerous trivial responsibilities, leaving him no leisure. Nonetheless, he understood why Shang Wanrong offered him the position. After all, he had just rendered her considerable assistance. Why? Shang Wanrong inquired, surprised. I fear my abilities are limited. I may struggle to fulfill such a role. Chen Tiezhu quickly fabricated an excuse to decline. Shang Wanrong remained silent, her gaze fixed intently on Chen Tiezhu. Having navigated the complexities of the business world for many years and encountered countless individuals, she found the young security guard before her, barely in his 20s, to be quite unexpected. While she could not ascertain his abilities in other realms, his quick reflexes and sharp intellect were undeniably apparent, coupled with an impressive skill for reading the room. When she was nearly accosted by that man, Chen Tiezhu had swiftly threatened him with a call to the authorities, handling the situation with remarkable composure and decisiveness. When she had tentatively inquired about the incident, he responded with equal promptness. Now, he had even turned down the position of security team leader with a salary of 8,000 per month. Could it be a lack of capability? Shang Wanrong was far from convinced. You have been a tremendous help to me. Since you do not wish to become the security team leader, what do you desire? She inquired. For Shang Wanrong, it was imperative that the events of the day remain confidential. To ensure this secrecy, she needed to keep a firm grip on Chen Tiezhu. The young guard. Boss, I want nothing but to keep my job, Chen Tiezhu replied earnestly. While Shang Wanrong may not fully comprehend his motives, for Chen Tiezhu, remaining in the company was of utmost importance. Hearing his response, she furrowed her brow. Tomorrow, I will have the finance department deposit 100,000 into your account. You are astute enough to understand my reasoning. I hope you can truly forget what transpired tonight. It must never be disclosed, Shang Wanrong stated with a serious demeanor. Indeed, Chen Tiezhu's suspicions were confirmed. Rest assured, boss, I will not speak a word of it, he assured her. Such matters were not within his nature to gossip about, even if he were inclined to do so. All right, you may leave now. If you breathe a word of this incident, you will bear the consequences, Shangguan Rong warned him. Chen Tiezhu nodded, contemplating to himself how he wished he had not witnessed the evening's events. He merely wanted to quietly fulfill his duties as a security guard and complete the tasks entrusted to him by his elder. Alas, he now found himself entangled in this predicament. With that, Chen Tiezhu exited through the villa's grand doors. Upon stepping outside, he instinctively reached for his pocket. "Where are my keys?" he thought, suddenly remembering that they had fallen onto the sofa earlier. Consequently, he turned back, only to discover that the door had been left ajar. "Boss, I apologize. My keys fell on the sofa. I need to retrieve them," he called out before even stepping inside. "Where is everyone?" He wondered as he noticed the lights still illuminated in the lobby, yet Shangguan Rong was nowhere to be seen. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon her lying on the ground. Her expression one of agony, hands clutching her abdomen tightly. "It hurts. Help me." Shangguan Rong's voice was weak and strained, evoking a profound sense of concern. In haste, Chen Tiezhu rushed to her side, crouching beside her. "Miss Shangguan, what is wrong?" he asked anxiously, refraining from making any sudden movements. "It hurts," she gasped, her forehead dotted with beads of sweat the size of mung beans, her hair soaked, and her complexion as pale as a sheet of paper, struggling to articulate her distress. Chen Tiezhu had learned medical skills from an elderly mentor. Although he would not dare to boast about his proficiency, he was adept at handling certain critical situations. In that moment, he hastily extended his hand to check the pulse of the shopkeeper, Shangguan Rong, and quickly assessed her condition based on her current state. "Madam, your situation is rather dire," Chen Tiezhu said gravely. "Take me to the hospital," Shangguan Rong managed to utter through gritted teeth, her complexion pale. "The hospital? Given your condition, it might be too late to transport you there," Chen Tiezhu cautioned. "If you do not receive timely treatment, you're—" He hesitated, swallowing his words. Shangguan Rong couldn't help but groan in pain, her cries piercing and heart-wrenching. Disregarding his initial intention to inform her that he could manage her condition, Chen Tiezhu realized that Shangguan Rong was on the verge of losing consciousness. If he delayed any further, the consequences could be grave. "Madam, I have some medical knowledge. Let me assist you now." He recalled the old man's words. To save a life is greater than building a 7-story pagoda. Since he possessed medical skills, healing others was a noble virtue. For over a decade in Taoyuan village, Chen Tiezhu had studied medicine under his mentor. Although he was uncertain of his exact proficiency, he was well-versed in pulse diagnosis, acupuncture, and targeted remedies, and he possessed a remarkable talent for massage techniques. Shangguan Rong's condition indicated severe coldness in the uterus, a condition known as cold womb, which refers to the manifestation of cold symptoms in a woman's uterus. The causes are varied, including physical constitution, lifestyle habits, and mental state. While taking her pulse, Chen Tiezhu noticed a peculiar aspect of Shangguan Rong's constitution, though he could not precisely identify it at that moment. After all, the roots of such ailments do not develop overnight. His assertion that there was no time to go to the hospital was based on the gravity of her present condition, which had deteriorated to a critical state. If taken to the hospital, the likelihood of her uterus being surgically removed was high. The significance of the uterus to a woman is self-evident. Without further contemplation, Chen Tiezhu placed his hands on Shangguan Rong's abdomen. Though she was in excruciating pain, she retained some awareness and felt a large hand resting on her belly. Chen Tiezhu intended to employ the Ling Shu Huan Chun hand, a specialized massage technique designed for treating cold womb symptoms. Had anyone witnessed his technique at that moment, they would surely have been astonished. His hands moved rhythmically across Shangguan Rong's lower abdomen, with a blend of tension and relaxation, a fluidity that was nothing short of extraordinary. Before long, Shangguan Rong felt a warm current coursing through her abdomen, alleviating the excruciating pain brought on by the coldness in her womb, replaced by a sensation akin to a gentle spring breeze, penetrating deep in her bones, so soothing that she couldn't help but emit a soft hum. This sound momentarily distracted Chen Tiezhu. 3 minutes passed, and the suffering induced by the cold womb completely subsided. Shangguan Rong regained her senses. At that moment, she noticed Chen Tiezhu's hand still resting on her abdomen. "Chen Tiezhu," Shengwan Rong called his name. Madam, how do you feel now? Chen Tiezhu, focused solely on her well-being, inquired without considering anything else. What are you doing? Shangwan Rong inquired with a voice that was both cold and composed. She was not foolish. She was well aware of the events that had just transpired. Although the circumstances were somewhat unclear, it was precisely due to Chen Tiezhu's massage that her excruciating discomfort had vanished, as if his large hands possessed a magical power. Chen Tiezhu hastily retracted his hands. Madam, you were experiencing a severe condition earlier, and I had no choice but to intervene, he explained, noting the displeasure in Shangwan Rong's eyes. Shangwan Rong quickly rose from the floor, smoothing her somewhat disheveled hair. As she gazed at Chen Tiezhu, she found herself devoid of anger. Instead, her heart brimmed with curiosity. How do you know about my condition? Her affliction had plagued her for many years. Despite consulting numerous esteemed physicians and trying countless treatments, her condition had only worsened over time. Just last year, she had finally encountered a renowned traditional Chinese doctor who had informed her that her ailment was difficult to treat due to her constitution. Your condition is quite severe. I merely alleviated your pain earlier. It will not flare up again in the short term. However, for a complete cure, targeted treatment is necessary, Chen Tiezhu stated earnestly, his tone reminiscent of a professional physician. Have you studied medicine? Shangwan Rong inquired. Just a little, Chen Tiezhu replied. Just a little? Shangwan Rong found it hard to believe. When her condition manifested, even painkillers were ineffective, yet Chen Tiezhu's massage had provided relief, indicating a mastery of technique that was undoubtedly impressive. You mentioned you could cure it? She pressed further. Chen Tiezhu nodded and affirmed, Indeed, although your situation is dire, with appropriate treatment, alongside massage and acupuncture, I assure you that within half a month, it can be entirely resolved. Shangwan Rong had longed for a remedy for her ailment, and hearing Chen Tiezhu's words ignited both hope and anticipation within her. Very well, I shall entrust my condition to you, she agreed. If anyone else had made such a claim, she would have scoffed, but after the earlier incident, she felt compelled to believe. Even if a complete cure was not achievable, at least there was hope, was there not? When did you first discover your condition? Chen Tiezhu asked directly, unperturbed by the nature of the inquiry. About 10 years ago, she replied. 10 years ago? That would mean you were 18 at the time. He noted. Yes, that's correct, she confirmed. Understood. I will prepare the treatment for you, Chen Tiezhu stated. Having learned medicine from an elder, he took great pleasure in healing others. In Taiyuan village, he was known as the Little Hua Ta, always willing to assist anyone in discomfort, be it an elder sister, an aunt, or a widow. From now on, you may call me Rongjia. There is no need for madam, Shangwan Rong said. All right, Rongjia. Chen Tiezhu hesitated for a moment but ultimately acquiesced. For Shangwan Rong, a mere brief encounter with Chen Tiezhu had already ignited her curiosity. How could such an exceptional young man be relegated to the role of a mere security guard? Chapter 4. The Deadly Curse Rongjia. I shall take my leave now, Chen Tiezhu remarked. Shangwan Rong replied with a gentle nod. By the way, Chen Tiezhu suddenly recalled something, hesitating momentarily before continuing. Rongjia, during this period, you must refrain from any sexual activity. It may adversely affect your treatment. Upon hearing this, Shangwan Rong was momentarily taken aback, a faint blush creeping across her cheeks. She remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Subsequently, she summoned a car for Chen Tiezhu and stood at the doorway, watching him depart. Chen Tiezhu, who exactly are you? Doubt stirred within her, as a woman's intuition whispered that he was no ordinary individual. That said, his massage technique was truly remarkable. The memory of Chen Tiezhu's ministrations replayed in her mind, a sensation far transcending mere comfort. It was utterly irresistible. Upon returning to the staff dormitory, Chen Tiezhu could not shake the image of Shangwan Rong from his thoughts. Chen Tiezhu, stop indulging in fanciful thoughts. She is not someone you should be preoccupied with. You inhabit entirely different worlds, he chastised himself, shaking his head vigorously to dispel these distractions. The reason Chen Tiezhu came to this company as a security guard traces back to a jade pendant entrusted to him by the old man. More precisely, it was half of a jade pendant, The complete pendant formed the shape of a yin-yang symbol. You must go to the Ferrand Design Company in Nanchang to find the other half of the pendant. The one who possesses the other half is the key to your salvation, the old man had said. When Chen Tiezhu was 18, he fell gravely ill, teetering on the brink of death. It was the old man's unwavering efforts that pulled him back from the clutches of the Grim Reaper. It was during this perilous time that the old man revealed an astonishing truth. He had been afflicted by a deadly curse known as the Deadly Curse. If he failed to find a means of breaking it before his 24th birthday, his demise was inevitable. This revelation had frightened Chen Tiezhu profoundly. Fortunately, the old man assured him that a solution existed. Thus, Chen Tiezhu continued his studies under the old man for 2 additional years before arriving in Nanchang to work as a security guard at the Ferrand Design Company. For the past 3 months, whenever Chen Tiezhu encountered someone from the company, his gaze would instinctively drift towards their necks, hoping to discover the individual who possessed the other half of the pendant. Yet, until now, he had found nothing. At 20 years of age, Chen Tiezhu realized he had merely 4 years left to seek a remedy for the curse. While time may seem ample, the curse loomed like a sword of Damocles, urging him to expedite his search. As Chen Tiezhu entered the staff dormitory, he noted with surprise that it was already 1 a.m, yet the atmosphere remained lively. Some were smoking and gaming, others were engrossed in films, while groups gathered to drink and play cards. The dorm, though modest in size, housed 7 individuals. Oh, Tiezhu is back. A colleague, robust in stature, was engrossed in a film when he caught sight of Chen Tiezhu and immediately exclaimed, "This individual is Gao Qiqiang." Standing a height of 1.88 meters, his physique a tapestry of muscle, much like Chen Tiezhu, both having come from rural backgrounds. Although their acquaintance spans merely 3 months, the bond between Gao Qiqiang and Chen Tiezhu stands out among their security colleagues. Upon Chen Tiezhu's return, the others eagerly turned their attention towards him. "Tiezhu, you've done well. The boss's wife personally called the captain to grant you a day off. Tell me, do you already have a connection with her?" Spoke Li Tai, a man whose name is a fitting reflection of his character. Reputed to have practiced iron head techniques at Shaolin Temple, rendering his head remarkably resilient. On one occasion, when a ruckus erupted at the company, a man brandishing a brick intended to cause harm, Li Tai charged forward and, using his head, absorbed the impact of the brick, which shattered upon contact, leaving him unscathed. Wow! Chen Tiezhu was taken aback that they were aware of such an incident. "Stop the nonsense. The boss's wife merely asked me to assist with moving some items." He quickly concocted a rationale. "Moving items? Tiezhu, our relationship is not trivial. Do not deceive me. What could possibly require moving at such a late hour? Furthermore, why would she single you out?" Gao Qiqiang approached, placing an arm around Chen Tiezhu's shoulder, a mischievous grin adorning his face. "Come on, obviously. It's because I am the most handsome," Chen Tiezhu replied without hesitation. The moment these words left his lips, the room fell into an immediate hush, as if he had struck a chord of truth. In this regard, Chen Tiezhu was indeed not exaggerating. Since his arrival at the security firm, numerous female employees at Ferrand Company had shown him considerable affection, inciting envy, admiration, and even animosity among several male colleagues. It seems that being handsome allows one to act with impunity. What a waste of my muscular physique, Gao Qiqiang lamented, shaking his head in resignation, before striding to the mirror to flaunt his 8-pack abs. Though Chen Tiezhu's complexion was dark, he too stood at a height of 1.80 meters. Unlike Gao Qiqiang's exaggerated musculature, he embodied a more classic physique, slim when clothed yet well-defined when bare. Notably, his features included thick brows, captivating phoenix eyes, a prominent nose, and a strong profile that exuded a roguish charm when he smiled. Sporting a buzz cut, he emanated an air of mature masculinity that transcended his years. "Tiezhu, you must tread carefully. The boss's wife is married, and if the boss discovers your proximity to her, you could be in serious trouble," Li Tai said gravely while smoking a cigarette. "Just earlier, I was scrolling through Douyin and came across a story about a wealthy woman who supported a young man, only for her husband to find out. The young man's life was irrevocably altered." Gao Qiqiang added embellishments to the tale. Chen Tiezhu shook his head helplessly asserting, "You are all overthinking it. I merely assisted the boss's wife with moving something." While Chen Tiezhu harbored confidence in his appearance, he had never contemplated such implications. She is so affluent, so accomplished, and married. How could she possibly have an interest in someone like me? You all must have watched too many short dramas on Douyin. Chapter 5. Ning Fei. The following morning, Gao Qiqiang and Li Tai prepared for their early shift, rising at 7 o'clock. Li Tai, barely having brushed his teeth, rushed to work with dark circles under his eyes. The phone rang. Security Chief Ma San was calling. "Chen Tiezhu, you're to report for duty at noon." Ma San's booming voice compelled Chen Tiezhu to hold the phone at a distance. "But I'm on the night shift?" he inquired, perplexed. "From now on, you'll be on the day shift," Ma San replied. Upon hearing this, Chen Tiezhu felt a surge of joy within him. Although the night shift was relatively easy and allowed for undisturbed slumber, it was not conducive for Chen Tiezhu, who was fervently in search of a jade pendant. At night, the company saw little to no traffic, rendering his search futile. "All right, thank you, Chief," he responded hastily. "Don't thank me. This was the boss lady's directive." Ma San's tone softened slightly. "The boss lady? Is that Sister Rong?" After ending the call, Chen Tiezhu pondered why Sister Rong specifically requested that he switch to the day shift. After much contemplation, he surmised that the sole reason could be his ability to remedy her cold womb condition. Even when on the night shift, Chen Tiezhu would typically find himself seated at the CAF downstairs by noon, his gaze fixed on the individuals entering and exiting Furong Company. Unlike most, he required only 2 to 4 hours of sleep within a 24-hour span. Long before noon, he donned his security uniform and made his way to the company. The dormitory was a mere 10-minute walk away. As was his custom, he arrived at the CAF below the office building. No sooner had he sat down than a melodious voice, akin to the chime of delicate wind bells, greeted him. "Tiezhu, you're here again." Turning around, he saw Ning Fei, the CAF owner. "Sister Fei, you aren't going to chase me away, are you?" Chen Tiezhu flashed a bright smile, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. "If you don't order coffee soon, I might just have to," Ning Fei replied playfully. Ning Fei was not the archetypal breathtaking beauty, yet her charm grew more apparent the longer one looked at her. Her eyes were crescent-shaped, and when she smiled, adorable dimples appeared on her cheeks. Her skin was a delicate shade of rosy white, reminiscent of a freshly sliced peach. Beneath her bangs, a pair of sparkling apricot eyes exuded a unique warmth. From the first moment Chen Tiezhu laid eyes on her, he had noticed her penchant for wearing her hair in a low ponytail, the ends tinted with a subtle shade of light brown, which imparted an air of gentleness and intellect. Ning Fei's figure was voluptuous, even while dressed in her work attire, complete with a white apron. She could not conceal the mature allure that characterized women in their 30s. "All right, I was merely jesting. After the immense favor you did me last time, you could drink coffee here for free for an entire year, and I would be delighted," Ning Fei declared. The incident had occurred a week prior, when Chen Tiezhu was seated at the CAF entrance. A drunken, portly man stumbled in and began to harass Ning Fei. Many patrons merely observed, some even recording the event for social media, yet no one came forward to assist. Without hesitation, Chen Tiezhu rushed in to subdue the man and subsequently called the police. To him, stepping in during such a situation was the most natural course of action. However, he did not anticipate that Ning Fei would express her gratitude profusely and insist on compensating him. Nevertheless, Chen Tiezhu declined her offer. Having learned from Gao Qiqiang that despite owning a coffee shop, Ning Fei's circumstances were far from favorable. Her family seemed to be experiencing some turmoil and was in need of financial assistance. "All right, you sit tight. I have to attend to some matters," Ning Fei remarked. "Sure thing," Chen Tiezhu replied. Though he harbored a disinclination towards coffee, he would invariably order a cup whenever he visited. As the clock struck 11:30, a sudden crash echoed through the coffee shop. Chen Tiezhu swiftly rose to investigate. "Ning Fei, a month has passed. It is time to repay the debt," bellowed a burly man adorned with tattoos, pointing an accusatory finger at Ning Fei. He was accompanied by 2 similarly inked youths. With a clamor, the patrons of the coffee shop hastily exited, well aware that one must be cautious about the company one keeps. These tattooed ruffians were not to be trifled with. Any curiosity could lead to unwarranted violence. Tiangu, grant me 1 more month, and I will certainly repay you, Ning Fei implored, her voice trembling with fear. Another month? Do you take us for fools? I warn you, if the money is not returned today, we shall either vandalize your coffee shop or take you with us. Tiangu threatened, a lewd grin spreading across his face. Hey, what do you intend to do? Chen Tiezhu could no longer bear the blatant intimidation under the bright daylight. It was not that he was overly righteous, but he simply could not stand by while such a kind person as Ning Fei was being bullied. Tiangu turned to face Chen Tiezhu, his glare fierce. Mind your own business, kid. If you continue this way, I will call the police, Chen Tiezhu declared, pulling out his phone. Upon hearing the mention of the police, Tianji's expression soured as he marched toward Chen Tiezhu. You, a mere security guard, have any idea who we are? Dare to call the police, and I swear you'll find yourself with a broken leg next time you walk down the street. He growled menacingly. Chen Tiezhu understood that these individuals were clearly part of a gang. Offending them would likely result in retaliation. However, a clever idea sparked in his mind as he squared his shoulders. I may not know who you are, but I'm acquainted with Captain Liu from the Yangwang Road police station. He is my cousin. His words were delivered with conviction, as though he were recounting a veritable truth. Tianji's countenance shifted, revealing a hint of unease. Fine, kid, just you wait, he retorted, pointing a finger at Chen Tiezhu. Ning Fei, if you do not repay today, your father will be carried out of the hospital. With that ominous threat, Tiangu and his 2 companions departed the coffee shop. Tiangu, that kid is just a lowly security guard. How could he possibly be Captain Liu's cousin? One of the youths with earrings questioned. Do you think I'm foolish? I've heard rumors that Liu Zixiong indeed has a cousin in Nanjing. It could very well be him, Tiangu replied. Are we just going to let this slide? If we fail to collect the money today, Hugo will surely have our legs broken. Another young man, filled with anxiety, exclaimed, Humph. Isn't her father hospitalized? Let's head to the hospital. Sister Fei, are you all right? Chen Tiezhu, noticing that Ning Fei was greatly frightened, quickly inquired with concern. I'm fine, Tiezhu. I'm truly sorry for involving you in this. I just fear they might retaliate against you. These individuals are from the underworld and are capable of anything. Ning Fei gazed at Chen Tiezhu, her eyes brimming with regret. It's nothing. They've not frightened me away. Chen Tiezhu replied with a reassuring smile. Could it be that you are indeed the cousin of Captain Liu from the police station? Ning Fei asked, her expression one of confusion. What do you think? In truth, Chen Tiezhu was not related to Captain Liu. He had merely participated in a community event organized by the police station, where his company had sent him to assist as a security guard. It was there that he met Captain Liu. Coincidentally, on that day, he overheard Captain Liu receiving a call from his cousin, who was seeking employment in Nanjing and requested Liu's assistance in finding a position. In a moment of urgency, Chen Tiezhu had thought to use the identity of Captain Liu's cousin to intimidate the thugs, knowing full well that those involved in such activities would certainly recognize the station captain's name. Chapter 6. What is your relationship with the boss lady? As for whether the thugs would verify with Captain Liu, that was quite improbable. Would thugs seek confirmation from the station captain regarding their supposed familial ties? That would be absurd. As for whether they would discover the truth later, that remained to be seen. Sister Fei, what do they mean by demanding repayment? Chen Tiezhu inquired. Sigh. Ning Fei let out a lament and ultimately decided to confide some details to Chen Tiezhu. It turned out that her father had fallen gravely ill, necessitating substantial medical expenses. Ning Fei had once possessed some savings. But what is the greatest fear of a person? Illness, unless one is an exceedingly wealthy individual. Most cannot withstand the strain of illness. Over the course of 2 to 3 years, not only had her savings been depleted, but she had also been forced to sell her house. A few months prior, Ning Fei had contemplated transferring ownership of her CAF, but due to the high asking price, there were no takers. Subsequently, she considered borrowing money. As the old saying goes, when someone is in distress, friends scatter far and wide. Her acquaintances were well aware of Ning Fei's circumstances and believed any money lent would surely be lost, each finding excuses to decline her request. Ultimately, with no other options, Ning Fei resorted to borrowing from a small financial company. Though labeled a financial institution, It was, in reality, a predatory lending operation. The man referred to as Brother Wang was specifically tasked with collecting debts for such companies. In sheer desperation, I had to transfer the CAF, albeit for a modest sum that might barely cover half of what I owe, Ning Fei said, casting a wistful glance at the CAF she had nurtured for many years. What could Chen Tiezhu do? Sister Fei, I apologize. My salary as a security guard is merely 3,000 a month. I cannot assist you. Tomorrow, I shall seek out a wealthy woman to support me, and I will bring you 100,000, Chen Tiezhu jested, hoping to elicit a smile from Ning Fei. A chuckle escaped her lips as she responded, All right then, I shall await your arrival. Despite the banter and the commotion, Ning Fei felt a lingering unease within her. Sister Fei, I'm heading to work now. If you need anything, just give me a call, Chen Tiezhu remarked. You've already helped me plenty. Go on. Ning Fei replied with a smile. Life may be difficult, yet each time she encountered Chen Tiezhu, a glimmer of hope illuminated her spirit. Perhaps it was his sunny disposition that had such a profound effect on her. The Furong Design Company was neither too large nor too small, boasting around 500 to 600 employees, a considerable number for a design firm. Chen Tiezhu, however, had little understanding of the intricacies of design. His focus lay solely on fulfilling his duties as a security guard. The company employed a total of 15 security guards under the supervision of a head guard. All were young and robust, for the protection of vital documents and assets was of utmost importance within the design industry. Captain, should I monitor the surveillance today or conduct a patrol? Chen Tiezhu inquired upon seeing his supervisor, Ma San, in the security office. Ma San, quick to rise at Chen Tiezhu's entrance, greeted him with a broad smile. Tiezhu, among all the guards, you are the one I have the highest hopes for. You possess striking looks, a strong physique, and a sharp mind. Your future is boundless. Ma San's effusive praise left Chen Tiezhu feeling somewhat awkward and perplexed. Was this truly the same Ma San, who typically reserved his words for scolding others? At 40, Ma San had leveraged his connections with the company manager to secure his position, despite his belly resembling that of a woman in her 8th month of pregnancy. His temper was notorious, often erupting at the slightest provocation among the guards. Chen Tiezhu had consistently performed well and maintained a pleasant demeanor. Yet he too faced the brunt of Ma San's outbursts. Captain, what is the matter today? Have you finally won over Sister Shirley at the front desk? Chen Tiezhu asked playfully. The front desk was graced by a stunning beauty, and Ma San had long been smitten, frequently attempting to woo her, though she remained indifferent to his advances. Tiezhu, there is no one else around. Tell me, what is your relationship with the boss's wife? Are you perhaps a relative of hers? Ma San lowered his voice conspiratorially. Last night, the boss's wife had personally called to grant Chen Tiezhu a night off, and today he received notice that he would only be assigned to daytime shifts moving forward. Who was the boss's wife to personally check on a lowly security guard? Ma San, though portly, was not naive. He suspected a deeper connection between Chen Tiezhu and the boss's wife, yet the specifics eluded him. Since you put it that way, I might as well confess, Chen Tiezhu feigned gravitas. Ma San perked up, eager to listen. My relationship with the boss's wife is simply that of employee and employer, Chen Tiezhu stated matter-of-factly. Ma San was taken aback, momentarily speechless. Tiezhu, you must be treated well by me, right? Be honest with me. A 1T tell a soul. Ma San had begun to speak to Chen Tiezhu as if they were brothers. Chen Tiezhu thought to himself, how curious that you don't show a bit more kindness to everyone else. Captain, it truly matters not. Last night, the proprietress merely requested my assistance in moving some items at her residence, Chen Tiezhu said, feigning nonchalance. The more he insisted, the greater Ma San's skepticism grew. Moving items at the proprietress's home in the dead of night? Do you think she would send a mere security guard like you for such a task? Who are you trying to fool? Ma San's eyes darted with suspicion. Tiezhu, how about I take you for a massage tonight? Ma San suggested, for he relished visiting foot spas. Though framed as a foot massage, it often devolved into flirtation with the ladies, taking advantage of their company. Thank you, Captain, but I have prior engagements tonight and cannot join, Chen Tiezhu replied. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from outside. Ma San approached the door and opened it. Captain Ma, Manager Shangwan requests Chen Tiezhu to her office, relayed Shangwan Rong's assistant, a 22-year-old fresh graduate, exuding youthful charm. Very well, I shall send him right away. Ma San responded. Chapter 7. The Century Hall. After Chen Tiezhu departed, Ma San pondered, what exactly is the relationship between Chen Tiezhu and the proprietress? I must inquire with Li Gu for clarity. Chen Tiezhu arrived at the company's top floor and stood before the office door he had visited the previous evening. Taking a deep breath, he raised his hand and knocked firmly. Come in. The voice of the proprietress resonated from within. Chen Tiezhu pushed the door open and stepped inside, immediately spotting Shangwan Rong in a fitted suit. Her collar was slightly undone, inadvertently revealing a hint of allure. The professional Shangwan Rong was a stark contrast to her demeanor at home, yet both versions of her flawlessly embodied beauty, sensuality, and poise. Good day, Manager Rong. Chen Tiezhu greeted promptly. Please, have a seat, Shangwan Rong replied, her tone notably more cordial, shedding much of her usual aloofness. I have spoken with the security department, and from now on, you will be on the day shift. Captain Ma has informed me, Chen Tiezhu acknowledged. When can you assist me with my treatment? I have a business trip in the coming days, Shangwan Rong inquired directly, her impatience evident. I need to carefully prepare some medicinal ingredients, which will likely take a day or two. In any event, it should be ready by the time you return from your trip, Sister Rong, Chen Tiezhu replied candidly. The task of preparing the medicine was both straightforward and intricate. After careful consideration, Chen Tiezhu realized that he required a total of 18 different ingredients for Shangwan Rong's treatment, of which 4 or 5 were not commonly available in local pharmacies. I'll scan your WeChat, Shangwan Rong stated, retrieving her phone. What? Chen Tiezhu was momentarily taken aback. I have a friend whose family owns a pharmacy. You can contact her for whatever you need, Shangwan Rong clarified. All right. Chen Tiezhu swiftly produced his smartphone and opened the WeChat QR code. Beep. With the sound of a successful connection, Shangwan Rong's WeChat nickname appeared as Fate, accompanied by her photograph. Very well. I must return to my work. You may leave now, she concluded. Having spoken, Shangwan Rong resumed her diligent work. All right, Sister Rong, Chen Tiezhu replied, turning to exit the office. Out of curiosity, he couldn't help but click on Shangwan Rong's WeChat profile, murmuring softly, so beautiful. Ding! At that moment, a WeChat message from Shangwan Rong arrived, wherein she had introduced a friend, presumably the one who owned the pharmacy. Upon opening it, Chen Tiezhu discovered the friend's nickname was Playful Girl, accompanied by an adorable cat avatar. He promptly clicked to add her as a friend, noting, I am Chen Tiezhu. Sister Rong asked me to add you. Before long, the friend request was accepted, followed by a location message with a note. If you need any medicinal herbs, come here directly. I am often away from the store, so please message me in advance if you plan to visit. Subsequently, another message arrived. All right. Chen Tiezhu simply responded with 2 words. Upon returning to his post, Chen Tiezhu commenced his patrol. The building housed 20 floors, with Furon Design Company occupying 10. The purpose of the patrol was to intermittently check various corners of the company, although there were personnel monitoring the surveillance room at all times. This being a design firm with numerous confidential documents, it was imperative to ensure safety through patrols, even if it seemed somewhat redundant. When dinner time approached, Chen Tiezhu sent a WeChat message to Playful Girl. Hello, I am heading to your store now. Is it convenient? He thought to take advantage of the meal break to gather the necessary herbs. A minute later, she replied, Sure, come on over. All right, I'll be there in 10 minutes. He responded before hailing a ride. Upon arriving, he alighted from the vehicle and found himself before a pharmacy named Banyan Tang. On the way, he had briefly researched it on Baidu. This Banyan Tang had 10 branches in South City, truly a century-old establishment. Just the location of this store, situated in a luxurious area of South City, exuded spaciousness and elegance. Establishing such a large-scale pharmacy in a prime location required considerable strength. Furthermore, Banyan Tang not only sold medicine, but also offered medical consultations. Unbeknownst to Chen Tiezhu, Shangwan Rong had previously visited this pharmacy for treatment, and the seasoned traditional Chinese medicine doctor who had diagnosed her chronic condition due to her constitution hailed from Banyan Tang. As Chen Tiezhu entered the store, he approached a staff member and inquired, Hello, I'm looking for Playful Girl. The staff member, looking puzzled, replied, I'm sorry, we don't have anyone by that name here. Chen Tiezhu slapped his forehead in frustration, realizing his mistake. Oh no, that was her WeChat nickname. He quickly sent her a message. I've arrived. Where are you? Just then, a sweet voice called out from behind. Are you Chen Tiezhu? He swiftly turned around to find a charming young woman standing before him. On a petite face. A pair of round, glistening apricot eyes sparkled, curving into crescent shapes when she smiled. Her lashes fluttered delicately, and beneath her eyes were two playful little beauty spots, rendering her both innocent and enticing. Her dainty, exquisite nose, slightly upturned at the tip, exuded an adorable youthful charm. Her lips, full and vibrant, adorned with a glossy, peach-hued lipstick, resembled a sugar-coated cherry when pursed, evoking an irresistible urge to take a bite. Hello, I am Morong Shui. The sweet and charming girl extended her delicate hand, signaling her desire to shake hands with Chen Tiezhu. Hello, I am Chen Tiezhu, he replied naturally, inwardly marveling at how her appearance diverged entirely from his imagination. Cute, playful, sweet, and sensuous, all at once, bringing him joy and comfort merely by her presence. Chapter 8. Massage at the Club. Sister Rong has informed me about your needs. What herbal ingredients do you require? Morong Shui inquired, her large eyes fixed intently on Chen Tiezhu, making him feel a tad bashful. Let me send you a message on WeChat, he suggested, promptly transmitting the names of 18 herbs to her. After reviewing the list, she pursed her cherry-like lips and said, We have 15 of the herbs listed here in our store. As for the remaining 3, I will have to check. How long do you think it will take to find them? Chen Tiezhu hurriedly asked. It's hard to say. I need to consult my grandfather, Morong Shui replied, her face adorned with a sweet smile. She then stepped aside to make a phone call. After a while, Morong Shui returned with the news. Tomorrow, you can come by to collect them. All right, I will come by tomorrow. Thank you for your help. I must get back to work now. I'll take my leave, Chen Tiezhu said, turning to depart. Wait a moment, Morong Shui called out, curiosity gleaming in her eyes. What is your relationship with Sister Rong? I am her company's security guard, Chen Tiezhu answered honestly. Morong Shui glanced at the security uniform Chen Tiezhu wore, nodding in acknowledgement. All right, see you tomorrow then. Thus, Chen Tiezhu left the Bai Nian Tang. Watching his retreating figure, Morong Shui pondered. A security guard? Could he truly remedy Sister Rong's ailment? It surely could not be that simple. She resolved to have her grandfather assess him tomorrow. After all, if he turned out to be a fraud, it would spell trouble. Upon returning to the company, Chen Tiezhu found that, although the Huyong Design Company officially adhered to a 9-to-5 schedule, the reality was that most employees were required to work overtime. Even past 7 in the evening, many lights remained aglow within the office. Ma San, troubled by the affairs surrounding Chen Tiezhu, made a point to inquire with the manager of the interior design department, Chen Li, about the nature of Chen Tiezhu's relationship with the boss lady. However, Chen Li was equally in the dark. Chen Tiezhu hailed from a village, and logically, he shouldn't have any ties to the boss lady. Unwilling to relent, Ma San even checked the residential address listed on Chen Tiezhu's employment records. Could they be relatives? Ma San scratched his head, feeling increasingly vexed. Why was Ma San so determined to unravel the connection between Chen Tiezhu and the boss lady? It was none other than for his position as the head of security. If Chen Tiezhu indeed shares a special relationship with the proprietress, it is conceivable that his position as the head of security might be usurped by Chen Tiezhu. It is worth noting that he initially spent 50,000 yuan to solicit Chen Li's assistance in securing this role. Chen Tiezhu's regular working hours spanned from noon to midnight, a full 12 hours. However, at 8 in the evening, Ma San approached him, instructing him to clock out, and enthusiastically exclaimed, Tiezhu, my brother invites you for a massage. Ma San was clearly racking his brains, eager to decipher the connection between Chen Tiezhu and the proprietress. No need, Chen Tiezhu resolutely declined. Do you look down upon Brother Ma? Ma San feigned a hurt expression. Captain, it's really not that. Enough of the nonsense. Let us go. Ma San unceremoniously pulled Chen Tiezhu into the second-hand Jetta he had purchased for 30,000 yuan. Chen Tiezhu found it difficult to resist. Considering he would continue working as a security guard there, he He feared that a firm refusal might lead to future complications, so he reluctantly acquiesced. The two arrived at the Haitian International Club. This establishment was not far from the company, and Gao Qiqiang and Li Tai frequented it monthly, often attempting to persuade Chen Tiezhu to join, but he had always found reasons to decline. In Chen Tiezhu's view, the techniques of professional massage therapists at hospitals surpassed those offered here, which were decidedly amateurish. Furthermore, he understood that the true allure for his colleagues lay not in the massages themselves, but in the company of beautiful women. Chen Tiezhu pondered, spending a significant sum for an unprofessional massage merely to gaze upon attractive women. What was the point? Were there not enough beauties within the company to admire? Tiezhu, brother has arranged something extraordinary for you tonight. She's not only beautiful but also skilled in her craft. Ma San's face bore a mischievous grin, tinged with a hint of lewdness. Brother Ma, back again, I see. As they entered, a heavily made-up woman approached, clad in a low-cut outfit, her wrinkles prominently displayed in her smile, suggesting she was in her 40s. Manager Wu, today I brought my buddy for a massage. Please arrange for a top-notch therapist. As Ma San spoke, he patted Chen Tiezhu's shoulder. And what a handsome fellow he is. No problem at all. Manager Wu appraised Chen Tiezhu from head to toe, even casting a flirtatious glance his way, sending a chill down his spine. Chen Tiezhu and Ma San followed Manager Wu upstairs. The dimly lit second floor was permeated with a mlang of perfumes, creating a somewhat disorienting atmosphere. Upon entering, Ma San began to hum a tune, resembling a man who had just entered a brothel. Tiezhu, tonight you shall indulge. Brother Ma is picking up the tab. Ma San feigned generosity, typically frugal to the point of refusing to buy even a bottle of water for his colleagues. Ma San was now splurging. Massages were conducted in private rooms. Ma San entered one, while Chen Tiezhu proceeded to another. Upon entering his room, he noticed a bed within, bathed in dim yellow light. Goodness, could this be an unsavory establishment? Chen Tiezhu mused, contemplating an immediate exit should he find anything amiss. After a brief moment, a voice emerged from outside, announcing, "Hello, Technician 99 is here to serve you." A woman clad in work attire entered the room. Chen Tiezhu, who was reclining on a small bed, recognized the familiar voice and suddenly sat up with a start. Upon closer inspection, he exclaimed, "Sister Fei." Ning Fei, upon realizing it was Chen Tiezhu, was momentarily taken aback, and the toolbox she held clattered to the ground. Tiezhu. Both were astonished, never expecting to encounter one another in such a place. "Sister Fei, what brings you to work here?" Chen Tiezhu could not help but inquire directly. Ning Fei lowered her gaze, unable to meet Chen Tiezhu's eyes, and stammered, "Tiezhu, I came here to earn money." For Ning Fei, had it not been for the pressures of life, she would never have sought employment in such an establishment. The moment she spotted Chen Tiezhu, an overwhelming sense of shame washed over her. Earning money? Chen Tiezhu's mind was suddenly flooded with jesting remarks from Douyin. Most of the young women in massage parlors come from backgrounds marked by divorce, single parenthood, illness, or educational struggles. Though this was merely a jest, the reality often mirrored such circumstances. Ning Fei's father had been ill for many years, depleting their finances and incurring high-interest debts. By day, she worked tirelessly in a CF, and by night, she toiled at the massage parlor, all to afford her father's medical treatment and repay debts. After the initial surprise, Chen Tiezhu gradually regained his composure. Although working here was arduous, it indeed afforded the opportunity to earn more. "Tiezhu, you understand my situation. I am in desperate need of money," Ning Fei confided helplessly. Observing Ning Fei in her work attire stirred a pang of bittersweet emotion within Chen Tiezhu. Though the outfit was not overly revealing, it exuded a certain allure. The black stockings paired with a short black skirt, along with a fitted white blouse, accentuated her curves. With Ning Fei's voluptuous figure, such attire would captivate anyone's attention. Chapter 9. How wonderful it would be if you're my boyfriend. The encounter in such a setting was undeniably awkward, yet having laid their cards on the table, it felt somewhat bearable. Today, our security team leader insisted on bringing me here, and it was difficult for me to refuse, Chen Tiezhu remarked. "Tiezhu, the cost here is several hundred for a visit. Don't waste your money. Ning Fei cautioned, knowing that Chen Tiezhu's monthly salary was only a little over 3,000. Spending several hundred for a single visit seemed extravagant. Sister Fei, let's simply sit and chat. After an hour, we can leave. It's my security team leader who will be footing the bill, Chen Tiezhu said with a mischievous grin, attempting to lighten the mood. Ning Fei smiled and replied, all right. However, chatting alone can be rather dull. Let me give you a massage instead. Although I'm not a professional, I have received some training. Sister Fei, that's unnecessary. You've worked a full day at the CAF. Consider this a rest, Chen Tiezhu replied. I'm fine. I'm used to it. If the manager sees me chatting with you without providing a massage, my wages will be deducted, Ning Fei insisted. Is that so? Very well then, Chen Tiezhu conceded reluctantly. He lay down, and Ning Fei placed her hands on his shoulders, gently massaging him. To his surprise, although her technique was amateurish, her pressure and precision were impeccable. If one diligently applies oneself to study, one is bound to achieve greatness. Sister Fei, how long have you been working part-time here? Chen Tiezhu inquired. A few months, Ning Fei replied. I don't come every day. Sometimes I need to care for my father in the evenings, she continued while giving Chen Tiezhu a massage. Tiezhu, do you still not have a girlfriend? With no money, no house, and no car, earning 3,000 a month, how could I possibly have a girlfriend? Chen Tiezhu chuckled. At present, he was not preoccupied with such thoughts. He was solely focused on finding someone who possessed the other half of the jade pendant. Some girls do not necessarily seek wealth or material possessions. What they desire is love, loyalty, and ambition from a man. As she spoke, Ning Fei paused momentarily, seemingly lost in reminiscence. Sister Fei, what about you? Although Ning Fei still appeared youthful and beautiful, she was already in her 30s. By conventional standards, she should have been married, perhaps even with children. As for me, given my circumstances, any man would leave. Who would dare to approach? Ning Fei remarqued, playfully tossing aside a few disheveled strands of hair, her tone laced with self-deprecation. In truth, I once had a boyfriend, and we were on the verge of discussing marriage. However, once my father fell ill and the expenses mounted, he suddenly vanished. To this day, there's been no sign of him. I know he ran away, Ning Fei expressed with a tone of resignation and sorrow. Chen Tiezhu was taken aback, surprised to learn of Ning Fei's past experiences. He surmised that these years must have been fraught with hardship for her father gravely ill, the departure of her nearly fiancé, and now working at a CAF by day and a massage parlor by night. Sister Fei, I apologize. I should not have pried into this. Chen Tiezhu quickly apologized upon touching upon her painful memories. No need to apologize. I was the one who asked you first. Besides, this is all in the past. If I lacked the courage to confront it, how could I have persevered until today? It must be said that Ning Fei truly embodied optimism. Suddenly, Ning Fei halted the massage, her hands resting on her waist, her expression revealing discomfort. Chen Tiezhu quickly sat up. Sister Fei, what's wrong? He asked with concern. It's nothing, just an old ailment. My back is a bit troublesome. Ning Fei managed to force a smile. However, when she attempted to squat down, her expression grew more pained. Sister Fei, lie down. Let me take a look, Chen Tiezhu insisted. I have a slight disc herniation. I just need to rest. Ning Fei explained. Sister Fei, I have some knowledge of medicine and can perform massages. Trust me, it will be very soothing, Chen Tiezhu assured her. Ning Fei was in too much pain to bend down. Reluctantly, she decided to heed Chen Tiezhu's advice. He gently supported her hand, inadvertently brushing against her more alluring attributes. Yet in her discomfort, Ning Fei paid it no mind. Sister Fei has an excellent figure, Chen Tiezhu thought to himself. He guided Ning Fei to a small bed. Sister Fei, lie down. I assure you, after my massage, you will feel much better, he said. Ning Fei recognized Chen Tiezhu's good intentions. Her disc issue was a result of fatigue, an old problem that could only be alleviated but never fully cured. Thus, she acquiesced and lay down. What a remarkable transformation this moment brings. The issue of a herniated disc has led Chen Tiezhu to employ his adept massage techniques. The method known as Ling Shu Zhen Yusho specifically addresses the complications arising from such conditions. Among the teachings of the elder, There are specialized massage techniques tailored to various bodily ailments. As Chen Tiezhu places his hands upon Ning Fei's waist, she appears voluptuous, yet her waist possesses a perfect slimness. With a gentle touch, his hands press against the sides of her waist, moving in a unique rhythm that soothes her profoundly. In an instant, Ning Fei experiences an unparalleled comfort, as if his hands have seamlessly penetrated the very muscles of her lower back. His hands continue their rhythmic motion, at times resembling the precision of an eagle's talons, at others, as gentle as a spring breeze caressing the waters of Lugu Lake. At several critical acupoints, including the Shunshu and Dechangsha points, Chen Tiezhu employs the distinctive trembling technique of Ling Shu Zhen Yusho, creating a soft yet potent energy that flows into Ning Fei's waist, unblocking the obstructed meridians. To her surprise, rather than discomfort, Ning Fei emits sounds of sheer bliss, her thoughts marveling at the seemingly magical prowess of Tiezhu's hands. "Sister Fei, relax your legs," he instructs. She responds, intrigued, and complies. Chen Tiezhu gently grasps her legs, clad in stockings, which feel exquisite to the touch. He lifts and rotates her legs with a deftness that momentarily reveals more than intended, yet he remains composed, skillfully stretching the muscles of her legs. "Sister Fei, take a deep breath and relax," he advises. Ning Fei lets herself go, feeling languid and free. This experience transcends mere treatment. It is pure enjoyment. "You have such remarkable technique, Tiezhu," she praises. "I'm not exaggerating, Sister Fei. Just cooperate well, and I promise you will be astounded," he replies. Suddenly, Chen Tiezhu rubs his palms briskly together before placing them on Ning Fei's lumbar region, applying a gradual pressure. Unseen, a warm current flows from his palms, permeating her herniated disc. Ning Fei's expression reflects her pleasure and indulgence as she bites her lip, striving to stifle her sounds of delight. Her waist feels remarkably light, as if a natural warmth flows through it, rendering any previous pain utterly non-existent. "Sister Fei, we're done," Chen Tiezhu announces, withdrawing his hands. Still enveloped in the euphoria of the massage, Ning Fei does not immediately respond. "Sister Fei," he gently taps her shoulder, bringing her back to reality. "Tiezhu, that was truly exceptional," she exclaims. "The massage was incredibly soothing, leaving my back feeling remarkably relaxed, devoid of any pain." Ning Fei sat up, her expression one of astonishment as she gazed at Chen Tiezhu. Perhaps it was due to her previous position, combined with the fact that she was wearing a white shirt, which inadvertently revealed the garments underneath to Chen Tiezhu. In that moment, he felt parched. "Sister Fei, your clothing," Chen hastily pointed out. Ning Fei glanced down, her face flushing a deep crimson. She quickly turned to adjust her undergarments. Once she composed herself, Ning Fei slowly turned back. "Tiezhu, where did you learn this massage technique?" she asked, a hint of shyness in her tone. "I learned from an elderly traditional Chinese medicine practitioner in our village," Chen Tiezhu replied without hesitation. "Sister Fei, your herniated disc can be completely healed with just 2 more sessions," he assured her confidently. "Really?" Ning Fei asked, a spark of excitement in her voice. Life had already been difficult, and the agony from her condition had often made her wish for an end to her suffering. "Of course," Chen Tiezhu nodded. "Tiezhu, thank you," Ning Fei expressed sincerely, her gratitude stemming from the depths of her heart. For a fleeting moment, she imagined how wonderful it would be to have a boyfriend like Chen Tiezhu. "No need for thanks, Sister Fei. While I may not be able to assist with larger concerns, I can certainly help with what is within my capacity," Chen Tiezhu replied modestly. An hour passed, and he exited the small room. "Sister Fei, although I can alleviate your herniated disc, you must also prioritize rest. After all, overexerting oneself is futile without proper care." He felt compelled to remind her. He understood Ning Fei's limitations, yet he believed that good health was paramount for tackling life's challenges. Chen Tiezhu's words of concern deeply moved Ning Fei, nearly bringing her to tears in his presence. After enduring countless hardships over the years, she had grown accustomed to bearing her burdens alone, often deprived of comforting words. "Tiezhu, how is it? Comfortable?" Ma San inquired with a smile. his hand resting on Chen Tiezhu's shoulder as they exited the establishment. "It was all right," Chen Tiezhu replied. "If you ever wish to return, just let me know, and I'll cover the bill," Ma San promised with a pat on his chest. Ma San's gesture was not merely an attempt to win Chen Tiezhu's favor. It was also a strategic move for the future. Chen Tiezhu could easily discern Ma San's intentions. Since he was being so proactive, he decided to cooperate. After all, he had not coerced Ma San in any way. Upon returning from the establishment, Chen Tiezhu initially planned to head straight back to the dormitory. "Tiezhu, where have you been enjoying yourself?" Gao Qiqiang called. "Just downstairs at the company," Chen Tiezhu replied. "I left my wallet in the surveillance room. Could you please retrieve it for me?" Gao Qiqiang requested. "One meal of pig's feet," Chen Tiezhu replied. "You rascal, taking advantage of the situation." "Fine, just one meal of pig's feet," Gao Qiqiang conceded. After hanging up, Chen Tiezhu made his way into the company. Upon arriving at the surveillance room, he indeed discovered Gao Qiqiang's wallet resting on the table. The young man possesses quite an audacious spirit, carelessly tossing his wallet about. Chen Tiezhu shook his head in resignation. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon a photograph nestled within the wallet. "Goodness, Gao Qiqiang, you have deceived me most grievously by concealing that you have a girlfriend." In the image, Gao Qiqiang was seen embracing a woman. Was this not indicative of a romantic relationship? Just as Chen Tiezhu was about to exit the company, with Gao Qiqiang's wallet in hand, a voice called out to him. "Tiezhu." He turned to see Manager Sunday. "Hello, Manager Sun," he greeted with a smile. Sun Miaoling, the manager of the fashion design department, was not someone Chen Tiezhu knew well. They had exchanged pleasantries only a handful of times. Each encounter had been initiated by her, while he had merely responded in kind, preferring to avoid extended conversation with this woman. Why would one wish to evade conversation with a beautiful woman? An elder had once taught Chen Tiezhu to read faces. Sometimes, one could discern a person's character through their features. Take Sun Miaoling, for instance. Tall and curvaceous, her fair skin exuded an indescribable allure. Not to mention, she possessed a captivating visage. With her willow-shaped brows and enchanting, peach blossom eyes, her smile seemed to wield the power to ensnare one's very soul. However, the pronounced cheekbones and delicate, pointed nose hinted at a more self-serving nature. Such individuals often displayed a willingness to betray superiors, friends, and even family for their own gain, employing cunning tactics to achieve their desires. Moreover, they were adept at manipulating and seducing others. "Tiezhu, have you finished work?" Sun Miaoling inquired in a remarkably affable tone. "Yes," Chen Tiezhu replied. "Could you do me a favor?" She continued. "Please, manager," he responded. "I need to move some items from upstairs. You are quite strong. Would you assist me?" Sun Miaoling's gaze remained fixed on Chen Tiezhu, her eyes exuding a captivating allure. Certainly, as a security guard, he deemed the task of moving something to be trivial and did not hesitate to agree. "My belongings are on my desk in the office, a black box. Could you bring it down while I fetch my car?" Sun Miaoling instructed. Chen Tiezhu took the elevator up and arrived at Sun Miaoling's office, where several individuals were still working late, though few noticed his entrance. Upon entering, he spotted the black box on the desk. It was not large, yet bore a noticeable weight. "Tiezhu, thank you. Let me treat you to a late-night snack," Sun Miaoling said as he placed the box in her car. "Manager Sun, you are too kind. There is no need," Chen Tiezhu declined. "Tiezhu, this box is rather heavy, and I will have to carry it upstairs alone when I return home. Could you lend me a hand?" Sun Miaoling's voice took on a slightly coaxing tone. "You are such a good person. You wouldn't refuse to help me, would you?" Chen Tiezhu found it difficult to resist her tone and gaze. "My home is not far from here. I can give you a ride back afterward," she continued when she saw he remained silent. Chapter 10. Seduction. Chen Tiezhu, with clarity of mind, recognized that Sun Miaoling harbored ulterior motives, yet he chose to acquiesce. His curiosity was piqued. He wished to discern the nature of her intentions. During a previous drinking session, he had overheard Ma San boast that Sun Miaoling earned a monthly salary of several tens of thousands and had secured a remarkably wealthy boyfriend. At the time, Chen Tiezhu dismissed it as mere jest, not allowing it to trouble his thoughts. The Mercedes-Benz that Sun Miaoling drove was one he had seen online. with a new model costing no less than 5 to 600,000. This lent some credence to Ma San's claims regarding her substantial income. After all, she was the manager of the fashion design department, making a high salary quite plausible, considering her attributes, beauty, education, and capability. It was entirely reasonable for her to attract a wealthy partner. As they traveled, silence enveloped them both. After a brief interval, the car came to a steady halt in the underground parking of a residential complex. Tiezhu, I appreciate your help, Sun Miaoling remarked as she exited the vehicle. We are colleagues. No need for formality, Chen Tiezhu replied casually. Upon stepping out, he promptly lifted the black box and followed her into the elevator. Manager Sun, I have delivered the items. I shall take my leave now, he stated after placing the box in her living room. Goodness, this place is not one where an ordinary man could reside, he mused to himself. The air was thick with the scent of perfume, a fragrance laced with elements that could incite one's hormones, intoxicating yet dangerously provocative. The decor exuded an air of intimate allure. Tiezhu, please sit for a moment. I promise to drive you back, Sun Miaoling said. Give me 2 minutes to change, and we will be on our way. With that, she entered her room, leaving the door ajar. Chen Tiezhu opted to remain standing, faintly hearing the sounds of her changing attire. What exactly was her plan? He pondered. 2 minutes later, Sun Miaoling emerged, and panic surged within Chen Tiezhu. This was undoubtedly intentional. He had assumed she would don something casual for their outing. Yet she had instead chosen a champagne-colored silk nightgown. The gown, as sheer as mist, clung delicately to her smooth, fair shoulders, and the deep neckline rose and fell with her breath, offering glimpses of alluring curves. Alarmingly, the hem barely reached the mid-thigh. Sun Miaoling approached with a graceful stride, rendering him momentarily disoriented. Manager Sun, are we not leaving? Why are you dressed like this? Chen Tiezhu hurriedly inquired. It's nothing. I can drive you in this outfit. It won't hinder us, she replied, a subtle smile gracing her lips while her eyes betrayed a concealed cunning, darting about as if plotting something. Others might overlook her intentions, but not Chen Tiezhu, who was adept at reading faces. Shall we go? Chen Tiezhu suggested, stepping towards the door. Tiezhu, please wait a moment. To Chen Tiezhu's surprise, Sun Miaoling unexpectedly reached out and grasped his arm. A jolt akin to electricity surged through him, prompting Chen Tiezhu to exclaim, Manager Sun, what are you doing? My apologies, Tiezhu. Sun Miaoling feigned a remorseful demeanor, hastily releasing her grip. You helped me earlier, and I was just pondering how to repay you. As she spoke, she playfully blinked her alluring, peach blossom eyes. No need, Manager Sunday. If it's inconvenient for you to give me a ride, I can simply take a taxi home, he replied, turning away resolutely. Once Chen Tiezhu departed, Sun Miaoling revealed a sinister smile reminiscent of a viper's heart. Chen Tiezhu, I brought you to my home and deliberately dressed this way, yet you remain unmoved. It seems I underestimated you. Viewing you through the lens of a mere security guard was indeed a grave misjudgment. Dingling. Sun Miaoling's phone rang. Darling, how's it going? A man's voice inquired from the other end. Don't mention it. I found someone useful, but guess what? A mere security guard is completely impervious to my charms. Sun Miaoling lamented, adopting a tone of feigned pity. Do you need me to send someone over? The man continued. No, that would expose our intentions. I've learned that this security guard is somehow related to Shang Wanron. If I can win him over, our plan is bound to succeed, Sun Miaoling asserted. All right, I'm awaiting your good news. Once we acquire that item, Furong design will be finished. Darling, you shall receive immense credit for this. I assure you, you will become the esteemed matriarch of the largest design firm in Nancheng. The man chuckled with delight. Just remember your words. Don't think that once I help you topple Furong design, you can cast me aside, Sun Miaoling warned. Darling, you know what kind of person I, Chen Kuan, am. My affection for you is genuine. Upon hearing this, Sun Miaoling caressed the exquisite necklace worth millions adorning her neck. When will you come to see me? It's been a month. I'm utterly lonely. If you don't hurry, I might seek companionship elsewhere, she teased playfully. Darling, I'm extremely busy at the moment. Once I finish this, I will surely come find you. You are my woman, and who would dare to touch you? Anyone who dares will find their third leg broken. You must be quick. My patience is wearing thin, she replied. After leaving Sun Miaoling's residence, Chen Tiezhu felt an unsettling discomfort within. This woman posed a significant problem. He had long suspected her ulterior motives, but was taken aback by her intention to seduce him with her beauty. Chen Tiezhu did not consider himself a paragon of virtue, yet he was not one to accept every advance. Women like Sun Miaoling were akin to thorny roses. One wrong touch could lead to a world of trouble. Though he sensed her deceptive intentions, he remained perplexed as to her true motives. Chapter 11. The romantic pursuit of Gao Qiqiang upon returning to the dormitory. Gao Qiqiang approached Chen Tiezhu with a teasing grin and remarked, "Tiezhu, where have you been wandering off to?" Upon returning from the company, "Is it truly possible to take such an extended time? Pray tell, were you in pursuit of a woman? Goodness, how is it that you carry the scent of a woman's perfume?" Gao Qiqiang leaned in for a closer whiff, and in an instant, he exclaimed with excitement, "You really want to find a woman, didn't you? Well done, Tiezhu." Gao Qiqiang's exuberance stemmed from the genuine happiness he felt for his good friend embarking on a romantic endeavor. Chen Tiezhu, however, was acutely aware that the fragrance adorning his clothes was acquired at Sun Miaoling's residence, where the air was thick with perfume, inevitably lingering on his attire after visit. "Qiqiang, you accuse me of chasing women. It seems you are the one." Chen Tiezhu retorted, "Zweifli snachink gao kvivienke zvalit." Now, who is the woman in your wallet? He provocatively inquired. "Having a girlfriend and not divulging it? I hereby impose a fine of 3 hot pot dinners upon you." In an instant, Gao Qiqiang's expression shifted dramatically, and he hurriedly reclaimed his wallet from Chen Tiezhu's grasp, somewhat bashfully admitting, "Well, she is somewhat of my girlfriend." The robust Gao Qiqiang, towering above most, appeared almost bashful, akin to a blushing maiden. "You've already embraced each other for photographs, and you still merely consider her somewhat of a girlfriend?" Chen Tiezhu pressed further. "Have you two shared a more intimate encounter?" "No, absolutely not," Gao Qiqiang hastily denied. Typically brimming with vitality, he transformed into an entirely different persona when the subject of the woman in the photograph arose. His face flushed crimson as he murmured, "We have only held hands. We are still merely friends. Come now, do not put Qiqiang on the spot. He has never experienced romance," interjected Li Tai, casually clad in nothing but his underwear, leisurely smoking a cigarette while indulging in 5 yuan instant noodles. His carefree demeanor exuded an air of unrestrained freedom, akin to soaring through the skies. Chen Tiezhu fully comprehended the reality. It was quite typical for young men in their 20s from rural backgrounds who, after completing high school without gaining university admission, ventured into the city to earn a living, to have never been in a romantic relationship. He himself was a testament to this truth. However, he was taken aback by how bashful and shy Gao Qiqiang had become after entering the realm of romance. It was noteworthy that this was a man standing at a height of 188 meters, adorned with a set of 8-pack abs. "Qiqiang, do enlighten me about your situation with her," Chen Tiezhu inquired earnestly. "For instance, how did you two meet?" Gao Qiqiang, appearing somewhat relaxed now, replied, "We met while playing Honor of Kings." Chen Tiezhu was not surprised. Upon moving to the city, he had observed that many individuals of his age were fond of the game, often forming friendships with online acquaintances. "How many times have you met in person?" Chen Tiezhu continued to probe. "Just once," Gao Qiqiang responded, flashing an innocent smile reminiscent of a young boy, which sent a shiver down Chen Tiezhu's spine. "Once? And you were already embracing each other?" Chen Tiezhu inquired in astonishment. "It was she who initiated the embrace," Gao Qiqiang clarified. "What? Qiqiang, you are impressive," Li Tai exclaimed, giving a thumbs up in admiration. "To have a girl voluntarily hug you on the very first meeting, that's remarkable. In a couple of days, she has invited me to watch a movie. Tiezhu, do you think I should go?" Gao Qiqiang gazed at Chen Tiezhu with wide-eyed anticipation, seeking his counsel. At this moment, Chen Tiezhu realized that the once formidable figure of Gao Qiqiang, with his chiseled physique, had transformed into a naive child in the throes of love. "Absolutely. If the girl is being so forthcoming, why on earth would you not go?" Chen Tiezhu remarked. "However, one must be cautious." Upon hearing these words, Li Tai chuckled so heartily that he nearly spewed his instant noodles. "Tiezhu, you want Xiangzi to be careful?" You should be sure to bring along some protection instead. Yet, Chen Tiezhu was not jesting. He spoke earnestly. Whenever Gao Qiqiang encountered a girl he fancied, his intelligence seemed to plummet, and when he advised caution, it was out of concern that Gao Qiqiang might be deceived by the woman. He had witnessed numerous cases on Douyin where many introverted young men, in pursuit of romance while gaming, ended up being swindled and left with nothing. Xiaohua was exceptionally kind, gentle, lovely, and considerate. When Gao Qiqiang mentioned her name, a dreamy expression graced his face. I plan to confess my feelings to her during our next meeting. He clenched his fists, a resolute demeanor enveloping him. Tiezhu, what kind of gift do you think I should give her? Chen Tiezhu spread his hands in exasperation, replying, I lack experience in this area. Perhaps you should search for ideas on Douyin. To be honest, Chen Tiezhu himself was rather inexperienced in such matters. After speaking, Gao Qiqiang lay on his bed, extracting his phone and diligently searching on Douyin. In that moment, Chen Tiezhu saw a glimmer in Gao Qiqiang's eyes, a radiant expectation for a beautiful love, so pure and untainted. At that instant, he sincerely wished for the young lady to genuinely reciprocate Gao Qiqiang's feelings, and that Gao Qiqiang would also treat her with sincerity. The following day at work, as Chen Tiezhu arrived at the office, a question arose in his mind. Why is Fei Jia's CAF closed today? Ning Fei's CAF typically opened its doors by 8, yet it was already 9, and the entrance remained firmly shut. He thought perhaps something had delayed her, and did not dwell on it further. As fate would have it, just as Chen Tiezhu entered the company, he found himself sharing an elevator with Sun Miaoling. The elevator was crowded, and they stood at the back, nearly pressed against one another. Sun Miaoling turned to Chen Tiezhu, her face adorned with an enticing smile, and said, Good morning, Tiezhu. Good morning, Manager Sun, Chen Tiezhu replied, maintaining his composure. The fragrance of her perfume instantly wafted into his nostrils. It was evident that she had thoughtfully chosen this particular scent, eliciting entirely different reactions from men and women alike. Despite the crowded elevator, Chen Tiezhu and Sun Miaoling had not yet made physical contact. Suddenly, her graceful and curvaceous figure surged toward him, not from the side or behind, but directly from the front. As she pressed against him, the first point of contact was naturally at the forefront. Were they alone? Chen Tiezhu could have easily pushed her away, but in this confined space, there was no room to maneuver. He could neither push nor escape. Unbeknownst to the others, Sun Miaoling gently exhaled near his ear. The mere breath sent a shiver through Chen Tiezhu, nearly causing his legs to buckle. This woman was exceedingly bold. How audacious to behave in such a manner within an elevator. Chen Tiezhu was utterly astonished. Ding! The elevator finally arrived at its destination, and he hurriedly exited. Observing Chen Tiezhu's hasty departure, Sun Miaoling wore a triumphant smile, as if she had him completely under her control. Chapter 12. A disturbance at Sister Fei's home. Why does this woman persistently tease and entice me? After all, I am merely a humble security guard. Chen Tiezhu was engulfed in confusion, lost in contemplation. Could it be that she has taken a liking to me? Absolutely not. A woman of her caliber surely does not prioritize looks when it comes to men. Chen Tiezhu pondered deeply. She must be seeking to exploit me. But what could I possibly offer her? As Chen Tiezhu sank further into his reverie, Ma San approached and gave him a gentle pat on the shoulder, inquiring, Tiezhu, what are you thinking about? You seem rather disheartened. Chen Tiezhu lifted his gaze and noticed that Ma San had one arm wrapped in bandages. He couldn't help but ask, Captain, what happened to you? Don't even mention it. I slipped and fell while going to the restroom last night. I went to the hospital early this morning for an x-ray, and it turns out my hand is slightly fractured. Ma San wore a look of frustration. It's all that woman's fault from last night. Her massage left my legs feeling weak, making it difficult to walk properly. The more I think about it, the angrier I become. I must confront her. Then, Ma San changed the subject, teasing Chen Tiezhu. By the way, Tiezhu, guess who I ran into at the hospital? Who? Chen Tiezhu replied absently. The owner of the CAF at the company entrance, Ning Fei. Ma San deliberately paused before continuing. Now, can you guess what I saw her doing at the hospital? Captain, can you please just tell me directly? Chen Tiezhu said, growing impatient. I saw her kneeling at the entrance, crying. Oh, she was absolutely heartbroken sobbing uncontrollably. It pained my heart to witness. Ma San expressed genuine sympathy. If it weren't for my fractured hand, I would have gone over to comfort her. At this point, Ma San swallowed hard. Although Ning Fei is 30, she possesses a timeless beauty, and her figure is simply exquisite, truly voluptuous. Why was Sister Fei crying at the hospital? Chen Tiezhu's heart tightened, and he asked in a serious tone. Ma San, taken aback by Chen Tiezhu's reaction, replied, I have no idea. I watched for a while, then left. And when I came out, I didn't see her anymore. Just then, Chen Tiezhu's phone rang. Sister Fei? He glanced at the caller ID, puzzled as to why she was calling him so suddenly. He quickly answered, Sister Fei, what is it? This was the first time Ning Fei had actively reached out to him, and Chen Tiezhu thought surely it must be something significant. Could you come and help me, Tiezhu? Ning Fei's voice trembled with tears, clearly having just cried. What has happened, Sister Fei? Chen Tiezhu knew her well enough to understand that she would not seek his assistance unless absolutely necessary. After hanging up, Chen Tiezhu turned to Ma San and said, Captain, I would like to request a half-day leave. Of course, that's perfectly fine. You could take the whole day off if you wish. Ma San readily agreed. In the past, he would never have allowed an employee to take leave unless they were bedridden in the hospital. There was no recourse. It seemed that Chen Tiezhu shared an unusual bond with the proprietress, leaving Ma San with no choice but to ingratiate himself with Chen Tiezhu in hopes of leaving a favorable impression. In the urban village of South City, Chen Tiezhu, following the address provided by Ning Fei, arrived at the foot of a self-constructed building and ascended the stairs to the 4th floor. Before reaching his destination, he was met with a cacophony of sounds. Dad, I implore you, return to the hospital. In a modest 2-bedroom apartment, Ning Fei was kneeling on the floor, fervently begging. I have said it before, I will not return. It is all the same in the end. Why waste this money? A frail, haggard middle-aged man uttered weakly. This man was Ning Fei's father, Ning Daqiang. Dad, the doctors have assured us that as long as you persist with the treatment, there is still hope. Ning Fei, her face streaked with tears, pleaded from her kneeling position. Hope? What hope can there be? I am afflicted with cancer. It is terminal. Ning Daqiang attempted to raise his voice, but his weakened body rendered him incapable. 3 years of treatment had left him utterly exhausted. It has been 3 years. How much have we spent? This illness has not improved, and I can scarcely muster the strength to walk. As Ning Fei wiped her tears, confusion clouded her heart. She could not comprehend her father's sudden change in demeanor. Until now, he had cooperated with the treatment and often expressed his fear of death, wishing to extend his life by even a single day. Yet this morning, he had adamantly insisted on being discharged, refusing to continue treatment. No amount of persuasion from Ning Fei, even her kneeling pleas, could sway him. This culminated in the scene Ma San witnessed, where Ning Fei wept inconsolably at the hospital entrance. Tell me, how much have you spent on my treatment? You sold a house and even borrowed high-interest loans. Ning Daqiang continued. Upon hearing this, Ning Fei appeared to grasp the gravity of the situation and urgently inquired, Dad, who told you? To prevent her father from worrying, Ning Fei had concealed the truth about borrowing money for treatment and had deceived him into believing they still had sufficient funds. 500,000. You borrowed 500,000 in high-interest loans. With interest, it has now ballooned to 800,000. Ning Daqiang lamented, pounding his chest in despair, only to be seized by a fit of violent coughing, which resulted in blood. Dad! Ning Fei cried out in horror, rushing forward. Do not touch me. Ning Daqiang, bloodied and obstinate, insisted. If you wish for me to continue treatment, you must marry Wang Bo. Ning Fei was left in a state of shock, unable to fathom why her father would utter such words. Dad, do you not realize what sort of person Wang Bo is? You were the one who agreed that I should not marry him. Wang Bo was a wealthy executive in his 40s, previously divorced and a father. Following his divorce, he led a tumultuous personal life, frequently changing partners, and during his pursuit of Ning Fei, he was simultaneously involved with 3 other women. But he is wealthy. You must marry him to settle the debts. Ning Daqiang's words struck Ning Fei as utterly incredulous. Previously, upon learning of Wang Bo's character, Ning Daqiang had firmly opposed any union between them, preferring that his daughter remain unmarried for life. But why his father changed so suddenly? At this moment, Chen Tiezhu arrived. He had overheard the conversation between Ning Daqiang and Ning Fei clearly from outside. In essence, he declared that unless she married Wang Bo, he would await death at home. Ning Daqiang spoke with unwavering resolve. Sister Fei, Chen Tiezhu entered the room. Tiezhu, Ning Fei was overwhelmed by her father's words and broke down in tears. Ning Fei had always been a remarkably strong woman. Throughout the years, she had faced numerous challenges without shedding a single tear in front of her father. Yet at this moment, she felt utterly crushed by the weight of life. Her mother had passed away early, and it was her father who had painstakingly raised her and funded her education. Ever since her father was diagnosed with cancer, she had vowed to spare no effort or expense to secure his treatment. Upon seeing a stranger enter, Ning Daqiang turned to Chen Tiezhu, his voice weary, yet his gaze cold. Who are you, and what brings you to my home? Tiezhu, I don't know what to do anymore. I truly don't know what to do. Ning Fei cried out as she sank to the floor, weeping uncontrollably. In that moment, it seemed she could finally unleash all the pressure and pain she had been holding inside. It was as if this was the final straw that broke the camel's back. Chen Tiezhu began to grasp the complexities of the situation. In her quest to treat her ailing father, Ning Fei had depleted her savings, sold their home, and even resorted to high-interest loans, working nights at a club. Yet now, her father had suddenly chosen to forego treatment and was pressuring her to marry a wealthy but unreliable man. Chapter 13. The transaction plunged into a chasm of helplessness. Ning Fei found her mind inexplicably drawn to Chen Tiezhu. Without hesitation, she dialed his number. Uncle, there is a chance your illness can be treated. Chen Tiezhu spoke earnestly to Ning Daqiang. Upon hearing this, Ning Daqiang could not help but chuckle bitterly. You were sent by Ning Fei to persuade me, weren't you? It's futile. I have cancer, and the doctors have long stated that it is incurable. The current treatment merely prolongs my existence for a few more years. Ning Daqiang was acutely aware of his condition, and his words were laden with resignation and despair. Uncle, I am not deceiving you. If you cooperate with my treatment, there is a significant probability of recovery, Chen Tiezhu asserted, his gaze firm and resolute. Before entering the city, the old man had mentioned to Chen Tiezhu that even in the face of terminal illness, his medical skills were not without merit. Although Chen Tiezhu had never treated a cancer patient, he understood that it was not entirely impossible. He simply lacked precise knowledge of Ning Daqiang's health status, which compelled him to speak of a certain probability. Are you a doctor? Ning Daqiang inquired, postulet. No, but I have studied medicine, Chen Tiezhu replied candidly. Suddenly, Ning Fei recalled what had transpired the previous night. Chen Tiezhu had only massaged her for a few minutes, yet her herniated disc had improved significantly. Could it be that Tiezhu truly had a solution? However, she quickly chastised herself for such naive thoughts. This was cancer, after all. If Chen Tiezhu could indeed cure it, it would be akin to a miracle. Ning Fei speculated that Chen Tiezhu's words were merely an attempt to comfort her father. Young man, you do not strike me as someone who would lie. Not even the esteemed experts at the hospital could convince me that they can cure cancer, she asserted. Just as she finished speaking, Ning Daqiang suddenly collapsed backward. The recent exertion had proven too much for his already frail body. Dad! Ning Fei exclaimed in alarm. As she witnessed her father teetering on the brink of falling, Chen Tiezhu reacted with remarkable swiftness, rushing forward to steady him. He then carefully laid him down on the sofa. Dad, please wake up. Ning Fei's face was etched with worry, her heart racing with anxiety. Sister Fei, your father is merely fatigued. He has been in such a weakened state and has just endured so much. He needs to rest, Chen Tiezhu reassured her promptly. Tiezhu, thank you. This morning, my father suddenly declared that he would cease treatment, and I felt as though I was on the verge of a breakdown, Ning Fei confessed, her voice trembling with fear. Just a moment ago, he insisted that I marry Wang Bo. I cannot fathom why he has changed so drastically. Confusion enveloped Ning Fei as she struggled to comprehend her father's sudden transformation. Sister Fei, may I see your father's medical report? Chen Tiezhu inquired. Of course, Ning Fei replied, moving to a cabinet from which she retrieved a stack of documents. My father was diagnosed with stage 2 lung cancer 3 years ago, and he has been receiving treatment with imported medications. His condition had remained relatively stable until last month when the tumor unexpectedly enlarged. Tears of sorrow filled her eyes, her voice quaking with emotion. Chen Tiezhu took the report and skimmed through it before checking Ning Daqiang's pulse. Tiezhu, do you truly possess medical knowledge? Ning Fei asked, astonished by his adeptness in examining her father. I have a basic understanding, he responded modestly. After completing the examination, Chen Tiezhu looked earnestly at Ning Fei and declared, Sister Fei, I am 70% confident that I can cure your father's ailment. At this statement, Ning Fei was momentarily taken aback, wondering if Chen Tiezhu was joking. However, when she gazed into his eyes, she saw an undeniable confidence and certainty. Tiezhu, this is cancer we're discussing. Surely, there must be no hope. Even the most advanced treatment techniques in the world can only extend life by a few years at most, Ning Fei lamented, confronting the harsh reality. Sister Fei, since your father is adamant about not seeking hospital treatment, grant me 1 month. In due time, the outcome will reveal itself, Chen Tiezhu proposed, already formulating a treatment plan in his mind, albeit hesitant to promise more than a 70% chance due to his lack of practical experience with cancer treatment. Ning Fei felt a wave of uncertainty wash over her at his words. Tiezhu, given my father's current condition, I fear he will not cooperate with your treatment. She sighed, feeling helpless. Sister Fei, rest assured I have a plan, Chen Tiezhu responded confidently. After a while, Ning Daqiang slowly regained consciousness. Upon opening his eyes, he immediately sought his daughter. Where is Fei? He asked, noticing her absence. Sister Fei went to buy groceries. She said she wanted to prepare a delicious meal for you. Chen Tiezhu replied. Ning Daqiang scrutinized Chen Tiezhu and inquired, Why have I never encountered you before? What is your relationship with my daughter? His demeanor remained stern, exuding a hint of coldness. I am merely a friend of Sister Fei, uncle. How about we strike a deal? Chen Tiezhu replied, wearing a smile and gazing steadily at Ning Daqiang. Upon hearing Chen Tiezhu's words, Ning Daqiang furrowed his brow and asked, Can you truly facilitate my daughter's marriage to Wang Bo? Chen Tiezhu patted his chest and asserted, Uncle, Sister Fei and I are good friends, and I know her well. Moreover, you have seen how much she trusts me. Otherwise, she wouldn't have called upon me for assistance. Ning Daqiang fell into contemplation after listening. Uncle, I understand your reasoning. Sister Fei has already exhausted her family's resources to cure your illness and has incurred substantial debts. As a father, you do not wish to burden her further. Given the amount of debt Sister Fei has, marrying a wealthy man may offer her a chance to escape her predicament and lead a better life. Combining what he had previously learned about Ning Fei and her father's situation with the current circumstances, Chen Tiezhu surmised Ning Daqiang's thoughts quite accurately. It turned out that just the previous night, a man named Tiangu had approached Ning Daqiang while he was hospitalized and disclosed the matter of Ning Fei borrowing money at exorbitant interest rates for his treatment. At that moment, Ning Daqiang felt a mix of shock and anguish. With such immense debt, how would his daughter manage in the future? Observing Ning Daqiang's ignorance and distress, Tiangu kindly suggested a solution. Have your daughter marry Wang Bo, and the loan situation will be resolved. Otherwise, if she cannot repay the money, she may face dire consequences. Ning Daqiang felt both pained and furious. Yet upon further reflection, he realized that Tiangu's words held a grain of truth. Their family had already been financially devastated in pursuit of treatment. They had sold their home and accrued a staggering amount of debt, all while the illness remained unresolved. If he were to pass away, his daughter would be left with this insurmountable burden, potentially leading to her ruin. Thus, with a heavy heart, Ning Daqiang made a resolute decision, which led to his choice to forego treatment and pressure Ning Fei into marrying Wang Bo. Very well, I will cooperate with your treatment, but you must ensure that Xiao Fei marries Wang Bo within a month. Ning Daqiang ultimately acquiesced to the transaction with Chen Tiezhu. Chen Tiezhu pondered to himself. Although he had never treated a cancer patient, given the circumstances of Sister Fei's father, even if he could not achieve a complete cure in a month, he could certainly effect noticeable improvement. Once results were evident, Sister Fei and her father would naturally come to trust him and allow him to continue treatment. If he could indeed restore her father's health, then Sister Fei would not have to marry Wang Bo. This was Chen Tiezhu's plan. He felt that Sister Fei was a rare gem, although he lacked financial means. He could still assist in ways within his capacity, thereby fulfilling a sense of obligation. For Ning Daqiang, his sole desire was for his daughter to avoid a life of hardship in her later years. He had no expectations that this young man, Chen Tiezhu, could cure his cancer. After all, it was no ordinary cold or fever. In his view, as long as Chen Tiezhu could persuade Ning Fei to marry Wang Bo, that would suffice. Chapter 14. You smell wonderful. With a worried expression, Ning Fei returned home after purchasing some groceries. As she stepped through the door, she was met with an astonishing scene. Chen Tiezhu was playing chess with her father. Sister Fei, you're back, Chen Tiezhu said with a smile, turning to Ning Fei. Uncle has agreed to cooperate with my treatment, so you need not force him to go to the hospital anymore. Ning Fei was momentarily stunned, her gaze shifting to her father in astonishment. Dad, since going to the hospital won't help, I agreed to let Tiezhu give it a try. Ning Daqiang spoke up as well. Ning Fei looked at Chen Tiezhu in disbelief, pondering how he had accomplished such a feat. Tiezhu, why don't you stay for lunch? Ning Fei finally smiled, as if a ray of sunshine had broken through the clouds. Uncle, I'll help Sister Fei, Chen Tiezhu said, heading toward the kitchen. Upon entering, Ning Fei quickly grasped Chen Tiezhu's hand, pulling him to the back of the kitchen and whispering, Tiezhu, how did you do it? Their hands were tightly clasped, the distance between them almost non-existent. Ning Fei was the kind of beauty that grew more enchanting the longer one looked. She possessed a blend of kindness, grace, intellect, and diligence, exuding a mature charm with a captivating figure. Being so close to her, Chen Tiezhu felt a fluttering sensation in his heart, acutely aware of their shared breaths. The weather was warm, and Ning Fei wore a slightly sheer, low-cut top, a hint of fragrant perspiration glistening on her skin. This scene evoked memories of certain moments from films Chen Tiezhu had seen. Tiezhu, what's wrong? Ning Fei noticed Chen Tiezhu staring at her with an unusual gaze. Feeling perplexed, Sister Fei, you smell wonderful, Chen Tiezhu blurted out, instantly regretting his words. Ning Fei had not worn perfume. Rather, she radiated a unique natural scent that was exceedingly pleasant to him. Ning Fei finally realized the proximity of their hands and how close they were standing, having momentarily forgotten in her eagerness for an answer. She quickly released Chen Tiezhu's hand and took a step back, a blush creeping on her cheeks as she shyly said, Tiezhu, I'm sorry. Chen Tiezhu hurriedly replied, Sister Fei, it's my fault for being so careless just now. I made a deal with Uncle, and that's why he agreed to cooperate with the treatment. To ease the tension, he swiftly changed the subject. What deal? Ning Fei immediately inquired. Fei, let Tiezhu come out. He is a guest, after all, and shouldn't be made to help with chores. Ning Daqiang called from the living room. All right, Ning Fei replied, then turned to Chen Tiezhu, saying, Tiezhu, you can go out. I'll manage here. With no other choice, Chen Tiezhu exited the kitchen. At mealtime, Ning Daqiang stated while eating, Fei, I still stand by my opinion. If you don't marry Wang Bo, I want to go to the hospital for treatment. Sister Fei, Uncle is right. Wang Bo is quite wealthy, and you really need to marry someone affluent right now. Chen Tiezhu quickly concurred. This statement left Ning Fei utterly perplexed. How could Chen Tiezhu suddenly adopt the same stance as her father? Abruptly, Chen Tiezhu cast a glance at Ning Fei, who appeared to grasp only part of the situation. Uncle, your health is fragile. You must eat more to replenish your strength. Chen Tiezhu remarked, serving Ning Daqiang some food. Ning Fei grew increasingly curious about the nature of the transaction between Chen Tiezhu and her father. After the meal, Ning Daqiang still felt overwhelmingly fatigued and retreated to his room to rest. Observing this, Ning Fei promptly pulled Chen Tiezhu into her room and closed the door behind them. Tiezhu, quickly tell me what deal you struck with my father. Ning Fei asked impatiently, instinctively grasping Chen Tiezhu's hand. Sister Fei, your hand is truly beautiful. Chen Tiezhu complimented without thinking. Realizing the impropriety of the moment, Ning Fei hastily withdrew her hand. I told Uncle that I would persuade you to marry Wang Bo in exchange for his cooperation in treatment, Chen Tiezhu explained. What? Ning Fei exclaimed anxiously. Tiezhu, do you even know what kind of person Wang Bo is? How would you propose that I marry him? Although Chen Tiezhu had never met Wang Bo, he was aware that he was far from a virtuous individual. No, absolutely not. Noticing Ning Fei's distress, Chen Tiezhu quickly clarified, Sister Fei, do not worry. This is merely a delaying tactic. I deceived him to ensure Uncle's cooperation in treatment. He has given me a month to convince you to marry Wang Bo, which grants me a month to treat Uncle. And then what? Ning Fei inquired, her trust in Chen Tiezhu wavering as she struggled to believe he could truly cure cancer. After a month, even if Uncle's condition cannot be completely cured, there will undoubtedly be significant improvement, Chen Tiezhu asserted confidently. Ning Fei gazed at Chen Tiezhu, utterly bewildered by his unwavering self-assurance. However, Sister Fei, Uncle is currently resolute. He certainly will not seek treatment at the hospital. Given this, why not allow me this month to try? Ning Fei pondered Chen Tiezhu's words seriously, recognizing that his proposal was indeed the best option available. Very well. It seems we have no choice but to proceed this way. During this time, I can also gradually persuade him to return to the hospital for treatment. Although Ning Fei harbored doubts about Chen Tiezhu's ability to cure cancer, she realized that her priority was to stabilize her father and gently coax him back to the hospital. Chen Tiezhu understood her skepticism was entirely normal. Sister Fei, I will prepare and come over tomorrow to treat Uncle, he stated. Ning Daqiang's ailment required a combination of acupuncture and medication for effective treatment. The 9 turns of mysterious yellow moxibustion, one of the profound techniques imparted to Chen Tiezhu by an elder, had now been mastered to an extent of approximately 70%. Chen Tiezhu was confident that, by employing this acupuncture technique, even if he could not completely cure Ning Daqiang within a month, he could restore him to 70 or 80% of his former health. The elder had once said that the 9 turns of mysterious yellow moxibustion relies on the natural order of the universe, progressively dismantling the malady. The term mysterious yellow refers to a mystical energy that circulates between heaven and earth. Harnessing this energy can help restore vitality. However, the intricacies of this practice are profoundly complex, seemingly easy to comprehend, yet exceedingly challenging to execute. Chapter 15. I can save him after departing from Ning Fei's residence. Chen Tiezhu initially intended to return directly to the company. However, upon reflection, he thought it would be prudent to seize the opportunity to retrieve the medicinal herbs from Bai Nintong and to procure additional remedies necessary for treating Ning Daqiang. Prior to his departure, Chen Tiezhu sent a message to Murong Shui. Miss Murong, are the herbs ready? May I come pick them up now? A minute later, his phone chimed with a response from Murong Shui. Yes, please come over. Thus, Chen Tiezhu summoned a vehicle and made his way to Bai Nintong. Upon arrival, he noticed a Mercedes-Benz Maybach parked at the entrance. As he stepped inside, he immediately spotted Murong Shui. Hello, Miss Murong, I am here to collect the herbs, Chen Tiezhu said. Every encounter with Murong Shui, a lovely young woman possessing a delightful charm, playful demeanor, and an alluring presence, left Chen Tiezhu feeling particularly at ease. The herbs are all prepared. I will fetch them for you now, she replied, turning to walk to her room at the back. At that moment, an elderly man entered Bai Nintong, leaning heavily on a cane and moving slowly. Sir, is there anything you need? A staff member promptly approached to inquire. Aye. The old man began to speak, but suddenly clutched his chest, gasping for breath, and then collapsed to the floor. Mr. Lao, what has happened to you? The staff member exclaimed in alarm. This is bad. It's a sudden cardiac arrest. Another staff member reacted swiftly, shouting, Quick, call 120. Although this was a pharmacy, it was not equipped as a professional emergency facility. A sudden cardiac arrest necessitated immediate hospitalization for proper treatment. Hearing the commotion, Chen Tiezhu hurried over. Observing the elderly man lying on the ground, his brow furrowed in concern. This is dire. His breathing is weakening, and his heartbeat is slowing, Chen Tiezhu declared. We must perform CPR. One of the staff members, appearing quite proficient, quickly leaned in to assess the elderly man's breathing and closely observe his chest for any signs of movement. This was to determine whether the man was still breathing or exhibiting signs of agonal respiration. All the staff members had received some medical training and possessed a foundational understanding of emergency care. Without hesitation, the staff member prepared to administer chest compressions to the elderly man. "This is futile. The man's heart condition is far too grave," Chen Tiezhu interjected. Another staff member shot Chen Tiezhu an irritated glance and retorted, "What do you know? In cases of sudden cardiac arrest, if breathing and heartbeat cease, CPR must be performed, or he will certainly die." Chen Tiezhu insisted, in his current state, CPR would be ineffective. However, the two staff members disregarded Chen Tiezhu's words and continued with their efforts. Following protocol, they performed 30 chest compressions and 2 rescue breaths. Yet the elderly man showed no signs of regaining independent respiration or heartbeat. "Let me try. I can save him," Chen Tiezhu asserted. Originally, he had a kind intention to assist the elderly man, not wishing to adopt an overly forceful demeanor. However, given the man's precarious condition, it was evident that continuing cardiopulmonary resuscitation would ultimately prove futile. If they delayed any further and missed the critical window for intervention, even the most skilled healer would be powerless to reverse the situation. Two staff members turned towards Chen Tiezhu, questioning, "Are you a doctor?" "No, but I have studied some medical techniques," Chen Tiezhu replied candidly. "If you're not a doctor, then refrain from causing a disturbance here," they thought, believing themselves to be far more qualified, despite not having had the opportunity to practice in a hospital, than this brash youth who merely claimed some medical knowledge. At that moment, Murong Shui emerged from within, accompanied by an elderly man with white eyebrows. Though he appeared to have surpassed the age of 70, he was remarkably vigorous, defying the typical condition expected of someone his age. "What has happened?" Murong Shui inquired anxiously, noticing the figure lying on the ground. "Miss Murong." This elderly gentleman collapsed suddenly upon entering the shop. "I suspect a myocardial infarction and have immediately called for an ambulance. However, he currently lacks any autonomous breathing or heartbeat. I just performed CPR, yet there has been no response," one of the staff hurriedly explained. "Miss Murong, I can save him. Allow me to help," Chen Tiezhu quickly interjected. "He is merely a young man with a smattering of medical knowledge. Do not place your trust in him," one staff member cautioned. "The nearest hospital will take at least 10 minutes to arrive," Chen Tiezhu said, urgency lacing his voice. "In this condition, CPR is utterly ineffective. Do you truly believe he can endure until the ambulance arrives? Even if it does come, he will still need to be transported to a hospital for treatment. In short, if I do not intervene, he will not survive today." His words radiated a fervent desperation to save a life. He recalled the old man's teachings. Those who practice medicine must take it upon themselves to save lives. Saving a single life is worth more than constructing a grand pagoda. The staff members of Bai Niantang understood the gravity of the situation as well. "You are merely in your 20s, not a doctor. On what grounds do you claim you can save him? This is a matter of life and death." They continued to challenge. "Grandfather, what should we do?" Murong Shui implored, anxiously clutching the elder's hand. She was acutely aware that a sudden myocardial infarction, if not treated promptly, carried a high mortality rate. Such an event is a severe cardiovascular emergency, necessitating immediate hospital intervention to restore blood flow through the obstructed coronary arteries and revive the dying heart muscle. At this point, it seems our only option is to continue CPR while awaiting the arrival of the ambulance, the elder lamented. "Step aside. I will take over." Chen Tiezhu could no longer bear to witness the elderly man perish before him. "You aren't even a doctor. Can you bear the responsibility if something happens to him?" One staff member accused, pointing at Chen Tiezhu. He replied solemnly, "If I were you, I would keep my mouth shut. Mr. Chen, with a myocardial infarction and no autonomous breathing or heartbeat, CPR is futile. He must be taken to the hospital for treatment," Murong Shui anxiously urged. Realizing the dire condition of the elderly man, Chen Tiezhu, unwilling to engage in further discourse, understood that any delay could prove fatal. Swiftly, he retrieved a set of silver needles from within his garment, an invaluable gift from the old man, who had claimed that such a treasure was nearly impossible to procure, even with wealth. Upon seeing the silver needles, Murong Xue's grandfather furrowed his brow, questioning Chen Tiezhu's intentions. "What do you intend to do?" inquired a staff member from Bainyantong. Chen Tiezhu remained silent, his mind solely focused on one thought: to employ the 9 turns mysterious yellow moxibustion, in hopes of salvaging the elderly man's life. "Stop! Are you truly considering using silver needles to treat someone suffering from an acute myocardial infarction? Have you lost your mind?" Murong Xue shouted, urging them to intervene. "Hold on," her grandfather interjected. Chapter 16, Astonishment. Murong Dai held the esteemed position of president of the Southern City Traditional Chinese Medicine Association and was also the 6th-generation heir of Bainyantong. Just moments ago, upon witnessing Chen Tiezhu produce the silver needles, he felt a jolt of surprise. The fact that someone as knowledgeable as Murong Tai was taken aback indicated that this was no trivial matter. "Grandfather, silver needles are not meant to be used in this manner." His intention to use them on a patient experiencing an acute myocardial infarction is tantamount to murder. Murong Xue anxiously grasped Murong Tai's hand. "Do you recall the 9 turns celestial radiant silver needles I mentioned?" Murong Tai gently stroked his beard. "Indeed, you spoke of them. You said that when paired with the 9 turns mysterious yellow moxibustion, they possess the miraculous ability to bestow life anew, channeling the vital energy of the universe to grant a semblance of rebirth," Murong Xue replied. "However, you also mentioned that the knowledge of the 9 turns celestial radiance needles and the 9 turns mysterious yellow moxibustion has long been lost. Look at the silver needles in that young man's hand. They radiate a brilliant light," Murong Tai observed intently, as if he could discern the essence of the 9 turns celestial radiance needles within them. Although he had never seen the needles in person, having only heard of them in ancient texts, his extensive experience as a seasoned practitioner allowed him to identify their authenticity at a glance. At this moment, Chen Tiezhu, focused and determined, prepared to utilize the needles that bore a striking resemblance to the 9 turn celestial radiance needles, ready to perform the 9 turns mysterious yellow moxibustion. This action undoubtedly indicated his intention to save the life of the critically ill elderly man, marking a pivotal moment that would test Chen Tiezhu's medical prowess. He swiftly unfastened the elderly man's clothing, accurately pinpointing several crucial acupuncture points on the chest. The 9 turns mysterious yellow moxibustion comprises 9 needles, each imbued with unique therapeutic properties. The elderly man's acute myocardial infarction represented a severe cardiovascular condition with significant coronary artery blockage. Therefore, it was imperative to employ the second needle of the 9 turns mysterious yellow moxibustion, the meridian opening needle. This needle, while seemingly simply named, concealed profound mysteries. To wield the 9 turns celestial radiance needles in the practice of the 9 turns mysterious yellow moxibustion, the practitioner must possess a special energy within, the primordial essence that remained since the dawn of creation. Upon successfully opening the run and do meridians, one can absorb the residual essence of the primordial energy from the heavens and the earth through specific breathing techniques. This essence, upon entering the body, flows gently along the meridians, nourishing every organ, bone, and muscle, while simultaneously enhancing physical vitality. Ultimately, this energy converges in the dantian, forming a reservoir of qi, essential for the application of acupuncture techniques. Chen Tiezhu gradually closed his eyes, focusing his energy to mobilize the qi within his dantian, guiding it through the meridians to the tips of his fingers, and subsequently infusing it into the 9 turn celestial needle. In that instant, the needle on Chen Tiezhu's finger radiated a dazzling brilliance. Swiftly, he skillfully pierced the acupoint on the elderly man's chest with the needle. In that moment, the old man's body trembled slightly. Chen Tiezhu's deft and precise technique left everyone present in a state of astonishment. To be precise, it was not only the 2 staff members of the Baijian Hall who were bewildered. Even Murong Xue and Murong Tai were equally astonished. They could not discern how Chen Tiezhu had executed the technique, only sensing that his hand possessed some extraordinary magic. This was indeed the 9 turns profound yellow moxibustion, Murong Tai couldn't help but widen his mouth, his previously narrowed eyes now opened wide, in a place imperceptible to the naked eye. The chi flowed through the silver needle into the elderly man's body, directly clearing the blocked coronary artery. Soon, the old man's heart resumed its rhythm, and his breathing gradually stabilized. Within half a minute, Chen Tiezhu skillfully withdrew the silver needle. The elderly man, who had been lying down, slowly opened his eyes. "He is awake," the staff of Baijin Hall exclaimed in delight. This scene was truly miraculous, surpassing their imagination. A young man, wielding merely a few silver needles, had performed a seemingly magical technique, pulling an elderly man on the brink of death from the clutches of mortality due to an acute myocardial infarction. After waking, the old man appeared somewhat dazed, completely unaware of the events that had just transpired. "Elder, do you feel any discomfort now?" The staff of Baijin Hall inquired with genuine concern. The old man shook his head and replied, "I don't feel any discomfort. It was just a bit uncomfortable around my heart earlier, but that has passed now." In truth, the reason the old man had entered Baijin Hall was due to his heart discomfort, intending to procure some medicine for relief, unaware that it was a precursor to his sudden heart attack. Murong Tai gazed at Chen Tiezhu, still engulfed in shock and disbelief. The legendary 9 turns celestial needle and the 9 turns profound yellow moxibustion had manifested simultaneously in one individual, and he had witnessed Chen Tiezhu employ this miraculous technique to save a life. The astonishment and shock he felt held profound significance that only Murong Tai could truly comprehend. "Xiaoxue, is this the young man you mentioned who could cure Shangguan Rong's ailment?" Murong Tai hastily inquired. Murong Xue nodded and affirmed, "Yes, Grandpa, it is he. I never imagined he could truly save this elderly man with silver needles. It is simply incredible." Murong Xue marveled. "Grandfather, what technique did he just use? And is that silver needle truly the legendary 9 turn celestial spike you mentioned?" Murong Xue inquired, her face filled with confusion. Murong Tai did not respond immediately. Instead, he approached Chen Tiezhu directly. "Young man, is that indeed the 9-turn celestial needle you possess?" Murong Tai asked with profound respect, although he was still unaware of Chen Tiezhu's true identity. The fact that he could wield the 9-turn celestial needle and perform the 9-turn mysterious yellow moxibustion spoke volumes. The 9-turn celestial needle? Chen Tiezhu, having put away the silver needle, looked puzzled. "I'm not sure. It was given to me by my master." Indeed, Chen Tiezhu had no knowledge that the silver needle bestowed upon him by the old man was called the 9-turn celestial needle. He merely recognized it as an extraordinarily precious item. "Who is your master?" Murong Tai pressed on, unable to contain his curiosity. "Just an old man from the countryside." Chen Tiezhu replied candidly. This was the truth. He didn't even know the old man's name. An old man from the countryside? Murong Tai furrowed his brow upon hearing this. It was common knowledge that the 9-turn celestial needle was reportedly forged from celestial meteorites, worth a fortune. He found it hard to believe that such a priceless artifact could originate from a mere country dweller. "My young friend, may I take a look at the silver needle?" Murong Tai asked, deliberately lowering his tone. Seeing Murong Tai's earnest demeanor, Chen Tiezhu pulled out a needle and handed it over. Murong Tai appeared somewhat agitated, his hands trembling slightly as he accepted the silver needle. He examined it closely. Indeed, there is no mistake. This is the 9-turn celestial needle. Murong Tai could no longer contain his excitement, his entire being alight with fervor. Murong Xue had never witnessed her grandfather respond so intensely to an object before. "Grandfather, is it truly the 9-turn celestial needle?" she asked, hardly able to believe it. Murong Tai no de vigorously. It is identical to the descriptions in ancient texts. It seemed that the old man had indeed not deceived him. Judging by Murong Tai's astonished reaction, this silver needle was undoubtedly a treasure among treasures. With utmost care, Murong Tai returned the silver needle to Chen Tiezhu. "Young brother, might I invite you to my humble abode for a discussion?" Murong Tai extended the invitation sincerely. Chen Tiezhu glanced at the time and replied, "I'm truly sorry, but I must return to work shortly." "What line of work are you in, young brother?" Murong Tai continued to inquire. "Grandfather, he works as a security guard at Sister Rong's company. Murong Shui interjected on Chen Tiezhu's behalf. A security guard? Murong Tai regarded Chen Tiezhu thoughtfully, musing. How could such a skilled healer merely be a security guard? In Murong Tai's eyes, this was undoubtedly a significant loss for the realm of traditional Chinese medicine. Someone who possessed the 9-turn celestial needle and mastered the 9-turn mysterious yellow moxibustion could easily be deemed a divine healer. Yet, he was relegated to a security position at a company, which was truly perplexing. Having lived for decades and traversed the vast landscapes of China, Murong Tai had encountered countless individuals and situations. But such an absurdity was unprecedented, akin to placing a priceless night pearl on a street vendor's table for only $9.99. Such wastefulness was utterly lamentable. Chapter 17. The Land of Feng Shui. Ultimately, despite Murong Tai's fervent attempts to retain him, Chen Tiezhu chose to depart. Before leaving, he collected the medicinal herbs necessary for the treatment of Shangwan Rong and Ning Daqiang. Xiaoxue, a month from now, Nanjing will host an exchange conference on traditional Chinese and Western medicine. If Chen Tiezhu could attend, it would undoubtedly contribute significantly to the promotion of traditional Chinese medicine. Murong Tai remarked, watching Chen Tiezhu's receding figure. Xiaoxue, I have a task for you. Find out what Chen Tiezhu's family does and devise a way to invite him to next month's medical exchange conference, Murong Tai said with utmost seriousness. Xiaoxue understood her grandfather well. Whenever he became resolute about a matter, nothing could deter him. Just like earlier, she had clearly perceived a fervent spark in his eyes, reminiscent of youthful zeal. Carrying 2 large bags of medicinal herbs, Chen Tiezhu neither returned to the company nor to his dormitory. These herbs needed to be refined into medicinal pills, yet such an endeavor required specialized equipment like alchemical furnaces and cauldrons. Where could he possibly procure such items? On the mountains of Taoyuan village, an elder had once taught Chen Tiezhu the art of alchemy. The elder had explained that medicinal pills are the essence of the herbs, a true distillation of their efficacy. Indeed, the principle of concentration is the essence. However, the most crucial element in alchemy is qi. The world still harbors traces of subtle Xianhuang qi, which must be drawn into the alchemical apparatus to be absorbed by the herbs, ultimately allowing them to transform into pills. The resultant pills often possess miraculous effects. I must find a suitable location to refine these pills, Chen Tiezhu mused. The elder had indicated that the most conducive sites for alchemy are those of exceptional feng shui. But what constitutes an ideal feng shui location? It resembles the mountains of Taoyuan village, where ancient trees thrive, perpetually absorbing the Xianhuang qi of heaven and earth, embodying a unique spiritual essence. Refining pills in such locales not only enhances efficiency, but also improves the quality and success rate of the elixirs. Yet, this was a city. Where could he find such a place? He needed to locate a site where yin and yang are balanced, and the 5 elements are harmonious, a dragon vein. Chen Tiezhu knew well that locations with balanced yin and yang and harmonious 5 elements possess stable Xianhuang qi, ensuring a higher success rate in alchemy. Dragon vein sites typically have a denser concentration of Xianhuang qi than other areas, providing ample qi during the alchemical process, thereby enhancing the efficacy of the pills. The elder had once gifted Chen Tiezhu a book titled The Chaotic Secrets of Yin and Yang, which elaborated on the principles of feng shui. Chen Tiezhu had long since memorized its contents and integrated its teachings. Upon entering the city, he had acquired a general understanding of Nanjing's topography. From a broader perspective, Qingqing Mountain in Nanjing possesses the characteristics of an imperial dragon vein. With a rich historical legacy, Nanjing had served as the capital for several dynasties. From a feng shui standpoint, Nanjing's enduring economic prosperity, both ancient and modern, can be attributed to the auspicious energy of Qingqing Mountain. Thus, the vicinity of Qingqing Mountain and its surrounding areas are ideal for pill refinement. One merely needs to seek a location where yin and yang are balanced and the 5 elements are in harmony. Inspired by a sudden impulse, Chen Tiezhu promptly called Ma San and requested a day off. Ma San, without any hesitation, readily agreed. The ideal location for construction should be nestled against the mountains, close to lakes or rivers, adorned with lush vegetation, embodying the harmonious embrace of mountains and water. Following the map, Chen Tiezhu arrived at a place known as Qingqing Community, located at the foot of Qingqing Mountain. To the west, it was adjacent to the mountain, while the north was characterized by a vast expanse of flat terrain stretching for hundreds of miles, and to the south flowed the Tianan River, creating a perfect balance of yin and yang, a harmonious abode of the five elements. This site, situated right beneath Qingqing Mountain, was precisely what Chen Tiezhu had been fervently seeking. Opening the 58 Tongxing app on his phone, he perused the rental listings in the area. A two-bedroom apartment, 68 square meters, was available for a monthly rent of 3,000. Stunned by the price, Chen Tiezhu momentarily lost his composure. Glancing around the community, he noted that the buildings were at least 30 years old. Initially, he intended to rent a modest place here for his future alchemical endeavors. Yet this rental price felt exorbitant for someone earning a mere 3,000 a month, akin to a dagger piercing his heart. Although Shangguan Rong had previously bestowed upon him a sum of 100,000, the cheapest rent here still soared to 3,000 monthly, leaving Chen Tiezhu in a state of indecision. Tiezhu, just as he was grappling with his thoughts, someone called out to him. Turning around, he was taken aback to see Duo Duo. Duo Duo, whose full name was Xianyuan Duo Duo, was a 20-year-old university student who had begun an internship at Ferrand Design Company 3 months prior. Her personality was exuberant and cheerful, always radiating positivity. With a resemblance to the actress Tian Shiwei, her figure appeared slender, yet she possessed all the attributes one would expect. Tiezhu, what brings you here? Aren't you working today? Xianyuan Duo Duo inquired, her smile as bright as ever. I'm on a day off, Chen Tiezhu replied, then curiously asked, what about you? Taking a break as well? I have some matters to attend to, so I took a half-day leave, she explained, her gaze drifting to the 2 bags of medicinal herbs Chen Tiezhu held. Duo Duo, you don't happen to live around here, do you? Chen Tiezhu ventured to ask. Not quite, but my family owns several properties in this area, Xianyuan Duo Duo responded candidly. What? Chen Tiezhu was taken aback. Duo Duo, you can't be one of those locals who own dozens of houses, can you? He recalled having seen similar claims on social media. I am indeed a native of Nanchang, but it's not that extravagant. It's just a little over 20 properties, Xianyuan Duo Duo stated nonchalantly. Strangely, her tone bore no hint of boastfulness, as though she were merely sharing mundane facts. In that moment, Chen Tiezhu finally grasped why Xianyuan Duo Duo was always so cheerful and radiant at work. She lived without any financial burdens, while others labored for monetary gain. She might simply be looking for something to occupy her time. By the way, Tiezhu, what are you doing here? Do you also own several properties around here? Xianyuan Duo Duo inquired curiously. Upon hearing this, Chen Tiezhu found it rather amusing. Ms. Duo Duo, you yist. I merely intend to rent a place here. But the rental prices are exorbitant, he replied with a wry smile. Rent a house? You should come to me. I can offer you a discount. Suan Duo Duo et Glim entusitasti. My family has 2 properties here that remain unleased. If you wish to rent, I can let one to you. How much is it per month? Chen Tiezhu asked cautiously. For 100 square meters, with 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms, it's 5,000 a month. Xianyuan Duo Duo spoke as if she considered this price quite reasonable. Miss Duo Duo, I think I shall take my leave, Chen Tiezhu replied, a resigned smile on his face. However, I could secretly rent it to you for 1,500 a month. 1,500? That price is certainly worth considering, Chen Tiezhu mused. To him, this community was the ideal location, and if the rent was indeed 1,500, it was somewhat acceptable. He understood that although he was merely a security guard earning 3,000 a month, he believed that once he unraveled the life and death curse, with diligent effort directed towards earning, he would surely amass a fortune. Not to mention, the prospects in the field of medicine alone were boundless. Miss Duo Duo, your mother won't scold you for this. Will she? Chen Tiezhu asked with some concern. Not at all. I'm their only daughter. If they scold me, I'll just run away from home. Xianyuan Duo Duo replied, exhibiting her straightforward nature. Miss Duo Duo, I find myself somewhat perplexed. We barely know each other. Yet you are willing to lower the rent so significantly for me? Chen Tiezhu voiced his curiosity. Xian Yuan Duo smiled and said, "Because you are a genuinely nice person." A nice person? Is that a valid reason? Chen Tiezhu pondered. Perhaps she was misjudging her understanding of him. Enchanted by his rather handsome appearance? "I am not as good as you think. Do not be deceived by my looks," he warned. "Let be. After all, you work at Furon Design Company and now wish to rent from my family." Xian Yuan Duo replied, still as candid and cheerful as ever. It must be said, there truly exists a difference in how individuals relate. Dealing with someone like Xian Yuan Duo indeed offers a refreshing sense of comfort. Chapter 18. The Treasure Appraisal Conference. Xian Yuan Duo led Chen Tiezhu into the Qingqing community, arriving at one of her family's properties. From the outside, the building appeared somewhat dated. However, the interior was newly decorated, even to the point of being described as luxurious. "What do you think? My family's house is quite nice. I assent it?" Xian Yuan Duo said proudly. Chen Tiezhu nodded in agreement. "How shall the rent be paid?" He transitioned directly to the topic at hand. "Just pay what you feel is appropriate." Xian Yuan Duo replied generously. "Very well. Then I shall add you on WeChat and transfer the funds to you," Chen Tiezhu said, proceeding to add her on WeChat and promptly transferring 6,000 yuan. After all, having received 100,000 from Shangwan Rong, he was somewhat more generous. Moreover, given that Xian Yuan Duo had significantly reduced his rent, it seemed only right to pay several months' rent up front. "Tiezhu, why are you transferring so much?" Xian Yuan Duo inquired with astonishment. "I recall that both of us have only been at Furon Design Company for 3 months. Your monthly salary is merely 3,000 yuan. Even if you were to abstain from eating and drinking for 3 months, it would only amount to 9,000 yuan. I took on some part-time work after hours." Chen Tiezhu replied without hesitation. Xian Yuan Duo gazed at him, surprisingly believing his words, and with genuine concern remarked, "You must take care of your health. Although you are young, do not overexert yourself." Her words momentarily left Chen Tiezhu in a daze. "By the way, I remember the company has security dormitories, and it's quite a distance from here. It takes about 20 minutes by car and nearly an hour by subway. Why have you come here to rent a place?" Finally, Xian Yuan Duo voiced her most perplexing question. Chen Tiezhu scratched his head, contemplating how best to respond. "If it's inconvenient to discuss, then it's fine. I understand," she added, displaying her perceptive nature. "All right, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Here's the key. If you need anything, just message or call me," she said, handing Chen Tiezhu the key before departing. Chen Tiezhu placed the medicinal herbs in a cabinet in the kitchen and then searched online for where he could procure equipment for refining medicinal pills in South City. The old man had informed him that traditional alchemical furnaces or tripods were the most suitable for this purpose. Upon searching, Chen Tiezhu discovered a plethora of such items in the secondhand market. However, he knew without needing to inspect them in person that these furnaces and tripods were utterly unsuitable for his needs. They did not meet his standards. Most were crafted from ordinary iron, and the old man had warned him that using common iron would be a grave mistake. Copper and aluminum were equally inappropriate. In essence, the typical materials one encounters, gold, silver, copper, and iron, were inadequate. Pills refined in such furnaces or tripods would simply fail to meet the necessary standards. What materials were actually required? Meteoric iron or mysterious iron. The term iron here does not refer to iron in the conventional sense. Meteoric iron, as the name suggests, is metal derived from extraterrestrial meteorites. As for mysterious iron, according to the old man, it is formed over millions of years in certain mines rich with the essence of heaven and earth. In his search, Chen Tiezhu realized that finding a suitable furnace or tripod for refining medicinal pills would indeed be a formidable challenge. "Tomorrow, I'll be on a business trip, but will return soon. Have you prepared everything?" At that moment, Shangwan Rong sent Chen Tiezhu a message. Upon reading her message, Chen Tiezhu scratched his head, feeling a wave of embarrassment. He had yet to secure a furnace or tripod. Shangwan Rong's condition, according to theory, could be treated through massage and acupuncture. Yet, Chen Tiezhu noticed that her constitution was rather unique, to thoroughly dispel the cold energy within her. It would be best if she could ingest medicinal pills. Everything is ready, Chen Tiezhu replied, though he spoke untruthfully. If he cannot find a solution before tomorrow, he would resort to massage and acupuncture as a preliminary measure. If that proved effective, it would be ideal. If not, he would gradually devise a plan to acquire the necessary alchemical equipment. Sister Rome, do you know where one might procure some items in the southern city that are typically unavailable on the market? As the owner of Furong Design Company, with a net worth exceeding 100 million and extensive connections in the southern city, perhaps she could provide some valuable information. Of course, Chen Tiezhu did not explicitly state what he was seeking. Why do you ask? Responded Shangwan Rong. I am inquiring on behalf of a friend. Chen Tiezhu casually fabricated an excuse. At the Southern City Central Pavilion, there is an appraisal conference tonight featuring many items that are rarely seen on the market. Upon encountering the phrase appraisal conference, a spark of hope ignited within Chen Tiezhu, prompting him to take a chance. Chapter 19. Ji Jinghong as dusk gently descended. Chen Tiezhu made his way directly to the Southern City Central Pavilion. Outside the pavilion, a prominent sign stood tall, its bold characters proclaiming appraisal conference in vibrant hues. As Chen Tiezhu approached the entrance, he was halted by security personnel. Where is your invitation? What? An invitation is required? Chen Tiezhu thought quickly and replied, I forgot to bring it. I'm sorry, but entry is not permitted without an invitation. That is the rule, the security guard asserted firmly. With no other option, Chen Tiezhu had to turn away in disappointment. Mr. Chen, what brings you here? A familiar voice called out. Looking up, Chen Tiezhu was pleasantly surprised to see Mu Rongxue. Mr. Chen, are you here for the appraisal conference as well? She inquired. Chen Tiezhu nodded, expressing his regret. However, I was unaware that an invitation was necessary for entry. Such a pity. With a glint in her eye, Mu Rongxue quickly responded, Come in with me. I still have an invitation. She then produced an invitation from her bag and handed it to Chen Tiezhu. This took him aback. It was originally meant for my grandfather, but he is unable to attend due to unforeseen circumstances, Mu Rongxue explained enthusiastically. If you do not use it, the invitation will go to waste. In truth, Mu Rongtai had long instructed Mu Rongxue to familiarize herself with Chen Tiezhu's background and to find a way to invite him to the upcoming Sino-Western Medical Exchange Conference next month. This was indeed an opportune moment to deepen their relationship. All right, thank you, Miss Mu Rong, Chen Tiezhu said as he accepted the invitation. With Mu Rongxue's invitation in hand, he smoothly entered the central pavilion. Miss Mu Rong, what is the primary purpose of this appraisal conference? He inquired with curiosity. Consequently, Mu Rongxue provided Chen Tiezhu with an overview of the event. This appraisal conference was hosted by a company named Wenquan Appraisal, which had invited several renowned appraisal masters from across the nation. Attendees of the conference would voluntarily present their collected antiques for these masters to evaluate. The esteemed masters would then ascertain the authenticity of the antiques and estimate their market value. Finally, there would be an auction segment. In other words, after the appraisal masters completed their evaluations and price estimations, if the owners of the treasures were inclined to sell, the items would be auctioned off on site. This outlines the general proceedings of the treasure appraisal event in the southern city. Mr. Chen, those attending the appraisal tonight hold a certain status within the southern city, remarked Mu Rongxue. I initially came here at my grandfather's invitation, as he wished for my company, but unfortunately, he could not make it due to other commitments. I was reluctant to attend, but he mentioned he had his eye on a particular treasure, and if it were authenticated tonight, he wanted me to bid on it. Chen Tiezhu surveyed the gathering. There were not many attendees, perhaps only a few dozen, yet each appeared to be of considerable wealth and influence. Following the seating arrangement indicated on the invitation, Chen Tiezhu and Mu Rongxue found their designated seats. Miss Mu Rong, I did not expect to see you here, remarked a man clad in an Armani suit, sporting a Patek Philippe watch worth millions, as he confidently approached Mu Rongxue. He was quite handsome, and Chen Tiezhu immediately recognized him as a wealthy scion. Ji Jinghong? If you're here, why shouldn't I be? Mu Rongxue responded playfully, casting a teasing glance at Ji Jinghong. What about Miss Shangwan? I haven't seen her tonight. Didn't she receive an invitation? Ji Jinghong inquired, gracefully taking a seat and slightly raising his chin, exuding an air of nonchalance and arrogance. I don't know, came Murong Shue's curt reply, indicating her disinterest in further conversation with him. However, Ji Jinghong seemed unfazed. Mr. Chen, have you come here tonight with a particular interest in something? Murong Shue turned to Chen Tiezhu and asked. Me? I'm just here to observe, Chen Tiezhu replied candidly. Ji Jinghong directed his gaze at Chen Tiezhu, appraising him from head to toe. Miss Murong, who is this? Aren't you going to introduce him to me? At the event, everyone was dressed in formal attire, exuding an air of affluence, while Chen Tiezhu's clothing likely cost no more than 150 yuan, rendering him conspicuously ordinary, even somewhat shabby. P.S. my friend, I don't wish to introduce him to you. Murong Shue shot Ji Jinghong a glare, her tone sharp. Ji Jinghong chuckled. After all, you're the daughter of Bai Niantong. I wonder how you come to associate with someone like him? This remark was clearly aimed at Chen Tiezhu. What do you mean by that, Ji Jinghong? Murong Shue responded, hands on her hips, her expression one of indignation. Miss Murong, please don't be upset. I am merely speaking the truth. Ji Jinghong replied leisurely. Those invited to the appraisal event are all prominent figures in the southern city, yet sometimes a few inconspicuous individuals manage to slip through the cracks. Am I right, brother? He glanced pointedly at Chen Tiezhu with that last remark. Chen Tiezhu understood that Ji Jinghong was targeting him. Were you implying, Ji Jinghong? Did you forget to brush your teeth today with such a foul mouth? Murong Shue retorted without reservation. Her outburst visibly displeased Ji Jinghong. Brother, coming dressed like that to the treasure appraisal event, you're lowering the event standards. If it were me, I would be too embarrassed to show my face here. Ji Jinghong, even if unfamiliar with many present, had likely seen or heard of most of the attendees at the treasure appraisal event. Only Chen Tiezhu remained, an unfamiliar face clad in rustic attire, who was acquainted with Murong Shue. Thus, Ji Jinghong was convinced that Chen Tiezhu was merely a bumpkin brought along by Murong Shue to broaden his horizons. Chapter 20. Appraising treasures, I observed your pallid complexion, pronounced dark circles, brittle hair, and thin ears. These are quintessential indicators of renal deficiency, and it appears to be quite severe. I recommend that you visit Baijiantang. Otherwise, you may encounter considerable troubles in the future. Chen Tiezhu met Ji Jinghong's gaze directly and spoke calmly. Murong Shue could not suppress a laugh from beside them. Ji Jinghong's face flushed with indignation at Chen Tiezhu's words. Fine, I shall remember you. Ji Jinghong glared fiercely at Chen Tiezhu, a storm of resentment in his eyes. Why did he not retort? It was because every word uttered by Chen Tiezhu rang true. After all, they were at the site of a treasure appraisal event. Despite his anger, Ji Jinghong could not confront Chen Tiezhu there. Chen Tiezhu's remark struck at the core, rendering Ji Jinghong momentarily speechless. He never anticipated that Chen Tiezhu could discern his physical ailments with just a few glances. As the young master of the Ji family in Nansheng, he had always been known for his flamboyant demeanor, exuding an air of superiority that was utterly detestable to him. Murong Shue leaned closer to Chen Tiezhu and whispered in his ear. At that moment, 3 elderly gentlemen dressed in traditional Tang suits slowly emerged onto the stage. Next, I am honored to introduce today's esteemed treasure appraisal masters, the host announced. The first is Master Ma Guosheng, the founder of the Nanching Revival Museum. Master Ma has delved deeply into the fields of ceramics and jade, holding significant influence and standing both in Jiangnan province and nationally. The second is Master Kaidu. Not only is Master Kai a renowned calligrapher, but he has also served as a museum director in various locales. His reputation in the realms of painting and porcelain appraisal is nothing short of illustrious. The third is Master Yi Qingrong, a distinguished expert in bronze artifact appraisal. Having previously served as the director of the Jiangnan Provincial Cultural Relics Bureau, even in retirement, he continues to dedicate himself to the restoration of cultural relics. With the introductions complete, the audience erupted into enthusiastic applause. Now, this treasure appraisal event features 8 collectors who have brought their prized possessions for evaluation, all of which were acquired abroad many years ago, the host continued. Now, let us invite the staff to present the first item. As the host's words faded, 2 elegantly dressed women in kipeos wheeled a cart bearing the treasure onto the stage. All eyes instantly converged upon this artifact. This is a jade pendant worn by an emperor over 1,000 years ago. Our collector purchased it 10 years ago overseas for $5 million from a private seller. The host elaborated. A hush fell over the crowd as everyone focused intently, listening with rapt attention. After all, those present were not merely there for amusement. They had come in pursuit of these remarkable treasures. The two women in kipeos positioned the item before Master Ma Guosheng. Master Ma Guosheng is renowned as an expert in jade identification. The host announced, "Now, let us invite Master Ma to authenticate this jade pendant." Donning a pair of white gloves, Master Ma carefully cradled the pendant in his hands, narrowing his eyes slightly to scrutinize it from various angles. The atmosphere was hushed, with everyone eagerly awaiting the verdict. In the backstage area, 8 collectors sat in silence, closely observing every move on stage. After approximately 3 minutes, Master Ma softly declared, "All right." The host then requested, "Could you please elucidate the significance of this jade pendant, Master Ma?" It is well known that jade pendants used by ancient royalty were meticulously crafted in terms of material, artistry, shape, and symbolism, as only such exquisite qualities could convey the nobility and grandeur of the royal lineage. Master Ma began in the dynasty over 1,000 years ago. The jade used by the royalty was predominantly high-quality Hetian jade. This pendant features a delicate texture and a lustrous hue, made from mutton fat jade, which is considered the finest among Hetian jade. Regarding craftsmanship, this piece employs shallow relief techniques, with its patterns rendered vividly. His expert explanation captivated the audience. After my careful examination, I can assert that this jade pendant indeed dates back to over 1,000 years ago and belonged to royalty. According to the current auction market, its value is at least $15 million. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere in the room became electric. Many individuals' eyes sparkled with excitement as they began to anticipate the collector's decision to auction the piece, hoping to seize the opportunity to bid. Let us inquire with the collectors backstage to see if they are willing to auction this treasure today. Moments later, the collector decided to proceed with the auction of the pendant. The host excitedly announced, "The starting bid is $15 million. Each subsequent bid must be no less than $500,000. I bid $15,500,000. I bid $16 million. I bid $16,500,000. As expected, the bidders in the audience fervently placed their bids, with several individuals vying for the pendant. The price soared rapidly, reaching $19 million in the blink of an eye. Chen Tiezhu, upon hearing these bids, felt a sense of bewilderment, as if he were caught in a dream, detached from reality, as though watching a television show. There is certainly an abundance of wealthy individuals here, he marveled inwardly. No wonder he was astonished. The treasure appraisal event had indeed attracted affluent individuals from various sectors. Ultimately, the pendant was sold for $20 million. $20 million. Chen Tiezhu could not help but give a silent thumbs up, astonished. Given the circumstances, even if the elusive alchemical furnace or cauldron he had been desperately seeking appeared that night, he would be powerless to acquire it. With prices soaring into the hundreds of millions, it was a realm far beyond his reach. It seemed ultimately to be a game for the wealthy. Well, I suppose I'll just consider this an opportunity to broaden my horizons and enjoy the spectacle. Chen Tiezhu consoled himself. Kid, I bet you've never seen such a scene before. With your current situation, you'll likely never earn $20 million. Ji Jinghong seized the moment to tease Chen Tiezhu. Tiezhu, don't mind him, Morong Shui quickly interjected. Indeed, without the reminder from Morong Shui, Chen Tiezhu was entirely disinterested in Ji Jinghong. Subsequently, the second and third artifacts were likewise authenticated as genuine, and the collectors consented to their auction. They were acquired by different bidders for the remarkable sums of $4,500,000 and $7 million respectively. Soon, the fourth artifact made its appearance. A delicate blue and white porcelain vase. This exquisite vase boasted a refined body, a lustrous glaze, and graceful lines, all proportionately balanced. Its intricate designs, predominantly featuring peonies, were interspersed with dragon and phoenix motifs, creating a composition rich in depth and artistic allure. The host elaborated that, from both the painting and firing techniques, Such masterful craftsmanship could only have been achieved over a millennium ago. It is common knowledge that top-tier blue and white porcelain from over 1,000 years ago holds immense collectible value, and once auctioned, its price would undoubtedly be substantial. At this moment, Chen Tiezhu recalled a video he had seen on Douyin, showcasing an auction where a blue and white porcelain bowl from over 1,000 years ago fetched an astonishing 50 to 60 million. I am convinced that this blue and white porcelain vase is undoubtedly genuine, given the current market conditions. A vase of such quality should have a starting bid of at least 40 million. The appraiser's words once again stirred excitement among the audience. Chen Tiezhu was once more taken aback. A starting bid of 40 million was, for the average person, a staggering figure. Everyone eagerly anticipated the collector's decision. As expected, the collector chose to auction this piece as well. Very well, starting at 40 million, with each bid increasing by at least 1 million. The host announced with vigor. Such a lofty starting price, though the room was filled with affluent individuals, left only a few brave enough to bid. 41 million. At last, someone called out a price. Following the sound, Chen Tiezhu saw a middle-aged man wearing a baseball cap raising his paddle, adorned with a string of prayer beads. He exuded an aura unique to a wealthy magnate. Indeed, it was evident that a titan from East City possessed such financial prowess. "Who is that, Miss Murong?" Chen Tiezhu inquired of Murong Shui. Ji Jinghong couldn't help but laugh. "Even the business magnate Chen Fuxing from the East City is unknown to you. You truly are a novice." Tiezhu, ignore him. His name is Chen Fuxing. He founded the Tianfu Group from scratch 30 years ago, and now the group's market value exceeds 20 billion. This appraisal conference was originally intended for the wealthy of the South City, yet unexpectedly, he has graced us with his presence, Murong Shui explained to Chen Tiezhu. Chapter 21. The Ghost Pattern. Tianfu Group? Chen Fuxing? To Chen Tiezhu, these names were entirely unfamiliar. After Chen Fuxing shouted his bid of 41 million, the venue fell into a hushed silence. It was not that no one desired the blue and white porcelain vase, nor that no one could afford over 40 million. Rather, everyone was acutely aware of the nature of Chen Fuxing. Firstly, he possessed an innate aura characteristic of a magnate. Often speaking little, yet harboring profound depth, his style of action was marked by swiftness, precision, and decisiveness. Anything he set his sights on, he would undoubtedly find a way to procure. Secondly, he possesses a profound interest in collecting, with estimates suggesting that the value of the antiques housed in his residence exceeds an astounding 1.5 billion. Thirdly, there is his substantial financial prowess. Given these factors, even those present at the scene, despite their admiration for the exquisite blue and white porcelain vase, felt that competing with Chen Fuxing in the bidding would be futile. 42 million. Nevertheless, someone eventually called out a higher price. After all, among the wealthy individuals gathered in South City, there were those who dared to challenge Chen Fuxing. Chen Fuxing directed his gaze toward the bidder, a faint, enigmatic smile playing on his lips. "I intend to secure this blue and white porcelain vase. Just tell me, what is your highest bid? I assure you, I will bid at least 1 million more than that." Though his voice was soft, it brimmed with confidence and authority. Truly, Chen Fuxing remained as formidable as ever, even in South City. There was little doubt that very few dared to match his financial might. He held 70% of the shares in Tianfu Group. With Chen Fuxing's declaration, no one dared to contest him further. On one hand, there was the matter of finances. On the other, no one wished to offend Chen Fuxing lightly. Ultimately, Chen Fuxing acquired the vase, touted as a masterpiece from over 1,000 years ago, for 43 million. Behind the scenes, the owner of the vase, unnoticed by others, wore a subtle, knowing smile. Suddenly, Chen Tiezhu fixated on the blue and white vase, his brow furrowing in concern. Something was amiss. He discerned the presence of ghostly patterns on the vase. "Mr. Chen, what troubles you?" noted Murong Shui, observing his troubled expression. Chen Tiezhu remained silent, his gaze still locked on the vase. "I must ascertain its authenticity." Internally, he activated his qi. Unbeknownst to those around him, a slight change occurred in Chen Tiezhu's pupils. Indeed, ghostly patterns were present. It was revealed that at the age of 18, not only had he been discovered by the elder to possess the death curse, but he had also inadvertently realized that he possessed the yin-yang eyes. Simply put, once activated, these eyes allow one to see in darkness, as if it were daylight, and to penetrate objects for a glimpse of things imperceptible to the average person. However, the elder had warned him against activating his yin-yang eyes indiscriminately. Yet, why was Chen Tiezhu compelled to activate them now? It was solely due to the ghostly patterns. He had encountered descriptions of these patterns in the elder's ancient texts and had been filled with curiosity, prompting him to inquire about them. According to the elder, these ghostly patterns originated from a lineage of ghostly beings thousands of years ago. Once a person is marked with ghostly patterns, they become akin to a soulless entity, susceptible to manipulation by others. Should these patterns be inscribed upon an object, that object would possess the terrifying ability to alter the properties of the 5 elements. Upon hearing the elder's explanation, Chen Tiezhu was overwhelmed with curiosity. However, he was informed that this ghostly lineage had long since perished. The elder stated that according to ancient records, individuals or objects marked with ghostly patterns would carry a unique aura of death. In that moment, Chen Tiezhu distinctly felt this aura emanating from the blue and white vase. Driven by an intense curiosity regarding the ghostly patterns and the ghostly lineage, Chen Tiezhu activated his yin-yang eye. What could possibly have caused this exquisite blue and white porcelain vase to bear such ghostly engravings? Upon the activation of his yin-yang eye, Chen Tiezhu not only discerned the ghostly patterns with clarity, but also unveiled the vase's original form. It turned out to be merely an ordinary blue and white porcelain vase, freshly fired. Through the etching of specific ghostly designs, it had altered its inherent qualities, masquerading as an artifact from over 1,000 years ago. Even the esteemed appraisers present failed to perceive the ruse. "Mr. Chen, what troubles you?" Noticing Chen Tiezhu's continued silence, his gaze fixated on the vase, Murong Shui felt an increasing sense of unease. "There is something amiss with that vase," Chen Tiezhu blurted instinctively. "What?" Murong Shui was momentarily taken aback. Although Chen Tiezhu's voice was barely audible, it caught the attention of Ji Jinghong, who was nearby. "You dare claim that this blue and white porcelain vase has issues? Such audacity!" Ji Jinghong exclaimed, deliberately raising his voice. Instantly, the attention of everyone in the room was drawn to the unfolding drama. This vase had been authenticated by the renowned masters present, confirmed to be a genuine piece from over a millennium ago. Yet, now someone dared to assert it was flawed? Ji Jinghong, do not speak nonsense. When did we claim there was a problem? Murong Shui quickly interjected as she regained her composure. "Miss Murong, my hearing is perfectly fine. Just moments ago, this lad clearly stated there was an issue with the vase." Ji Jinghong continued to vociferate. "Indeed, I heard it too," echoed another man standing beside Ji Jinghong. "Young man, everyone present here is a notable figure in Nansheng, and this vase has been personally appraised by Master Ma Guosheng. You must take responsibility for your words." Given Chen Tiezhu's earlier disrespect towards Ji Jinghong, the latter seized this opportunity to ensure Chen Tiezhu faced the consequences of his audacity. "Ji Jinghong, Mr. Chen is my friend. Cease your unwarranted harassment," Murong Shui insisted, still standing up for Chen Tiezhu. "Harassment? I am not the only one who heard it." "Young man, one must be accountable for their statements," Ji Jinghong retorted with a cold smirk. "Who is he? I have never seen him before. Did you not hear? He is a friend of the Murong family's eldest daughter. Is it really him? Dressed so poorly, I suspect he merely snuck in." "Indeed, and we have yet to see old Master Murong. No doubt, he entered with an invitation from him." As the crowd's attention converged upon Chen Tiezhu, many quickly pieced together the situation. "Do not mind him, just a brash young lad spouting nonsense," someone remarked dismissively. Yet, despite the dismissive comments, Master Ma Guosheng on stage wore a displeased expression. "Young man, I believe Ji Gongzi is correct. Regardless of your identity, one must be accountable for their words. I possess a vast collection and have established my own museum, having appraised treasures for decades without error. You must elucidate what exactly is wrong with this blue and white porcelain vase, or the consequences shall be grave." Master Ma Guosheng clearly intended to hold Chen Tiezhu accountable, and the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Chen Tiezhu initially intended to avoid confrontation and remain silent, yet it seemed that retreat was no longer an option. "Teacher Ma Guosheng, Mr. Chen is a friend of my grandfather's. This is his first time attending the appraisal conference, and he is unfamiliar with the rules here. So I hope you will not hold it against him. Murong Shui attempted to extricate Chen Tiezhu from his predicament. Ma Guosheng chuckled and replied, "As a distinguished traditional Chinese medicine expert in South City, I shall certainly honor Murong's request. However, I am a firm believer in pursuing perfection in my work. Since he has questioned the authenticity of my appraisal, he must provide a rationale. Otherwise, how can I maintain my standing in the treasure appraisal community?" At this, Murong Shui appeared somewhat flustered. She could not fathom why Chen Tiezhu would utter such words. After all, this was an item evaluated by a master. How could there possibly be an issue? In truth, I merely spoke off the cuff, but since you insist, I shall elaborate. With no means to evade, Chen Tiezhu was compelled to confront the situation head-on. An unsophisticated bumpkin dares to declare there is a problem with the blue and white porcelain. One can only conclude that he is simply inexperienced. Ji Jinghong continued to mock from the sidelines. Chapter 22. Is it not the original one? The individuals present were all prominent figures, and had it not been for Ji Jinghong's instigation, even if someone had overheard Chen Tiezhu's remarks, they would not have paid them much heed. After all, who would readily believe the words of an obscure individual? Ma Guosheng felt similarly. However, Ji Jinghong's amplification of the matter made it widely known, prompting discussions amongst the crowd. As a luminary in the appraisal field, he could not afford to remain indifferent. As he stated, if this matter were spread, it would undoubtedly tarnish his reputation. Chen Fuxing observed Chen Tiezhu quietly, remaining silent. "Step forward," Ma Guosheng instructed Chen Tiezhu. Without hesitation, Chen Tiezhu advanced. The playful expression on Murong Shui's face was now unmistakably marked by anxiety and concern. Inwardly, she lamented that today might lead to calamity. "What is your name?" Ma Guosheng inquired. "Chen Tiezhu," he replied candidly. Ordinarily, individuals of our standing would not stoop to quarrel with the younger generation. Ma Guosheng's demeanor was grave, his tone authoritative, yet he continued, "Since you have spoken, you must provide justification." Adopting a remarkably serious posture, he elaborated. "This blue and white porcelain vase is valued at over 40 million. The distinction between authenticity and forgery must be clear, and no unfounded doubts may arise. This is not only my responsibility, but also a duty to its collector." Chen Tiezhu nodded in agreement. "What Teacher Ma says is indeed correct." He then inquired, "May I see the blue and white porcelain vase?" "This vase has already been acquired by Mr. Chen. Whether you may see it depends on him," Ma Guosheng replied. "Let him see it," Chen Fuxing succinctly commanded. Consequently, two elegantly dressed women in kipeos presented the blue and white porcelain vase before Chen Tiezhu. This vase, originally an unremarkable piece worth merely a few hundred yuan due to its newly crafted ghost patterns, had transformed into an ancient treasure valued in the tens of millions. Chen Tiezhu had just uncovered the underlying scheme and initially intended to remain silent, as revealing it would likely yield disbelief. It was better to avoid complications, provided that both the auctioneer and the bidders were satisfied. However, the circumstances compelled him to take action. The ancient text possessed by the old man contained the method to decipher the ghostly patterns. Once Chen Tiezhu dismantled the ghostly markings on the blue and white porcelain vase, its true nature would be revealed. The ghostly markings of the ghost clan originated from an ancient and mysterious lineage, intricate and enigmatic. To unravel them, Chen Tiezhu's yin-yang eye was indispensable. Upon activating the yin-yang eye, he needed to locate the ghostly eye within the markings and infuse his own energy into it to decode the ghostly patterns. The ghostly eye was the critical core of the markings. Once energy was injected, it would destabilize the core, causing the ghostly markings to lose their efficacy. What was a nameless youth trying to accomplish here? Wasn't this merely a waste of everyone's time? The items authenticated by Master Ma Guosheng could not be altered by the mere words of an insignificant individual. Observing that Chen Tiezhu merely gazed at the vase, motionless, the prominent figures present began to grow impatient. "Young man, if you cannot provide a coherent explanation, please do not waste our time further," Master Ma Guosheng remarked. "You should apologize in front of everyone here and then leave." In his view, Chen Tiezhu had no credible justification to offer. Suddenly, Chen Tiezhu placed his hand upon the vase. In an instant, the ghostly markings on the vase began to ripple, though this subtle shift was imperceptible to the untrained eye. Done, Chen Tiezhu uttered succinctly. This abrupt declaration left the distinguished attendees in a state of confusion. Done? What does that mean? Ji Jinghong could not help but chuckle, mocking. This lad appears flustered and has resorted to nonsensical ramblings. Master Ma Guosheng shook his head with a faint smile, saying, "Young man, quickly apologize to everyone and take your leave. Master Ma, would you kindly examine this blue and white porcelain vase once more?" Chen Tiezhu requested. "You boy should leave immediately and stop wasting our time. Our time is not for you to squander," someone impatiently shouted. "Examine it again?" From Master Ma Guosheng. This implied that he had not scrutinized it closely enough and had made an oversight. "Call security," Master Ma instructed the host. "Understood, Master Ma. You just asked me to present myself for verification, and now that I request to do so, you retract your words. Master Ma, isn't this rather unfair?" Chen Tiezhu asserted confidently. "Are you perhaps afraid to take another look?" Master Ma's brows furrowed in anger as he retorted. "Do you even realize what you are saying? Chen Tiezhu, how dare you insult Master Ma Guosheng?" Ji Jinghong exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he perceived an opportunity to amplify the situation. "Security, quickly remove this young man." Several security personnel approached Chen Tiezhu, prepared to forcibly escort him away. Just as Murong Shui was anxiously contemplating how to defend Chen Tiezhu, Chen Fuxing interjected, "Wait. Since he wishes to prove himself, let us oblige him," Chen Fuxing remarked. "Chairman Chen, this fellow is utterly clueless, merely spouting nonsense here," someone advised. Master Ma Guosheng has already conducted a meticulous appraisal. For him to request another examination is a blatant affront to Master Ma, is it not? Do you also harbor doubts regarding this blue and white porcelain vase? Upon hearing this, the atmosphere in the room instantly grew more fervent. You urged him to present himself for validation. Yet now you refuse to cooperate. Does that seem reasonable? Chen Fuxing asserted. His words rapidly shifted the mood in the venue. If you deemed him a mere nobody, you could have simply ignored him from the start. Why create such a scene? Is this reputation worth tarnishing? With Chairman Chen, the one who acquired the blue and white vase. Speaking so, I shall take a closer look, Ma Guosheng thought. He recognized that Chen Fuxing held significant sway not only in the business realm, but also in the world of collectors. If he were to disregard Chen Fuxing's suggestion today, the ensuing gossip could irreparably damage his reputation. Thus, Ma Guosheng resumed the appraisal of the blue and white vase. Initially, he intended to feign diligence, but as he grasped the vase and scrutinized it, his complexion paled dramatically. "What is happening?" he exclaimed in disbelief, involuntarily voicing his astonishment. This cry set the nerves of everyone present on edge. "Master Ma, what has transpired?" someone urgently inquired. "This blue and white vase is not the same one as before," Ma Guosheng uttered, scarcely able to believe his own words. "Not the same one. It has been here all along. Our gaze has never strayed from it. How could it be different? Master Ma, what on earth is going on?" The host pressed. At that moment, Ma Guosheng, cradling the blue and white vase in his hands, found his grip trembling slightly. He understood that the vase he had just appraised was undoubtedly a premier piece from over 1,000 years ago. Yet the one in his hands was clearly a finely crafted modern imitation, freshly produced. Ma Guosheng was utterly bewildered, his mind a blank slate, completely at a loss to explain the bizarre situation before him. "No, this," he stammered, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Observing Ma Guosheng's state of utter astonishment and confusion on stage, Chen Fuxing pressed again. "Master, you have been silent for quite some time. What is the matter? You claim this blue and white vase is not the same one as before. What is the meaning of this?" Another questioned. Meanwhile, the seller of the blue and white vase backstage wore a furrowed brow, his expression dark as if it could drip with water. The previous vase indeed belonged to the highest echelon of blue and white porcelain from over a millennium ago, while this one clearly was a modern reproduction, albeit of commendable craftsmanship. After much hesitation, Ma Guosheng finally revealed the truth. Upon his admission, the once composed, prominent figures in attendance could no longer maintain their composure. "Master Ma, We find your words utterly incomprehensible. What do you mean by the one just now and the one currently? This blue and white porcelain vase has always been here. There has only ever been one, Ji Jinghong said, her face filled with confusion. Indeed, Master Ma, you must clarify this matter, Chen Tiezhu added at the right moment. At that moment, Ma Guosheng felt a profound sense of helplessness, utterly at a loss for how to explain everything. Master Ma, after your appraisal, this blue and white vase has remained right here. Everyone has witnessed it firsthand, the host interjected. The vase you are appraising now is evidently the same one you appraised earlier. Ma Guosheng understood this logic, yet the current reality eluded his comprehension. Could it be that he had truly misjudged? However, deep down, he felt that this could not possibly be the case. Yet how could he elucidate this bizarre situation? Chapter 23. Fainting with anger, Chen Fuxing, the individual who purchased the blue and white vase, stood up at this moment. With a duckbill cap perched atop his head, he strode forward with measured steps. Master Ma, your words have left everyone perplexed, Chen Fuxing declared, his hands clasped behind his back, exuding the aura of a business magnate. He began to interrogate Ma Guosheng. Your evaluations differ markedly. Is this blue and white vase genuine or not? Ma Guosheng found himself at a loss for words, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Ladies and gentlemen, I stake my reputation as Ma Guosheng on this. The vase I appraised the first time is an authentic piece from over 1,000 years ago, while the one I assessed subsequently is merely a modern replica, Ma Guosheng asserted. Master Ma, have you lost your senses? The vase you appraised first and the one you appraised second are the same, someone exclaimed. The attendees began to express their bewilderment towards Ma Guosheng. Master Ma, I have a smattering of medical knowledge. Shall I examine your health? Chen Tiezhu sought to further stir the waters. Nonsense. I am in robust health. How could there be any issue? Ma Guosheng retorte d'angridi. Yet everyone had witnessed that both the first and second appraisals were of the same blue and white vase. But you claim there are two. Could it be that with age, your eyesight has faltered? Chen Tiezhu continued. His remarks sparked a flurry of discussion among the crowd. Isn't Master Ma already past 70? Indeed, appraising treasures demands acute vision and concentration. At his age, it is plausible that he could misjudge. Exactly. Now he can assert that the same blue and white vase is two different pieces, with results that are worlds apart. Ji Jinghong sensed the atmosphere was growing dire. What on earth has transpired with this esteemed master of appraisal? I am in excellent health. My vision is clear, and I have made no mistakes. Ma Guosheng proclaimed loudly. Master Ma, if your health is indeed fine and your vision is not impaired, then why do you insist that the same blue and white vase is actually two? Could it be that your first appraisal was incorrect and the second one is the accurate assessment? Chen Tiezhu seized the opportunity. Since you refuse to let me off the hook, I shall not spare you either. Nonsense. How could I possibly make a mistake in my appraisal? Ma Guosheng exclaimed vehemently. Ma Guosheng himself was perplexed by the unfolding events. Could it be an error in his appraisal? How could he ever admit to such a misjudgment? Acknowledging a mistake would irreparably tarnish his lifelong reputation. Master Ma, I am but a humble individual. Since you assert that your assessment was correct, how do you explain the current situation? Chen Tiezhu pressed further. The atmosphere in the room grew increasingly charged. Who could have anticipated that a mere commoner like Chen Tiezhu would turn today as appraisal event upside down? Ma Guosheng remained silent, beads of sweat forming on his brow. You must take responsibility for your words. Master Ma, Chen Fuxing interjected. You owe me an explanation. His commanding presence was palpable. Mr. Chen, I have previously stated that Ma Guosheng, would stake my reputation on the fact that the first blue and white porcelain vase and the second one are not the same. Despite the confusion surrounding the matter, Ma Guosheng steadfastly maintained his position. Upon hearing this declaration again, the distinguished individuals present felt insulted, as if they were being treated as blind fools. There has only ever been one blue and white porcelain vase present. Ma Guosheng's insistence on two was utterly absurd. Ma Guosheng, you are an esteemed collector and a master of appraisal in the industry. Your assessments have never faltered over the years. Yet today, you have profoundly disappointed us. You are treating us as if we are blind and foolish. Someone exclaimed in anger. If only Physician Moreau were here, He could surely discern what affliction plagues Ma Guosheng. Another remarked, "After all, he was a man in his 70s. Regardless of past prowess, time is merciless." Many in attendance concurred with the notion that Ma Guosheng's health must be in serious decline. Age inevitably brings its share of errors. Ladies and gentlemen, I assure you, my health is sound. Upon hearing their speculation regarding his condition, Ma Guosheng could scarcely contain his indignation, fervently refuting their claims. His agitation was evident, his face reddening with emotion. Could Master Ma be succumbing to dementia? Morong Shui quipped. What an impeccably timed retort. Had it come from anyone else, it would not have held such weight. Morong Shui was the granddaughter of Morong Tai, the president of the Nanchang Traditional Medicine Association and a revered figure in the realm of traditional medicine throughout Jiangnan province. Her words carried significant credibility. Dementia? Many began to regard Ma Guosheng with the sympathetic gaze reserved for the elderly afflicted by such conditions. Miss Morong, one should not speak so lightly, interjected Ji Jinghong. My family has practiced traditional medicine for generations. Master Ma's condition is clearly indicative of the early signs of dementia, Morong Shui countered. In truth, Morong Shui lacked substantial medical knowledge. Her previous statement was merely a casual remark. However, incensed by Ji Jinghong's interruption, she spoke with renewed conviction. Miss Morong is not mistaken. My father suffers from dementia. Events that transpired merely a minute ago vanish from his memory in the next. Moreover, he sometimes refuses to acknowledge his declining memory. It has been said that waves of speculation continue to wash over him. The label of dementia has seemingly been affixed to Ma Guosheng, and he is infuriated by such unfounded claims. Just the other day, he underwent a thorough medical examination, and his health is remarkably good. How could anyone suggest he has dementia? The indignation of Ma Guosheng is palpable, and he feels as though he might erupt with frustration. How could these people perceive him as someone afflicted with dementia? This is intolerable. His anger manifests not only in the volume of his voice, but also in the fervor of his gestures, which, to those present, may indeed suggest a lapse in cognitive function. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Chen is a friend of my grandfather, whose medical prowess has garnered my grandfather's commendation. It would be evident to him whether Ma Guosheng is unwell. Morong Shui, disapproving of the situation, is naturally inclined to support Chen Tiezhu. This young man, despite his youth, has received praise for his medical skills from Morong Tai. It is no wonder he attire himself modestly while maintaining a friendship with Morong Shui, allowing him entry into this gathering. He possesses a modicum of medical knowledge. Absurd, utterly ludicrous. Why should I seek his consultation if I am not ill? Ma Guosheng firmly declined. Mr. Ma, perhaps you should allow him to examine you. Your thoughts seem muddled, someone kindly suggested. Indeed, your health is paramount, and we are all concerned for you. The words of those around him were driving Ma Guosheng to the brink of madness. The more he attempted to clarify, the more they seemed convinced of his ailment. Regardless of their perceptions, the truth remains. During the first appraisal, that blue and white porcelain vase was authentic. During the second evaluation, it was a counterfeit. In a fit of exasperation, Ma Guosheng slammed his hand down on the table, proclaiming loudly, "My mind is not muddled." As soon as he spoke, dizziness overcame him, and darkness enveloped his vision. He collapsed. "Master Ma!" The host rushed forward. "Master Ma, please awaken." Chen Tiezhu hurried to assess the situation. "He has merely fainted. It will be prudent to take him to the hospital," he advised. In truth, the man had no grave issue. His blood pressure had merely spiked due to his anger, resulting in his fainting episode. Immediately, the staff lifted Ma Guosheng and transported him to the hospital. With his collapse, doubts arose regarding the validity of his earlier appraisal. Was the blue and white porcelain vase genuine or not? 2 other appraisal experts were present. While not specialists in porcelain, their expertise was nonetheless exceptional. Through their joint evaluation, they concluded that the vase in question was indeed a high-quality imitation. This revelation sent ripples of shock through those gathered. It appeared that Ma Guosheng, in his advancing years, had become myopic and perhaps senile. Indeed, he had aged. Fortunately for Chen Tiezhu, otherwise, Chen Fuxing would have suffered a tremendous loss. The blue and white vase was counterfeit, and Ma Guosheng's health had faltered, leading to an erroneous appraisal. Were it not for Chen Tiezhu, Chen Fuxing would have unwittingly spent over 40 million on a fraudulent piece. Murong Shui could not have anticipated that events would unfold in such a manner. What Chen Tiezhu claimed was astonishingly true. The blue and white vase indeed harbored issues. That young man has indeed stumbled upon a stroke of luck. However, Ji Jinghong believes that Chen Tiezhu has merely encountered a fortuitous circumstance. I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience caused, and on behalf of the company and the conference, I extend our apologies to everyone, the host stated. We did not foresee the health issues afflicting teacher Ma Guosheng. I am truly sorry. At this moment, Chen Fuxing interjected. Isn't an apology sufficient? If it weren't for this young man named Chen Tiezhu, wouldn't I have incurred a loss of over 40 million? You invited Ma Guosheng. If his health problems went unnoticed, that is your responsibility. Chen Fuxing's demeanor was resolutely assertive and exuded an undeniable authority. The so-called appraisal conference organized by Wonquan Appraisal Company was not a charitable endeavor, but rather a means to profit. Once items are auctioned, they levy a 3% commission on the seller. 40 million, a 3% commission. That amounts to over $1 million. Previously, 3 items were auctioned, one for 4 million, another for 7 million, yielding approximately $1 million in commissions. In total, that equates to a substantial 2 million in profit. Mr. Chen, rest assured, we shall provide you with a satisfactory explanation, the host assured. Chapter 24, A Fortunate Find. The blue and white porcelain vase is a counterfeit. Did its owner exhibit no reaction? Was there no commotion behind the scenes of the appraisal conference? No one on site was aware. Only Kaidu and Yi Qingrong, the 2 master appraisers, remained at the scene. Kaidu typically specializes in calligraphy and painting, yet he possesses a first-class proficiency in porcelain as well. Yi Qingrong, a renowned expert in bronze appraisal, also excels in porcelain. Hence, for the subsequent appraisals, if they pertain to porcelain, it will be conducted by both Kaidu and Yi Qingrong together. The incident involving Ma Guosheng did not halt the appraisal conference. Did the attendees question the professionalism of the master appraisers? They recognized that Ma Guosheng's errors stemmed from his advanced age and health complications, which garnered understanding from the prominent figures present. Furthermore, the results of this appraisal conference are guaranteed by Wonquan Appraisal Company. With industry masters conducting the appraisal and the largest appraisal company in Nanjing providing assurance, attendees felt quite secure. Those knowledgeable about Wonquan Appraisal Company understand that it is no ordinary establishment. It possesses formidable backing. Ultimately, the foundation of all trust derives from this esteemed company. Without such robust support, relying solely on a few masters for appraisal, these affluent individuals are not naive. They would not take unnecessary risks. Now, let's proceed to the 5th item. The host continued with fervent enthusiasm. Did anyone not regard Chen Tiezhu's discernment of the issues with the blue and white porcelain vase as remarkable? Indeed, some did. Yet most believed Chen Tiezhu to be merely a novice who had fortuitously stumbled upon a truth. The vase itself was counterfeit, and Chen Tiezhu, a newcomer to the appraisal conference, was unfamiliar with many items. Had Ma Guosheng declared the items authentic, no one would have questioned it. However, Chen Tiezhu was different. He might not even have been aware of who Ma Guosheng was. Even if Ma Guosheng confirms the authenticity of the blue and white porcelain vase, he will still perceive it through a lens of skepticism, harboring doubts about its genuineness. Indeed, he has already pointed out a slight flaw, voicing his observations without hesitation. This reflects the sentiments of most attendees towards Chen Tiezhu. The 5th item in question is remarkable. It is rumored to possess a history spanning several millennia and is a substantial piece, well preserved. Upon the host's announcement, 4 elegantly dressed women in qipao wheeled out the object. Upon seeing it, Chen Tiezhu furrowed his brow. A danding? Undoubtedly, this artifact is a danding. Esteemed guests, this is a 3-legged danding. Purportedly over 3,000 years old, utilized by ancient physicians in their alchemical practices, the host explained. Chen Tiezhu examined the danding, noting its circular body, dual handles, and the peculiar runic designs adorning its surface. Additionally, It featured an exquisite piece of jade, translucent and extraordinary in appearance. The danding stood approximately 1 meter tall, though its weight remained unknown. Its hue appeared to be a profound black. At this moment, Chen Tiezhu's focus shifted to its material. Without hesitation, he activated his yin-yang eyes. This was no ordinary metal of gold, silver, copper, or iron. It exuded a rich aura of Xianhuang. Xiantai. Chen Tiezhu was certain that this ding was forged from Xiantai, a metal formed over millennia within veins rich in Xianhuang energy. His excitement surged. It was tempered by a sense of helplessness. This danding would undoubtedly fetch a high price at auction, and his own finances were woefully inadequate even for a mere token. Yi Qingrong, an expert in bronze artifacts, was tasked with appraising the danding. Donning his spectacles, he began his meticulous examination. The onlookers were riveted, their gazes fixed on the artifact. Although the appraisal results were yet to be announced, many had already classified the danding among bronze relics. After all, a danding from thousands of years ago could hardly be anything but bronze, could it? The appraisal by the bronze expert was imminent. Given the impeccable preservation and substantial size of this ancient artifact, its value, if authentic, would be staggering. The market for large bronze artifacts is well known, and many are aware that prices start in the tens of millions, with some reaching into the hundreds of millions being quite typical. Mr. Chen, this danding is highly sought after by my grandfather. He expressed that if it proves genuine, I must secure it. Murong Shui exclaimed eagerly to Chen Tiezhu. Miss Murong, what a coincidence. I too have taken a liking to this piece, interjected Ji Jinghong. Oof. Murong Shui shot Ji Jinghong a disdainful glance, dismissing him with a huff and remaining silent. All awaited the appraisal results with bated breath. After a tense 15 minutes, Yi Qingrong removed his glasses. Professor Yi Qingrong, what can you tell us about the danding? Please share with everyone, the host inquired. This danding, in terms of style, craftsmanship, and the motifs inscribed upon it, indeed hails from thousands of years ago. However, its material is neither bronze nor gold, but rather a very unique type of iron. According to chronological estimations, that era could indeed have possessed iron, albeit predominantly in the form of meteoric iron. As for the artificial production of wrought iron, the technological prowess of that time was insufficient to achieve such a feat even in contemporary times. The smelting of this particular iron remains unattainable. This iron can be deemed not merely iron, for its hardness exceeds that of ordinary iron by several magnitudes, and its weight is considerably greater due to its substantial density. Moreover, the melting point of typical iron hovers above 1,000 degrees. However, the melting point of this iron pillar, though lacking precise data, is undoubtedly exceedingly high. As Yi Qingrong expounded on these matters, many attendees found themselves in a state of confusion. Master Yi, is this truly the case? Someone inquired promptly. Ye Vingrong replied. The material of this alchemical cauldron should not have existed in that era. Even if such material were available, the technology of that time would have been incapable of smelting it. Therefore, despite its ancient aura and the traces it bears, I remain unconvinced that it originates from that epoch. My conclusion is that this cauldron is a product of modern technology, a replica crafted using advanced techniques. Upon hearing this, many shook their heads in disappointment. Regrettably, much of what Yi Qingrong articulated was lost on some in attendance, as they were solely interested in the outcome. Master Yi, if this is indeed a modern technological imitation, why not utilize bronze as the material instead of something that should not exist in that era? Does this not amount to burying one's head in the sand? This question was posed by Chun Fuxing, the chairman of the Tianfa Group. I had contemplated this very question earlier and also find it perplexing why they would choose to do so. Yi Qingrong responded. What the audience seeks is a verdict. My role is merely to assist in authenticating its genuineness. The material of this cauldron is exceptionally unique. As previously stated, even if it had existed in that era, artisans would not have been able to smelt it. Therefore, it cannot be a relic from thousands of years ago. Only modern technology could have crafted this cauldron from such material. Upon hearing this, Chen Fuxing fell silent. In truth, there is no cause for disappointment. The owner of this cauldron acquired it overseas more than a decade ago. It had already been authenticated abroad as a counterfeit, and the owner's intent in bringing it here was simply to have it evaluated once more by domestic experts. Observing the discontent among the attendees, the host remarked, "Are we not wasting our time? It has already been declared a forgery, yet you continue to engage in this futile discussion." Clearly, the prominent figures present were displeased. "Indeed, if this continues, we shall take our leave." Sensing the growing unrest, the host quickly interjected, "Esteemed guests, while foreign appraisals hold their merit, our domestic masters possess a deeper understanding of our antiques. Their evaluations carry greater weight." Although the audience remained discontented, they refrained from further protests. "Let us not squander any more time. Let us move on to the next item," someone urged. "Alas, what a pity it is that it is fake," murmured Morong Shui. "The owner of this collection was my grandfather, who had long coveted this danding. Unfortunately, it has been authenticated as a counterfeit, just as everyone anticipated the next item." Chen Tiezhu abruptly rose, inquiring, "May I bid on this danding?" His question provoked a chorus of laughter from the crowd. "Everyone is here to bid on genuine artifacts. Yet you seek to acquire a fake. How amusing," someone remarked. Ji Jinghong laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Chen Tiezhu, you are about to make me die of laughter. If you want to sift through trash, you ought not to come here." Morong Shui was taken aback, perplexed by Chen Tiezhu's antics. The host interjected, "The owner of the danding has stated that if it is authenticated as fake, we should discard it as garbage. Are you certain you wish to proceed?" "Indeed," Chen Tiezhu affirmed with a nod. "Very well. Once the event concludes, you may collect it from backstage. We need not dispose of it at the waste station." The host replied with a chuckle. "Ha ha ha." Ji Jinghong laughed uncontrollably, pointing at Chen Tiezhu. "Chen Tiezhu, do you plan to take this back and sell it as scrap metal for a profit? If you need money, just say the word. My family has plenty of junk. A few pieces would sustain you for half a year." Many wealthy attendees were baffled by Chen Tiezhu's actions. To them, a counterfeit was merely trash, even less than trash. Yet, Chen Tiezhu shamelessly insisted. "Enough wasting time," someone said. "A garbage collector has come to a treasure appraisal convention. Were it not for Dr. Morong, we should have the security escort him out. Mr. Chen, that item is fake. What do you intend to do with it?" Morong Shui was displeased by their harsh words. Yet she too could not comprehend Chen Tiezhu's actions. "It is a valuable item," Chen Tiezhu remarked with a smile. Following the recent incident where he had saved someone, coupled with his earlier identification of issues with the blue and white porcelain vase, Morong Shui had developed a favorable impression of Chen Tiezhu. However, his current behavior bewildered her. Chen Tiezhu paid little heed to the opinions of others. The danding was dismissed as counterfeit simply because they lacked understanding. Crafted from Xian iron, it was a treasure among treasures. Chen Tiezhu could hardly believe that at today's appraisal convention, not only was it present, but it was also disregarded as a counterfeit and discarded by these individuals. The so-called opportunity to pick up a bargain was nothing more than this. Others may mock my fervor, yet I find amusement in their inability to see beyond the surface. Nevertheless, Chen Tiezhu was equally perplexed. From his observations through the yin-yang pupils, it was evident that this danding dated back thousands of years. However, the technology of millennia ago could not have possibly refined Xian iron. How could it then be used to forge a danding? Chapter 25. Chen Fuxing's curiosity. There are always those beyond us, and realms beyond realms. For instance, I am one such extraordinary individual, am I not? With this realization, my doubts dissipated. As the appraisal continued, Chen Tiezhu found little interest in watching, with the final artifact being successfully bid upon by Chen Fuxing. This appraisal convention came to an end. Those who had purchased items proceeded backstage to complete the transaction. Chen Tiezhu, I misjudged you. I thought you were here to bid on treasures, but it appears you are here to sift through refuse. Ji Jinghong continued to mock Chen Tiezhu. Yi Yingho, shut your foul mouth. Go take care of your kidney deficiency. Morong Shui exclaimed loudly. Her words were overheard by many, prompting a wave of laughter. Morong Shui, silence yourself. I am quite robust. Ji Jinghong immediately struck a muscular pose. Do not put on airs. Our Baijian Tang is always open for you, Morong Shui replied with a smile. Ji Jinghong clenched his fists, his gaze fixed intently on Chen Tiezhu. If it weren't for Chen Tiezhu revealing this matter, would he have faced such humiliation before so many? Chen Tiezhu, offend me, and you shall regret it. Yinghong vowed, Harborin agrak. Chen Tiezhu effortlessly hoisted a 1,000-pound alchemical furnace onto his shoulder and exited the central conference hall, leaving many in astonishment. Mr. Chen, your strength is extraordinary. That item is surely not light, is it? Murong Shui asked, her mouth agape in surprise. I've been accustomed to lifting things since childhood, Chen Tiezhu replied. Mr. Chen, allow me to escort you home, Murong Shui offered. No need, I could take a cab back myself, Chen Tiezhu insisted, wanting to keep his rented apartment in Qingqing community a secret from Murong Shui. Very well. Upon hearing Chen Tiezhu's refusal, Murong Shui felt a tinge of disappointment. After she departed, Chen Tiezhu placed the furnace down, awaiting a transport vehicle. A regular taxi would not suffice for such a large item, so he could only call for a freight service. Just then, a Rolls-Royce stopped by the roadside. The door opened, and a middle-aged man wearing a baseball cap emerged. It was Chen Fuxing, whom Chen Tiezhu had encountered earlier at the appraisal conference. After stepping out, he approached Chen Tiezhu, flanked by 2 bodyguards in suits. Chen Fuxing was the epitome of a self-made success story. Having risen from humble beginnings in the countryside through sheer determination and hard work over 2 decades, his journey had granted him a unique insight into discerning character, a crucial skill for someone who had built a conglomerate worth over 20 billion. He had observed every action of Chen Tiezhu at the appraisal conference, noting details that others overlooked. My name is Chen Fuxing. I witnessed your remarkable abilities inside, he said with a warm, familial smile. Yet his presence exuded an undeniable aura of authority, a quality that seemed both innate and forged through experience. Chairman Chen, you flatter me. I possess no such talents. Chen Tiezhu replied, feeling slightly apprehensive in the face of Chen Fuxing. Haha, Chen Fuxing chuckled. I am curious as to why you are so intent on acquiring this counterfeit item. He gestured to the furnace on the ground. Those people mentioned that I could take it back as scrap metal, Chen Tiezhu explained. Here is my business card. Should you require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to contact me. Generally, I can be of help, Chen Fuxing offered, extending his card. As a token of my gratitude for the substantial savings you facilitated, over 40 million, imagine the astonishment and envy, perhaps even jealousy, that would ensue if this scene were witnessed by the business elite of North City. How many individuals, even in North City, could elicit a business card from Chen Fuxing? Chen Tiezhu accepted the card. Very well. I shall take my leave. I trust we shall have further opportunities to meet. With that, Chen Fuxing boarded the Rolls-Royce. Inside the vehicle, the driver, who also served as Chen Fuxing's bodyguard, inquired, Mr. Chen, why did you choose to meet this individual alone and even present him with your business card? You would not extend such courtesy to even the CEOs of companies valued in the billions. Smoking a cigar, Chen Fuxing regarded Chen Tiezhu with keen curiosity. This young man, scarcely in his 20s, appeared to possess an ordinary background. The driver continued, while enjoying your cigar, Mr. Chen, you might recall the events that transpired at the appraisal conference. A detail that everyone overlooked was noted by an inconspicuous youth, who, from over 20 meters away, discerned an issue with a blue and white porcelain vase. This was no mere coincidence. Furthermore, upon Chen Tiezhu's ascent to the stage to affirm his claims, after he merely touched the porcelain vase, the entire situation underwent a qualitative transformation. The esteemed appraisal master, Ma Guosheng, unexpectedly altered his assessment, declaring the vase to be a forgery. Though it was later suggested that Ma Guosheng was unwell, Chen Fuxing found this hard to believe. Upon reflection, the entire affair seemed exceedingly peculiar. Have someone investigate Chen Tiezhu's background, but ensure that he remains unaware of our inquiries, Chen Fuxing instructed. Understood. Chapter 26. The alchemical pill. Within a chamber of the South City Convention Center, a middle-aged man clad in a Zhongshan suit reclined on a sofa, sipping the finest pu'er tea. This man, with his thick brows and piercing eyes, bore a hawkish nose and a gaze that could cut through steel. Before him stood the host of the recent appraisal conference. I am at a loss. The host stammered, clearly terrified. Who can elucidate this situation? Do you realize how much the company expended to acquire that blue and white vase? 1 million. The man addressed, as Su was evidently enraged. His glare directed at the host, as if it could kill. Su, here is the surveillance footage from the event. A tall man in a suit presented a tablet to Su. The screen displayed the unfolding events of the appraisal conference. Su's eyes were fixed on the tablet, scrutinizing every second intently. It was this young man who, upon taking the stage, prompted Ma Guosheng to declare that there was an issue with the vase. The suited man remarked. Su furrowed his brow. From head to toe, this young man merely touched the vase with a finger. It was hardly revealing. Investigate this youth's background for me. Now, let us proceed to the hospital and inquire about Ma Guosheng's condition. Meanwhile, Chen Tiezhu had summoned a delivery service to retrieve the alchemical cauldron back to the Qingxing neighborhood, then transport it to the residence he shared with Xianyuan Duo. It seems that fortune has smiled upon me. Chen Tiezhu, grinning from ear to ear as he admired the alchemical furnace before him, felt an overwhelming sense of joy. Having acquired such a treasure without spending a single penny, one could hardly contain their laughter. This evening, he planned to concoct the medicinal elixirs for Sister Roan and Sister Fei. Chen Tiezhu resolved to remain here for the night, opting not to return to his dormitory. After organizing the medicinal materials, he prepared to commence the alchemical process. During the refinement of the elixirs, it was inevitable that certain aromas and smoke would arise. Therefore, Chen Tiezhu moved the alchemical furnace to the kitchen and switched on the exhaust fan. He pondered for a moment on how to generate the fire. He decided to place the furnace directly atop the gas stove. The three-legged design of the furnace ensured it would not rest on the stove itself, and its height was perfectly appropriate. With everything in place, it was time to begin the alchemical process. The art of refining elixirs was meticulous, demanding precise control over the fire's intensity, temperature regulation, and the timing of the herbal additions, as well as the pace at which the ethereal energies of heaven and earth were introduced. Taking a deep breath, Chen Tiezhu ignited the gas stove at its highest setting, adding an appropriate amount of water. The regulation of the flame would not depend solely on the stove's knob, but rather on the manipulation of his inner energy. Drawing upon the energy reservoir within himself, Chen Tiezhu channeled his qi. Suddenly, the flames danced in response to his guiding hand, as if possessed. Time passed steadily, and it was soon time to add the prepared herbs. Chen Tiezhu placed the meticulously organized materials into the furnace in measured amounts. Finally, it was time to summon the ethereal energies of the universe into the mix. This location, chosen for its auspiciousness, naturally harbored an abundance of these vital energies. Comme fort, the energies of heaven and earth. Chen Tiezhu chanted softly, gesturing with one hand. Invisible to the naked eye, the ethereal energies indeed began to flow more rapidly within the confines of the room, entering the furnace at a consistent pace. As time elapsed, beads of sweat formed on Chen Tiezhu's brow, not from heat, but from sheer exertion. The process of refining elixirs was immensely taxing on one's physical energy. After 2 hours, a rich medicinal aroma wafted from the furnace. Success! With the flames extinguished, the elixirs were complete. Chen Tiezhu retrieved 5 small pills, each the size of a thumb, dark in color and emitting a rather unpleasant odor, likely leading the uninitiated to mistake them for something foul. These 5 elixirs were prepared for Xianyuan Rome. Without pausing for rest, Chen Tiezhu continued to refine elixirs for Ning Fei's father. Another 2 hours passed before the next batch was ready. After tidying up and securing the elixirs, Chen Tiezhu collapsed onto the sofa, utterly spent, as if he had toiled in the fields for an entire day. Initially, he had drawn upon his internal qi, but ultimately, his physical body had borne the brunt of the effort. For hours of alchemical work left him feeling drained and hollow. He realized he needed to meditate. Immediately, he seated himself and, employing specific breathing techniques, began to absorb the ethereal energies of heaven and earth. This was indeed a meticulously chosen, auspicious site, rich in energies at least 3 times more potent than those found elsewhere. The art of breathing and absorbing energy had significantly quickened. After sitting in meditation until dawn, Chen Tiezhu opened his eyes invigorated for yet another day. Chapter 27. The Celestial Leap. In the morning, Chen Tiezhu promptly prepared the medicinal pills and took the bus to the company. Rongjia, I have everything ready. Please let me know when you are available today. Chen Tiezhu messaged Shangwanrong. After a few minutes without a response, he wondered if she was still waking up. Upon arriving at the company, he changed into his work attire in the security room. Ma Xin maintained his usual amiable demeanor, not inquiring about Chen Tiezhu's activities from the previous day. Tizi, where's Chong? Chen Tiezhu asked Li Tai, noticing Gao Qiqiang's absence. You've forgotten. Chong is out on a date with Xiaohua today, Li replied. Chen Tiezhu recalled this and hoped everything went smoothly for Gao Qiqiang. After 2 hours of work, Shangwanrong had still not replied, and the office remained strangely empty. The morning slipped away. During lunch, still without a message from Shangwanrong, Chen Tiezhu texted Gao Qiqiang. How'd the date go? After a while, Gao Qiqiang sent a grinning emoji. Tizi, Xiaohua invited me to spend the night at her place. What do you think? Upon reading this, Chen Tiezhu felt something amiss. Were young women now so forward? Was Gao Qiqiang truly that charming? If she is being so proactive, it's up to you. Just be safe, he advised, concerned for his friend. All right. After lunch, Chen Tiezhu visited Ning Fei's CAF. Fei, I'll be treating your father after work today, he informed her. Sure, I'll accompany you after my shift, Ning Fei replied. Business is good today. I must attend to some matters. With that, she returned to her tasks. Although Ning Fei harbored little hope that Chen Tiezhu could cure her father's cancer, she felt a deep sense of gratitude for his assistance. Finally, Shangwanrong replied. I was busy this morning and couldn't respond. I apologize. I have commitments this afternoon, so let us meet tonight after 10 at my home. Such words, if seen by others, would undoubtedly incite speculation. All right, Chen Tiezhu replied succinctly. For reasons he could not articulate, the thought of visiting Shangwanrong's home that evening filled him with a blend of anticipation and nervousness. At 6 in the evening, he finished work. Initially, he intended to treat Ning Fei's father first, but a phone call altered his plans. Chong, aren't you with Xiaohua? Why are you calling? Chen Tiezhu answered the call from Gao Qiqiang. Tizi, something's wrong. Gao Qiqiang's voice sounded off. What happened? Chen Tiezhu inquired immediately. I've been deceived. A man's tears fall not lightly, only when true sorrow strikes. On the phone, Chen Tiezhu heard the strained voice of Gao Qiqiang, desperately holding back tears. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Tiezhu headed straight to the location Gao had mentioned. It was not far. A 20-minute taxi ride brought him to a narrow alley in the urban village. From a distance, he spotted Gao Qiqiang squatting there, looking utterly dejected. Qiangzi, what on earth has happened? Chen Tiezhu approached and inquired. Tiezhu, why? Why did this happen? Why did Xiaohua deceive me? Gao Qiqiang's eyes were reddened, exuding a profound sense of despair. What has happened to your hand? Chen Tiezhu noticed blood staining Gao Qiqiang's right sleeve, which was torn, and saw that his face bore a bruise, clearly the result of a beating. Come on, let's go. Chen Tiezhu pulled Gao Qiqiang to his feet and led him toward the convenience store. At the entrance, they found a bench, and they both took a seat. Qiangzi, please tell me what truly transpired. Chen Tiezhu pressed once more. Eventually, Gao Qiqiang recounted the events to Chen Tiezhu. Upon hearing the tale, Chen Tiezhu's fists clenched in anger. Qiangzi, you've fallen victim to a scam. It turned out that just an hour prior, Xiaohua had taken Gao Qiqiang to her residence. Once inside, she had eagerly pushed him onto the bed. Gao Qiqiang, inexperienced in romance and already enamored with Xiaohua, naively complied. When Xiaohua stripped him of his clothes, he did not resist, understanding her intentions, yet taken aback by her urgency. Just as Gao Qiqiang was left nude, the door was violently kicked open. 5 or 6 tattooed men stormed in. One of them shouted, "Bastard! How dare you sleep with my wife? I'll kill you," brandishing a knife. Gao Qiqiang was momentarily paralyzed with fear, unable to comprehend the chaos unfolding. It was only when a knife-wielding man yanked Xiaohua's hair, cursing, "You wretched woman! How dare you seduce another man behind my back? Just wait until I deal with you," that Gao Qiqiang realized the shocking truth. Xiaohua was married. The ground seemed to crumble beneath him. The man with the knife threatened Gao Qiqiang, but Xiaohua intervened. "You dare sleep with my wife? Today, You will either die by my hand or pay a price. In that moment of shock, Gao Qiqiang, overwhelmed with fear, confronted Xiaohua. Why did you deceive me? He demanded, frantically grasping her wrist. As one might expect, this led to a violent assault from the man. Despite Gao Qiqiang's imposing stature and muscular build, along with some martial arts training from his youth, he managed to put up a fight against several attackers. Unfortunately, they had a knife. The man wielding it swung wildly, slicing Gao Qiqiang's arm. In the ensuing chaos, the group of men subdued him, raining down a flurry of punches and kicks. Fortunately, Gao Qiqiang managed to protect his head. The burly man with the knife continued to threaten him, demanding several thousand yuan. With a monthly income of merely 3,000 yuan, Gao Qiqiang had no means to comply. Consequently, the 2,000 yuan in cash he had on him was seized, along with the 5,000 yuan transferred from his bank card. Now, Gao Qiqiang found himself utterly destitute. His first experience of love ended in deceit, leaving him financially impoverished. For someone like Gao Qiqiang, who had just begun to believe he had found love, this was a profound blow. Chen Tiezhu was aware that Gao Qiqiang had grown up with his grandmother after his parents divorced when he was young, having spent his childhood in the village. This was his first venture into the city for work, and his thoughts were remarkably untainted. Xiangzi, pull yourself together. Observing Gao Qiqiang's despondent demeanor, Chen Tiezhu felt compelled to uplift him. Tiezhu, why did she deceive me? Gao Qiqiang inquired. From the very beginning, her intention was to trick you, Chen Tiezhu replied. I thought I had encountered true love, but it turned out to be nothing. Xiangzi, will you accompany me for a drink? Gao Qiqiang suddenly rose to his feet. Let us go. They arrived at the entrance of a barbecue restaurant, where Gao Qiqiang ordered 2 cases of beer. Before the barbecued food even arrived, they had already consumed 3 bottles. Chen Tiezhu did not intervene. He understood the turmoil that Gao Qiqiang was experiencing. For Gao Qiqiang, the most painful aspect was not the loss of money, but the betrayal of his emotions. A man who believed he had found true love had poured his heart into it, only to be deceived. It felt as though his heart had been stabbed. The anguish was unbearable. Xiangzi, although I have never been in love, I know that a man must learn to be strong, regardless of the circumstances, Chen Tiezhu said. Tiezhu, I understand what you're saying, but right now, I cannot overcome this emotional barrier. When I was 3, my parents divorced, and I lived with my father, who worked away from home. I stayed with my grandmother. Both of us hail from the countryside. We have endured countless hardships. Yet, the pain of love is something I have never experienced. In the midst of their conversation, Gao Qiqiang downed another bottle. In truth, Gao Qiqiang understood everything. However, this time, the wound was particularly deep. I did have my doubts about whether Xiaohua truly liked me, but she treated me with such kindness. The moment I laid eyes on her, I was captivated. That feeling of love at first sight was enough to make me foolish. Glass after glass of liquor was consumed as Chen Tiezhu listened intently. Chapter 28. Turning the tables after consuming a box and a half of beer, Gao Qiqiang inevitably succumbed to drunkenness. Tiezhu, can I still believe in love? He lamented, before collapsing onto the table. Chen Tiezhu approached and tended to his wounds. Boss, the money is on the table, he said, then hoisted Gao Qiqiang onto his back and left. After carrying him back to the dormitory, Chen Tiezhu departed. That night, he had an important matter to attend to. Sister Fei, I apologize, but I have an urgent matter to handle. I will postpone the treatment for your father until tomorrow. Chen Tiezhu texted Ning Fei. That's all right. Take care of your business first, Ning Fei replied. Gao Qiqiang found himself ensnared in a trap within the urban village. Chen Tiezhu returned to this place. According to Gao Qiqiang's account, that girl, Xiaohua, indeed resided here. If Xiaohua lived here, her accomplices must also be nearby. Initially, Chen Tiezhu merely hoped to test his luck in encountering them. To his surprise, he truly stumbled upon them. He contemplated alerting the authorities, yet he believed that for such individuals, the consequences of reporting them would be insufficient. These people had undoubtedly deceived many using the trap method. Their gamble was predicated on the assumption that the victims would refrain from reporting the incident. After all, when matters could be settled with money, it was often easier to pay off misfortune. It was merely a stroke of bad luck. Inside a grilled fish restaurant in the urban village, Xiaohua sat among several burly men. Chen Tiezhu had seen a photograph of Gao Qiqiang with Xiaohua and instantly recognized her. The men surrounding her were likely her accomplices. Chen Tiezhu withdrew 10,000 yuan in cash from a nearby ATM, holding the crisp bills as he entered the restaurant. He chose a table near the group of men. "Boss, I would like your signature grilled fish," Chen Tiezhu called out loudly, placing the 10,000 yuan on the table to draw their attention. Sure enough, the men glanced over. "I just received my salary today. I must indulge myself," he proclaimed with exaggerated enthusiasm. The men exchanged looks and murmured amongst themselves. Just as Chen Tiezhu prepared to enjoy his meal, Xiaohua approached him, her voice sweet as honey. "Handsome, I feel as though I've seen you somewhere before. Do you work nearby?" she inquired. Xiaohua was dressed provocatively, her short skirt and slightly revealing top accentuating her allure. With her innocent and beautiful face, she was irresistible to the average man. It was no wonder Gao Qiqiang had fallen for her at first sight. Indeed, he had been ensnared. "Beautiful lady, you seem to be right. We must have crossed paths," Chen Tiezhu replied with a smile. "I just received my salary today. Would you care to join me for a drink?" He gestured to the stack of cash on the table, feigning a slightly lewd and rustic demeanor. "Brother, that wouldn't do. What if your girlfriend or wife saw this?" Xiaohua played her role excellently, employing the art of seduction while subtly probing Chen Tiezhu for information. "No worries. My wife is in the countryside. I've come to the city to work alone," Chen Tiezhu declared loudly, ensuring the men heard him. Upon hearing this, Xiaohua took a seat. "Brother, what do you work nearby that you earn so much money?" She pressed on. I'm a big fellow, never received formal education. Just strong enough to work on construction sites," Chen Tiezhu replied, portraying himself as an ideal target for their scheme. "I too hail from the countryside, coming to the city alone with no support, and I have yet to find a job," Xiaohua continued, feigning a pitiful demeanor. The sight before him would undoubtedly evoke a sense of benevolence in any unaware man. Suddenly, a shrill ringtone pierced the air. "Please, landlord, not now. Rest assured, I will pay the rent in a few days," Xiaohua exclaimed, her expression one of utter helplessness as she hung up the phone. "Brother, I must return. My landlord threatens to throw my belongings out for 2 months of unpaid rent," she said, her urgency palpable. "Where do you reside?" Chen Tiezhu inquired. "Right inside," she replied. "Fate has brought us together. Allow me to assist you," he said, rising to follow her. Unexpectedly, this lad falls for the trick so easily, one burly man remarked with a chuckle, observing Chen Tiezhu accompany Xiaohua. "Clearly, he is just a naive newcomer to the city. Come on, let us continue our business. We can return for drinks later." With that, the group of men sauntered out. Chapter 29. A lesson learned. Chen Tiezhu followed Xiaohua to her residence in the urban village. Upon entering, a pungent scent of perfume assaulted his senses. Discarded lingerie lay carelessly on the bed. With a slam, Xiaohua shut the door. "My dear, did you not mention that your landlord was going to toss your belongings out? Where is he?" Chen Tiezhu questioned. "Perhaps he will arrive shortly. Tonight, I may find myself homeless, as I lack the funds for rent," Xiaohua lamented, sitting on the bed with her legs crossed in a provocative manner, revealing glimpses of her undergarments. "Brother, what shall I do?" she continued, feigning a pitiful demeanor. Any ordinary man confronted with such a scenario would undoubtedly feel a surge of compassion. How could one allow such a stunning and alluring young woman to face the streets? "Since our meeting is fated, fret not. I shall cover your rent," Chen Tiezhu declared generously. "Oh, but that would be inappropriate. My sister-in-law would surely misunderstand," Xiaohua responded, rising to approach him. Chen Tiezhu deliberately let his gaze linger on her figure, portraying an insatiable yearning. "No worries, she shall remain oblivious," he assured her. As Xiaohua drew closer, she gently placed her hand upon his shoulder. "Brother, how can I ever repay your kindness?" Her sweet voice whispered into his ear, as her hand rested on his chest. "Why not stay here tonight?" she suggested, gripping his hand firmly. "Very well, I shall stay," he replied. "You must be quite warm. Allow me to help you remove your clothing," she offered, reaching to undress him. "I'm not warm," he retorted suddenly, capturing her wrist. "Do you recall Gao Qiqiang?" Chen Tiezhu asked, his gaze turning icy. At the mention of the name, Xiaohua's expression shifted dramatically. "Who are you?" she stammered. "Who am I?" I am his brother. Chen Tiezhu replied, his voice laced with fury. Help! Someone please come in. Xiaohua cried out desperately. With a loud crash, the door swung open, and the group of burly men stormed in as anticipated. You scoundrel! How dare you attempt to seduce my wife? Just wait until I end you, the foremost man bellowed, brandishing a kitchen knife in anger as he charged forward. Brother, he is coming for us, Xiaohua exclaimed immediately. He recognized the fool from today. The burly man, named Brother Dao, scrutinized Chen Tiezhu, seemingly coming to a realization. Brother, so it was a deliberate trap to lure us in. You wish to avenge that fool? Brother Dao chuckled. First, return all the money my brother lost. Second, reimburse every penny you swindled from us. Chen Tiezhu replied coldly. Ha ha ha. Several burly men erupted in laughter. The fool's brother is indeed another fool. Kid, you probably don't even know how to spell death, daring to come here alone for revenge. Since you've arrived, hand over all your money to avoid our wrath. Brother Dao, brandishing a knife, looked down on Chen Tiezhu, dismissing him entirely as a threat. In their eyes, regardless of his intentions to avenge Gao Qiqiang, Chen Tiezhu was merely delivering money to them. Brother Dao, this fool is bringing us money. We have no choice but to accept it. They laughed heartily. Are you certain you won't comply? Before entering the city, the old man had warned Chen Tiezhu not to engage in fights unless absolutely necessary. You a fool dare to act tough here? Beat him. Brother Dao, irritated by Chen Tiezhu's cocky demeanor, could no longer restrain himself. The burly men approached, ready to subdue Chen Tiezhu. Crack! With a swift and ghostly motion, Chen Tiezhu twisted one of the man's arm before he could react. Ah! The man cried out in pain, startling the others. Brother Dao, what is happening? Hurry and deal with him. Bang! Crack! Chen Tiezhu struck with remarkable speed. They still had not comprehended the situation. Except for Brother Dao, all lay on the ground. Indeed, under the old man's tutelage, Chen Tiezhu had not only learned medicine and alchemy, but also practiced cultivation. Handling these ruffians was effortless for him. As he saw them all sprawled out on the ground, Brother Dao's eyes widened in disbelief, as if the ground were shaking. What on earth is happening? Chen Tiezhu advanced step by step towards Brother Dao. Don't come any closer, or I'll kill you. Brother Dao brandished the knife, trying to bolster his courage. Slap! Chen Tiezhu delivered a resounding slap, leaving Brother Dao dizzy and losing 2 teeth. Upon entering the city and working as a security guard at the Furon Design Company, Chen Tiezhu's first acquaintance was Gao Qiqiang. Though Gao appeared unorthodox, he was in truth honest, kind-hearted, and sincere in his dealings with others. Chen Tiezhu had entered the city with 300 yuan given by the old man, believing it a substantial amount. However, the high living costs in the metropolis made it impossible to last until the first paycheck. Initially, Chen Tiezhu intended to find a part-time job to earn some living expenses, but Gao Qiqiang proactively lent him money. On another occasion, Ma San enjoyed bullying the newly hired security staff and targeted Chen Tiezhu. Without hesitation, Gao Qiqiang confronted Ma San. As a result of this incident, Gao Qiqiang had 500 yuan deducted from his salary. Chen Tiezhu genuinely regarded Gao Qiqiang as a friend. Now, not only had he been swindled of his money by these ruffians, but they had also deceived him emotionally. Hand over the money you swindled, or I shall break your hands and legs. At this moment, Chen Tiezhu's gaze was fierce, resembling that of a ferocious wolf. Do you know who we are? Dare to strike us, and you're finished. The more lucid Brother Dao attempted to intimidate Chen Tiezhu. Very well. Chen Tiezhu seized Brother Dao, deftly pressing several acupressure points on his body. Ouch! That tickles. Brother Dao collapsed onto the ground, frantically scratching his body with both hands. Soon, his clothes were torn, and his nails were stained with blood. The several burly men with broken hands watched in terror. Is this fellow a ghost? Hand over the money you deceived. Chen Tiezhu directed this demand at the other men. In haste, they all withdrew the cash from their pockets. Is this all? Chen Tiezhu coldly inquired. Holding over 2,000 yuan. Brother Dao has already surrendered the money. This is all we have, one of the men stammered. To whom did you give it? Chen Tiezhu asked icily. We don't know. You'll have to ask Brother Dao. Chen Tiezhu approached Brother Dao once more. Spare me. Brother Dao, bloodied from scratching, pleaded. To whom did you surrender the money? Chen Tiezhu sensed that there were others behind these men. I'll tell you, he managed to say after Chen Tiezhu pressed another acupoint. Suddenly, the itching ceased. Brother Dao looked at Chen Tiezhu, feeling as though he were staring into the face of Yama, the king of hell. Who is it? It's Boss Pai. Brother Dao quickly responded. What is his full name? Chen Tiezhu asked. Zhou Qingpi. What does he do? He asked the owner of Chaoyang Financial Company. Upon hearing this name, Chen Tiezhu suddenly recalled something. Wasn't this the name of the company from which Ning Fei borrowed money at exorbitant interest rates? Chapter 30. NVU. Truly fortunate Chen Tiezhu departed from the urban village. The burly men would no longer have the audacity to commit wrongdoings. He had instilled within them an everlasting torment. Every fortnight, they would experience an unbearable itch, one so severe it could break their skin. Each episode lasted an hour, a suffering far more dreadful than serving 10 or 20 years in prison. As for Xiaohua, Chen Tiezhu believed it best for Gao Chang to handle the matter himself. Therefore, he offered Xiaohua a choice, to apologize to Gao Chang in person the following day. Perhaps only this would allow Gao Chang to find closure. Chen Tiezhu had not anticipated that Zhou Qingpi not only engaged in usury, but also had underlings involved in such nefarious schemes. Upon entering the city and arriving at Furong Design Company, Chen Tiezhu had intended to quietly serve as a security guard until he found the individual with the half-jade pendant. The first 3 months passed relatively peacefully, with no significant events occurring. However, after an unexpected encounter with Shangwan Rong, who nearly fell victim to an assault, it was as if Pandora's box had been opened, and troubles began to unfold one after another, each more unavoidable than the last. Chen Tiezhu understood that the more he intervened, the greater the troubles he would inevitably face. At that moment, one could no longer simply act as a humble security guard in search of the individual possessing a half of a jade pendant. The journey was bound to be fraught with obstacles. One must proceed with a sense of ease. These were the words spoken by the old man to Chen Tiezhu. Very well, then, let us proceed with ease. This was Chen Tiezhu's resolution. After handling the matter at hand, he glanced at the time. It was precisely 10 o'clock in the evening. Sister Rong, I am on my way. Chen Tiezhu sent a message to Shangwan Rong. All right, come over. Shangwan Rong replied. I will take a bath first. When you arrive, you may enter directly. The code is 52018. Chen Tiezhu was taken aback that the proprietress had divulged the password to him. Did she truly place such trust in him? Upon arriving at the community, he approached the entrance, but was halted by the security guard. Who are you looking for? What is your name? The guard inquired. I am Wang Tiezhu, here to see Shangwan Rong at Villa number 8. Chen Tiezhu replied. Very well, you may enter. The guard checked the name left by Shangwan Rong and opened the door for Chen Tiezhu. Brother, you are quite remarkable. You are the first man I have seen at this hour heading to Villa number 8, the guard remarked enviously. I have been here for 2 years. Not even during the day have I seen such a thing. Chen Tiezhu smiled and replied, I am a doctor, here to attend to her health. Attend to her health? Brother, we are all men. Do not deceive me. I have heard that the mistress of Villa number 8 runs a large company, and her husband has been deceased for several years. At her age, she is in a prime of life, ravenous for companionship. Seeking out younger men is quite normal. I envy you. You are indeed fortunate. The guard insinuated that Chen Tiezhu was merely a kept man by Shangwan Rong. Chen Tiezhu shook his head in amusement. It was curious how, despite being fellow security personnel, the guard's remarks held such distinction. Arriving at the villa's entrance, the door remained closed. Chen Tiezhu proceeded to input the code provided by Shangwan Rong. Ding! The door swung open, and he stepped inside. The lights in the hall were illuminated, as were those in the bathroom, yet Shangwan Rong was nowhere to be seen. She must still be in the bath, he mused. For reasons unknown, images of Shangwan Rong bathing filled Chen Tiezhu's mind, such delightful visions. He admonished himself not to indulge in fanciful thoughts. Taking a seat on the sofa, he recalled the security guard's words from earlier. The proprietress's husband had been dead for 3 years? Chen Tiezhu pondered. Was it not said that her husband was abroad? This information had been relayed to him by Ma San at the company, who claimed that the proprietress's husband only returned once or twice a year from his overseas business. The first time he had heard this was from the man who had attempted to force himself upon Shangwan Rong. Now, the young security guard outside echoed the same. Perhaps there was truth to it, Chen Tiezhu reflected. No wonder there were no signs of any man having lived in the villa. Chen Tiezhu surveyed the hall once more. A few minutes later, the bathroom door creaked open, releasing a warm, steamy vapor. Shangwan Rong emerged, wrapped in a loose-fitting white bathrobe, droplets of water glistening at the tips of her hair. Chen Tiezhu turned his gaze toward the sound. The bathrobe's tie was carelessly knotted, swaying gently with each step, while droplets of water collected in the hollow of her collarbone cascaded down the plunging neckline, seemingly lost in some enchanting springtime scene. She walked barefoot on the marble floor, each step causing the hem of the bathrobe to sway, subtly revealing the jeweled chain adorning the base of her thigh. "You've arrived," she remarked, her gaze falling upon Chen Tiezhu, who was seated on the sofa, exhibiting no inclination to retreat. Indeed, he nodded, yet his eyes remained fixed on the captivating figure of Shangwan Rong, who, despite clad in a bathrobe, exuded an irresistible allure. The very fabric of the robe ignited a multitude of fantasies within Chen Tiezhu, compelling him to uncover the hidden treasures concealed beneath it. He was even tempted to activate his yin-yang eyes to gaze upon her ethereal beauty, though he managed to restrain himself. "I'll dry my hair first," Shangwan Rong declared, moving toward a large mirror to retrieve a hairdryer. Gulp. Chen Tiezhu, observing her, found himself parched with desire. Why was she not indulging in a bath on the second floor? Knowing he was present, she still chose to remain downstairs. This left him in a state of vexation, uncertain whether to watch or look away. With her fingers carelessly toying with the hairdryer, she dried her hair, the ends curling gently against her shoulder. Her cheeks, flushed from the heat of the bath, glistened with moisture, and the beauty mark at the corner of her eye resembled freshly applied rouge. "What are you staring at?" Shangwan Rong suddenly turned, catching Chen Tiezhu's lingering gaze in the mirror. Suddenly, the front of her bathrobe parted with her movement, revealing the delicate straps of her camisole, hinting at the allure beneath. Indeed, she wore a slip underneath, a subtle yet potent invitation. "Do you enjoy staring at women so much?" Shangwan Rong inquired, her tone teasing. Chen Tiezhu quickly averted his eyes, stammering, "Sister Rong, but he was at a loss for a suitable explanation. "All men are the same," she remarked, continuing to dry her hair. Moments later, as she finished drying her hair, she removed the bathrobe completely. "If you weren't dressed like this, I wouldn't be looking," Chen Tiezhu exclaimed, feeling as though his very composure might falter. What she wore now was even more revealing and sensual than during their previous encounter when he had given her a massage. The slip was not a long gown, but rather a dangerously short number, and more crucially, she had just emerged from the bathroom, leaving nothing beneath. The sight, the scene, the temptation, any man would find it difficult to resist. "Sister Rong, aren't you going to change into something else?" he blurted, feeling tormented by the tantalizing feast laid before him, yet utterly forbidden to partake. "Why not? This is my home. Is it not permissible for me to dress this way?" Shangwan Rong countered, leaving Chen Tiezhu with the sensation that she was toying with him. "This is your home, but there are guests present. Just teasing you." "I'll go change my clothes," said Shangwan Rong with a smile. After speaking, she ascended the stairs. For some reason, Chen Tiezhu felt that Shangwan Rong seemed somewhat different today. Her usual self-assuredness, coupled with the aura of a cold, domineering CEO, appeared to have diminished. Perhaps it was due to the significant assistance he had provided her. That was the only explanation he could muster. A couple minutes later, Shangwan Rong called from upstairs. "Tiezhu, you can come up." "What?" Chen Tiezhu was taken aback. Why was he being summoned upstairs? Despite his confusion, he made his way to the second floor and approached Shangwan Rong's room. Upon reaching the door, he was struck with astonishment. Was this truly the bedroom of a typically aloof and commanding CEO? Before him lay a scene reminiscent of a pink explosion. The walls of Shangwan Rong's room appeared to be smeared with strawberry cream cake, adorned in a delicate shade of pink. A cloud-shaped chandelier hung from the ceiling, accompanied by strings of starlights. The bed, at least 2 meters in width and 2.5 in length, was covered with an array of plush toys, including adorably designed throw pillows. Above the headboard, There was a quirky selfie of Shangwan Rong. On the vanity, a collection of whimsically shaped lipsticks was neatly arranged. Adjacent to the vanity, a large sticky note was affixed to the wall, inscribed with the words, "Today, I look my best." Who could have imagined? This was the room of the owner of Ferron Design Company. One might easily mistake it for the chamber of a whimsical 18-year-old girl. Why would Shangwan Rong reveal such a side of herself to Chen Tiezhu, the security guard? "Sister Rong, why did you call me up?" Chen Tiezhu inquired. "Aren't you here to treat me?" "Let's do it in my room," Shangwan Rong replied. To his surprise, Chen Tiezhu hesitated. "What, you're unwilling?" Shangwan Rong pressed. "Whatever Sister Rong says goes," Chen Tiezhu quickly responded. He stepped inside. "Just tell me how I can assist you," he said. "Sister Rong, you just need to lie down on the bed. I'll give you a massage first, followed by acupuncture," Chen Tiezhu instructed. "All right." Donning a loose, short-sleeved nightgown, Shangwan Rong reclined gracefully. Even lying down, her presence was striking. "Sister Rong, could you please pull your garment up a bit to expose your abdomen?" Chen Tiezhu requested. Complying, Shangwan Rong lifted her nightgown, revealing her smooth, delicate, and fair abdomen. "Sister Rong, I'll begin now," Chen Tiezhu announced, positioning himself at the edge of the bed. "Ready to proceed." "No need for excessive chatter," Shangwan Rong remarked. Taking a deep breath, Chen Tiezhu dared not let his gaze wander to any other part of Shangwan Rong's body. It was not fear of her reprimand, but rather a concern of losing control. Having trained under a mentor since childhood, learning medicine and various disciplines, Chen Tiezhu possessed a level of composure that few could rival. Yet, he was still a man, susceptible to the allure of desire. At this moment, he found himself in the presence of an exceptionally stunning woman, lying before him in all her beauty and grace. Chen Tiezhu ultimately could not claim that he was free from errant thoughts or devoid of any impulses. His large hands gently rested upon Shangwan Rong's abdomen. Even before he commenced the massage, she sensed a warm sensation permeating her skin and reaching deep within. Chen Tiezhu continued to employ the technique known as Ling Shu Huan Chun Shou. As ever, it was unpredictable and almost mystical. Previously, due to discomfort, Shangwan Rong had not fully experienced the comfort that this technique could provide. This time, however, she found herself relishing the sensation right from the start. "Tiezhu, what exactly is this massage technique? And where did you learn it?" Shangwan Rong inquired, her eyes closed in enjoyment. "I learned it from an old man in the village," Chen Tiezhu replied. "From an old man in the village?" Shangwan Rong recalled the information she had reviewed when Chen Tiezhu joined the company. Indeed, he hailed from a rural background. Yet, could the massage techniques taught by a village elder truly possess such extraordinary efficacy? She found it hard to believe. If you possess such skill, why would you choose to work as a mere security guard earning 3,000 a month? Shangwan Rong continued to voice her doubts. "Sister Rong, you yist. I haven't had much formal education and lacked cultural refinement. This massage hardly qualifies as a skill, so apart from being a security guard, I honestly cannot envision any other job suited for me," Chen Tiezhu replied, his tone seemingly sincere. Unfortunately, Shangwan Rong remained skeptical. The very fact that he could articulate such sentiments suggested that Chen Tiezhu was far from an ordinary individual. "Sister Rong, that will suffice," Chen Tiezhu declared after several minutes of massage. "Can't you continue a little longer?" Shangwan Rong lamented, clearly reluctant to end such a pleasurable experience. Chen Tiezhu's hands seemed almost magical, inducing a state of blissful emptiness in her mind, a sensation that was indescribable. As he massaged her abdomen, her entire body felt relaxed and languid. "Sister Rong, excessive pressure can be detrimental to the body," Chen Tiezhu cautioned. "Now, we shall proceed with acupuncture." "Does acupuncture hurt?" Shangwan Rong asked. "I've undergone it before, and it was somewhat uncomfortable, even painful at times. Rest assured, Sister Rong, once my needle descends, you will not only feel no pain, but rather a great sense of comfort," Chen Tiezhu assured her. "Then let us begin," Shangwan Rong replied. Chen Tiezhu retrieved the 9-turn heavenly needle, crafted from extraterrestrial meteorite, renowned for its miraculous properties against toxins and bacteria, eliminating the need for prior sterilization. Given Shangwan Rong's unique constitution and the somewhat peculiar coldness within her, Chen Tiezhu intended to activate his yin-yang eye to discern her internal condition clearly. Once the yin-yang eye was activated, it rendered Shangguan Rong's attire inconsequential before Chen Tiezhu. Upon examining her, he felt a disturbance in his own energy. Chapter 32. Reluctance with the yin-yang eye open. Chen Tiezhu observed a mass of energy near Shangguan Rong's heart. What could this be? To his surprise, the yin-yang eye struggled to penetrate the mystery of this entity. Could this peculiar energy be the reason for Sister Rong's unique constitution? Chen Tiezhu pondered, noting that this energy was situated perilously close to her heart. Chen Tiezhu dared not make any sudden movements. First, he needed to expel all the cold, malevolent energy from within her. Shangguan Rong harbored a significant amount of this chilling energy, which was exceedingly toxic. Over time, its effects on the body could be quite detrimental. The cold energy concentrated in Shangguan Rong's womb was particularly severe. Holding the 9-transforming celestial silver needle, Chen Tiezhu carefully inserted it into the acupoints on her abdomen. As the silver needle penetrated, Shangguan Rong felt no sensation. However, once all acupoints were needled, a tingling warmth spread throughout her entire being. Shangguan Rong involuntarily emitted a sound that stirred the imagination. Her legs straightened, and her body began to writhe uncontrollably. Sister Rong, hold on, don't move, Chen Tiezhu advised. Shangguan Rong was not squirming out of discomfort, but rather from an overwhelming sense of pleasure that made her body unmanageable. The 9-transforming celestial needle consisted of 9 needles, and Chen Tiezhu employed the 10,000 toxins drawing needle technique. This technique allowed for the swift extraction of any toxins within the human body, ensuring a complete and clean removal without any adverse effects. Though the cold energy could not strictly be classified as a toxin, it belonged to a similar category. At that moment, as the silver needles pierced the acupoints, the cold malevolent energy was drawn out by the 9-transforming celestial needle. Seconds ticked by, and the cold energy within Shangguan Rong's womb was entirely extracted. Sister Rong, it's done, Chen Tiezhu announced as he withdrew the silver needle. Is it over so soon? Can it not last a bit longer? Shangguan Rong expressed a hint of reluctance. Prolonging the treatment would cause harm to your body. It's best to keep it suitable. Chen Tiezhu replied. All right then, Shangguan Rong said, seemingly resigned as she adjusted her clothing and sat up. Tiezhu, when is the next treatment? She inquired eagerly. Unbeknownst to Chen Tiezhu, Shangguan Rong had inadvertently become addicted to his massage and acupuncture. The sensations were truly unforgettable. Sister Rong, the cold energy in your womb has been completely cleared. Next, you will take some medicine. There will be no need for further massage or acupuncture, Chen Tiezhu stated. Upon hearing this, a flicker of disappointment crossed Shangguan Rong's face. With that, Chen Tiezhu produced 5 medicinal pills. Sister Rong, you should take one of these pills each day, he instructed, handing her the 5 dark pills. Why do they smell so awful? Shangguan Rong exclaimed, quickly covering her nose. Indeed, the pills emitted a very strong odor, one that would make most people recoil in disgust. They may smell bad, but they are very beneficial for your body, Chen Tiezhu reassured her. The cold, malevolent energy had been within Shangguan Rong for quite some time. Although it had now been drawn out, her body had already suffered damage. Taking these medicinal pills would facilitate her recovery. Additionally, there remained a crucial matter. The energy within Shangguan Rong that Chen Tiezhu still did not fully comprehend. However, he suspected that the source of the cold, malevolent energy was intertwined with it. Upon consuming the medicinal pill, one can counteract that amorphous energy. Shangguan Rong delicately picked up a pill and placed it in her mouth, grimacing as she swallowed it. Compared to taking medicine, she preferred massage and acupuncture. Tiezhu, why do I feel a warmth spreading through my body? After ingesting the pill, Shangguan Rong sensed a rising heat within her, her face flushed like a ripe peach, exuding a captivating allure. Do not worry, this is entirely normal, Chen Tiezhu reassured her. I feel so hot. Yet, the heat intensified within Shangguan Rong. Something was amiss. Her gaze grew hazy, her body emanating a seductive aura. What is happening? Chen Tiezhu furrowed his brow. Tiezhu, I feel so uncomfortable. Shangguan Rong's eyes became completely entranced, her movements turning alluring. Her hands rested on her garments, suggesting an intent to undress. In a moment of urgency, Chen Tiezhu activated his yin-yang eye. Upon inspection, he discovered the energy at Shangguan Rong's heart was swirling rapidly, its hue shifting. What could this possibly be? Chen Tiezhu remained perplexed. By now, Shangguan Rong had unfastened 2 buttons of her robe, revealing tantalizing glimpses. Rongjie, snap out of it. Chen Tiezhu swiftly grasped her hands. However, Shangguan Rong, not only lost in her gaze, seemed to be influenced by an unseen force. Her enticing lips pressed against Chen Tiezhu's face, sending an electrifying softness through him. This left Chen Tiezhu feeling exceedingly uneasy. He quickly tapped her forehead with 2 fingers, and, as she embraced him, she collapsed onto the bed. Reluctantly, Chen Tiezhu had to render her temporarily unconscious. What close call? What is that energy? Why did Rongjie transform after taking the pill? Chapter 33. The Allure of Evil Energy. Finally, after a thorough observation with his yin-yang eye, Chen Tiezhu began to grasp the situation. Could it be the allure of evil energy? He recalled the ancient text the elder had instructed him to study. The text described this energy as exceptionally peculiar, birthed from malevolence and curses. The allure of evil energy possesses formidable powers of seduction and corruption. Once it infiltrates the body, it can manipulate one's consciousness. If the allure of evil energy within a person erupts, it plunges them into a state of delirium from which they cannot extricate themselves. Over time, this energy can wholly consume an individual, amplifying their greed and desires. In essence, this allure of evil energy is far from benign. This elucidated the mystery. No wonder Rongjie harbored such a tenacious cold energy within her. The recent pill had inadvertently destabilized the allure of evil energy within Shangguan Rong, leading her into that state of overwhelming desire. Yet, why had this energy remained dormant within her for so long? It seemed to be enveloped by something else. Through his yin-yang eye, Chen Tiezhu discerned that the allure of evil energy within Shangguan Rong appeared to be encased in a unique layer of energy, maintaining its stability. I'm afraid I must eliminate the effects of the medicinal pill I administered earlier. The potency of that pill has disrupted the stability of the alluring and sinister energy. Although Shangguan Rong has fainted, upon awakening, she will still be in that state of insatiable desire. Without hesitation, Chen Tiezhu employed the 9 transformations heavenly needle to extract the previous effects of the medicine. After a brief flurry of activity, he exhaled a sigh of relief, for he had nearly jeopardized everything. Shangguan Rong slowly opened her eyes. Sister Rong, you're awake, Chen Tiezhu remarked. Tiezhu, why did I fall asleep? What transpired? Shangguan Rong clearly struggled to recall the events. Perhaps the medicine was too potent, causing you to faint. Chen Tiezhu chose to conceal the truth, opting for discretion. Suddenly, Shangguan Rong noticed that 2 buttons of her nightgown had come undone, revealing more than she intended. She quickly covered her chest. Did you do something to me, Chen Tiezhu? Her immediate reaction was one of suspicion. How could her buttons come undone if she had lost consciousness? Chen Tiezhu momentarily forgot about this detail and found himself at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Shangguan Rong glanced at her trousers and noted that there were no signs of removal. Sister Rong, it's not as you think. You undid the buttons yourself. Chen Tiezhu explained. I undid them. I was unconscious. Shangguan Rong questioned incredulously. Sister Rong, I shall be honest with you. To clear my name, I must recount the specifics of what transpired, Chen Tiezhu admitted reluctantly. After listening intently, Shangguan Rong gazed at him. Are you implying that your pill was of that nature? She inquired. You deliberately gave me that kind of medicine, intending for something to occur? Chen Tiezhu felt increasingly perplexed by the situation. Sister Rong, the medicinal pill I provided does not possess such effects. It was merely that something in your body conflicted with the medicine, resulting in your altered state. He continued to clarify. Shangguan Rong continued to scrutinize Chen Tiezhu, her eyes reflecting a hint of skepticism. I jest. Since I could trust you to treat me, I must inherently believe in you. This statement was a heartfelt affirmation from Shangwan Rong. Following that night, she discreetly sought information about Chen Tiezhu's 3-month tenure as a security guard at Furong Design Company. As she had anticipated, his performance was commendable, including instances of commendable bravery. As the employer, Shangwan Rong adhered to the principle of trusting those she employed. Her willingness to allow Chen Tiezhu to treat her was not only due to his genuine capability to address her condition, but also stemmed from her trust in her own judgment and faith in his character. Chen Tiezhu sighed in relief, thinking that he had successfully clarified the misunderstanding. Chapter 34. Pretending to be a boyfriend? Sister Rong, the reason your condition has remained unresolved for so many years relates to something within your body, Chen Tiezhu stated. What is that something? Shangwan Rong promptly inquired. How shall I put it? It is a massive energy, he explained. Can it be cured? Shangwan Rong pressed on. It poses some challenges, but I will do my utmost, Chen Tiezhu assured her. Very well. I trust you. Shangwan Rong was utterly perplexed by Chen Tiezhu's reference to qi. Given Chen Tiezhu's esteemed medical expertise, she chose to trust his words. Is there anything you need me to do? She inquired. Not at the moment. By the way, please refrain from taking the medicine I gave you earlier, Chen Tiezhu advised. Oh, and I have another question. What is it? For safety's sake, Sister Rong, it would be best to avoid any intimate relations during this period. Chen Tiezhu expressed his concern that the malevolent energy within Shangwan Rong could lead to complications if she engaged in such activities. Why would intimacy pose a problem? She asked, bewildered. The issue lies with this malevolent energy. Once a person's desires permeate their being, it becomes easier for such energies to invade. Although that malevolent force is encased in a special energy, it is always wise to err on the side of caution. Despite the gravity of the topic, Shangwan Rong displayed no signs of embarrassment. Are you implying that I have a rich experience in intimate matters? She queried. Sister Rong, that was not my intention. Chen Tiezhu quickly clarified. I merely wanted to remind you that your body is not suited for such activities at this time. Isn't it acceptable for a woman to have a rich, intimate life? Shangwan Rong countered, gazing at Chen Tiezhu. It was evident she was fixated on this topic. Chen Tiezhu found himself at a loss for words, unsure whether to affirm or deny her statement. To agree might suggest he endorsed promiscuity, while to disagree could imply that women were unworthy of enjoyment. Rest assured, even if I desired intimacy, it has been absent from my life, Shangwan Rong suddenly declared, a hint of self-mockery illuminating her face. This revelation took Chen Tiezhu by surprise. A woman of her caliber, with wealth, beauty, and allure, could undoubtedly attract suitors from all corners of the city. What about the boss? Chen Tiezhu cautiously inquired, recognizing this as an opportune moment to broach the subject. You are quite astute. Have you noticed any signs of a man's presence in this villa? Shangwan Rong questioned. Chen Tiezhu shook his head. 3 years ago, he passed away. However, the company circulated rumors that he was abroad for an extended period. As he spoke, Chen Tiezhu discerned no trace of sorrow in Shangwan Rong's eyes. Ah, he exclaimed, visibly astonished. As the saying goes, what one does is observed by the heavens. He was long overdue for such a fate. To his surprise, Shangwan Rong chuckled at this notion. On the night of our wedding, I discovered he was simultaneously chatting with 3 women on his phone. When confronted, he claimed they were business associates. That Valentine's Day, while I was on a business trip, he was dating 4 different women, each in separate hotel rooms. Ultimately, I caught him in the act, yet he showed no fear, believing I wouldn't divorce him. Indeed, even in the face of infidelity, I hesitated to end our marriage. He held confidential information regarding the Furong Design Company, and, should I divorce him, that information would be at risk of exposure. The Furong Design Company, which I founded myself, holds greater significance to me than my very life. I will not permit any misfortune to befall it. Ultimately, I yielded and chose not to divorce him. He continued his escapades, while I found myself powerless to intervene. Before long, he traveled abroad under the guise of work. One fateful day, the police came knocking, delivering the grim news that he had perished overseas, murdered in a home invasion. Not for theft, but because he had dallied with another man's wife. Upon hearing of his demise, I felt an immense weight lift from my shoulders. I was genuinely relieved. After listening to Shang Wanrong recount these events, Chen Tiezhu surprisingly also felt a sense of joy. Who would have imagined that the owner of Farong Design Company was wed to such a man? No one in the company was privy to this information. Shang Wanrong instructed Chen Tiezhu to keep it to himself. Chen Tiezhu nodded in agreement, assuring her, "Sister Rong, you need not worry. I shall remain discreet. My personal image matters little to me. Yet as the owner of the company, my reputation embodies that of Farong Design Company as a whole. Should this information become public, our rivals would undoubtedly exploit it, magnifying and tarnishing our image, potentially inflicting significant harm upon the company." This was indeed a valid concern for Shang Wanrong. For Farong Design Company meant more to her than life itself. "Sister Rong, you shouldn't have confided this in me. I fear I might inadvertently let it slip one day." Chen Tiezhu was taken aback that although no one in the company was aware of this matter, Shang Wanrong had chosen to disclose it to him. "Are you curious as to why I shared this with you?" Shang Wanrong inquired. "Because I require your assistance." Just as she suspected, there was indeed a request. Chen Tiezhu asked, "Sister Rong, what is it?" "I will do my utmost." This expressed his willingness. "Become my boyfriend," Shang Wanrong stated plainly. "What?" Chen Tiezhu stumbled back in astonishment. This was utterly unexpected, too sudden, and frankly absurd. "Not a real boyfriend, but a pretense," she clarified. "My parents are quite traditional, and I am 28 years old. Ever since that man passed away, they have been pressuring me to find someone anew. I have been dismissing their marriage inquiries with mere words. However, last month, my mother fell gravely ill, and since then, she has been quite frail. Despite this, she incessantly urges me to marry. Thus, I devised a plan to find a man to pose as my boyfriend when I return home, but after observing several candidates, none seemed suitable." As Shang Wanrong reached this point, Chen Tiezhu pointed to himself, questioning, "Sister Rong, do you truly consider me a fitting choice? I will offer you 500,000 as compensation for a weekly visit home with me," she declared directly. 500,000? Ultimately, he was just an ordinary man, and the sum intrigued him. "Sister Rong, I fear I may not perform well. Your mother's health is precarious, and I worry. Do not fret. I will guide you on how to act. You need only cooperate," Shang Wanrong reassured him. "Just answer me. Will you agree? After all, I have entrusted you with my secret." Why did Shang Wanrong specifically reveal her other side and secret to Chen Tiezhu? Beyond her trust in him, she wished for him to masquerade as her boyfriend. Once Chen Tiezhu consented, he understood that this revelation was merely the beginning. Chapter 35. Contract Agreement. Gazing into Shang Wanrong's earnest, sincere, and somewhat domineering eyes, Chen Tiezhu found himself unable to refuse her. Coupled with the allure of 500,000, how could he resist? "Sister Rong, I agree to your proposal. However, given that this is a charade, there will inevitably come a day when the truth is unveiled." "What will you do then?" Chen Tiezhu inquired. "That is not for you to ponder. Your focus should be on cooperating with me fully," Shang Wanrong replied. Upon finishing her statement, she retrieved a folder from a drawer. "This contains the contract and agreement. Please review it. If there are no issues, kindly sign," Shang Wanrong said as she handed the folder to Chen Tiezhu. A contract and agreement? Chen Tiezhu opened it, perplexed. To his astonishment, it was a contract pertaining to his role as a faux boyfriend, with all the stipulations clearly laid out. It specified the confidentiality of information and mandated cooperation with Shang Wanrong. Violation of these terms would not only result in the forfeiture of the 500,000, but also necessitate a compensation of the same amount. Chen Tiezhu read through the document in one breath. "Sign here, and the 500,000 will be yours," Shang Wanrong asserted, brandishing a bank card. Chen Tiezhu hesitated once more. "This contract is rather overbearing. I run a business and generally engage in contracts for transactions. Please do not overthink it," Shang Wanrong continued. "Meeting once a week for 6 months amounts to 24 encounters, averaging over 20,000 each time." She even recited the figures aloud. "Very well," Chen Tiezhu said, picking up the pen to inscribe his name. Ultimately, his decision to comply was driven by the monetary incentive and, of course, by Shang Wanrong's trust in him. He scrutinized the contract carefully. While it was indeed somewhat domineering, there were no other glaring issues. He was aware of many undisclosed matters regarding Shang Wanrong, and being associated with such a significant figure hardly seemed a risk. Sister Rong, when shall I visit your home? Chen Tiezhu promptly inquired. Just await my message. I will inform you when the time comes, Shangguan Rong replied. Understood, Chen Tiezhu nodded. Sister Rong, if there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. After he departed, Shangguan Rong settled onto the sofa, her posture exuding sensuality and grace. Let's hope I have not erred in my judgment, she mused. Having assessed so many men, he appears to be the most suitable, intelligent, quick-witted, eloquent, and skilled in massage and acupuncture. Oh, I forgot to ask if he has a girlfriend. Shangguan Rong promptly rose, her alluring figure subtly shifting. Since he has agreed, he must be single. Suddenly, her phone rang. Hello, Mother. Why are you still awake at this hour? It was her mother calling. Rangier, your father and I ran into an old friend today. His son is a returnee, 30 years old, and hold a doctorate. I've seen his photograph. He is quite handsome. Do you have time to come over in a few days? His son will be back as well. Upon hearing this, Shangguan Rong gently pressed her temples, but responded with warmth. Mother, I already have a boyfriend. Once he and I are both free, I will return home. Really? That's wonderful. Please hurry and bring him along. Upon hearing the news, Shangguan Rong's mother could hardly contain her joy. What does he do? Is he handsome? Is he of good character? She inquired eagerly. Mother, in a few days when I bring him home, you will know, Shangguan Rong replied, urging her to rest as the hour was late. After hanging up the phone, she let out a sigh of relief. She had refrained from disclosing the fact that the man was a notorious womanizer, merely mentioning his demise abroad. Concerned about her elderly parents' health, she feared that the harsh reality might overwhelm them. Before returning home, she needed him to acclimate a bit more. Gently caressing her alluring red lips, Shangguan Rong's thoughts drifted to certain memories. After consuming the medicinal pill, her essence clashed with the alluring evil energy, leaving her in a state of emotional turmoil. In truth, while embracing Chen Tiezhu, a sliver of clarity had lingered within her mind. I actually kissed him, she mused, holding a bank card worth 500,000 yuan. Naturally, Chen Tiezhu was elated. His initial desire was merely to live quietly as a security guard and seek a partner who possessed the other half of a jade pendant, harboring little ambition for wealth. How could she possess such alluring, evil energy? Chen Tiezhu chose to focus on Shangguan Rong's physical state. The seductive energy resided near her heart, and knowing she lacked any skill in cultivation, he hesitated to act recklessly in removing it. He never anticipated that the so-called boss was indeed a notorious womanizer. It seemed Shangguan Rong had misjudged him in the past. Unbeknownst to Chen Tiezhu, Shangguan Rong had been university classmates with that man. He was exceptional in every regard and pursued her for 4 years, but she had shown no desire for romance, consistently rejecting his advances. Upon graduating at the age of 22, Shangguan Rong promptly rented an office and established Furong Design Company. Within a mere 3 years, the company blossomed from a handful of employees to over 200. That man had been with the company since its inception, demonstrating remarkable capability, eventually rising to the position of a core executive while persistently pursuing Shangguan Rong. Perhaps moved by his dedication, one day she inadvertently accepted his marriage proposal. Thus, they entered the realm of matrimony without a lavish celebration, merely obtaining a certificate. Were it not for the man's public declarations, few would have been aware of their union. Subsequently, Shangguan Rong discovered that he had numerous women outside their marriage. The following day, Xiaohua indeed sought out Gao Qiqiang, repeatedly apologizing and even kneeling to claim she had been coerced. Gao Qiqiang said nothing, refraining from violence, simply stating, "You may leave. I do not wish to see you again." What he had believed to be a beautiful first love turned out to be a deception, akin to a dagger plunged into his heart. "Chong, are you feeling better?" Chen Tiezhu inquired about Gao Qiqiang's encounter with Xiaohua. "Tiezhu, I am fine. As you said, a man must endure certain experiences to grow," Gao Qiqiang replied. Though he still struggled to accept the situation, he believed that time would heal his wounds. Chen Tiezhu took out 7,000 yuan in cash and said, "Last night, I went to confront those individuals and managed to retrieve the money for you." In truth, he only succeeded in reclaiming 2,000, as that was all they had on hand. The remainder was surrendered to Lu Qingpi. What? Those rascals are quite formidable. I can hardly contend with them, Gao Qiqiang exclaimed, gazing at Chen Tiezhu with astonishment. You weren't injured, were you? I am fine. Just take the money. If you don't, I will surely take it back, Chen Tiezhu replied. The additional 5,000 had been covered by him. It was evident that he had been deceived, unable to recover from it swiftly. However, at least some of the money was returned, wasn't it? Gao Qiqiang hastily took the money. That won't do at most. I could treat you to hot pot tonight, he said with a grin. No wonder that woman came to apologize to me. She asked if you sent her. Chen Tiezhu remarked. You can bet it was you. I found it rather odd that she suddenly had a change of heart and came to kneel down in apology. Gao Qiqiang replied. Chapter 36. A Death in the Company? A Curse? As Chen Tiezhu patrolled the floor of the fashion design department, he passed by an office door. Suddenly, a woman in high heels twisted her ankle. Chen Tiezhu quickly rushed forward to assist her. Are you all right? As a security guard, it was only natural for him to help when an employee encountered trouble. Thank you, Tiezhu, the woman said. She was none other than Sun Yaoling, the manager of the fashion design department. It's her again. Chen Tiezhu nearly withdrew his hand, but he knew that if he did, she would surely fall. Could you help me into the office? I think I've sprained my ankle, Sun Yaoling said, looking at Chen Tiezhu with her captivating eyes. The scent of her perfume was intoxicating. All right, he replied, realizing he had no choice but to assist her into the office. The employees in the company were busy, completely oblivious to the unfolding situation. As he helped Sun Yaoling inside, she began to make a scene. Dressed in a fitted professional outfit, she deliberately pressed her assets against Chen Tiezhu's arm. Upon entering the office, he guided her to a chair. Manager Sun, I will take my leave now, Chen Tiezhu said, attempting to exit. Tiezhu, you are so kind. Could you help me apply some ointment? I believe I've twisted my ankle, Sun Yaoling said, her voice laced with a feigned plea. I can't reach. It's quite inconvenient. Manager Sun, perhaps you should ask someone else for help. I still have work to attend to. Chen Tiezhu declined. It hurts so much. Sun Yaoling's face contorted in pain. Tiezhu, it truly hurts. Please help me apply the ointment. Her eyes glimmered with unshed tears. Chen Tiezhu found himself doubting whether she was merely acting. Where's the ointment? He inquired. In the cabinet right in front of you. Sun Yaoling replied. Chen Tiezhu walked over, opened the drawer, and retrieved a bottle of ointment for sprains. Tiezhu, you are so wonderful, she praised once more. The sprained ankle was not part of Sun Yaoling's original scheme. She had only intended to use the situation to entice Chen Tiezhu. Is this the right one? Chen Tiezhu pointed to Sun Yaoling's right ankle and spoke. All right, Sun Yaoling nodded. I will help you take off your shoe. Bear with me. It was difficult to feign a sprained ankle, Chen Tiezhu thought, so he decided to apply some ointment instead. After that, he would take his leave. Chen Tiezhu crouched down and removed Sun Yaoling's high heel with ease. One must admit, her feet were truly exquisite. Even her feet were fair and delicate, with dainty toes adorned with a layer of rose-red nail polish. Her ankle, originally slender, had begun to swell due to the sprain. Since it was freshly injured, applying medication immediately was unwise. Chen Tiezhu almost lost focus, but upon activating his yin-yang eyes, he discerned that only the ligaments were sprained, not the bones. I will give you a massage. That should suffice. Grasping Sun Yaoling's foot, he began to massage it. Tiezhu, how is it that your hands are so adept? The area that was just throbbing in pain now feels not only painless, but quite soothing. Sun Yaoling exclaimed, astonished. She frequently visited professionals, yet none matched Chen Tiezhu's skill. Just a casual touch, he replied modestly. Tiezhu, why do you seem reluctant to converse with me? Have I done something wrong? Sun Yaoling inquired. Manager Sun, I am rather tongue-tied and hesitant to speak much, Chen Tiezhu admitted. I've heard you're related to the boss's wife. Is that true? Sun Yaoling continued her probing. No, Chen Tiezhu immediately refuted. All right, take a few steps and see how it feels, he suggested, rising to his feet. Sun Yaoling stood up and was astonished to find that the pain had vanished. The swelling had subsided remarkably. Is it really this simple? Manager Sun, I shall take my leave now. With that, Chen Tiezhu turned and walked away without looking back. Sun Yaoling observed his retreating figure, pondering, Chen Tiezhu, you are quite remarkable. I sacrificed my allure to tempt you, yet you remained unfazed. Now, you possess such skilled hands as well. How delightful. Reflecting on the sensation of his large hands massaging her feet, she felt a surge of exhilaration. An urge to pursue him began to blossom within her. I refuse to believe that I, Sun Miaoling, cannot win you over. Exiting her office, Chen Tiezhu felt a sense of relief. He had made every effort to avoid her, yet fate seemed intent on their encounters. During lunch, he noticed Captain Liu from the Yangguang Road Police Station arriving at the company with several officers. Tiezhu, I just heard someone say there was a death at our company, Gao Qiqiang remarked as he ate. Who has died? Chen Tiezhu inquired hastily. Uncertain, but it seems to be someone from the architectural design department, Gao Qiqiang replied. It was evident that Captain Liu and his team were here regarding this matter. I heard it was a crime of passion. The woman was a mistress and was killed by the man's wife. Such things happen? Chen Tiezhu, intrigued, abandoned his meal and rushed to investigate the commotion. It is truly lamentable that such a beautiful young woman has become entangled in an affair. Ma San is also observing the unfolding drama. Captain, what exactly transpired? Chen Tiezhu inquired of Ma San. The woman in question is Wu Mengmeng, the secretary to the manager of the architectural design department. She was involved with a minor entrepreneur and was found dead last night in an apartment rented by him. Allegedly poisoned, Ma San replied. Has the perpetrator been apprehended? Chen Tiezhu asked. It seems not, but the constables suspect that the entrepreneur's wife might be involved, Ma San continued. Wu Mengmeng, the secretary to the manager of the architectural design department? Chen Tiezhu recognized her, and the memory was particularly vivid. About a month ago, while patrolling the company's underground parking lot one evening, he noticed a rhythmic swaying from an Audi. Curiosity piqued, he approached and activated his yin-yang eye, only to witness a man and a woman engaged in intimate activities within. Most astonishingly, the man was the architectural design department's manager, Liu, and the woman was his secretary. Chen Tiezhu had seen similar instances on social media, superiors taking advantage of subordinates, a common occurrence in the workplace that he had chosen to overlook. He had refrained from mentioning it to Gao Qiqiang and the others, fearing that their loose tongues might divulge the matter. Captain, does Manager Liu of the architectural design department have a wife? Chen Tiezhu asked. Of course. He is already 50 years old. How could he not have a wife? His children are in high school, Ma San responded, demonstrating his familiarity with the company's affairs. Goodness. So, Wu Mengmeng was a mistress to so many? As Captain Liu and his team examined Wu Mengmeng's workspace, they inquired of every individual in the architectural design department. Meanwhile, the owner, Shengwan Rong, also arrived. As the employer, it was only natural for her to cooperate with the police investigation, even if the incident did not occur on company premises. Chen Tiezhu approached slowly, eager to discern the situation. Captain Liu, have you yet captured the assailant? Shengwan Rong inquired of Liu Zixiong. Liu Zixiong shook his head, stating, We have examined the scene, but thus far, we have found no evidence of a third party's involvement. Initially, we suspected poisoning, but the coroner's examination revealed no signs of such. These details were typically the purview of the constables and were not easily disclosed to outsiders. However, as the owner of Furong Company, Shengwan Rong was well acquainted with Captain Liu and the department head. In the realm of business, it is inevitable for a large company owner to interact with public officials. Very well, Ms. Shengwan, we shall take our leave. After completing their inquiries and inspections at Wu Mengming's desk, Captain Liu departed with his team. Chen Tiezhu approached Wu Mengming's workspace, where the constables had removed numerous items, leaving the surface considerably bare. A peculiar object caught his eye, a seemingly inconspicuous hair tie. Upon closer inspection, he sensed an eerie aura emanating from it. Activating his yin-yang eye, he discerned it to be a curse. Chapter 37. Shen Tinglan, what is the nature of this curse? This is a most enigmatic and eerie form of sorcery. Regarding the art of Gu, the old man had elaborated on it in detail with Chen Tiezhu. Legends tell of a sect in the southwestern lands thousands of years ago, known as the Shingu sect, which uniquely developed the craft of Gu. The Gu curse is a manifestation of this art. Those who master it are referred to as Gu masters. They employ unique methods to concoct, and cultivate various extraordinary creatures. By merging the distinctive goo energy and goo insects within the goo masteress body, and finally incorporating a singular incantation, one creates the goo curse. Once an individual is ensnared by this curse, their demise is silent and strange, leaving those unversed in the art utterly unaware of the cause of death. Upon examining the hair tie, Chen Tiezhu discerned the goo curse inscribed upon it. Someone had cast the curse onto this hair tie. Thus, whenever it is used, the curse would silently infiltrate the useress body. This hair tie, resting on Wu Mengming's workstation, was evidently hers. Could it be that she perished due to this curse? "What are you doing?" came the voice of Shangwan Rong from behind. "Sister Rong, I was merely curious," Chen Tiezhu replied hastily. "In the company, refer to me as boss. You may call me Sister Rong privately," Shangwan Rong instructed, beckoning him to follow her to the office. "This afternoon, accompany me to purchase 2 sets of clothing," she said. "Sister Rong, do you really need me to go with you to buy clothes?" Chen Tiezhu inquired. "It is not for me, but for you. In a few days, you will be masquerading as my boyfriend, so you must dress appropriately," she explained. "Remember, you must not disclose this pretense to anyone else. Also, come by my place later tonight. I need to teach you a few things to prevent any mishaps." Chen Tiezhu nodded. "Sister Rong, is it possible that Captain Liu and the others cannot ascertain how Wu Mengming met her end, and the murderer remains at large?" he asked, having overheard Shangwan Rong's conversation with Captain Liu. "Tiezhu, this is a criminal case. Why do you inquire about such matters?" Shangwan Rong responded. "Sister Rong, I discovered this hair tie at Wu Mengming's workstation. Perhaps Captain Liu and his team overlooked it. Please hand it to him, as her death may be linked to this hair tie," Chen Tiezhu stated, placing it on the desk. Shangwan Rong furrowed her brow. "What connection does Wu Mengming's death have with this hair tie?" she questioned, puzzled by his assertion. "Boss, I am merely speculating. Just pass it on to Captain Liu," Chen Tiezhu replied. "Boss, I shall take my leave," he added before exiting Shangwan Rong's office. She gazed at the hair tie on the desk, her mind filled with questions. Why was he so peculiar? Indeed, Chen Tiezhu himself was a man full of enigma and intrigue. As he stepped out of Shangwan Rong's office, he encountered Sun Yaoling, who had come to see her. "Tiezhu, are you here to see President Shangwan as well?" she inquired immediately. "It's a work-related matter," Chen Tiezhu responded, walking away without looking back. "A work-related matter? The boss summoned a mere security guard to the office to discuss work? How could that be?" she thought, sensing an underlying connection. Sun Yaoling became increasingly convinced that Chen Tiezhu and Shangwan Rong shared a special relationship. Chen Tiezhu had not anticipated discovering a curse in such a place. The cause of Wu Mengming's death remained elusive. It was highly likely it was due to the curse. Chen Tiezhu mused. However, the old man had mentioned that the Divine Gu sect had vanished from this world many years ago. And even if there were still Gu masters who practiced such arts, they would be exceedingly rare. Was it truly a coincidence that he encountered one? In the afternoon, Shangwan Rong asked Chen Tiezhu to wait for her at Yida Plaza. Reluctantly, Chen Tiezhu requested leave from Ma San once more, who readily acquiesced. Shortly after Chen Tiezhu arrived at Yida Plaza, Shangwan Rong also made her entrance, dressed in casual attire, complete with a baseball cap and sunglasses. It would have been difficult for Chen Tiezhu to recognize her had she not greeted him first. Shangwan Rong led Chen Tiezhu into a high-end boutique. Upon glancing at the prices, he was astounded. A single shirt cost several thousand yuan. "Salesperson, please bring this outfit for me to try on," Shangwan Rong instructed. "Certainly, please try it on," the attendant replied. Shangwan Rong handed Chen Tiezhu a suit, and he complied by putting it on. As he emerged from the fitting room, Shangwan Rong removed her sunglasses, and her gaze spoke volumes. Chen Tiezhu, adorned in the suit, appeared transformed. His demeanor and aura were utterly different from moments before. Even the sales clerk was taken aback. The Chen Tiezhu who had entered dressed in humble, even shabby clothing was unrecognizable now. If not for his tall stature and handsome features, he would have seemed unremarkable. Having never worn a suit before, Chen Tiezhu found it both unfamiliar and somewhat awkward. "I will take this suit, and please bring another in a different color," Shangwan Rong declared. Chen Tiezhu changed back out of the suit, and Shangwan Rong proceeded to the checkout. 48,000. Upon seeing the bill, Chen Tiezhu was left speechless. Sister Rong, there's really no need to purchase something so expensive. We could get a suit for a few hundred, and you could just give me the remaining money, he suggested. I told my mother you were a medical researcher, earning 50 to 60,000 a month. Besides, considering you're pretending to be my boyfriend, isn't it quite normal to wear a suit worth over 20,000? Shangguan Rong replied. Wealthy individuals certainly had a different perspective. Wait, Sister Rong, you mentioned my identity as a pharmacology researcher? Chen Tiezhu inquired immediately. I haven't even attended university. I only graduated from high school. Shangguan Rong chuckled. I will train you well over the next few days. As long as you remember what I teach you, you will have no trouble impressing my parents. Cheryl. Suddenly, a voice called out. Shangguan Rong instinctively turned around. Lan Lan? It was evident that the two women were acquainted, and their relationship seemed quite amicable. Why are you back in the country? Weren't you pursuing your PhD abroad? Shangguan Rong asked as she grasped the woman's hand. Goodness, I almost didn't recognize you. With that hat and such plain clothing, the woman named Lan Lan remarked. Another stunning beauty had arrived. Chen Tiezhu could not help but be captivated by the woman named Lan Lan, his gaze fixated upon her. This enchanting beauty, standing there, seemed to embody a quintessential scene from a romantic drama. Her long, wavy hair, a blend of ash gray and brown, was casually styled into a low ponytail, with wisps framing her petite face, enhancing its exquisite features. A small reddish-brown mole at the corner of her eye appeared and disappeared as she glanced upward, tantalizingly piquing one's curiosity. Her striking features were bold and graceful, with a prominent nose and full lips that hinted at mixed heritage, complemented by expressive eyes that shimmered with a myriad of emotions. Draped in an off-white, oversized blazer layered over a black lace camisole, the subtle hints of allure emanated a casual sensuality. The high-waisted black flared trousers accentuated her height of nearly 1.7 meters to perfection. On her feet, she wore sleek black patent leather stilettos. A minimalist silver watch adorned her wrist, while around her neck hung a delicate chain with a ruby pendant, exuding understated luxury. An air of aloofness surrounded her, as if she were a magnet for intrigue. Her crimson lips radiated a fiery allure. My father's company encountered some issues, so I returned to take a look, the beauty named Lan Lan remarked. Is that so? I hadn't heard anything about it. You ought to call me. Perhaps I could offer assistance, replied Shangguan Rong, with a teasing smile. Lan Lan responded, You, the busy boss, how could I dare disturb you? The conversation between the two alluring women was charged with an electric warmth. Rongjia, may I take my leave? Chen Tiezhu inquired. Rongjia, how comes this handsome young man refers to you as Rongjia? I recall you having no brothers, Lan Lan immediately questioned. Lan Lan, allow me to introduce. This is my boyfriend, Chen Tiezhu, Shangguan Rong stated. Tiezhu, this is my dear friend, Chen Tiezhu. Both Chen Tiezhu and Chen Tiezhu were momentarily taken aback. Ronger, he's your boyfriend? Chen Tiezhu asked incredulously. Is that a problem? Shangguan Rong retorted. Chen Tiezhu then touched Shangguan Rong's forehead, exclaiming, Ronger, are you out of your mind? You chose such a young man. Judging by looks, you must be at least 5 or 6 years older than him. And look at his attire. While handsome, he appears as if he ought to be a security guard. Indeed, he is a security guard at my company, Shangguan Rong admitted. Tiezhu, you may leave now. Lan Lan, and I wish to catch up, she instructed. Understood, Chen Tiezhu replied, departing. Confused, Chen Tiezhu pondered how Shangguan Rong could so casually disclose to her friend that he was her boyfriend. It seemed incongruous with the narrative. After his departure, Chen Tiezhu led Shangguan Rong to a CAF. Ronger, do you possess some leverage over him? Chen Tiezhu inquired seriously. Not at all, Shangguan Rong responded. Then why would you choose a young security guard as your boyfriend? Are you desperate? She exclaimed loudly, drawing the attention of everyone in the CAF. Your words. What do you mean by desperate? With that, Shangguan Rong recounted how she had enlisted Chen Tiezhu to feign as her boyfriend. You gave me quite a scare. I genuinely thought you had taken a young security guard as your partner. Chen Tiezhu placed her hand upon her chest, reminiscent of the openness found in the West, and exhaled a sigh of relief. However, she remarked, this ruse can only deceive your parents temporarily. Inevitably, they will uncover the truth. My mother is currently unwell, and I merely wish to bring her some joy. Once she recovers, I shall simply announce our separation, said Shangwan Rong. That seems reasonable. But do you truly not intend to find someone genuine? Chen Tiezhu inquired earnestly. I shall leave it to fate, Shangwan Rong replied after sipping her coffee. That individual must have wounded you deeply, did he not? It is entirely my fault for failing to safeguard you, allowing you to naively marry him. Chen Tiezhu expressed with a hint of remorse. He concealed his true self exceptionally well, and at that time I was wholly absorbed in my work, she continued. It's of no consequence. I have not suffered any real loss. Merely a notation of a marriage on my household registration, Shangwan Rong stated with a sense of acceptance. Did you ever develop feelings for him? Chen Tiezhu probed. How should I put it? My marriage to him stemmed from his persistent pursuit, despite my repeated refusals. He remained remarkably kind and supportive in my professional endeavors. At that time, I was entirely focused on my career, ignorant of what love truly entailed. I did not experience any stirring of emotions, Shangwan Rong explained. That is reassuring. I've been concerned that you might not have moved on, Chen Tiezhu replied. LNLN, you mentioned earlier that your father's company is facing difficulties. What exactly is the issue? Shangwan Rong inquired with concern. My father's company is engaged in real estate, and last year, they launched a villa development in the new city of South City. It was supposed to be ready for handover last month, but some peculiar incidents have arisen, leading the buyers to demand refunds. As you know, those who purchase villas in that area are prominent figures from South City and beyond. With such a situation, refusing to refund is untenable. However, once the refunds commence, the entire development will be doomed, and selling it in the future will be impossible. Consequently, the company will struggle to repay the bank loans. And my father is already overwhelmed, Chen Tiezhu elaborated. What kind of peculiar incidents are we discussing? Shangwan Rong pressed further. At night, strange sounds emanate from the development, unnerving those who hear it. There have been multiple instances of workers going mad while on the job. We have consulted professionals, but they have been unable to ascertain the cause. Those who have succumbed to madness show no discernible symptoms at the hospital, Chen Tiezhu recounted. Chapter 38. The game of strategy. After departing from Yida Plaza, Chen Tiezhu returned to the company, having taken a half-day leave with Ma San. He was not returning to work, but rather heading to the coffee shop downstairs to meet Ning Fei. Xiaolian, where is Sister Fei? Chen Tiezhu inquired upon not finding Ning Fei in the CAF. Brother Tiezhu, that group of individuals has returned to cause trouble. Sister Fei is gone with them, replied the only employee, Xiaolian. The same group that came here demanding repayment from Sister Fei? Chen Tiezhu frowned and asked. Indeed, Xiaolian nodded. Where did Sister Fei go with them? Chen Tiezhu pressed on. To a nearby place called Chaoyang Loans, Xiaolian informed him. It seems they intend to sign some sort of contract with her. Chen Tiezhu immediately dashed off. Chaoyang Financial Company has numerous small outlets in South City. Their aim clearly to attract and even deceive individuals into taking out loans. At this moment, in a small loan shop near Furon Design Company, Ning Fei confronted Wan Tian, the man who had spoken to her previously. I have already discussed this with your father, Ning Daqiang. If you marry Wang Bo, he can effortlessly help you repay this mere 800,000, he declared. You are utterly despicable. You lack all humanity, Ning Fei exclaimed through tears. Do you not realize that your actions have led my father to refuse treatment? Wan Tan, nonchalantly smoking a cigarette, replied, Ning Fei, if you repay the money, will there still be an issue? We are merely executing orders from above. If you make things difficult for us, we shall make things difficult for you. I will transfer the coffee shop. That will cover half of what I owe. As for the rest, I will find another way, Ning Fei resolved determinedly. That won't suffice. There remains 40,000. How do you intend to repay that? The company has granted us only 5 days. Can you earn 40,000 in 5 days? Wan Tian pressed aggressively. Your best option is still to marry Wang Bo. Once you wed him, the coffee shop remains yours. You can repay the debt. Your father can continue his treatment, and he could live a few more years, he continued. Ning Fei bit her lip, feeling cornered and unsure of how to proceed. Was she truly destined to marry Wang Bo? Just then, Chen Tiezhu entered the shop. Tiezhu, what brings you here? Ning Fei asked, surprised to see him. Her previously anxious heart seemed to settle. What are you doing here again? Wan Tian frowned at Chen Tiezhu. Your presence changes nothing. Ning Fei's debt is documented, and she must repay it. Wan Tian had yet to confirm whether Chen Tiezhu was Lu Zixiong's cousin. May I see the contract? Chen Tiezhu inquired, directing his gaze at Wan Tian. Wan Tian placed the contract on the table, saying, "Here, take a look." As Chen Tiezhu examined the document, he noted, "The annual interest rate on your loan is as high as 100%. This constitutes usury, even if we refuse to pay. Your efforts to involve the police would be futile. Conversely, should the court discover this, they will intervene," he continued, recalling information he had seen on Douyin regarding usury. Generally, the judicial protection for private loans caps the maximum interest rate at 4 times the national lending market rate. Any excess is unsupported by law. However, companies like Chaoyang Finance operate under different rules, where lending rates are not bound by the 4-fold national lending market rate. Yet, if the annual interest exceeds 24%, the court will indeed intervene. Kid, do not speak of matters beyond your understanding. Even your cousin Lu Zixiong could not handle this. I advise you to refrain from meddling, Wan Tian said, discarding his cigarette onto the ground. Tiezhu, let it go, Ning Fei implored, grasping Chen Tiezhu's hand. She was well aware of the interest rate at the time of borrowing, fully understanding it was usury. Given the circumstances, who else would lend her such a significant sum aside from a usurious company? Chen Tiezhu understood that to operate a loan-sharking business in Nancheng, the owner must wield considerable influence and possess deep connections in both the legal and underground spheres. Thus, it is not merely the ordinary individuals who find themselves ensnared. Even someone like Lu Zixiong, the captain of a local police station, would undoubtedly encounter significant trouble and potential threats to personal safety if he were to stir the waters indiscriminately. Chen Tiezhu's assertion was intended to convey a firm stance. I shall return you 100,000 now. How shall the remaining amount be settled in half a month? He inquired. Impossible. Everything must be repaid today. Wan Tian retorted with unwavering resolve. Then there is no other option. Regardless, the money cannot be repaid, and we might as well go down together, Chen Tiezhu replied, feigning the act of retrieving his mobile phone. Do not act foolishly. Should you contact the authorities, it is Ning Fei and her father who will suffer the consequences. Wan Tian hurriedly warned. With no path of retreat left, what is there to fear? Chen Tiezhu continued. There is a way out. Let Ning Fei marry President Wang. If there is fear, it is Wan Tian who does not wish for Chen Tiezhu to alert the police. Although the higher-ups could intervene, it would ultimately lead to complications, and he would certainly face repercussions from above. Fei Jie, do you wish to marry that individual? Chen Tiezhu inquired of Ning Fei, who instinctively shook her head in refusal. If you do not wish to marry, then today I must either report to the authorities or provide you with 100,000. With the remainder to be settled in half a month, Chen Tiezhu stated. Wan Tian was nearly grinding his teeth in frustration. Were it not for Chen Tiezhu's possible relation to Lu Zixiong, he would have already instructed his subordinates to teach him a lesson. This threat had inadvertently placed Wan Tian in a position of vulnerability. 5 days. I will give you a maximum of 5 days. After that, if the money is still not repaid, Ning Fei, you will have no choice but to marry President Wang. Wan Tian ultimately retreated a step. Chen Tiezhu, potentially Lu Zixiong's cousin, was reluctant to escalate matters unless absolutely necessary. After all, the higher-ups had granted them a grace period of 5 days. Very well. Since the other party had already made a concession, Chen Tiezhu refrained from pressing further. Here is the sum of 100,000. He placed a black plastic bag on the table, containing the cash. It seemed that he had anticipated such a scenario on his way, and thus had procured the cash beforehand. Draft a receipt, detailing the circumstances. Chen Tiezhu instructed Wan Tian, who had his men verify the amount before writing a receipt. Chen Tiezhu glanced at it and said to Ning Fei, Fei Jie, let us depart. He then took her hand and exited. Boss, are we truly compromising with this brat? One of Wan Tian's subordinates inquired. You are so clever and capable. Why don't you propose a solution? Should we beat him or allow him to report us? Wan Tian exclaimed, his mood far from pleasant. Lu Zixiong was notoriously impervious to reason. If Chen Tiezhu were indeed his cousin, this matter would certainly attract Lu Zixiong's attention. Do you think the higher-ups would hesitate to break my legs? What if they still have not repaid the money in 5 days? Another subordinate asked. Then we shall capture Ning Daqiang and force Ning Fei to marry Wang Bo. Wan Tian ignited a cigarette, inhaling deeply. What if that brat meddles again? Shouldn't we ensure that the deed is done first? Wan Tian erupted in anger. Regarding the individuals known as the Wan Tian Group, it is worth noting that they once engaged in illicit activities and navigated through grave situations. Now, having transitioned to debt collection, they continue to thrive by employing various tactics. Initially, they had already manipulated the situation concerning Ning Fei's funds. Had it not been for the presence of Chen Tiezhu, their success would have been assured. Furthermore, it would be prudent to investigate whether this individual is indeed Lu Zixiong's cousin. Chapter 39. The Beverage of Prosperity? Tiezhu, this cannot be, as that is a sum of 100,000. I cannot accept your money. After being drawn out by Chen Tiezhu, Ning Fei seemed to awaken to the reality of the situation. She contemplated returning to the store. Sister Fei, the money has already been given. Even if you wish to reclaim it now, it is impossible, Chen Tiezhu remarked. Observing Chen Tiezhu, Ning Fei felt a profound sense of gratitude. Yet, this was indeed 100,000. How much could Chen Tiezhu possibly earn in a month? Merely 3,000. Moreover, he hailed from a rural background, a fact of which Ning Fei was aware. At the age of 20, Chen Tiezhu had only recently joined the Furon Design Company as a security guard 3 months prior. How could he possibly accumulate such savings? Could it be that he was involved in some extraordinary side job? Tiezhu, this is your hard-earned money. You should not give it away, Ning Fei insisted. No worries. Consider it a loan to Sister Fei, Chen Tiezhu replied, noting Ning Fei's significant reaction. At that moment, there were no better alternatives, were there? Tiezhu, rest assured, Sister Fei will repay you promptly. While Ning Fei felt touched, she also experienced a sense of guilt, pondering if this money was perhaps saved by Tiezhu for his future bride. Tiezhu, what you did earlier was excessively reckless. You have no comprehension of how terrifying those individuals can be. Additionally, the companies involved in usury are backed by formidable forces. Even if you report them to the authorities, it will be futile. Remember, do not take such risks in the future. As Ning Fei gazed at Chen Tiezhu, her enchanting eyes sparkled, captivating him. At 30 years of age, Ning Fei differed from Shangwan Rong. She was not the type whose beauty was immediately striking. Rather, she possessed a charm that grew more alluring upon closer inspection. Her figure was equally understated. It was not overtly seductive, but rather embodied the fullness characteristic of a mature woman. In Chen Tiezhu's eyes, Ning Fei was a graceful and beautiful woman, possessing a generous figure, fair skin, and a kind-hearted, gentle, and diligent demeanor, a true confidant. In contrast to Shangwan Rong, who at 28, also exuded the allure of a mature woman, Ning Fei evoked an entirely different sentiment in Chen Tiezhu. Shangwan Rong's beauty and physique were of the kind that astonished at first glance, turning heads wherever she went. Moreover, Shangwan Rong was a workaholic and a successful business owner. Her demeanor was often aloof, giving off an impression of being unapproachable and even somewhat domineering. In simpler terms, Shangwan Rong embodied the characteristics of a formidable, resolute, intelligent, independent, and commanding female executive. On the other hand, Ning Fei was characterized by her gentle patience, understanding nature, maturity, reliability, and optimistic inclusiveness, embodying the essence of a nurturing elder sister. The two women could not be more different. Indeed, Chen Tiezhu nodded in agreement. What I just did was merely a test, and I had not anticipated that the other party would truly concede. Transferring the coffee shop could yield 400,000, and with your 100,000, we still fall short by 300,000. In 5 days, 300,000. As she spoke, Ning Fei shook her head. Sister Fei, there will be a way, Chen Tiezhu asserted. As for the 300,000, the funds in Chen Tiezhu's bank card were already sufficient. However, he would not resort to such means to assist. Moreover, Ning Fei would undoubtedly reject such assistance. Sister Fei, do you believe it is possible to earn 1 million in 5 days? Chen Tiezhu suddenly remarked to Ning Fei. Upon hearing this, Ning Fei, for reasons unknown, revealed a charming smile that exuded the warmth of a caring elder sister. She playfully tucked a few stray strands of hair behind her ear and said, "Don't tease Sister Fei. For ordinary individuals like us, making money often entails frugality and patience. Accumulating wealth in a short time, aside from engaging in illegal activities, is nearly impossible." Chen Tiezhu continued, "Sister Fei, have you considered transforming your coffee shop? This area is replete with office buildings, and employees are particularly fond of coffee. After deducting rent, utilities, and labor costs, my coffee shop can earn approximately $20,000 a month. I initially thought that upon transferring it, I could secure between $60,000 to $80,000. However, the highest offer has only reached $40,000, Ning Fei lamented. Sister Fei, if there were a herbal beverage that could alleviate all minor ailments, how much do you think it could sell for? Chen Tiezhu inquired. What kind of minor ailments are you referring to? Ning Fei asked. Common ailments such as colds, coughs, sore throats, fatigue from sleepless nights. If one were to consume this herbal drink, it would provide immediate relief without any side effects, Chen Tiezhu explained. If such a herbal drink truly existed, not just 31 cups, but even 100 would be eagerly purchased, Ning Fei responded. Tiezhu, where in the world can one find such an extraordinary beverage? Even if it existed, it would be classified as medicine. And medicines cannot be effective with just a single dose. Moreover, they often come with side effects. Chen Tiezhu chuckled and said, Sister Fei, do you believe I possess the formula for such a drink? Upon hearing this, Ning Fei was momentarily taken aback. Tiezhu, do not jest, she replied. Sister Fei, I am not joking. I genuinely have the formula for this herbal beverage, Chen Tiezhu declared with newfound seriousness. Indeed, he was not jesting. During his years of training on the mountain with the old man, Chen Tiezhu had acquired an abundance of knowledge. In his early days of training, he was youthful and frail, frequently succumbing to colds, fevers, foot pain, headaches, and restless nights due to body aches, leaving him utterly drained the following day. Thus, the old man had him drink a dark concoction that emitted a herbal aroma and tasted bitter. However, the aftertaste was sweet, and within an hour of consumption, he felt a marked improvement. Cold, fever, sore throat, headache, fatigue, all were alleviated instantaneously, with no side effects whatsoever. This dark drink was something Chen Tiezhu only learned about from the old man after he grew up. He subsequently requested its recipe, Baling liquid. This is the name of this traditional medicinal beverage. Baling liquid is concocted from 49 different medicinal herbs, meticulously prepared in specific quantities and at designated times, all infused in a precise amount of water. In addition to these 49 herbs, there is one crucial ingredient, Xianyuan stone. It contains a profound essence of the universe. During the preparation of the medicinal liquid, the inclusion of Xianyuan stone is essential to maximize its efficacy. Chapter 40. Treating Cancer in Chen Tiezhu's View. Assisting Ning Fei with her financial troubles was the best approach. Sister Fei, please take me to treat uncle today. I was delayed by matters yesterday, Chen Tiezhu stated. All right. As for Chen Tiezhu's mention of some miraculous beverage, Ning Fei chose to regard it as mere comforting words. It was not that she did not want to believe him, but his assertions seemed far too detached from reality. Ning Fei led Chen Tiezhu to their rental apartment. Upon entering, they found Ning Daqiang engrossed in a game of chess. Seeing Chen Tiezhu, Ning Daqiang immediately greeted him with a smile, saying, Tiezhu, you're here. Come, let's play a couple of games. Ning Daqiang's cordiality towards Chen Tiezhu was naturally due to their prior agreement. This is the perfect time for dinner, Ning Fei announced. With that, she headed into the kitchen to prepare the meal. Tiezhu, how are things going? Ning Daqiang inquired in a hushed tone. Uncle, rest assured within a month, I will ensure Sister Fei marries that Wangbo, Chen Tiezhu declared, puffing out his chest. Though his words were insincere, he maintained a facade of earnestness. Suddenly, Ning Daqiang siket. Uncle, what troubles you? Chen Tiezhu asked. What kind of person Wangbo is, I know all too well. But what can I do? My time is limited, and after I'm gone, how will Xiao Fei manage with all this debt? Owing so much to loan sharks, if she cannot repay them. I fear she could be sold off. Marrying Wangbo is certainly preferable to that fate. Chen Tiezhu recognized that Ning Daqiang felt compelled to force Ning Fei into a difficult choice. Uncle, what if I could cure your illness? Would you still insist that Sister Fei marry the Wangbo? Chen Tiezhu asked earnestly. Ning Daqiang looked at Chen Tiezhu's serious demeanor and smiled, saying, Tiezhu, since you're a friend of Fei Er, I believe you're someone with good intentions. I understand you wish to give me hope, to inspire anticipation. However, against cancer, there seems to be no remedy. Chen Tiezhu persisted. Uncle, we won't know unless we try. Please have a seat, he added. Ning Daqiang chuckled and nodded. All right. I shall see what you propose. Although this was a transaction, Ning Daqiang was still cooperative. Uncle, please loosen your clothing, Chen Tiezhu instructed. Ning Daqiang complied, revealing his frail physique, a result of years of consuming numerous anti-tumor medications, leaving his body emaciated and his skin dull. Cancer, known in medical circles as malignant tumor, is a disease characterized by the abnormal proliferation of cells. Within the human body, a tumor represents a cluster of these aberrant cells, commonly referred to as cancer cells. Presently, the capabilities of pharmacological treatments primarily revolve around inhibiting the growth and spread of tumor cells, yet they fall short of completely eradicating cancer cells while the patient remains alive. Therefore, the most direct approach to curing cancer is the complete annihilation of cancer cells, provided the individual can withstand the procedure. In the view of Chen Tiezhu, the combination of the 9 transformations celestial needle and the 9 transformations Xianwang Moxibustion can achieve this. Among the needles in the 9 transformations celestial needle, one is known as the 9 netherbone erosion needle. This needle, in simple terms, possesses the capability to eliminate any toxic substance that invades the human body. The term toxic substance refers to active toxins that infiltrate the bloodstream and even the bone marrow. The concept of 9 nether literally refers to a place deep underground, often associated with the underworld. The 9 netherbone erosion needle is designed to eradicate any toxic entity that infiltrates the body, even within the bone marrow, with a single strike. Similarly, cancer cells signify a transformation of normal body cells. These cancer cells are minuscule and deeply embedded. Only with the 9 netherbone erosion needle can they be utterly destroyed. Uncle, there may be a bit of pain shortly. Bear with it, Chen Tiezhu remarked. Are you going to use acupuncture? Ning Daqiang was taken aback as he observed Chen Tiezhu producing a silver needle. Just because Western medicine has failed does not imply that traditional Chinese medicine cannot succeed, Chen Tiezhu stated. All right then. Although Ning Daqiang had never witnessed Chen Tiezhu's healing abilities, nor was he aware of his medical expertise, he felt he had little to lose, given his terminal diagnosis. Since Chen Tiezhu was willing to attempt a remedy, he was open to it. Chen Tiezhu gathered the qi from his dantian. Ning Daqiang's body was extremely frail, requiring Chen Tiezhu's utmost focus to ensure every detail was executed flawlessly. Yin-yang eyes activate. With this, Chen Tiezhu could clearly perceive the tumor in Ning Daqiang's lungs. Despite the considerable expense and numerous imported medications, Ning Daqiang's tumor had indeed been effectively controlled. However, as Ning Fei noted, it had suddenly enlarged during this period. It was evident that a resistance had developed, rendering the tumor's growth and spread uncontrollable. Once this suppression failed, the rate of progression would be swift. Observing through the yin-yang eyes, Chen Tiezhu assessed that without intervention, Ning Daqiang had at most 2 months left, after which the tumor would metastasize throughout his body. Accurately locating the tumor, Chen Tiezhu grasped the 9 transformations celestial needle and descended with precision. The tumor was situated deep within, necessitating the silver needle to penetrate significantly. Chen Tiezhu manipulated the qi, guiding the needle without direct contact from his hand as it slowly advanced to the tumor's location. 9 netherbone erosion needle. In regions invisible to the naked eye, the 9 netherbone erosion needle, in conjunction with the 9 transformation celestial needle, relentlessly assaulted the cancer cells. A sharp pain surged, causing Ning Daqiang to furrow his brow. 20 minutes elapsed, and beads of sweat adorned Chen Tiezhu's forehead, as this type of treatment was immensely taxing. Simultaneously, beads of sweat trickled down Ning Daqiang's forehead. The pain he experienced remained within the bounds of his endurance. All right, Chen Tiezhu announced as he withdrew the silver needle and wiped the perspiration from his brow. At last, Ning Daqiang opened his eyes. The tension that had gripped him moments prior was palpable, as he remained uncertain of Chen Tiezhu's skills and expertise. Fortunately, the situation surpassed Chen Tiezhu's expectations. The cancer cells within Ning Daqiang's body had been thoroughly eradicated. Tiezhu, why do I feel even weaker? Ning Daqiang uttered, his voice feeble. Uncle, take this medicinal pill, Chen Tiezhu advised, producing 10 pre-prepared pills and offering one to Ning Daqiang. The sudden death of so many cancer cells naturally left Ning Daqiang's body in a state of disarray. His weakness was entirely to be expected. Therefore, it was imperative that he consume Chen Tiezhu's pill to prevent his body from succumbing to various complications. Ning Daqiang gazed at the dark pill, a sense of despair creeping into his heart. He feared that Chen Tiezhu had faltered. Tiezhu, since I promised you, I shall not hold you accountable. But remember your promise to me. Ensure that Feier marries Wang Bo. With that, Ning Daqiang swallowed the pill. Chen Tiezhu, upon hearing Ning Daqiang's words, felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. Chapter 41. Do you have a girlfriend? After ingesting the dark pill, Ning Daqiang, who had moments ago believed he was on the brink of death, suddenly raised his eyebrows and widened his eyes. His body felt invigorated, as though it were brimming with energy, a sensation he had not experienced in quite some time, reminiscent of days before his illness. Tiezhu, why do I feel as though something has changed within me? Ning Daqiang inquired astonished. Uncle, it is undoubtedly the effect of my treatment, Chen Tiezhu replied. Revealing that all the cancer cells within Ning Daqiang had been obliterated would likely be met with disbelief. Uncle, here are 9 more pills. Take one each day, Chen Tiezhu instructed. Although Ning Daqiang could not comprehend the reason for this transformation, he accepted the pills from Chen Tiezhu. Ning Daqiang stood and took a few steps. How peculiar! I feel so strong while walking, considering I could barely catch my breath just moments ago. His astonishment deepened. Dinner is ready. At that moment, Ning Fei emerged from the kitchen, apron-clad and carrying freshly prepared dishes. Dad, what are you doing? You're unwell. The doctor advised against vigorous activity. Upon seeing Ning Daqiang doing push-ups, Ning Fei hurriedly cautioned him. Feier, I feel incredibly energetic, as if I returned to my 30-year-old self, Ning Daqiang exclaimed, continuing his exercise without losing breath. Uncle, that's enough. Your body still needs time to recover, Chen Tiezhu interjected. Ning Daqiang stood and looked at Chen Tiezhu, asking Tiezhu, what exactly is going on? Uncle, tomorrow, let Fei Jie take you for a checkup at the hospital, and you will understand, Chen Tiezhu replied, not revealing everything at once. A visit to the hospital would yield the final confirmation needed for belief. At the dining table, Chen Tiezhu quickly praised, Fei Jie, your cooking is truly delightful. You possess a remarkable beauty and grace, coupled with kindness and culinary prowess. How fortunate would the man be who claims you as his wife? Upon hearing such words, Ning Fei felt an unexpected wave of embarrassment wash over her. Yet, Ning Daqiang could not find joy in this compliment. His daughter, so exceptional, had already wasted years due to his illness, and now she was destined to marry a man like Wang Bo. After their meal, Ning Fei led Chen Tiezhu into a room. Is it possible that my father is experiencing a fleeting resurgence? She asked, her eyes suddenly glistening with unshed tears, a sight that tugged at the heartstrings. I saw on Douyin that cancer patients often exhibit unexpected behaviors in their final days. My father's condition is so frail that even standing up after squatting is a monumental effort. Fei Jie, it is not as you think. My treatment has indeed begun to show results, Chen Tiezhu reassured her. You have already treated my father? Ning Fei inquired, her surprise evident. I treated him while you were cooking. Fei Jie, take him to the hospital for an x-ray tomorrow. You should be pleasantly surprised, Chen Tiezhu replied. Very well, Ning Fei said, though she found it hard to believe that Chen Tiezhu's treatment could yield results. After all, it was cancer. Could a mere treatment, while she cooked, truly be effective? Such feats were reserved for miraculous healers. Given Ning Daqiang's unusual behavior, Ning Fei was inclined to take him for an examination. As they exited the room, Chen Tiezhu reminded, Uncle, I am leaving. Remember to accompany Fei Jie to the hospital for the x-ray tomorrow. All right, thank you, Tiezhu, Ning Daqiang surprisingly agreed, leaving Ning Fei astonished. The sudden, strange change in his condition piqued his curiosity, and he, too, wished to discover the truth at the hospital. Seite, Tiezhu, Ning Daqiang instructed. Tiezhu, after your last massage, my herniated disc seems to have improved, Ning Fei remarked. Fei Jia, would you like me to massage you again? Chen Tiezhu casually suggested. This comment caused Ning Fei to blush once more, a reaction she often found herself experiencing in Chen Tiezhu's presence. It was as if a nervous flutter took hold of her. Is that all right? She asked, her voice softening to a near whisper, reminiscent of a timid bee. Is this the same poised and candid elder sister? Of course, whenever you need me. I am at your service, Chen Tiezhu assured her. Following the massage at the club, Ning Fei's herniated disc had indeed healed, making another session unnecessary. Tiezhu, I've noticed you become quite the conversationalist. Have you found a girlfriend? Ning Fei descended, secretly pleased by his response, though she kept her joy concealed. Who will want to be my girlfriend with my circumstances? Chen Tiezhu replied with self-deprecating humor. Who says so? You are handsome and kind, with the potential to earn a fortune in the future. If you desire it, countless girls will surely pursue you, Ning Fei countered promptly. Fei Jia, please, you flatter me. I feel quite embarrassed, Chen Tiezhu chuckled. Tiezhu, what kind of girlfriend are you looking for? Ning Fei inquired with curiosity. Chen Tiezhu scratched his head and replied, I'd like to find someone like Sister Fei. Chen Tiezhu had indeed never contemplated this question before. In an instant, Ning Fei was unable to contain herself. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, and her ears also turned red. Tiezhu, don't jest, she immediately responded. Suddenly, Chen Tiezhu's phone rang. Hello, who is this? It was an unfamiliar number. Is this Chen Tiezhu? I am Lu Zixiong from the police station on Sunshine Road. I need to discuss some details regarding the murder case of Wu Mengmeng from Furong Design Company. Are you available to come to the station now? It was actually Captain Lu Zixiong calling. I'm free. I can come over now, Chen Tiezhu replied. All right, I'll be waiting for you at the station, Lu Zixiong said before hanging up. Sister Fei, I have something to attend to. I must take my leave, Chen Tiezhu said as he hailed a taxi. Watching the taxi carrying Chen Tiezhu depart, Ning Fei pondered to herself. Ning Fei, what is happening to you? You cannot have such reactions, nor can you entertain such thoughts. After all, Tiezhu is a decade younger than you. Ning Fei, a 30-year-old woman, had experienced a brief romance that never truly began. She could distinctly sense that she was developing feelings for Chen Tiezhu, though she was unsure why it had crept upon her. Being in his presence brought her a profound sense of safety and joy. Chapter 42. The case of Wu Mengmeng. Upon arriving at the Sunshine Road police station, Chen Tiezhu met with Lu Zixiong. Hello, Captain Lu, he greeted with a smile. It's you, Lu Zixiong recalled as he recognized Chen Tiezhu. During the last community policing event, Furong Design Company sent several security personnel to assist, and Chen Tiezhu was among them. Lu Zixiong was notably impressed by Chen Tiezhu's outstanding performance, though he had not known his name at the time. You remember me? Chen Tiezhu asked. Your performance during the community event left a lasting impression on me, Lu Zixiong replied, standing upright in his uniform. With a face radiating warmth, Lu Zixiong exuded a strong sense of justice. Thank you, Captain Lu, for remembering this humble security guard, Chen Tiezhu humbly responded. Captain Lu, I am merely a security guard at the company. I've only exchanged glances with Wu Mengmeng. I'm not sure how I could be of assistance regarding her death. In truth, Chen Tiezhu had an inkling of the answer, but feigned ignorance. Observing Chen Tiezhu, Lu Zixiong suddenly wore a half-smile, half-serious expression. Follow me, he instructed, leading Chen Tiezhu into his office. Is this the hair tie you asked Chairman Shangguan to deliver to me? Lu Zixiong inquired, holding a black hair tie in his hand. Chen Tiezhu nodded affirmatively. Why do you believe Wu Mengmeng's death is connected to this hair tie? Lu Zixiong suddenly furrowed his brow, his demeanor turning serious as he momentarily transformed into a stern detective. Indeed, Shangguan Rong not only entrusted the hair tie to Lu Zixiong, but also conveyed the words spoken by Chen Tiezhu. Chen Tiezhu scratched his head and said, Captain Lu, I was merely speculating. Speculating? Lu Zixiong regarded Chen Tiezhu with utmost seriousness. You are merely a lowly security guard at Furon Design Company. Yet your boss personally delivered this hair tie to me, based on your conjecture? With his extensive experience in handling cases, Lu Zixiong naturally sensed the peculiarity of the situation. Wang Tiezhu, although Chairwoman Shangwan has refrained from voicing her thoughts, I can discern that you are someone she trusts. Speak. Why do you suggest that this hair tie is related to Wu Mingming's death? Do you possess any knowledge on the matter? Lu Zixiong inquired sternly. Chen Tiezhu replied, Captain Lu, are you familiar with the concept of Gu Curse? Gu Curse? What is that? Lu Zixiong appeared bewildered. The Gu Curse is an ancient method of murder. Wu Mingming likely fell victim to such a technique, Chen Tiezhu asserted. Upon hearing this, Lu Zixiong, with 2 decades of investigative experience, found himself momentarily at a loss. There are countless methods of murder, yet he had never encountered the notion of a Gu Curse before. Since you mentioned the Gu Curse, how does it operate? Lu Zixiong pressed further. It involves someone placing the Gu Curse upon the hair tie. Once Wu Mingming uses it, the curse infiltrates her body, ultimately leading to her demise. Chen Tiezhu explained. After a brief silence, Lu Zixiong responded, Very well, you may return. Thank you for your cooperation. It was evident that Lu Zixiong did not believe Chen Tiezhu's claims. Lu Zixiong had grasped that Chen Tiezhu's so-called Gu Curse theory starkly contradicted scientific reasoning and was utterly nonsensical. Captain Lu, I assure you, everything I said is true. Chen Tiezhu continued. Understood. We will investigate according to your assertions, Lu Zixiong replied, remaining calm. After all, it was he who had summoned Chen Tiezhu to the precinct. Chen Tiezhu could see that Lu Zixiong was skeptical of his words. In truth, Chen Tiezhu had anticipated this outcome prior to his arrival. As a law enforcement officer grounded in scientific investigation, how could one possibly believe in such superstitions? Nevertheless, this was precisely the result Chen Tiezhu sought. Investigating Wu Mingming's case through conventional means would likely yield no results. Ultimately, when the investigation reaches an impasse, they might consider the angle Chen Tiezhu proposed. Regarding Wu Mingming's death attributed to the Gu Curse, Chen Tiezhu could have chosen to disregard it entirely. Yet, this was a matter of life and death. And the Gu Curse represented a particularly malicious method of murder. The elder had mentioned that the Gu Curse had nearly fallen into obscurity. Chen Tiezhu yearned to uncover the identity of the perpetrator who would resort to such a nearly forgotten and malevolent technique against an ordinary person. After leaving the police station, Lu Zixiong shook his head with a wry smile, muttering to himself, After all our efforts, we have uncovered nothing. How could a mere security guard possess any relevant insights? Yet, Lu Zixiong began to ponder seriously. Why did Shangwan Rong place such unwavering trust in this lowly security guard and go out of her way to inform me of this matter? This matter plunged the seasoned investigator Lu Zixiong into deep contemplation. Chapter 43. Sun Damazi. Within a hospital in the southern city, Ma Guosheng, who had been in a coma for an entire day, finally regained consciousness. At that moment, 5 or 6 individuals clad in black suits stood on either side of his hospital bed. Additionally, a man with a hawk-like nose, dressed in a Zhongshan suit, sat in a chair, crossing his legs while holding a cigar. The hospital forbids smoking. A female nurse entered, intending to admonish the man against smoking, but upon receiving a fierce glare from one of the suited men, she was startled and promptly exited. Master Ma, you have finally awakened, the man with the cigar remarked. Su Xiao, how did you come to be here? Ma Guosheng inquired upon recognizing the man before him. With a smile, Su Xiao replied, Master Ma, I was the one who invited you. When you lost consciousness, I naturally came to check on you. Master Ma, what transpired that night? The doctor has stated that your health is perfectly fine. Su Xiao had just reviewed Ma Guosheng's report, confirming that there were no medical issues. Thus, the assertion of dementia leading to a misjudgment was unfounded. Strange, truly perplexing. The first appraisal of the blue and white porcelain vase was indeed genuine. Yet the second appraisal revealed it to be a counterfeit. They are not the same vase at all. After decades of appraising treasures, Ma Guosheng had never encountered such a phenomenon. But that vase has remained untouched. How could it be different? Su Xiao Guidi. Ma Guosheng shook his head, stating, I cannot explain it. It was as if he were haunted by a specter. Su Xiao took a puff of his cigar, clearly indicating that even Ma Guosheng was baffled by the situation. Su Xiao is one of the executives at Wenquan Appraisal Company in the southern city. He is responsible for this appraisal conference, and the blue and white porcelain vase in question is a prize collection of Wenquan Appraisal Company. They had brought it to the appraisal conference for authentication and auction. The company had procured the vase for 10 million. Did they know that the vase was a forgery? Certainly, Wenquan Appraisal Company was aware. Who would sell such a fine piece for 10 million if it were genuine? That would be sheer folly. But why? Knowing it was counterfeit, would they still be willing to pay 10 million? The answer had already been provided during the appraisal conference. It was so convincingly authentic that even Ma Guosheng could not discern its falsity. Prior to purchasing the vase, Wenquan Appraisal Company had actually arranged for their own appraisal experts to examine it multiple times. Without exception, they found no issues and deemed it 100% genuine. How could the blue and white porcelain vase have suddenly transformed into something that even an untrained eye could identify as fake? Without answers from Ma Guosheng, it was imperative to seek out the individual responsible for the forgery. In the southern city, within the underground black market, Su Xiao led his team to locate their collaborator, the very person who had sold them the blue and white porcelain vase. They had previously engaged in several transactions together. In other words, the Wensheng Company has profited immensely from counterfeit goods. Master Sun, what exactly is going on? Is there an issue with your merchandise this time? Su Xiao placed the blue and white porcelain vase before an elderly man with a pockmarked face. The old man inspected the vase and frowned. Impossible. How could the patterns I carved be damaged? He inquired. Master Sun, I know nothing of your so-called patterns. All I understand is that there is a problem with your goods this time. Su Xiao felt that the issue lay with the merchandise. Otherwise, it was incomprehensible. My goods are undoubtedly flawless. The old man asserted confidently. Flawless? Then why does it appear this way? Su Xiao pressed. Master Sun, we have collaborated many times, and we trust you, but this time, we are disappointed. You have two choices. Either recreate the item for us or refund our money. You are all aware of the quality of the items produced by me, Sun Damatzi. The patterns I carved have entirely vanished. Someone must have discovered them and tampered with them. I ask you, who has had contact with the vase? Sun Damatzi's expression grew exceedingly serious. Su Xiao had someone bring forth a tablet, placing it before Sun Damatzi, and played a recording. It is this person. He immediately recognized the issue with the vase, and upon a single touch, its true form was revealed. Tell me, is it his fault or the fault of your vase? Su Xiao Yingui. Sun Damatzi watched the video repeatedly. It is him. How could someone discern the patterns and know how to unravel them? Sun Damatzi appeared somewhat exhilarated. Who is he? Su Xiao replied, this individual is named Chen Tiezhu, a mere security guard. Master Sun, are you certain a lowly security guard could decipher your patterns? The reason why Sun Damatzi could create such convincing fakes was due to the so-called patterns. Yet, Su Xiao did not comprehend. He only knew them as patterns. Unaware of the specifics of Sun Damatzi's crafting process, which no one had witnessed. Chen Tiezhu, a security guard? A peculiar expression crossed Sun Damatzi's face. I advise you not to let this person see anything I have previously created. Furthermore, find an opportunity to ensure he disappears from this world. Otherwise, I assure you, your business at Wenquan will be severely impacted. Upon hearing Sun Damatzi's words, Su Xiao furrowed his brow. I have heard that your Wenquan is dealing with a batch of jadestones at the southwestern border. Planning to hold a gambling stone conference in Beicheng in a few days, Sun Damatzi remarked. Su Xiao responded with surprise. I did not expect Master Sun to be aware of this. It seems even in darkness, your ears are quite attuned. Indeed, that is the case. So, Master Sun, are you interested in joining? Sun Damatzi smirked, saying, I merely wish to caution you. Do not allow that young man named Chen Tiezhu to participate. Otherwise, your little tricks will not hold. Very well. I must take my leave now. I will not proceed with the work, and I will refund your money. After finishing her words, a young and beautiful girl came over to support Sun Dama's hand, assisting him as he walked away. Su Xiao naturally took Sun Dama's remarks to heart. Chen Tiezhu. Su, according to Master Sun, the young security guard called Chen Tiezhu seems quite capable. Should we eliminate him? asked a man with a tiger tattoo on his neck, standing beside Su Xiao. No, no, no. Su Xiao shook his finger and replied, if this Chen Tiezhu truly possesses such prowess, our objective should not be to kill, but to retain him and utilize his abilities for our benefit. Su, you are astute. The tattooed man continued. By the way, Su, Guo Jinxiu has responded. The task you assigned him has been accomplished. There are no traces left, I hope. Su Xiao In Gui. Su, Guo Jinxiu is renowned in the industry for his expertise in curses. Once he acts, no one can detect it. That's commendable, albeit rather costly, Su Xiao remarked, pulling out a cigar to smoke. That wretched woman dared to steal my documents. She is truly courting death. Su, there is also someone surnamed Liu who has had an affair with Wu Mengmeng. Should we eliminate him as well? Su Xiao exhaled a puff of smoke and said, let us have Guo Jinxiu take care of him too. Since we are to act, let us eradicate any future threats. Understood, Su. Just after leaving the Sunshine Road police station, Chen Tiezhu received a call from Shangwan Rong. Sister Rong, what can I do for you? Chen Tiezhu asked. Tiezhu, could you come over? I need your assistance with something, Shangwan Rong replied. Certainly, Chen Tiezhu responded, embracing a spirit of helpfulness as he had no other pressing matters at the moment. In the South City, at a high-end bar, Chen Tiezhu was surprised to find that Shangwan Rong enjoyed frequenting such places. Striding confidently inside, he discovered that this establishment was not the typical loud bar filled with flashing lights, but rather a tranquil lounge that emphasized comfort and serenity. Upon entering, he immediately sensed the distinctive ambience. The decor was minimalist yet exuded elegance and grace, with soft lighting creating a relaxed and pleasant atmosphere. In the center of the bar, a man cradling a guitar was serenading patrons with folk music. Tiezhu. Upon spotting Chen Tiezhu, Shangwan Rong waved him over. Accompanying her was the woman he had met earlier, named Chen Tiezhu. Chapter 44. An open woman Chen Tiezhu approached them. As he neared Shangwan Rong and her companion, he noticed several men around casting glances toward them. While the bar was filled with beautiful women, none matched the striking beauty of Shangwan Rong and Chen Tiezhu. Both ladies had donned alluring dresses. Tiezhu, please have a seat. Shangwan Rong encouraged when she noticed he had not yet sat down. Chen Tiezhu's reluctance to sit was intentional. Shangwan Rong and Chen Tiezhu were seated opposite each other. He felt it would be inappropriate to choose one over the other. Handsome, are you feeling shy? Chen Tiezhu teased, looking directly at Chen Tiezhu. With that, Chen Tiezhu directly took a seat beside Rong. Tiezhu, Lan is my dear friend, so there's no need to be too formal, said Shangwan Rong. Rangier, I must say, despite his somewhat rustic attire, he possesses quite appealing looks and physique. Chen Tiezhu, having spent several years studying abroad, was remarkably forthright and open in her demeanor. Her manner of speaking was refreshingly candid, particularly with regard to her attire, which was rather revealing. For instance, she wore a strap dress that exposed a significant portion of her assets. Chen Tiezhu dared not gaze too long, fearing that prolonged scrutiny might provoke unwanted thoughts. Handsome young man, why not forsake your security job and become my boyfriend? I shall pay you 20,000 a month, Chen Tiezhu declared unabashedly. Lan, please refrain from imposing such notions on Tiezhu, Shangwan Rong interjected promptly. All right, I was merely jesting. When Chen Tiezhu smiled, it exuded an exotic charm with her high-bridged nose, large expressive eyes, and fiery red lips, radiating an alluring sensuality. Sister Rong, you mentioned over the phone that you needed my assistance. What is it? Chen Tiezhu inquired directly. Shangwan Rong glanced at Chen Tiezhu, who then asked, I heard from Rangier that you cured her long-standing cold uterus condition? Chen Tiezhu nodded affirmatively, stating, indeed. I would not have suspected you possessed medical knowledge. Had Rangier not mentioned it, I would have found it hard to believe, Chen Tiezhu remarked. My father has suffered from a persistent cough for many years, having consulted numerous doctors and undergone various examinations without any issues being identified. He has taken countless medications, yet there has been no improvement. Recently, the cough has intensified, and the cause remains a mystery. Therefore, I wish for you to take a look. Chen Tiezhu continued. Rest assured, if you can provide a remedy, financial matters will be of no concern. If you are willing, I could arrange for you to be my boyfriend. No pretense involved. After saying this, Chen Tiezhu cast a flirtatious glance at Chen Tiezhu in front of Shangguan Rong, causing his heart to skip a beat. This woman was exceedingly bold and open. Tiezhu, do not mind her. Lanlan has developed such habits after spending so much time abroad. Shangguan Rong quickly reassured him. If you have the time, you could assist Lanlan's father. Regarding payment, you need not worry. If you manage to resolve my father's ailment, the consultation fee will certainly be substantial, potentially reaching hundreds of thousands or even millions. Chen Tiezhu added. The mention of such monetary compensation genuinely piqued Chen Tiezhu's interest. I can give it a try, he humbly replied. Lanlan, should the treatment prove ineffective, you must still honor the agreed-upon remuneration. Shangguan Rong interjected on Chen Tiezhu's behalf. Rest assured, I would never shortchange your man. Chen Tiezhu laughed, causing her enticing assets to sway, which elicited the attention of several men nearby who could hardly contain their drool. Miss Shangguan, what a coincidence to see you here. At that moment, a well-dressed man approached. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Chen Tiezhu turned to look. It was Ji Jinghong. Indeed, he was the very Ji Jinghong encountered at the appraisal conference. Following Ji Jinghong were several tall, muscular men, likely his bodyguards, judging by their imposing gait. What brings you here? Upon seeing Ji Jinghong, Shangguan Rong furrowed her brow. Clearly, like Murong Shui, she harbored no fondness for Ji Jinghong. Ji Jinghong cast a disdainful glance at Chen Tiezhu, who sat beside Shangguan Rong, his eyes brimming with animosity and displeasure. What is a worthless scavenger like you doing here? After that fateful night, Ji Jinghong had etched Chen Tiezhu firmly in his memory, eagerly anticipating a moment to teach him a lesson. Little did he expect to encounter him here. If the impotent young master can be present, why can't I? Chen Tiezhu retorted directly. You brat, don't spout nonsense. Upon hearing the term impotent, Ji Jinghong instinctively touched his waist. Shangguan Rong was taken aback. How did Chen Tiezhu know Ji Jinghong? Impotent? Surely, I must have misheard. Chen Tiezhu burst into laughter. Ji Jinghong, it has been quite some time. You do appear rather drained. Chen Tiezhu spoke with a disarmingly blunt demeanor. Ji Jinghong's face flushed with indignation. The most prideful Ji Jinghong could not possibly endure such humiliation tonight. Ji Jinghong, we are not acquainted, so please refrain from disturbing us. Shangguan Rong addressed him in a cold tone. My apologies, but this bar holds my shares, meaning it is my territory, and I shall do as I please. Ji Jinghong pulled out a chair and seated himself. Lanlan, let us depart. Shangguan Rong, well aware of Ji Jinghong's character, had no desire to engage with him. With that, the two stood to leave, and Chen Tiezhu followed suit. You two may leave, but this fellow cannot. Ji Jinghong pointed at Chen Tiezhu. Ji Jinghong, what do you intend to do? If you lay a hand on my friend, I will call the police. Shangguan Rong asserted with authority. Brat, you are a man, are you not? Surely, you do not require two women to shield you? Dare to wager with me? If you lose, you shall kneel and apologize, calling me grandfather. If I lose, you may depart safely. It was evident that Ji Jinghong was determined to corner Chen Tiezhu. Why would I wager with you? Chen Tiezhu replied. I intend to leave. What can you do about it? Ji Jinghong gritted his teeth, declaring, Today, I cannot allow you to leave. With that, he signaled to several bodyguards, who swiftly surrounded Chen Tiezhu. Ji Jinghong, I shall reiterate, if you dare to lay a finger on my friend, I will promptly alert the authorities. Shangguan Rong had already taken out her phone. Go ahead and make the call. I can simply have someone give him a beating. It merely costs a few coins. Ji Jinghong dismissed her concerns. This was the essence of Ji Jinghong's character. Tiezhu, let us go. He would not dare act, Shangguan Rong stated firmly. What was that wager you mentioned? If you lose, you too must kneel and call me grandfather, but I would never acknowledge you as my grandson, Chen Tiezhu remarked. Since trouble cannot be avoided, let us counterattack. Very well, brat. You possess some spirit. Ji Jinghong was elated at Chen Tiezhu's acceptance. Tiezhu, do not act impulsively. Shangguan Rong cautioned immediately. It's fine, Sister Rong, Chen Tiezhu assured her, maintaining a remarkably calm demeanor. Hongya. The appearance of that handsome young man exuding confidence is truly delightful. I, your sister, am enamored. Meanwhile, Chen Tiezhu stands nearby, radiating charm and allure. Alas, since Chen Tiezhu has made such a statement, Shangguan Rong finds herself with no alternative. If he asserts that he can accomplish it, then it must indeed be feasible. Shangguan Rong perceives Chen Tiezhu as an enigma, shrouded in a veil of mystery, concealing numerous secrets within. Have you ever played darts, young man? Ji Jinghong asked with a sense of pride. A few times, Chen Tiezhu replied, shaking his head. Very well, let us engage in a game of darts. Each of us will throw 10 darts. Whoever hits the most rings shall emerge victorious. What do you say? Given your limited experience, I shall allow you to throw an extra dart. Ji Jinghong wore a smug expression, as if victory was already in his grasp. At that moment, several bodyguards had prepared the darts and the target. 10 darts are excessive and a waste of time. We shall settle it with a single throw. Moreover, this distance is too close. It must be at least 10 meters apart, Chen Tiezhu stated. Upon hearing this, Ji Jinghong burst into laughter, saying, Young man, must you pretend so ostentatiously? However, since you wish to beg for mercy and call me grandfather, I shall oblige. Tiezhu, Ji Jinghong is quite skilled at darts. Do not act rashly, Shangguan Rong cautioned Chen Tiezhu. Ji Jinghong had spent years frequenting bars, honing his dart-throwing skills. Let us commence. Time is of the essence. What fuels Chen Tiezhu's overwhelming confidence? Darts? He had trained in throwing knives on the mountain, even with his eyes closed. At a distance of 20 meters, he could strike a coin with a throwing knife. Darts? For Chen Tiezhu, this is as effortless as drinking water. While flaunting in front of beautiful women is understandable, one must also acknowledge their own capabilities. This young master is affectionately known as the Prince of Darts, Ji Jinghong declared with a grin. Enough talk, let us begin. Chen Tiezhu replied impatiently, feeling the urge to silence Ji Jinghong's incessant chatter. Young man, pay close attention. Ji Jinghong, brandishing a dart, assumed a rather professional stance. Whoosh! He hurled the dart towards the target, achieving a score of 8 rings. What a pity. At a distance of 5 meters, I would have undoubtedly hit 10 rings. Yi Yinghot boasted. However, as she witnessed Ji Jinghong's score, Shangguan Rong inexplicably felt a twinge of anxiety. Whoosh! Chen Tiezhu seized the dart, casting it without even glancing, and released it. Bravo, young man. A perfect 10-ring center, Chen Tiezhu exclaimed, leaping with joy upon seeing the result. Shangguan Rong's stunning face displayed a look of astonishment. It is indeed rare for something to astonish a woman of her caliber. Hitting a perfect 10 at a distance of 10 meters without even looking? What does that signify? Shangguan Rong had played darts before. At just 5 meters, she considered it an achievement to hit the target. 10 meters? For those who have not practiced, it is unlikely they could even strike the board. Ji Jinghong rubbed his eyes, convinced he must have misjudged. How is this possible? He widened his eyes, utterly incredulous. His experience with darts was far from amateur. He had undergone specialized training and even won championship titles in competitions held in Nanjing. At a distance of 10 meters, hitting the 8-ring is already quite impressive. In Ji Jinghong's eyes, it was remarkable that Chen Tiezhu, who had only dabbled in darts a few times, managed to hit the target at all. However, now all that was needed was a bow. No need for the formalities of calling him grandpa, Chen Tiezhu declared. Ji Jinghong's fists clenched tightly, his eyes wide with fury. You dare to play me for a fool. You must have practiced darts. I haven't practiced darts, but I have trained with flying knives, Chen Tiezhu replied, picking up a fruit knife from the table. Whoosh! He hurled it directly at the target. Bang! It struck dead center, penetrating the dartboard, causing Ji Jinghong to stagger back several paces. Shangguan Rong, stunned, covered her mouth. Young man, you are truly remarkable, Chen Tiezhu exclaimed, rushing to seize Chen Tiezhu's hand, her excitement palpable. The enticing sight before them had all but fallen into Chen Tiezhu's grasp. What a shot! 3 words sprang to Chen Tiezhu's mind. Chapter 46. This is how to behave. Ji Jinghong, having lost the bet, was urged by Chen Tiezhu to quickly bow and apologize to the young man. However, Ji Jinghong had never anticipated defeat. The thought of bowing to Chen Tiezhu was utterly inconceivable. You think this young master would bow down and admit defeat? Dream on. Yiyinghong retorted. If the heir of the G family loses and refuses to acknowledge it, the reputation of the G group will surely be tarnished, Shangguan Rong remarked. Forgive me, but you all know who I am. I'm notoriously domineering, Ji Jinghong replied. Having bested me, you won't escape unscathed either. Shaking his head at Ji Jinghong, Chen Tiezhu replied. I've seen shameless individuals, but none as shameless as you. Even the stray dogs on the street have more dignity. In the presence of Shangguan Rong and Chen Tiezhu, Ji Jinghong found himself utterly humiliated. Beat him up. Ji Jinghong could no longer contain his anger. Chen Tiezhu had to be taught a harsh lesson. Several bodyguards, each towering at nearly 2 meters, surrounded Chen Tiezhu. You truly are a despicable scoundrel, Shangguan Rong scolded fiercely. Tiezhu, don't worry, I'll call the police right now. She pulled out her phone, preparing to dial. One of the bodyguards seized Chen Tiezhu by the shoulder, attempting to throw him to the ground. Yet, no matter how hard he tried, Chen Tiezhu remained unfazed. Instead, he countered by gripping the man's hand, flipping him over, and sending him crashing into a table. Crash! Bottles and glasses shattered across the floor, and the man was rendered unconscious. What just happened? Ji Jinghong raised an eyebrow. Everyone attack him. What are you waiting for? The remaining 3 bodyguards moved in unison. One threw a punch, but Chen Tiezhu sidestepped effortlessly and retaliated with a powerful blow to the man's face, sending him sprawling to the ground, blood pouring from his nose. The other 2 advanced as well. Chen Tiezhu caught one, twisting his arm violently. Crack! The man's wrist snapped, eliciting a scream of pain. All of this transpired within a mere 5 seconds, before Shangguan Rong could even complete her call to the police. All 4 of Ji Jinghong's bodyguards lay defeated on the ground, fainting, bleeding from the nose, and fracturing bones. How remarkable you are, my charming young man, exclaimed Chen Tiezhu, who stood by in awe. Shangguan Rong set her phone down, aware that the secrets surrounding him were numerous. Ji Jinghong's eyes widened again. These 4 bodyguards were all trained fighters. Chen Tiezhu single-handedly brought them all down. Accepting defeat is one thing, but resorting to violence is utterly tyrannical. Chen Tiezhu advanced towards Ji Jinghong, who quickly retreated. What do you intend to do? I must inform you that I am the heir of the G group. If you dare to strike me, I will ensure you cannot survive in Nancheng, Ji Jinghong threatened. Kneel! Chen Tiezhu commanded imperiously. Terrified, Ji Jinghong immediately knelt. When trouble knocks at your door, it cannot be evaded. One must confront it. Ji Jinghong, a wealthy second-generation scion, knew that provoking him would lead to an uncomfortable existence for Chen Tiezhu. Hence, it was time to take the initiative and assert dominance. Chen Tiezhu raised his hand as if to strike. I was wrong, please don't hit me. Ji Jinghong cried out in a panic. That S more obedient. Chen Tiezhu remarked. Sister Rong, let us depart. With that, Chen Tiezhu strode towards the bar's entrance, followed closely by Shangguan Rong and Chen Tiezhu. Chen Tiezhu, I will not let you off so easily. Ji Jinghong's eyes turned red as he watched Chen Tiezhu's retreating figure, his fists clenched, filled with hatred. Just outside the bar, Chen Tiezhu approached Chen Tiezhu, her excitement palpable. You are truly magnificent, and Ronger was right about you. You are extraordinary. The alluring sight before Chen Tiezhu was undeniably captivating. This woman, unaware of her own nature, might easily be mistaken for someone attempting to seduce. Chapter 47. I have set my eyes on you, Tiezhu. How many secrets do you possess? Shangguan Rong inquired of Chen Tiezhu. With a miraculous massage technique and astonishing medical skills, today he had taken down 5 bodyguards. It is truly unfathomable that such a person works as a security guard at Furon Design Company. Sister Rong, I have no secrets, Chen Tiezhu replied with a smile. Oh yeah. This is not merely a small security guard. He is undoubtedly an elite bodyguard, a confidant of a domineering female CEO, Chen Tiezhu interjected. Young man, I declare that I have taken a liking to you. Would you consider being my boyfriend? Chen Tiezhu was accustomed to Chen Tiezhu's bold and forthright demeanor. Miss Chen, that is a question for Sister Rong, he responded. Why? You are merely pretending to be Ronger's boyfriend, not truly. Chen Tiezhu insisted. Chen Tiezhu replied, even if it is only a pretense, I am a person of professional integrity. During this charade, unless I have the owner's consent, I cannot engage in a romantic relationship. Ronger, I have set my sights on this charming young man. Do you approve? Chen Tiezhu placed her hands on her hips, confidently showcasing her assets, as if to assert her claim on Chen Tiezhu. Lan, stop teasing. This is just a fleeting whim for you, and soon you will feel differently. Shangguan Rong remarked, understanding Chen Tiezhu all too well. Before studying abroad, she was a bold and passionate girl. Whenever she felt a slight affection for someone, she would openly express her feelings. However, within a few days, she would lose interest and move on. Ronger, I am serious, Chen Tiezhu declared earnestly. All right, after he assists me with this act, you can inquire whether Tiezhu agrees. If he consents, I have no objections, Shangguan Rong replied. Fine, you said it. If you don't want him, I certainly will, Chen Tiezhu said joyfully. Chen Tiezhu shook his head with a resigned smile, pondering whether these two regarded themselves as mere commodities. Tiezhu, Ji Jinghong is a man of great pride and holds grudges. He will undoubtedly seek revenge for tonight's events. If he troubles you, let me know. I will assist you in resolving it, Shangguan Rong stated with assertiveness. Chen Tiezhu added, you may also inform me. The G group is not beyond reach in Nanchang. Chen Tiezhu nodded and expressed his gratitude, saying, thank you, Sister Rong, and thank you, Miss Shun. I fear neither his troubles nor his absence. At that moment, a Mercedes Maybach came to a stop by the roadside. A middle-aged man exited the vehicle, walking with a composed posture and a rhythmic stride, breathing effortlessly. The man approached Chen Tiezhu and his companions. Miss, he bowed slightly in greeting to Chen Tiezhu. Handsome boy, come with me, Chen Tiezhu instructed Chen Tiezhu. Where to? He inquired. You promised to help my father with his illness. Have you forgotten? Chen Tiezhu replied. Are we going tonight? Chen Tiezhu asked. My father's cough has worsened significantly. We must act swiftly, Chen Tiezhu stated. All right then, Chen Tiezhu acquiesced. Ronger, get in the car. Let's go to my home, Chen Tiezhu invited. They were to meet at the bar that night, and neither Shangguan Rong nor Chen Tiezhu would be driving. No need. You take Tiezhu to help your father. I have some work to attend to, and we'll take a taxi back, Shangguan Rong said. Okay, be safe, Chen Tiezhu replied. Sister Rong, I shall take my leave. He added. Yes, go ahead. Inside the Maybach, Chen Tiezhu kept a watchful eye on the driver. He had sensed earlier that this driver was well-trained. It was evident that he had focused solely on physical conditioning, lacking any internal energy. To cultivate energy, one must first refine the body. In simpler terms, it involves honing one's muscles and breaking through physical limits, subsequently enhancing strength and speed beyond that of ordinary individuals. Following this, one would open the meridians, activating the internal energy channels, and through specific breathing techniques, absorb the essence of the universe to gather in the dantian, forming a reservoir of energy. Chen Tiezhu speculated that this driver had either just completed his physical training and was preparing to cultivate energy or lacked the ability to do so. The elder had mentioned that not everyone possesses the talent for energy cultivation. It requires both aptitude and opportunity. Brother Chen, everything I said earlier is true, Chen Tiezhu remarked as she sat next to Chen Tiezhu in the back seat. Thankfully, the Maybach was a four-seater. Otherwise, Chen Tiezhu would have been forced to squeeze closer to Chen Tiezhu. Miss Shun, I am merely a humble security guard. Please do not jest with me, Chen Tiezhu remarked. Chen Tiezhu possesses both striking beauty and an enviable figure, as well as considerable wealth. Yet, at this moment, Chen Tiezhu is reluctant to engage in any complexities. Once he truly embarks on a relationship with Chen Tiezhu, maintaining his position at the Ferrand Design Company would become untenable. This woman is undoubtedly adept at causing turmoil. I refuse to believe you are merely a small security guard. Just moments ago, the bodyguards of Ji Jinghong were subdued with remarkable ease and speed, something even Uncle Xiao you might struggle to achieve. The Xiao mentioned by Chen Tiezhu refers to the driver. Have you encountered the bodyguards accompanying Ji Jinghong from the G group? Chen Tiezhu inquired. Yes, I have seen them once or twice, Xiao replied. Uncle Xiao, my father mentioned that you have trained in martial arts and are quite formidable. Tell me, Could you incapacitate all of Ji Jinghong's bodyguards within 5 seconds? Chen Tiezhu asked. Indeed, in my youth, I trained at Shaolin Temple and was quite proficient in combat, yet the bodyguards by Ji Jinghong's side are no slouches. It would be impossible for me to bring them all down in 5 seconds, Xiaoyu stated. See, even Uncle Xiao, you cannot accomplish that, yet you have. With such remarkable skills, how can you settle for being a mere security guard? Chen Tiezhu remarked. Miss Shun, I am simply a young bull unafraid of tigers. I have merely been fortunate, Chen Tiezhu responded. Chen Tiezhu gazed at Chen Tiezhu and continued. No wonder Rong said you are the first man she cannot read. I believe it now. I, Chen Tiezhu, declare that from this day forth, I shall take the time to truly understand you. Chen Tiezhu forced a smile. The more he sought to distance himself, the more she seemed determined to draw closer. Chapter 48. The Insect of Sorcery. A Mercedes-Maybach halted before a villa. This was Chen Tiezhu's residence. Unlike the villa where Shangguan Rong resided, Chen Tiezhu's abode was a standalone mansion occupying several acres. Chen Tiezhu marveled at the wealth of Miss Shun, realizing that she surpassed even Sister Rong in affluence. Upon exiting the vehicle, Chen Tiezhu followed Chen Tiezhu into the mansion. Inside one of the rooms lay a man appearing to be in his 50s, coughing violently. Beside him sat a voluptuous woman clad in revealing attire. Perched at the edge of the bed. My lord, please take your medicine, she urged, holding a bowl in one hand and a spoon in the other. The man was Chen Tiezhu's father, Shen Wanshan. The alluring woman was Chen Tiezhu's stepmother, Miao Miao. When Chen Tiezhu was 18, her mother tragically passed away in a car accident. Subsequently, her father, Shen Wanshan, remarried Miao Miao, who was over 20 years his junior. It is good to have you here, my lady, Shen Wanshan said as he sat up. Miao Miao promptly administered the medicine to him. This scene radiated warmth and affection. Just then, Chen Tiezhu entered the room with Chen Tiezhu. Lan Lan, you have returned, Shen Wanshan greeted his daughter with a strained smile, only to be interrupted by another fit of coughing. Father, please lie down and rest, Chen Tiezhu urged immediately. Upon her return to the country, Chen Tiezhu's true motivation stemmed from her father's deteriorating health. Additionally, there were pressing matters concerning the company. Shen Wanshan had long struggled with his health, and the recent troubles with the company's projects were akin to adding insult to injury. Despite having just conversed with Chen Tiezhu about matters of love, the sight of her father now filled her with deep concern. Step aside, I have summoned a doctor for my father, Chen Tiezhu asserted curtly to Miao Miao. Since the day Miao Miao wed Shen Wanshan, Chen Tiezhu had never extended her goodwill toward her. While she could overlook others, she felt an obligation to look after her father. Chen Tiezhu had investigated Miao Miao's background and discovered her participation in so-called debutante training. In essence, Miao Miao's singular aspiration in life appeared to be marrying a wealthy man, valuing money above all. Appearance, age, or emotional connection mattered not. All that counted was the depth of one's pockets. At that time, Chen Tiezhu had vehemently opposed her father's desire to marry Miao Miao. Yet Shen Wanshan seemed entranced, as if under a spell, insistent on marrying her. Lan Lan, be a bit kinder to your Aunt Miao, Shen Wanshan remarked. Chen Tiezhu refrained from responding. Now grown, she no longer wished to quarrel with her father over Miao Miao. The marriage had already taken place. Further arguments seemed futile. Any discord might only serve to benefit Miao Miao. Chen Tiezhu observed that despite Chen Tiezhu's lack of civility towards Miao Miao, the latter maintained an air of indifference. Such was the nature of the wealthy. Older men marrying younger women was commonplace. Chen Tiezhu had seen many such instances on social media. What was Shen Wanshan's situation compared to those in their 70s who wed women in their 20s? Did one truly think the wealthy were oblivious to the intentions of women? You seek my wealth, and I seek your youthful form and obedience. Is that not sufficient? Father, allow me to introduce you. This is a remarkable physician recommended by Ronger. His name is Chen Tiezhu. Chen Tiezhu began her introduction. Greetings, Mr. Shen. Chen Tiezhu promptly offered his respects. Shen Wanshan furrowed his brows, scrutinizing Chen Tiezhu. Young man, how old are you? He inquired. 20. Chen Tiezhu replied. At 20, you can already claim to be a physician? I assume you have yet to graduate from university. Which institution are you studying medicine at? Chen Wanshan probed. After 3 decades in the business world, he had developed a keen eye for discerning character. I have not attended university, Chen Tiezhu responded. Lan, I appreciate your filial piety and your eagerness to see me restore to health. But we must not act recklessly and fall prey to deception. Chen Wanshan cautioned his daughter. Your father speaks wisely. How could someone so young possibly be a physician? Furthermore, even the experts are baffled by your father's condition. Even if he possesses skill, how could he rival the specialists in a hospital? Miao Miao interjected. Silence. You have no right to speak here. Shen Tinglan retorted loudly at Miao Miao. Lan, this is inappropriate. Shen Wanshan quickly interjected. Madam, I apologize on behalf of Lan. Chen Tiezhu offered. It's quite all right, as long as Lan is happy, Miao Miao replied, maintaining a smile as if nothing were amiss. Father, one must not judge merely by appearances. He possesses remarkable skills, Shen Tinglan continued. Ronger had health issues that persisted despite prolonged treatment, but he ultimately cured her. Ronger's words cannot be wrong. Shen Wanshan scrutinized Chen Tiezhu once more. In that case, I shall allow you to examine me. If the cause of my ailment is not revealed within 10 minutes, you may take your leave, Shen Wanshan stated to Chen Tiezhu. Father, if he can heal your condition, would you be willing to reward him with $1 million? Shen Tinglan inquired. Shen Wanshan chuckled, responding, Lan, if he successfully treats your father, not only $1 million, but 5 million or even 10 million would pose no issue. This persistent cough had tormented Shen Wanshan for many years. The treatments over the years had not only consumed time, but also financial resources, likely exceeding 10 million. Yet, the ailment remained unresolved and had worsened. Very well. You have my word. Shen Tinglan addressed Chen Tiezhu. Handsome Chen, I entrust my father's health to you. Master, he is still rather young. And you are the head of the family, the chairman of Wanshan Real Estate. It is unwise to take risks, Miao Miao Ma stated. It is rare for Lan to have invited him back specifically. It would not hurt to try, Shen Wanshan replied. Moreover, I merely wish to ascertain the cause of his illness. Director Shen, I shall take your pulse first. Chen Tiezhu stepped forward. Very well, Shen Wanshan complied. In Shen Wanshan's eyes, had Chen Tiezhu not been brought back by his daughter, he would never have consented to this examination. A 20-year-old, not yet a trained physician, was unlikely to remedy such a complex illness. Even diagnosing a common cold would likely prove challenging for him. As Chen Tiezhu took Shen Wanshan's pulse, he was not merely observing the surface. His yin-yang pupils activated. There appeared to be no issues with the lungs. Chen Tiezhu discovered an anomaly in Shen Wanshan's blood. Parasites? To his astonishment, he found parasites within Shen Wanshan's bloodstream. Cough, cough, cough. Shen Wanshan began to cough violently once more, as the minuscule parasites traveled through his blood to the lungs. I see. The presence of parasites in Shen Wanshan's blood was evidently a result of foul play. Once the parasites enter the body and the bloodstream, if the perpetrator so desires, Shen Wanshan's life would be forfeit. This also elucidated why countless physicians had failed to diagnose his condition. The parasites were hidden within the blood. When X-rays were performed on the lungs, the parasites were absent, thus undetectable. Young man, what is your assessment? Have you identified the issue? Shen Wanshan inquired. Director Shen, your condition is quite manageable, Chen Tiezhu replied candidly. Father, I was not mistaken. He truly is impressive. Shen Tinglan rejoiced at Chen Tiezhu's affirmation of his abilities. Shen Wanshan, surprised, prompted, what is the cause of my cough? Allow me to perform acupuncture once, and you shall understand, Chen Tiezhu said, withholding further details. That is not permissible, Miao Miao Ma interjected. Only renowned physicians can administer acupuncture. He is far too young for such a task. Stop your fussing. Father, trust him. It'll be fine, Shen Tinglan reassured. Shangguan Rong claimed that Chen Tiezhu could cure her ailment, yet Shen Tingtian remained skeptical. Her disbelief persisted until she witnessed Chen Tiezhu deftly handle Ji Jinghong's bodyguards at a bar. It was then that she realized Chen Tiezhu was no ordinary individual. Miao Miao's assertions were not unfounded. Only renowned physicians from Nansheng were worthy of treating Shen Wanshan with acupuncture. How could a mere 20-year-old, whose background was still shrouded in mystery, possibly qualify for such a task. Young man, this is my home. If you dare deceive me, you shall not leave this threshold, Chen Wanshan warned. However, out of respect for his daughter, he ultimately decided to allow Chen Tiezhu a chance. Chen Tiezhu produced a 9-turn heavenly Mang needle and, under the watchful eyes of the onlookers, swiftly inserted it into several of Chen Wanshan's acupoints. Chen Wanshan felt nothing at first. Suddenly, a drop of crimson blood welled up from his chest. Without hesitation, Chen Tiezhu plunged a silver needle into it. Miss Shun, do you have a microscope? Chen Tiezhu inquired promptly. Yes, there's one in my father's office, she replied, rushing to fetch it. Take a look, Chen Tiezhu said, placing the silver needle beneath the microscope. Chen Tiezhu gasped. How could it be a worm? Mr. Shun, you should take a look as well. This is the reason behind your persistent cough, Chen Tiezhu explained. Chen Wanshan appeared slightly bewildered. What is happening? He asked. Father, come quickly, Chen Tiezhu urged. Chen Wanshan approached the microscope and leaned in for a closer inspection. What is this? Did it come from my body? He questioned, furrowing his brow. Mr. Shun, this is an exceedingly small, cursed insect that has been lurking in your bloodstream. Whenever it travels to your lungs with your blood, it triggers severe coughing fits. Furthermore, you likely experience discomfort in other parts of your body as well, Chen Tiezhu elucidated. Having seen and experienced much in his life, Chen Wanshan had even heard of cursed insects. But the existence of such a minuscule creature hiding within his own blood was simply unfathomable. Is this truly extracted from my body? Chen Wanshan asked in disbelief. Chen Tiezhu nodded affirmatively. Yes. Take a deep breath now. Do you feel considerably more comfortable? Chen Wanshan inhaled deeply and, to his astonishment, a look of surprise and joy crossed his face. Father, I told you he was remarkable, didn't I? Chen Tiezhu exclaimed excitedly. Master, perhaps this is merely a trick of his. Your cough could have been spontaneous. Just because you aren't coughing now doesn't mean it won't return, interjected Meow Meow. Chen Tiezhu shot her an annoyed glare, saying, if you have nothing constructive to say, keep silent. No one thinks of you as mute. Meow Meow's comment seemed to restore Chen Wanshan's composure. Madam has a point. Young man, whether this truly was extracted from my body, and if my cough is indeed linked to it remains to be seen, Chen Wanshan responded. Chen Tiezhu acknowledged, that is understandable. The methods at hand have always been rather mystical and enigmatic, making immediate acceptance and belief a rather unrealistic expectation, save for Chen Tiezhu. Father, this evidence is laid bare before you, yet you still refuse to believe. Chen Tiezhu exclaimed, playfully tugging at Chen Wanshan's hand. If I can refrain from coughing for just half an hour, it will be genuine, Chen Wanshan replied, typically succumbing to a violent cough every 10 minutes. Each episode lasting 2 to 3 minutes. His intent to wait for half an hour was merely to avert any unforeseen circumstances. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, someone rapped on the already ajar door. Mr. Shun, Master Mu has arrived, announced the family butler. Very well, I shall descend immediately, Chen Wanshan responded, promptly rising from his bed with Meow Meow trailing behind. Brother Wang, let us join them, Chen Tiezhu suggested to Chen Tiezhu. In the grand hall of the villa, a man clad in Taoist robes sat upright on the sofa, eyes closed, adopting a peculiar hand gesture, with a peachwood sword resting against his back and a bell in one hand. Master Mu, we are finally honored to have you here. Chen Wanshan approached, a wave of excitement washing over him. The esteemed Master Mu slowly opened his eyes. My time is precious. Let us proceed expeditiously, he stated, exuding an air of detachment from the mundane world. There was indeed an aura of mastery about him. Rest assured, Master Mu, your time is invaluable. Xiao Ya, prepare the vehicle, Chen Wanshan commanded. Miss Shun, what is your father summoning a Taoist for? Chen Tiezhu inquired. This Master Mu is no ordinary Taoist. He is a master in Nansheng, one whose expertise in exorcising demons and invoking blessings is renowned. My father's company is facing issues with the villa project, and its resolution now hinges on Master Mu's abilities, Chen Tiezhu elucidated. Brother Wang, we shall accompany you to observe, she added, leading Chen Tiezhu to follow. That evening, in a high-end villa district of Nanqing New area, all the villas had been completed and the community's amenities were fully operational. In fact, half of the villas had already been sold in advance. However, ever since the incident, not only had all the security personnel fled, but those who had purchased the villas were demanding refunds. The buyers in this locale were all affluent and influential individuals, and Shen Wanshan was reluctant to offend them. Furthermore, the peculiar issues plaguing the villa project had deterred anyone from residing there. On the way, Chen Tiezhu recounted the troubling events surrounding the villa project to Chen Tiezhu. This endeavor represented the most significant real estate investment since her father's company was founded, amounting to nearly 3 billion. Over half of this sum had been borrowed from banks. If this project were to fail, her father's company would face a severed financial chain, potentially leading to bankruptcy. A look of worry and concern etched itself on Chen Tiezhu's face. Are terrifying sounds emitted at night? Could it possibly drive someone insane? Chen Tiezhu questioned. Might it be the work of your father's competitors? He speculated. That possibility cannot be dismissed. But our immediate focus should not be on identifying the culprit, but rather on resolving this predicament, Chen Tiezhu replied. The villas here are all standalone, and the entire villa area spans an expansive territory. Before Chen Tiezhu entered, he briefly perused a map of the villa district. When it comes to feng shui, this area is undoubtedly exceptional. Nestled against the mountains and facing water, it is conducive to gathering energy and attracting wealth. Situated on the southern slope, it enjoys ample sunlight, which enhances fortune, wards off malevolent spirits, and is beneficial for health. Additionally, this location avoids areas of negative energy. The land for construction is square-shaped, representing a harmonious balance of yin and yang. The roads outside the villas are designed in a manner resembling a jade belt encircling the waist, which can elevate the fortune of the villa's owner. Naturally, Chen Tiezhu praised the feng shui of this villa district in the presence of Chen Tiezhu. Do you also have an eye for feng shui, Mr. Wang? Chen Tiezhu exclaimed with an expression of astonishment upon hearing this. A little, Chen Tiezhu replied modestly. You truly possess a myriad of skills, and I find myself increasingly admiring you, Chen Tiezhu remarked, her gaze reflecting both appreciation and reverence. I never expected someone so young could discern the feng shui patterns here. It's remarkable. Chen Tiezhu's earlier comments were overheard by Shen Wanshan, who immediately began to extol him. Anyone who's read a few books on feng shui could recognize the patterns here. There's nothing to boast about. Master Mu interjected unexpectedly. That may be true, but it's rare to find young individuals willing to delve into such studies, Shen Wanshan responded. Chen Tiezhu observed this Taoist priest, who appeared quite professional in his Taoist robes. The sword he carried on his back was indeed a genuine peach blossom sword, though it remained uncertain whether he possessed true skill. The old man had once explained to Chen Tiezhu what it means to be a true Taoist. A genuine Taoist is one who practices cultivation and refines their energy, employing talismans and incantations to perform various Taoist arts, capable of exorcising evil, pacifying spirits, and healing ailments. A Taoist adept in feng shui is also top tier, skilled in destiny analysis and divination, alongside martial arts. The old man had mentioned that more profound Taoists could communicate with deities and spirits through specific rituals and chants. Regrettably, the old man had imparted all his teachings to Chen Tiezhu, who had mastered them all. For Master Mu, Chen Tiezhu could only faintly sense the presence of energy. While it was evident that he had some energy within him, it was rather scant. Suddenly, a chilling sound echoed through the villa district, reminiscent of the mournful cries of the deceased, sending shivers down one's spine. It was nighttime, with a cool breeze wafting through, and the streetlights in the villa area dim due to various reasons. At the emergence of that sound, an ordinary person might find themselves paralyzed with fear. Chen Tiezhu screamed, grasping Chen Tiezhu's hand tightly. By day, Chen Tiezhu exuded the confidence of a modern, liberated woman, unafraid to express her emotions. In this moment, however, her fear was palpable as she clutched Chen Tiezhu's hand, her body trembling slightly from fright. Indeed, it is not only Chen Tiezhu who feels a sense of trepidation. Even Chen Tiezhu, having weathered numerous storms, find himself somewhat unnerved upon hearing such a voice. The driver, named Xiaoya, immediately positioned himself protectively in front of Chen Tiezhu, assuming the role of a bodyguard. Xiaoya is not merely a driver. He also serves as Chen Tiezhu's protector. Master Mu, that peculiar sound, its origin remains a mystery to me. I have consulted many individuals before, yet none could ascertain its source. Chen Tiezhu exclaimed with urgency. It is the lamentation of a wandering soul, Master Mu replied. This spirit perished here, its essence failing to find rest, endlessly mourning its injustice. His assertion was undeniably professional. However, Chen Tiezhu suspected that the matter was more complex than it appeared. The feng shui of this location dictated that a soul could not linger here post-mortem. Otherwise, it would undoubtedly be scattered, deprived of the chance for rebirth after traversing the path to the underworld and sipping the soup of oblivion. Very well, allow me to reveal its true form. Master Mu swiftly produced a bagua mirror, a stack of yellow talismans, a wolf hairbrush, and a box of cinnabar. He dipped the brush into the cinnabar and fervently inscribed bizarre symbols upon the yellow talismans. He then performed an unusual hand gesture, chanting, "Heavenly spirits, earthly spirits, I command with utmost urgency, by the decree of the yellow sky, winds of the sun door, manifesting spirits vanish, and the ghosts shall be subdued as I summon you, swiftly as the law commands." Suddenly, the yellow paper adorned with the drawn symbols ignited, instantly turning to ash. Master Mu immediately grasped the bagua mirror in his left hand and the peachwood sword in his right. Abruptly, the weeping sound ceased. Master Mu is indeed formidable, Chen Tiezhu promptly remarked. Silence. Chen Tiezhu observed Master Mu's actions, recognizing a modicum of skill, though it appeared to be merely rudimentary, lacking true mastery. Fiend, come forth, Master Mu bellowed, directing his attention towards a specific direction with the bagua mirror and peachwood sword raised. In a flash, a blue flame materialized out of thin air, startling Chen Tiezhu and the others. Master, what is this? Chen Tiezhu inquired, astonished and anxious. Fear not, it is merely ghost fire. Allow me to vanquish it, Master Mu declared, lunging at the blue flame with his peachwood sword. The blue flame surged towards him. Not good. Master Mu's expression shifted, sensing impending danger, and he turned to flee. But it was too late. The blue flame struck his back with force. In an instant, he was engulfed in flames. Help! Help! Master Mu cried out in desperation. While everyone else remained oblivious, Chen Tiezhu swiftly approached Master Mu's side. Retreat! Chen Tiezhu quickly sketched an incantation in the air and unleashed his energy. The flames engulfing Master Mu vanished immediately. However, in that brief moment, Master Mu's garments had been completely incinerated, leaving him clad only in his undergarments, appearing utterly disheveled. Master Mu, are you all right? Chen Tiezhu rushed to inquire. Mr. Chen, this place is exceedingly malevolent. I am powerless to assist. Master Mu exclaimed in terror. Your actions earlier only served to provoke the spirit that lies buried here. Chen Tiezhu remarked. Were you the one who saved me just now? Master Mu gazed at Chen Tiezhu, astonished, and inquired. Master Mu, had it not been for his intervention, you might have been engulfed in flames. Although I am uncertain how he extinguished the fire upon you, Chen Tiezhu remarked. Pray tell, who are you? Moreover, what was that fire? Master Mu pressed Chen Tiezhu. This location has been ensnared by a malevolent formation, Chen Tiezhu responded. Utilizing this formation alters the feng shui of the area, subsequently entombing a spirit within it. This spirit harbors profound resentment, and the sound you heard earlier emanated from it. Upon activating his yin-yang eye, Chen Tiezhu discerned the peculiarities of the place. A malevolent formation? You were able to perceive its presence here. Master Mu exclaimed, increasingly astounded. If you cannot even detect the formation, how dare you engage in reckless practices? You are courting disaster, Chen Tiezhu remarked. Master Mu found himself at a loss for words, unwilling to retaliate, especially since Chen Tiezhu had saved him. Chen Tiezhu and Chen Tinglan, however, were utterly bewildered by Chen Tiezhu's words. Young man, Do you possess a means to resolve this issue? Chen Wanshan inquired. Mr. Shun, please summon an excavator, Chen Tiezhu instructed. What purpose would an excavator serve? Chen Wanshan questioned. Puzzled. Father, since Chun is confident in his ability to resolve this, we should heed his counsel, Shun Tinglan promptly replied. Very well. Even an influential figure like Chen Wanshan found himself bewildered and apprehensive in the current situation. After some contemplation, he concluded that if Chen Tiezhu could save Master Mu, he undoubtedly possessed considerable skills. Chen Wanshan directed Xiaoya, immediately arranged for an excavator to be brought here. Understood, Mr. Shun. Chen Tiezhu continued to activate his yin-yang eye. To remedy the situation, the malevolent formation must be dismantled. This is a mother-child linked malevolent formation. Chen Tiezhu finally uncovered the scheme. How insidious to lay such a formation in a place inhabited by people. The mother-child linked malevolent formation could drive individuals to madness or, at its worst, lead to the extinction of their lineage. The formation's essence hinges upon the concept of mother and child, meaning it requires the souls of both a mother and a child as its focal points. Chen Tiezhu had already identified this focal point with his yin-yang eye, buried beneath one of the villas. The individual who established this formation not only aimed to leave Chen Wanshan without any means of recovery, but also sought to plunge many innocent souls into madness or sever their lineages. Chen Tiezhu strode toward a tree, followed closely by Chen Wanshan and Chen Tinglan, as well as the fire-scorched Master Mu, who was left in nothing but his undergarments. He had not anticipated that this young man was indeed a figure of great prowess. Young brother Chen, what are you about to do? Chen Wanshan cautiously inquired. In this moment, only Chen Tiezhu exhibited a demeanor of calm assurance. To create the mother-child linked malevolent formation, aside from the required mother and child souls, several stones were also necessary. Upon reaching a tree, Chen Tiezhu gently excavated the earth with his hand, unearthing a stone. This stone was no ordinary rock. It was one entombed in an area saturated with malevolent energy. Subsequently, he began inscribing formation patterns upon the stone. Mr. Shun, have you offended someone? Or is there someone who harbors a deep grudge against you? Chen Tiezhu inquired of Chen Wanshan. After pondering for a moment, Chen Wanshan replied, in our line of business, we inevitably offend many. It's not easy to pinpoint one at this moment. Chapter 51. The Malevolent Stone. Brother Chen, what is this peculiar object? Chen Wanshan asked, gazing at the strange stone in Chen Tiezhu's hand. Could it be the malevolent stone? The Master Mu, clad only in his undergarments, exclaimed in astonishment. The malevolent stone? Chen Wanshan and Chen Tinglan exchanged puzzled looks, clearly unfamiliar with the term. I never expected you to know about it. Master Mu, Chen Tiezhu remarked. My master mentioned it once. You're truly the expert here, while I am merely a novice Taoist. Master Mu responded with a smile. Having witnessed Chen Tiezhu's prowess, Master Mu understood the gravity of the situation, acknowledging that his own abilities paled in comparison to this young man. Father, I told you he is impressive. Chen Tinglan praised Chen Tiezhu once more. Chen Wanshan, having observed the earlier events, recognized the skill evident in Chen Tiezhu, especially given Master Mu's deference. There are 10 trees within this upscale villa district, each over a century old, and beneath each lies a malevolent stone that we must excavate, Chen Tiezhu stated. Given the luxury of the area, procuring 10 ancient trees from elsewhere at a premium was certainly feasible. However, upon hearing this, Chen Wanshan expressed his confusion. How could such things be buried beneath the trees? Father, it's quite obvious. Someone must have deliberately concealed them, Chen Tinglan interjected. Just then, Xiaoya arrived personally, operating an excavator with a thunderous roar that echoed in the night. Mr. Shun, please instruct him to unearth the malevolent stones beneath these large trees, Chen Tiezhu advised. This mother-son linked malevolent formation is quite intricate. The depth at which each stone is buried varies. The one I just unearthed was the shallowest, easily dug out by hand, while the deepest may lie 1 or 2 meters below. Thus, employing an excavator is the most efficient method. The primary aim is to extract what lies hidden deep within the villa. Following Chen Tiezhu's guidance, Chen Wanshan directed Xiaoya to excavate the remaining 9 malevolent stones. Indeed, it is as you said. Shen Wanshan furrowed his brow deeply as he gazed at the 10 peculiar stones before him. Do not touch them. These stones are heavily infused with malevolent energy, Chen Tiezhu cautioned as Chen Tiezhu reached out. Women are naturally more susceptible to yin energy, and contact with these stones could be detrimental to her health. She promptly withdrew her hand. Master, where exactly is the focal point of this malevolent formation? Master Mu queried Chen Tiezhu, having donned a set of clothing that Xiaoya had provided. It was clear that Master Mu, with humility, recognized Chen Tiezhu's exceptional abilities, now adopting the demeanor of a novice eager to learn. Chen Tiezhu pointed toward a villa ahead. It lies within the courtyard of that villa, he stated. What? Shen Wanshan reacted with great alarm. Father, what is the matter? Shen Tiezhu immediately inquired. Lan, the villa no. 8 was specifically chosen by Father for you to reside in upon your return. Shen Wanshan remarked. I never expected that they would bury such unsavory items there. One could argue that it could be hidden in any villa, so why specifically in villa number 8, which was bequeathed to Chen Tiezhu? This inevitably provoked deeper thoughts. Let us first excavate the items, Chen Tiezhu suggested. All right, everyone proceeded towards villa number 8, with Xiaoya following in an excavator. Villa number 8 was quite substantial. The courtyard alone appeared to span an acre. Chen Tiezhu pointed to a stone, saying, dig down from here about 3 to 4 meters, but do so gently. Xiaoya commenced operating the excavator. Being a small machine, it would take some time to reach the depth of 3 to 4 meters. They all waited patiently nearby. Who could it be? Shen Wanshan pondered incessantly, unable to deduce who would resort to such tactics against him. However, he found himself at a loss, having amassed numerous adversaries during his years in the real estate business. Master, would you like a cigarette? Master Mu approached Chen Tiezhu with a pack. I do not smoke. Chen Tiezhu replied. I am called Mu Ma. He introduced himself. In my youth, I learned the ways of Taoism from my master for several years, then moved to the city where I earned some money with this skill. Yet, there are always greater talents beyond the horizon. My modest abilities pale in comparison to true masters. Chen Tiezhu remarked, there is no need to call me master. I merely have a superficial understanding. Please do not be so humble. You just saved my life and are capable of discerning the presence of a killing formation and identifying its focal point. If you're not a master, then it seems there are no masters left in the world of Taoism, Mu insisted. You are quite audacious yourself, performing rituals without knowing the situation, Chen Tiezhu replied. I initially thought it was merely some wandering spirits, and a simple ritual would suffice to dispel them. I did not anticipate such circumstances, Mu explained. In the eyes of ordinary individuals, Mu Ma's skills could indeed be deemed masterful. Unfortunately, he encountered Chen Tiezhu and the intricate maternal interlocking killing formation. Shen Wanshan approached. Master Chen, I truly cannot fathom who would seek such revenge against me. Mr. Shen, to conceal these items within your villa project could only be achieved by someone with insider knowledge, Chen Tiezhu asserted. This statement jolted Shen Wanshan into realization. Father, I recall you mentioning that one of the project leaders for this villa is Miao's brother, Miao Renjia. Shen Tiezhu interjected promptly. I have long maintained that Miao Renjia is no good, Shen Wanshan replied. Lan, do not jump to conclusions so hastily, Shen Wanshan cautioned calmly. Master Mu, do you still have the wolf hair brush, yellow talisman paper, and cinnabar from earlier? Chen Tiezhu suddenly inquired. Master Mu nodded. I have a set in the car. Please, do not belittle me. In your presence, I am merely a novice Taoist. You may call me Ma, he humbly requested. Kindly fetch them for me. I may need to use them shortly, Chen Tiezhu said. Without any trouble, I shall fetch it immediately. The wooden bull and horse dashed toward the vehicle. Mr. Shen, something's here, shouted Xiaoya as the excavator came to a halt. The group swiftly approached. Chapter 52. The 5 million reward. They gathered around a pit that had been excavated to a depth of 3 or 4 meters. Chen Tiezhu was so frightened that she grasped Chen Tiezhu's hand tightly. To their astonishment, they discovered a coffin. Shen Wanshan's eyes widened in disbelief. Only Chen Tiezhu could perceive that this coffin emanated a formidable aura of malevolence. He surmised that the coffin must have been steeped in something with a heavy curse. Instead of a corpse, the coffin contained 2 pairs of shoes, one for a child and the other for an adult. Within the shoes, the souls of both the adult and the child were sealed using some arcane method. How cruel! According to Chen Tiezhu's knowledge, when a person dies, their soul naturally departs from the body, drifting toward the underworld. If lost, the emissaries of the afterlife would guide them. However, certain esoteric arts allow one to imprison the soul post-mortem, preventing its passage to reincarnation, which contravenes the heavenly order and is exceedingly cruel. Master, here are the items you requested. At that moment, the wooden bull and horse approached, presenting Chen Tiezhu with a wolf hair brush, yellow talisman paper, and cinnabar. Chen Tiezhu accepted them. Please stand back and keep your distance, he instructed everyone present. With that, he leaped directly into the pit, startling Chen Tiezhu. The coffin was adorned with an array of bizarre symbols, evidently designed to counter the mother-child curse formation. The malevolent aura emanating from the coffin was intense, but Chen Tiezhu, protected by his own energy, remained unaffected. He discerned that the malevolence within the coffin was even more pronounced. Anyone who ventured too close would surely be influenced. Chen Tiezhu retrieved the yellow talisman paper, wolf hairbrush, and cinnabar. Heaven and earth, all things converge as one. He dipped the wolf hair brush into the cinnabar and inscribed symbols upon the yellow talisman paper, channeling his energy into it. The coffin's malevolence was overwhelming, and he needed to cleanse it. With one hand, Chen Tiezhu opened the coffin, placed the talisman paper inside, and then sealed the coffin once more. Extinguish, he commanded. The malevolent aura within the coffin dissipated entirely. He then reopened the coffin and extracted the 2 pairs of shoes. Impressive craftsmanship, Chen Tiezhu remarked, admiring the bindings upon the shoes. Clearly, the individual responsible possessed considerable skill to imprison the souls within. As the old man had said, such techniques to seal souls were against the natural order and would incur a toll on one's lifespan. It appeared that the adversary had gone to great lengths to target Chen Tiezhu. The bindings upon the shoes were indeed sophisticated, yet they posed no challenge to Chen Tiezhu. He deftly applied the wolf hair brush dipped in cinnabar to inscribe ghostly runes upon the shoes, intoning an incantation. Release. With a swish, the shoes ignited and turned to ash. At last, the 2 souls, the mother and child, were freed. The mother embraced her child tenderly. Chen Tiezhu, with his yin-yang eyes, clearly discerned everything. He leaped from the pit and approached Chen Tiezhu and the others. Mr. Chen, it is done, Chen Tiezhu announced to Chen Tiezhu. Really? Chen Tiezhu inquired, unable to believe his ears. Chen Tiezhu nodded. Master, what about the souls that are sealed inside? Munyoma asked. What do you think? Chen Tiezhu replied. Mr. Chen, instruct someone to incinerate the coffin on site and then fill the pit back in, he continued. All right, Chen Tiezhu promptly responded. Upon returning to Chen Tiezhu's residence, both she and Chen Tiezhu felt as though they had been caught in a dream regarding the events that had just transpired. It was truly surreal and astonishing. Master Chen, I cannot thank you enough, Chen Tiezhu expressed, grasping Chen Tiezhu's hand in gratitude. Without you, I would have been a loss, he added, casting a glance at Munyoma. Steward, give 50,000 to Master Mu. If Munyoma had failed in his task, Chen Tiezhu would have withheld payment. But now that Chen Tiezhu had accomplished it, he was elated and felt it appropriate to offer a token of appreciation. Mr. Chen, I cannot accept the money as I did not fulfill my duties, Munyoma asserted. It is not merely his skills as a Taoist that allowed him to gain respect in South City. It is also his intellect. Mr. Chen, master, I shall take my leave, he said before departing. But was he truly gone? Not quite. He was calculating in his mind. Chen, what kind of person are you? Chen Tiezhu marveled, her astonishment deepening. The mystical abilities of the Taoist were indeed terrifying. Chen Tiezhu merely smiled. He had not intended to showcase his Taoist skills. But when lives were at stake, he had no choice but to act. Mr. Chen, how do you feel now? He inquired. Chen Tiezhu was momentarily taken aback before realizing the significance. Father, it has been nearly 2 hours, and you have not coughed once. You must be truly healed, Chen Tiezhu remarked. Chen Tiezhu gazed at Chen Tiezhu with shock, disbelief, and excitement. Suddenly, he knelt down, exclaiming, "Master Chen, you are now my greatest benefactor." Resolving the eerie issues in the villa district meant reviving his real estate company's vitality, and, on a deeper level, it saved his business. Moreover, it had cured his long-standing and worsening cough. What else could one call such a person but a benefactor? Chen Tiezhu quickly assisted Shen Wanshan to his feet. "Mr. Shen, you're being too courteous," he said. Shen Wanshan then produced a bank card, presenting it to Chen Tiezhu with both hands. "Benefactor, this card contains 5 million. It may not seem like much, but represents my heartfelt gratitude," Shen Wanshan declared. 5 million. Initially, he had come to treat Shen Tinglan's father out of respect for Shangwan Rong, anticipating a modest reward of several tens of thousands. Yet now it was 5 million. "Chen, please accept this. It is a trivial sum for my father," Shen Tinglan urged, noticing Chen Tiezhu's momentary hesitation. Were it not for the substantial investment he made in the company, the funds in this card could easily be quantified in millions. "Benefactor, you must accept this, otherwise Shen Wanshan will be greatly unsettled," Shen Wanshan remarked. "Then I must express my gratitude, Mr. Shen," Chen Tiezhu replied as he accepted the bank card. "Mr. Shen, I am employed at Sister Rong's company, and she treats me as a friend. Miss Shen is her close confidant, and since you are Miss Shen's father, you may simply call me Tiezhu. There is no need for the term benefactor." Hearing that title sends shivers down my spine. I am unaccustomed to it. "Father, since Tiezhu has expressed his preference, you should address him as such," Shen Tinglan suggested. "Very well," Shen Wanshan chuckled. "Mr. Shen, it is getting late, and I must take my leave," Chen Tiezhu observed, glancing at the time. It was nearly midnight. "Tiezhu, could you possibly stay a moment longer? I wish to discuss something with you," Shen Wanshan said. "Please, Mr. Shen, go ahead," Chen Tiezhu replied. Shen Wanshan inquired, "Tiezhu, those who operate in the villa district, are they not quite formidable? In the realm of Taoism, are they not impressive?" Chen Tiezhu nodded and replied, "Indeed, they possess both skill and power. Moreover, their hearts are exceedingly wicked. Mr. Shen, your adversaries harbor profound resentment towards you. They aim not only to sabotage your company's projects, but also to target those close to you. Scoundrel, should I discover who it is, I shall flay him alive," Shen Wanshan declared with righteous indignation. "Father, it must be someone from within the company. You must investigate thoroughly," Shen Tinglan insisted. "Master, please enjoy some tea." At that moment, Miao Miao approached, carrying fine Tiguanyan tea. Chen Tiezhu cast a glance. Miao Miao's figure was truly remarkable, and her skin was as white as snow. The way she looked at him reminded him of Pan Jinglian from Water Margin, her eyes exuding an alluring charm, intentionally or not. "Master, have the issues with the villa been resolved?" Miao Miao inquired as she positioned herself behind Shen Wanshan, gently massaging his shoulders. "Indeed, all thanks to Lanlin's friends," Shen Wanshan responded with a smile. "Mr. Shen, I must return home as I have work tomorrow," Chen Tiezhu reiterated. "Very well, Tiezhu. I shall have Lanlan contact you tomorrow, so we may dine together," Shen Wanshan said. Chapter 53. Taking on a disciple? Lanlan, is it true that Tiezhu is merely a security guard at Miss Guanrong's company? Shen Wanshan questioned once more. Shen Tinglan nodded. That seems to be the case. Both Ronger and he have stated so. Shen Wanshan furrowed his brow, muttering, "A person of such capability would willingly settle for the role of a mere security guard? That wooden bull and horse he mentioned. He is one of the most renowned Taoists in Nanjing. He has long since moved into a villa and drives a luxury car. Yet, the skill of that wooden bull and horse is clearly inferior to Chen Tiezhu's. Furthermore, Chen Tiezhu has cured my persistent cough, which many esteemed doctors failed to remedy. A person of his caliber should have amassed considerable wealth. Why would he choose to be a security guard?" Having encountered numerous individuals and situations, Shen Wanshan found it perplexing. "Master, it is getting late. You should return to your room to rest," Miao Miao suggested. "Very well." Shen Tinglan observed Miao Miao, increasingly convinced that the affairs regarding her father's villa project were somehow linked to her brother, Miao Renjia. Just as he exited the Shun family villa, a figure emerged. Chen Tiezhu's fist was already in motion. "Master, please don't hit me. I am Munyo." Munyo cried out in fright. utterly unprepared for the swiftness of Chen Tiezhu's strike. Upon realizing it was Munyo, Chen Tiezhu halted his fist mere centimeters from him. "It's you? Why are you still here?" Chen Tiezhu inquired. "I've been waiting for you, master." Munyo replied. "Waiting for me? For what purpose?" Chen Tiezhu asked. "Master, may I become your disciple?" Munyo implored. "Absolutely not," Chen Tiezhu rejected outright. "Master, I genuinely wish to be your disciple," Munyo insisted. Dropping to his knees in earnestness. "Rise," Chen Tiezhu commanded. "Thank you, master." Munyo believed he had received approval. "Do not call me master. I have not agreed to anything," Chen Tiezhu quickly clarified. "Master, here is my bank card with 8 million. Consider it my offering for apprenticeship," Munyo said, presenting a card to Chen Tiezhu. "I reiterate, I refuse to accept you as a disciple." "Cease this behavior," Chen Tiezhu asserted sternly. He had pressing matters to attend to and could not take on student. Moreover, the elder had previously advised against imparting his skills lightly to others. Most importantly, how could he accept a disciple after such a brief acquaintance with Munyo? Noticing Chen Tiezhu's irritation, Munyo quickly stood and said, "Master Chen, what must I do to earn your acceptance as a disciple? I shall strive earnestly." If Munyo could thrive using just a modicum of Taoist knowledge, he must possess considerable talent. His audacity was remarkable, bordering on shamelessness. Additionally, Munyo demonstrated ambition, recognizing Chen Tiezhu as a master from whom he could learn extraordinary skills. He was even willing to part with half his savings to honor Chen Tiezhu. "Given that you are over 50 and already affluent, why seek me as a teacher? I may not have anything to offer you," Chen Tiezhu suddenly remarked. Munyo smiled and replied, "I was once a poor boy from the countryside. Before coming to the city, I toiled in the fields, drove trucks, and even served as a Taoist priest for funerals in my village. It was only after moving to the city that I understood the necessity of having a specialized skill to thrive and earn a living. Thus, I endeavored to apply the meager Taoist skills I had acquired to their fullest extent in the bustling metropolis. And here I am today. As for money, what constitutes enough? Now, I have a wife and child in the city, live in a villa, and drive luxury cars. But what if one day my skills become obsolete? Everything I've built could crumble into nothing. So why shouldn't I strive for more?" Seeing Munyo's earnestness, Chen Tiezhu regarded him with newfound respect. Setting aside all else, such a spirit of inquiry indeed deserved the fortune he had accumulated. Miss Shen's family seems to have caught the attention of a formidable individual. "Can you uncover the person behind this? I would consider taking you on as my disciple," Chen Tiezhu remarked. The insect within Shan Wanshan's body and the villa project have been ensnared in a sinister submother formation, indicating that those who oppose Shan Wanshan are certainly not ordinary. Chen Tiezhu had his own affairs to attend to and lacked the time to personally assist them in identifying the true culprit. "Master, I'm certainly no match for someone capable of setting such a formation. If I were to encounter them, I fear my demise would be rather tragic," Munyo confessed. "It is not about confronting them directly, but merely assisting in the investigation," Chen Tiezhu clarified. Shun Tinglan, a close friend of Shangwan Rong, possesses commendable qualities herself. Moreover, Chen Tiezhu had recently received a substantial payment of 5 million from Shen Wanshan. It would weigh heavily on his conscience not to lend a hand in their time of need. "Very well, master, you have my word. As long as I can uncover the mastermind, you shall agree to become my mentor," Munyo acquiesced. "Do keep in mind that even an investigation can carry risks," Chen Tiezhu cautioned. "I understand that without effort, there can be no reward," Munyo replied. He indeed had a penchant for wealth, yet Chen Tiezhu admired his attitude. Accepting Munyo as a disciple was primarily to assist Shen Wanshan, but it also served as an opportunity to test Munyo's character. The elder had once advised Chen Tiezhu that in the world of martial arts, one often relies not only on oneself, but also on trustworthy companions and friends. Chen Tiezhu sensed that if Munyo truly embodied the qualities he perceived, taking him as a disciple could prove advantageous. Chapter 54. The mysterious Black Tower. Instead of returning to the security dormitory, Chen Tiezhu went to the apartment he rented in Qingqing community. Since arriving in the city, he had become lax in his training. The elder had previously admonished Chen Tiezhu to maintain his practice even in urban surroundings. Over the past 3 months, his mind had been consumed with searching for the person possessing the jade pendant, resulting in a sporadic approach to his training. Moreover, residing in the security dormitory was not particularly conducive to his practice. The Qingchang community boasted excellent feng shui, with a rich concentration of the energies of heaven and earth, which could greatly enhance his training. As night fell, Chen Tiezhu naturally rose early. Although he had not slept, the night spent in meditation left him invigorated. The energies of heaven and earth were indeed more potent here, though still inferior to the elder's dwelling in the mountains. Reflecting on his training, Chen Tiezhu suddenly recalled something. He retrieved the half-jade pendant adorned with a yin-yang pattern. Upon examination, he found that aside from its unique material, it appeared unremarkable. Acquiring the other half of the pendant would unlock the curse of life and death. Thus, this jade pendant must possess more than meets the eye. Chen Tiezhu stroked his chin thoughtfully. Could it harbor additional secrets? He meticulously observed the pendant once more, but even the yin-yang eyes could not penetrate its interior. Open sesame. By the decree of urgency, heaven and earth reveal. He attempted various incantations on the pendant, yet to no avail. Perhaps a drop of blood could yield results. The old man possessed a plethora of enigmatic ancient tomes, one of which spoke of treasures that could be awakened by one's vital essence. In an instant, Chen Tiezhu focused his mind, channeling the energy within him to extract a single drop of his vital blood. He let it fall directly upon a half-piece of jade pendant. At that very moment, a sharp pain pierced his brow, as if a torrent of images and information surged into his consciousness. Chen Tiezhu clutched his head, overwhelmed by an excruciating headache, feeling as though his skull might split. It is worth noting that, given Chen Tiezhu's current level of cultivation, ordinary pain felt to him like a mere mosquito bite, insignificant and bearable. Yet now, he was gritting his teeth in agony. Damn it, Chen Tiezhu cursed. However, darkness soon enveloped him, and he collapsed. When he awoke once more, he found himself in an unfamiliar, desolate expanse. Before him lay a ground strewn with bones. The wind howled fiercely, a chilling aura permeated the air, and the sky was stained crimson. This sight evoked memories of videos depicting mass graves. In the midst of the countless skeletal remains stood a towering black spire, its peak obscured from view. What place is this? What tower is this? Chen Tiezhu's mind was still reeling. Here, he seemed to sense an overwhelming presence of profound energy. Suddenly, the earth trembled, the wind roared, and dust swirled chaotically. The multitude of bones disintegrated into dust, vanishing in an instant. Then, with a swift motion, the door of the towering spire creaked open. A beam of red light shot forth from within. "Who are you? Ants, get out!" The voice boomed, resonating like thunder from the heavens. Good heavens! Shortly thereafter, Chen Tiezhu jolted awake in reality. What just happened? He gazed at the half-piece of jade pendant. Where's that place? Was it within the pendant? The old man had mentioned to Chen Tiezhu that some treasures could conceal realms within them. For instance, a seemingly ordinary stone could become extraordinary if imbued with certain energies, transforming it into a vessel for hidden treasures. But the space he just experienced was far too vast, an endless desert and a towering black spire. And that voice, just a voice, yet it reverberated like the thunder of the heavens. Ding, ding, ding. Just then, Chen Tiezhu's phone rang. "Good morning, Sister Rong." He was taken aback that Shangwan Rong called him so early. "I'll pick you up at the company by 10 o'clock, she stated directly. "Sister Rong, where are we going?" Chen Tiezhu inquired. "To meet my parents," she replied plainly. Chen Tiezhu was stunned. "Sister Rong, didn't we say in a couple of days?" "My mother is urging me," Shangwan Rong said. "All right, just wait for me at the company, and remember to wear that suit you bought the other day," she instructed. Okay. Exiting the Qingchang community, Chen Tiezhu hurried to the company. The suit he had purchased was still in his dormitory. Upon returning to his dorm and changing into the attire, Gao Qiqiang and Li Taigang returned from their night shift. "What's going on, Tiezhu? Why are you all dressed up in a suit?" Li Tai's eyes widened in astonishment upon seeing Chen Tiezhu clad in a dapper suit. Gao Qiqiang circled around Chen, inquiring, Tiezhu, were you up to? Are you going on a blind date or stepping into the role of a boss? Would you believe me if I said I was going to meet my mother-in-law? Chen Tiezhu replied. Li Tai and Gao Qiqiang exchanged knowing smiles before responding. Tiezhu, we work together by day and share a room at night. How can we not know if you have a girlfriend? Meeting your mother-in-law? Did you dream that up last night? Gao Qiqiang playfully ruffled Chen Tiezhu's hair. You don't have a fever, do you? It's the boss lady who asked me to accompany her to meet a client and insisted I wear a suit. I can't disregard her request. Chen Tiezhu sighed, his expression one of reluctant acceptance. With this, Gao Qiqiang and Li Tai were convinced. Goodness, Tiezhu, how can you claim you're not involved with the boss lady? Why else would she take you along on a business trip? You're just a security guard. Li Tai clapped Chen Tiezhu on the shoulder. Once you strike it rich, don't forget your buddies. Tiezhu, are we not friends? Just tell me honestly, what does the boss lady want with you? Chen Tiezhu replied candidly, I don't really know. Whatever the boss lady asks of me, I must comply. Perhaps she thinks I'm handsome and wants me to assist in business dealings. Ah, I see. Li Tai exclaimed, slapping his thigh. The boss lady's client must be a woman, one who appreciates tall, strong, handsome, and youthful men. You fit the bill perfectly, so she brought you along. Li Tai's imagination ran wild, convincing even Gao Qiqiang and even Chen Tiezhu, the very subject of their speculation, began to feel swayed by their assertions. Chapter 55, meeting the parents of Shangguan Rong dressed impeccably in a suit. Chen Tiezhu arrived at the entrance of Furon Design Company. Wow, who is that handsome guy? Tall and dashing. Is he from our company? How cool, exclaimed the female employees passing by, many casting admiring glances at him. Yet, could they truly fail to recognize Chen Tiezhu? It seemed unlikely. Not only was he in a suit, but he had also styled his hair with pomade bought at a bargain price, achieving a look reminiscent of a domineering CEO. Donning sunglasses, also acquired at a discount. How could anyone identify him as Chen Tiezhu? Who is this? Quite impressive, Ma San remarked, taking a closer look. Wait, this figure resembles someone. Yes, it looks like Chen Tiezhu, but that's impossible. How could he wear a suit to work? And that brand, Armani? It costs thousands for a single set. How could he afford that? Despite the resemblance, Ma San was adamant that it could not be Chen Tiezhu. Sun Miaoling, who had just arrived at the company, caught sight of Chen Tiezhu and felt an instant spark. Though she was a woman who loved wealth, being a woman, she couldn't help but appreciate handsome men. Wait, why does this person look so much like Chen Tiezhu? Sun Miaoling, with her keen insight, sensed something unusual. At that moment, Shangguan Rong's vehicle came to a halt by the roadside. Upon noticing this, Chen Tiezhu hurried over and entered the car. To his surprise, he found himself in the presence of the boss lady. Who could it be? A client? A boyfriend? After all, the boss lady was already married. Even if she had a young admirer, it was unlikely she would openly engage in such behavior at the company. The gossip-loving Ma San pondered this perplexing situation. As for Sun Miaoling, she thought, how could someone get into Shangguan Rong's car? She had never witnessed a man stepping into Shangguan Rong's personal vehicle before. A client, perhaps? A friend? She had never seen anything like it. Yet today, at the company entrance, she witnessed a handsome man enter her car. What was going on? Sun Miaoling sensed something was amiss. Moreover, the man in the suit and sunglasses bore a striking resemblance to Chen Tiezhu. Inside the car, Chen Tiezhu remarked, Sister Rong, you asked me to wait for you at the company. Fortunately, with my suit, sunglasses, and hairstyle, no one could recognize me. Shangguan Rong glanced at him and commented, not bad, quite handsome. Sister Rong, you look beautiful as well, Chen Tiezhu replied. Today, Shangguan Rong wore a particularly exquisite champagne-colored dress paired with a black skirt. The skirt appeared to be mid-length, and the neckline of the dress allowed for a glimpse of her snowy white legs while driving. Although the front of her attire didn't reveal much, the elevated sections sparked the imagination. This ensemble on Shangguan Rong accentuated her mature sensuality to perfection, exuding a hint of the glamorous Hong Kong style. Stop staring. You might lose your eyes, Shangguan Rong said, accustomed to Chen Tiezhu's gaze. He quickly averted his eyes, feeling a bit flustered. To be honest, if you were wearing sunglasses, I would recognize you either, Shangguan Rong remarked. Sister Rong, why the haste to meet your parents? I'm not prepared at all, Chen Tiezhu inquired. Shangwan Rong explained, my mother has been trying to set me up for a while. Recently, she encountered an old friend whose son has just returned from abroad and is single. Last night, she called to inform me that her friend's son would be visiting today. When I asked why, it turned out my mother had made a promise to him. Thus, I had no choice but to bring you home today. Otherwise, my parents might take a liking to that man, and bringing you along later would create complications. When we arrive at my parents' place, just smile and speak little. If anything feels off, I will give you a signal. What could Chen Tiezhu do but nod in agreement? Who would have thought that such a beautiful, sophisticated, and alluring boss lady would be troubled by such matters? In the suburbs of Nansheng, Shangwan Rong's parents were both teachers. Despite her success and wealth, they continued to reside in the outskirts of the city, which, despite being labeled as suburbs, could be considered rural. In front of a 3-story building, Shangwan Rong parked the car in the yard. It seems they have already arrived, she remarked, noticing another vehicle parked in the yard. Tiezhu, please bring the things inside. Shangwan Rong instructed, opening the trunk and addressing Chen Tiezhu. Thus, Chen Tiezhu, each hand carrying gifts, followed Shangwan Rong inside. Dad, Mom, we're back, Shangwan Rong promptly announced. Upon entering, Chen Tiezhu observed a pair of middle-aged individuals seated on the sofa, engaged in conversation with a young man adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, whose fair complexion and refined demeanor exuded both knowledge and depth. Xiaorong, you have returned, the middle-aged woman approached them. This woman was none other than Shangwan Rong's mother. Zhou Yanfang, tall and elegant, despite being in her middle years, she possessed exquisite features and a fair complexion, much like her daughter, radiating grace. Mom, this is Chen Tiezhu, the boyfriend I mentioned to you on the phone. Shangwan Rong introduced him without hesitation. Hello, Auntie. Chen Tiezhu greeted her with a warm smile. Auntie, I inquired about your interest with Ronger, and I brought some gifts, hoping you would enjoy them. Chen Tiezhu presented the gifts with both hands. How thoughtful of you. Please take a seat, Zhou Yanfang responded with gentle warmth, likely a reflection of her profession as a teacher. Hello, Uncle. I heard from Ronger that you enjoy playing chess. So I arranged for a custom set, hoping you will like it, Chen Tiezhu remarked, maintaining an outward composure, though internally he felt a twinge of anxiety. The gifts were all purchased by Shangwan Rong and bore no relation to him. Furthermore, playing the role of a boyfriend and meeting the parents was a daunting experience for someone as inexperienced as Chen Tiezhu. Shangwan Rong's father, Shangwan Hui, was a mathematics teacher, possessing a serious demeanor that lacked any semblance of a smile. This only heightened Chen Tiezhu's nervousness. Shangwan Hui nodded, his expression devoid of any emotion. Xiaorong, do you remember me? Suddenly, the bespectacled young man rose, his face adorned with a polite smile, embodying a refined and courteous nature. I am Mu Yuan. We were classmates until the 3rd grade. After that, my parents moved for work, and I had to transfer schools. Mu Yuan? Shangwan Rong appeared to recall something, as if a memory was surfacing. Indeed, he was also your classmate. He even visited our home back then. Do you not remember? Zhou Yanfang interjected. Xiaorong, I apologize for not realizing you had a boyfriend. Since that is the case, I shall take my leave, Mu Yuan said apologetically, preparing to depart. Mu Yuan, stay for dinner. It's rare for you to visit, and you and Ronger haven't seen each other in quite some time. Regardless of her having a boyfriend, your parents are friends of ours, and you and Ronger were once classmates, so it's perfectly fine, Zhou Yanfang quickly insisted. Indeed, Mu Yuan, your chess skills are commendable. Let us play a couple of games after dinner, Shangwan Hui added. Chapter 56. A Clash of Wits. Mu Yuan, Shangwan Rong finally recalled. During their time in elementary school from 1st to 3rd grade, Mu Yuan had been the quiet type, so much so that he could easily be forgotten. Consequently, Shangwan Rong had difficulty recalling him moments ago. My mother was right. It has indeed been a long time since we last met. Since you're here, you must stay for dinner. Shangwan Rong had not anticipated that the son of her parents' friends would turn out to be an old classmate from elementary school. It would be impolite to leave without acknowledging him. Thus, she decided to summon her courage and remain. Mu Yuan adjusted his glasses and introduced himself. Greetings. I am Mu Yuan, 28 years of age, a graduate of Harvard Medical School with a doctorate. I returned to my homeland to establish a pharmaceutical company. which recently secured a $200 million investment. The company is projected to go public next year with an anticipated market value of at least $2 billion. Suddenly, Mu Yuan extended his hand towards Chen Tiezhu, signaling an intention to shake hands. "Hello, I am Chen Tiezhu." Chen naturally reciprocated the gesture. However, Chen Tiezhu sensed an undercurrent of hostility in Mu Yuan's gaze and his self-introduction. This ostentatious introduction was evidently tailored for his ears alone. Xiao Rong has always been exceptional. Now she's the owner of a company. Since you, Chen, are her boyfriend, you must also possess commendable qualities. Mu Yuan remarked with what appeared to be an innocuous smile. Yet, I perceive that you are a few years younger than Xiao Rong. Am I mistaken? Just as Chen Tiezhu pondered how to respond, Shangguan Rong stepped forward. Mu Yuan, Tiezhu is engaged in medical research, she interjected. Oh, it appears we are colleagues. Mu Yuan adjusted his glasses again. Indeed, Chen Tiezhu replied succinctly. Though Mu Yuan appeared cultured and refined, he seemed far from straightforward. What a coincidence. You two are indeed peers. Do engage in conversation while I assist in the kitchen, said Zhou Yanfang with a smile. Shangguan Rong's father, Shangguan Hui, remained silent, engrossed in studying a chess manual. Chen, may I inquire about the specific area of your research? Mu Yuan continued. Mu Yuan, Tiezhu's research is confidential and not suitable for disclosure. Shangguan Rong interjected directly. I see. My apologies for my impudence, Chen, Mu Yuan said. No problem. Chen Tiezhu responded nonchalantly. Xiao Rong, I heard from Annie that you still enjoy egg yolk pastries. I brought some back from abroad, just for you. Mu Yuan presented a box of pastries. Thank you. Shangguan Rong accepted them with a smile. What a shame. I hadn't realized you already had a boyfriend, otherwise I might have considered pursuing you, Mu Yuan remarked, casting a glance at Chen Tiezhu. This comment, made in Chen Tiezhu's presence, carried a hint of provocation. Mu Yuan, with your talents. Finding a beautiful and accomplished girl should be a simple endeavor, Shangguan Rong said. Xiao Rong, you jest. The most challenging aspect of life is discovering someone one truly adores. Mu Yuan responded. Wouldn't you agree, Chen? Yes, Chen Tiezhu nodded. May I pose a question, if it is not too forward? Mu Yuan inquired. Go ahead, Chen Tiezhu replied. With Xiao Rong's exceptional qualities, do you not feel a certain pressure? Mu Yuan asked. Not particularly. Shangguan Rong had advised Chen Tiezhu to speak less. He complied, though it left him feeling somewhat robotic. A woman, aside from her parents, relies on her partner for support. Xiao Rong is a woman who has been managing a company single-handedly, which is no small feat on the days when she feels weary and desires a reprieve. Should not Brother Chen be her pillar of support? Mu Yuan's words, while seemingly innocuous, appear to be subtly aimed at Chen Tiezhu. Naturally, Chen Tiezhu responds with a mere 2 words. Brother Chen, based on my understanding of medical research, your annual salary at your age is only in the range of a few $100,000. This hardly qualifies as a support for Xiao. At this juncture, the conversation takes on a sharper tone. Whether or not I can be relied upon, you ought to inquire with Xiao. Chen Tiezhu replied calmly. Mu Yuan's incessant remarks were clearly intended to provoke Chen Tiezhu, yet he was taken aback by Chen Tiezhu's unflappable demeanor, as serene as still waters. The more composed Chen Tiezhu appeared, the more unsettled Mu Yuan felt. In Mu Yuan's eyes, Chen Tiezhu was utterly unworthy of Shangguan Rong. Mu Yuan, your choice of topics has crossed the line, Shangguan Rong interjected, visibly displeased. I apologize, Xiao. I merely spoke from a man's perspective, and the conversation grew too deep. Mu Yuan adjusted his glasses. Brother Chen, do you agree? Chen Tiezhu nodded and affirmed, indeed. At that moment, Mu Yuan felt as though his punches were landing on cotton, ineffective and frustrating. Uncle Hui, shall I join you for a game of chess? Mu Yuan turned to Shangguan Hui. Certainly. Shangguan Hui smiled, his expression one of long-awaited anticipation. Shangguan Rong cast a glance at Chen Tiezhu, prompting him to approach. I did not expect Mu Yuan. I am not well acquainted with him. Just say little, Shangguan Rong advised. Sister Rong, it seems he harbors considerable animosity towards me, Chen Tiezhu remarked. It's all right. I will shield you from any trouble, Shangguan Rong reassured him. I will assist my mother in the kitchen. You can sit here and watch television, Shangguan Rong instructed. Very well, Chen Tiezhu nodded in agreement. After watching television for a while, Shengwan Hui chuckled. Mu Yuan, your chess skills are quite impressive. I have played for 30 years and have yet to encounter such sharp tactics. Indeed, age has caught up with me. I concede defeat, Shengwan Hui admitted. Uncle Hui, you are not aging. I merely won by a narrow margin, Mu Yuan replied. Brother Chen, would you care for a game? Mu Yuan suddenly addressed Chen Tiezhu. My skills are rather mediocre, Chen Tiezhu replied. But you are Xiaorong's boyfriend. It is a rare occasion for you to be here. You should entertain Uncle Hui. Mu Yuan urged. Tiezhu, come and engage in a match with Mu Yuan. I wish to see how the younger generation competes, Shengwan Hui encouraged. All right, Uncle, Chen Tiezhu approached. He took a seat and arranged the chessboard. Brother Chen, I assure you, I shall not go easy on you, Mu Yuan said, adjusting his glasses with a meaningful glance. That is of no concern, Chen Tiezhu replied. After a few moves, Shengwan Hui praised, Tiezhu, that was an excellent play, although Shengwan Hui merely observed from the sidelines. He seemed more engrossed than either Chen Tiezhu or Mu Yuan. Shengwan Rong had mentioned that her father, Shengwan Hui, cherished chess and fishing above all else aside from work. Mu Yuan frowned. His chess skills are indeed at a master's level, having achieved notable rankings in international competitions. Yet now, he finds himself at a disadvantage? Impossible. Mu Yuan commenced his counterattack. Check. Capture your cannon. Check. It was a back-and-forth exchange. Excellent move. Mu Yuan, you have lost. Shengwan Hui stood up, brimming with excitement. Truly splendid. Mu Yuan's chess was already formidable. Who would have thought that Tiezhu's skills could ascend even further? You young people are truly impressive. Tiezhu, your chess prowess is not merely mediocre. You could certainly claim a championship in competition. Shengwan Hui continued to praise him. Mu Yuan's expression darkened. How could he have lost to Chen Tiezhu? Chapter 57. When will you marry? Brother Mu, I concede, Chen Tiezhu said with a smile. Brother Chen, I did not expect you to be so skilled. I was careless just now. Dare you engage in another match? Mu Yuan felt a sense of reluctance. Throughout his life, he had always believed that he must win at everything he undertook. Not to mention, chess was one of his greatest strengths. Very well, Chen Tiezhu agreed. Indeed, quite impressive, Shengwan Hui remarked, casting an approving glance at Chen Tiezhu. After 10 moves, Mu Yuan's expression grew even grimmer. Mu Yuan, you have lost again. Shengwan Hui commented. Brother Mu, I concede, Chen Tiezhu chuckled once more. Hee, Brother Chen, your chess skills are commendable, Mu Yuan replied with a forced smile. At that moment, Shengwan Rong and her mother, Zhou Yin Fong, emerged from the kitchen. Zhou Yin Fong's expression appeared somewhat uncomfortable. Mom, please sit down and rest. Let me give you a massage, Shengwan Rong suggested. Annie, what is wrong? Mu Yuan immediately approached with concern. Is your shoulder bothering you? Shoulder periarthritis, an old ailment. Zhou Yin Fong replied. I have medication specifically for shoulder periarthritis in my car. I will fetch it right away. With that, Mu Yuan dashed to his vehicle and returned with the medicine. Annie, this is a product developed by my company, specifically designed to treat shoulder periarthritis. It takes effect immediately upon application, Mu Yuan stated as he opened the container. The scent triggered Chen Tiezhu's keen sense of smell. Wait, he exclaimed. Tiezhu, what is the matter? Shengwan Rong inquired immediately. This medicine should not be applied to Annie, Chen Tiezhu asserted. Tiezhu, why is that? Shengwan Rong asked. The ingredients in this medicine are not suitable for Annie. Once applied, her shoulder periarthritis will worsen, Chen Tiezhu said earnestly. Nonsense. Do you even know what this is? Are you aware of its components? This is a newly developed medication from our company, which has proven effective for shoulder periarthritis patients after several rounds of testing. Mu Yuan retorted to Chen Tiezhu. Auntie, this medicine is truly not suitable for you. Using it will exacerbate your condition, Chen Tiezhu insisted. I can simply give you a massage. Chen Tiezhu, what do you intend to do? Mu Yuan seethed. You are Xiaorong's boyfriend. This is Xiaorong's mother. How dare you speak such nonsense? Is shoulder periarthritis something that can be cured with a mere massage? Do not let Aunt use my medicine. Just press lightly. Do you intend to harm Aunt Zhou? Iron Pillar exclaimed. Indeed, Iron Pillar. Mu Yuan has returned from abroad, and his company specializes in pharmaceuticals. I trust he is not mistaken, Zhou Yanli replied. Mother, Iron Pillar's assertion holds merit. This medicine is unsuitable for you, Shangguan Rong stated. Shangguan Rong had first-hand experience of Chen Iron Pillar's medical skills and held him in high regard. Given Chen Iron Pillar's serious demeanor, it must indeed be true. Mu Yuan clenched his fists, nearly grinding his back teeth in frustration. How could Shangguan Rong defend Chen Iron Pillar? Xiao Rong, while he may be your boyfriend, he merely conducts medical research in a small workshop. I, on the other hand, hold a doctorate from Harvard Medical School and own a pharmaceutical company. Can you truly place your faith in his mere words? Mu Yuan retorted. Mu Yuan, it is precisely because he is my boyfriend that I trust what he says. You have not witnessed his remarkable medical skills, Shangguan Rong replied, her words striking Mu Yuan like a dagger to an open wound. Aunt, trust me. There is no issue with this medicine. Its effects are immediate, Mu Yuan insisted to Zhou Yanfang. Absolutely not. Shangguan Rong interjected. Mother, just let Iron Pillar press you. His massage techniques are exceptional. Mu Yuan's hands trembled with anger. Adjusting his glasses and feigning calmness, he remarked, Xiao Rong, since you place such trust in him, let him proceed. However, as a Harvard Medical School doctorate, I have yet to hear of massage curing shoulder periarthritis. Massage can only serve as an adjunct therapy. To truly remedy shoulder periarthritis, medicinal treatment is necessary. Iron Pillar, please, Shangguan Rong urged. Chen Iron Pillar approached Zhou Yanfang, saying, Aunt, relax. I will ensure you are fully healed after my massage. Zhou Yanfang had previously tried massage therapy for shoulder periarthritis. Initially, it showed some effect, but gradually, the benefits diminished. Very well, since Xiao Rong suggests it, let us proceed, Zhou Yanfang acquiesced, though she held no high expectations. It was, after all, a gesture of goodwill. Mu Yuan sat nearby, anticipating Chen Iron Pillar's forthcoming embarrassment. Can a mere massage truly cure shoulder periarthritis? This is absurd. Chen Iron Pillar placed his hands upon Zhou Yanfang's shoulders, much like the treatment he provided for Ning Fei's lumbar disc herniation. He employed the Ling Shu Zhanyu technique to address Shangguan Rong's mother's shoulder periarthritis. The etiology of lumbar disc herniation and shoulder periarthritis bears considerable similarity, and their symptoms are alike. The treatment methods in hospitals are comparable as well. Thus, utilizing the Ling Shu Zhanyu technique for shoulder periarthritis was indeed a targeted approach. Chen Iron Pillar identified the Jianzhen, Chu Qi, and Jianyu acupoints, employing the unique vibrational method of the Ling Shu Zhanyu technique. His 10 fingers trembled gently, channeling energy into Zhou Yanfang's acupoints to restore the fatigued shoulder muscles. Numerous factors contribute to shoulder periarthritis, but through his yin-yang eye, Chen Iron Pillar discerned that Zhou Yanfang's condition stemmed from muscle fatigue in the shoulder. Iron Pillar, that feels wonderfully soothing, Zhou Yanfang remarked. Having previously experienced painful traditional Chinese medicine massages, she was pleasantly surprised by the comfort Chen Iron Pillar's treatment provided. 3 minutes elapsed. Zhou Yanfang reveled in the exquisite comfort of the massage, feeling as though she might drift off into slumber. All right, that's enough, Chen Tiezhu announced. You can raise your arms and perform various movements that previously caused you pain. Zhou Yanfang immediately stood up, lifting her arms with an expression of astonishment. She then began to wave her hands and perform various gestures. This is incredible. I feel no pain whatsoever. Could it truly be healed? Zhou Yanfang exclaimed. Mom, Tiezhu's massage techniques and medical skills are exceptional. He cured my chronic ailments, Shangguan Rong added. Meanwhile, Mu Yuan furrowed his brow, pondering, this is impossible. How could a massage possibly cure shoulder periarthritis? It can only provide temporary relief, treating the symptoms but not the underlying issue. Auntie, your lack of pain is merely a fleeting reprieve. Zhou Yanfang responded, in the past, I endured pain during massages, and I have never felt this comfortable afterward. She continued, I can feel my shoulder muscles not only relaxed but entirely pain-free. It seems I am genuinely healed. Mu Yuan's expression soured, resembling one who had tasted something foul. Your medication contains a certain hormone. When applied to someone with shoulder periarthritis, it may yield some results. However, if you cease using it, the pain will return with greater severity. Chen Tiezhu informed Mu Yuan. In essence, This creates a dependency on the medication. Without it, the pain intensifies and worsens. Preposterous. My medication has undergone extensive testing, and you cannot dismiss it with mere conjecture. Just then, Mu Yuan's phone rang. Hello, Director Mu. There's been a problem with the medication we developed last time. Uncle Hui, Auntie Zhou, I must leave urgently, Mu Yuan stated. Child, why not stay for dinner first? Zhou Yanfang suggested. No need, Xiaorong, I must go. With that, Mu Yuan hurriedly departed. Chen Tiezhu simply shook his head and smiled. He had overheard Mu Yuan's conversation and knew that the medication he had just mentioned was still in the experimental phase, not yet approved for market release. How audacious of him to use it on Shangwan Rong's mother. Tiezhu, please sit and join us for dinner. Zhou Yanfang invited warmly. Certainly, Auntie. Chen Tiezhu replied as he took a seat. Shangwan Rong gently complimented him. You performed admirably. Tiezhu, do you drink? Asked Shangwan Hui. I partake a little, Chen Tiezhu answered. Shangwan Hui retrieved a bottle of wine from a cabinet. It's rare for Ronger to bring you home. Let's enjoy a proper drink today, and afterward, we can play a few rounds of chess, he said with a cheerful demeanor. Despite appearing stern, Shangwan Hui was genuinely a kind-hearted individual upon closer acquaintance. During dinner, Zhou Yanfang served Chen Tiezhu some dishes, while Shangwan Hui poured him a drink. Observing this, Shangwan Rong could hardly believe her eyes. Her mother was indeed a warm and welcoming person, which she could fully appreciate. However, the notion of having his own father pour wine for others is simply inconceivable, let alone serving it to a boyfriend he has just brought home for the first time. Ronger, Tiezhu is quite adept at chess. Do bring him over more often for a game, remarked Shangwan. Tiezhu, let us have a toast. Chen Tiezhu promptly raised his glass with both hands. Tiezhu, do not take offense. Xiaorong's father only has two hobbies, chess and fishing, Zhou Yanfang added. No problem, uncle. I will come often in the future, Chen Tiezhu blurted out. Immediately, under the table, Shangwan Rong gave Chen Tiezhu a kick, followed by a pointed look. Dad, Tiezhu is quite busy with work. Him being here today is already a rare occasion. He can come home at most once a week, Shangwan Rong explained. Tiezhu, since Ronger has taken a liking to you, neither I nor your uncle will say much. As long as she is happy, that is what matters. By the way, when do you plan to get married? Zhou Yanfang inquired. Chen Tiezhu sputtered out the wine he had just sipped. Chapter 58. Spending a night together in the same room? And here we are discussing marriage already? Mom, we're just starting to date. There's no need to rush, Shangwan Rong quickly interjected. What do you mean no need to rush? You are already 28 this year. Dating now implies marriage is on the horizon, Zhou Yanfang stated seriously, laying down her chopsticks. Tiezhu, since you're now Xiaorong's boyfriend, you are aware of her previous marriage. Chen Tiezhu nodded. For the past 3 years, neither her father nor I have pressured her to find someone new. However, time moves forward, and 3 years have passed. She has established her career, and it is time for her to marry. Tiezhu, I must ask you, do you like Xiaorong? And do you wish to marry her? At this, Chen Tiezhu was at a loss for words, unable to respond. Mom, what are you doing? This is Tiezhu's first visit, and you're already bringing this up, Shangwan Rong protested. What is the harm? If this is heading towards marriage, then we must discuss it, Zhou Yanfang asserted. Ronger, your mother speaks truthfully. Since you have chosen Tiezhu as your boyfriend, it is evident that you must have feelings for him, and he for you. Your father and I understand that you have high standards for boys, and now that you have found a suitable match, it is time to consider marriage. Shangwan, who emphasized earnestly. All right, Tiezhu and I will think about it. Is that agreeable? Shangwan Rong replied, clearly conceding for the moment. Even a typically aloof and domineering figure would find it difficult to resist parental pressure for marriage. It is essential to confirm a wedding date soon, preferably within this month. Zhou Yanfang smiled. Chen Tiezhu's head was buzzing. Mom, is there really a need to rush? Shangwan Rong queried. What is the hurry? I did not mention next week. Zhou Yanfang responded. Tiezhu, let's continue drinking. Shangwan Hu poured another glass for Chen Tiezhu. After a few rounds of drinks, Shangwan Hu continued. Although today is our first meeting, I believe you are a good young man. Ronger is a strong-willed person, ambitious in her career. Yet her heart is kind and filled with love. Despite her seemingly aloof demeanor, she possesses a warm heart beneath her cool exterior. As the conversation unfolded, Shangguan Hui succumbed to intoxication and laid her head on the table. Tiezhu, that's just how he is. His tolerance for alcohol is quite poor, remarked Zhou Yinfang. I assisted in guiding her to the room. Annie, allow me, Chen Tiezhu quickly offered, helping Shangguan Hui to bed while Zhou Yinfang busied herself with the dishes. Sister Rong, weren't we supposed to pretend to be boyfriend and girlfriend? Why is there talk of marriage? Chen Tiezhu inquired of Shangguan Rong. What? Are you reluctant? Shangguan Rong countered. Sister Rong, it's not that I oppose it. But please don't overthink it. That was merely a ruse to appease my mother, she clarified. My mother is perpetually consumed with my marital affairs. You witnessed it yourself. It was futile to argue. I had no choice but to ask you to play the role of my boyfriend. Mom, we're leaving now, Shangguan Rong announced to Zhou Yinfang. Wait a moment. Zhou Yinfang hurriedly emerged. Where are you going? There are matters at the company that require my attention. Of course, we must return to the office, Shangguan Rong replied. No, you cannot leave. You must stay at home for the night before returning, Zhou Yinfang asserted sternly. Mom, both Tiezhu and I have pressing responsibilities. We cannot stay here, Shangguan Rong insisted. I am giving you two choices. Either you return to your work tonight and never set foot in this house again, given that you disregard my advice, or you stay here with Tiezhu for the night. Zhou Yinfang spoke with utmost seriousness. Mom, that's not fair, Shangguan Rong said, playfully tugging at her mother's hand. Tiezhu, is it all right if we stay here for the night? Zhou Yinfang sweetly addressed Chen Tiezhu, her demeanor undergoing a dramatic shift. Sure, we can stay here for the night, Shangguan Rong acquiesced. If Rong agrees, then so be it, Chen Tiezhu added. Time flew swiftly, and soon it was evening. What game are you playing? It's time for Tiezhu to rest, Zhou Yinfang said, approaching them as she playfully smacked Shangguan Hui and gestured for her to leave. Tiezhu, it's getting late. You should retire early, Shangguan Hui promptly suggested. Chen Tiezhu glanced at the clock. It was only 8:30 in the evening. Isn't that a bit early? He remarked. Xiao Rong, after your call, return to your room, Zhou Yinfang urged. The room was located on the second floor, and Chen Tiezhu ascended. Would he truly be sharing a room with Sister Rong tonight? Not only was he required to stay the night, but Zhou Yinfang insisted that Chen Tiezhu and Shangguan Rong share the same room. Despite Shangguan Rong's reluctance, Zhou Yinfang offered no room for negotiation. Ultimately, Shangguan Rong had no choice but to comply. The room was spacious and inviting, adorned with a large bed draped in vibrant red linens, exuding a festive atmosphere. At that moment, an image of himself and Shangguan Rong lying in the same bed inexplicably flashed through Chen Tiezhu's mind, stirring feelings of excitement and impulsiveness within him. Chapter 59. When will we have children? After a short while, a freshly bathed Shangguan Rong entered the room. As she was at her parents' home, she dressed modestly, lacking the revealing shoulder-bearing or suggestive sleepwear. However, in this snug attire, Shangguan Rong's figure was accentuated even further. The sight of her sleepwear, filled out so completely, undeniably stirred the imagination. Sister Rong, are we truly going to share the same room tonight? Chen Tiezhu inquired with a hint of anticipation. My mother is insistent on it, he added. We can share a room, but you must sleep on the floor. Shangguan Rong replied. Alas, Chen Tiezhu's excitement swiftly morphed into disappointment. He had hoped for something more promising. He mused that merely sharing a bed with such a beautiful boss was worth sacrificing a few years of his life. Subsequently, Shangguan Rong retrieved 2 blankets from the cupboard and placed them by the bed, one for Chen Tiezhu to lay on and the other for covering. At that moment, Zhou Yanfeng entered. Seeing Chen Tiezhu spreading the blanket on the floor, she immediately questioned, Tiezhu, what are you doing? Annie, Shangguan Rong interjected. What is this? Tiezhu comes all the way home, and you expect him to sleep on the floor? Tiezhu, tell Annie, is she bullying you? She's rather domineering. You can confide in me, and I will reprimand her, Zhou Yanfeng insisted. Andy, it's nothing. I had a bit too much to drink, and Ronger doesn't like the smell. Chen Tiezhu quickly fabricated an excuse. That's no excuse. How can you sleep on the floor? Zhou Yanfeng exclaimed. Tiezhu, listen to Annie. Get in bed quickly. Xiao, if I find out you've made Tiezhu sleep on the floor, I will certainly give you a good talking to. Zhou Yanfeng was well aware of her daughter's assertive nature. Mom, what do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? Taiju rarely visits. What is wrong with him having a drink with your father? Zhou Yanfang responded sternly. Taiju, do take care of Xiaorong. I will step out now. With a final smile from Zhou Yanfang, Chen Tiezhu felt that something was amiss. She exited and closed the door behind her. Sister Rong, Shangguan Rong's expression wavered, caught in a dilemma. She approached the wardrobe and retrieved a set of pajamas. These are pajamas I bought for my father. He has never worn them. You should take a shower first, Shangguan Rong suggested. Sister Rong, are we really going to share a bed? Chen Tiezhu asked. Don't overthink it. You saw my mother's stance. If she discovers I made you sleep on the floor, she would scold me for days, Shangguan Rong clarified. All right, then I will shower first. After saying this, Chen Tiezhu took the pajamas and headed for the shower. As he bathed, he hummed a little tune. He never anticipated that pretending to be Shangguan Rong's boyfriend would not only come with financial rewards, but also allow him to share a bed with her. If this were to spread within the Furon Design Company, it would be quite the sensation. Once he finished showering, Chen Tiezhu prepared to head upstairs. Tiezhu, come here for a moment. Annie has made some hangover soup for you to drink, Zhou Yanfang said with a slight smile, bringing a bowl of dark concoction before him. Chen Tiezhu sniffed it and asked him, Is this deer antler soup? The bowl of so-called hangover remedy was filled with various aphrodisiac ingredients. What does this mean? Tiezhu, drink up, Zhou Yanfang urged. Zhou Yanfang spoke with a gentle and kind demeanor, making it impossible for Chen Tiezhu to refuse her. He could only accept her words with a heavy heart. All right, hurry back to rest, she said. By the way, Tiezhu, I have a question for you, Zhou Yanfang inquired. When do you plan to have children? Chen Tiezhu was taken aback and hurriedly replied, Auntie, isn't that a bit premature? You know Xiao Rong's situation. She's a workaholic. And if I don't push her, she won't feel the urgency at all. She is 28 now. It's just the right time to have children, Zhou Yanfang remarked. Chen Tiezhu smiled wryly, wondering why, on their first meeting, she was already urging them to marry and have children. Chapter 60. A soft kiss upon returning to the room. Chen Tiezhu found Shangguan Rong already in bed, sitting up and engrossed in her phone. She was truly beautiful. Shangguan Rong's skin was flawless, and she typically wore little makeup. Just a touch of lipstick. Even after her bath, she appeared strikingly lovely. Sitting on the bed, Shangguan Rong exuded a languid, sensual beauty that captivated Chen Tiezhu. Tonight, you sleep over there, and I sleep here. Remember, no crossing boundaries, Shangguan Rong instructed him. All right, Chen Tiezhu nodded, cautiously climbing into bed. Rongjia, why is your mother urging us to marry on our first meeting? She was even pushing for us to have children, Chen Tiezhu asked. Shangguan Rong immediately responded. As long as it's someone I like, my parents generally don't pry too much. They trust my judgment. To them, if I've chosen you as my boyfriend, you must be a wonderful and exceptional person. I just didn't expect her to be this eager. What will happen in the future? If it's like this on the first visit, how will the second and third be? Chen Tiezhu questioned. Shangguan Rong set her phone down and rubbed her temples, clearly feeling a bit overwhelmed. We'll just take it as it comes. Once she's in better health, we can break up, Shangguan Rong replied. Chen Tiezhu had observed Zhou Yanfang's condition and recognized that she had indeed been through a serious illness, leaving her somewhat fragile and unable to handle too much stimulation. All right, let us sleep. We need to wake up early tomorrow and head back, Shangguan Rong said, lying down. As the lights were turned off, a faint fragrance enveloped Chen Tiezhu, clearly emanating from Shangguan Rong. After drinking the deer antler soup provided by Zhou Yanfang, its effects were evidently taking hold. Chen Tiezhu felt a warmth rising within him, and sharing the same bed with Shangguan Rong, inhaling her delicate scent, was becoming increasingly unbearable. As he gazed at Shangguan Rong's side profile, an uncontrollable urge surged within him. But he managed to rein it in just in time. No, Chen Tiezhu forcibly suppressed his impulses, taking a deep breath in an attempt to quell the soup's effects. Tiezhu, you don't have a girlfriend, do you? Shangguan Rong suddenly asked. No, Chen Tiezhu replied. That's good, she answered, and the atmosphere grew quiet once more. What was this? Suddenly, Shangguan Rong threw aside the quilt and approached Chen Tiezhu. There's a cockroach, she exclaimed, wrapping her arms tightly around him. It felt so soft. Chen Tiezhu glanced down and indeed saw a cockroach scuttling about. Shang Wanrong's parents resided in the outskirts of the southern city, an area that could be considered rural. Although the house appeared luxurious and was well decorated, Shang Wanrong hadn't stayed there in ages, so the presence of cockroaches seemed somewhat normal. Chen Tiezhu was taken aback to discover that this aloof and assertive woman was afraid of cockroaches. Shang Wanrong held on tightly, pressing against him. It should be noted that she was not wearing a bra, and the sensation was undeniably pleasurable. "Don't worry, I'll kill it," Chen Tiezhu declared, swiftly grabbing a tissue and snatching the cockroach. With a gentle squeeze, he dispatched it and tossed it into the trash bin. "All done. It's gone," he reassured her. At that moment, Shang Wanrong clung to Chen Tiezhu like a playful monkey, her arms wrapped around his neck and her legs entwined around his waist. The intimacy of the position was palpable. Upon witnessing the cockroach's demise, Shang Wanrong sighed in relief. Their gazes locked, their faces mere centimeters apart. They could feel each other's breath. Chen Tiezhu was captivated by the enchanting beauty of Shang Wanrong, particularly her alluring lips, and felt an overwhelming urge to kiss her. The effects of the deer whip wine were intensifying within him, raising his temperature and desires, compounded by the softness of Shang Wanrong's embrace. Without thinking, he pressed his lips to hers. Shang Wanrong froze. Chen Tiezhu realized he had acted impulsively. In Chapter 61, "Has the rice been cooked?" Shang Wanrong's ears flushed, and her cheeks turned crimson from the kiss. "What are you doing?" she stammered, her palm swiftly striking him. Slap! Chen Tiezhu could have dodged, but chose to take the hit, leaving a bright red imprint on his cheek. "Sister Rong, I'm sorry. It was unintentional," he quickly apologized, acknowledging that he deserved to be slapped for such a direct kiss. "You did it on purpose." Shang Wanrong pointed at him, appearing angry, though in truth, she was merely flustered. It was hard to believe, but for Shang Wanrong, who had been married before, this was the first time she had ever been kissed by a man. The reason behind this was a story for another time. Chen Tiezhu began to explain, but realized that his actions had indeed been intentional. Though the influence of the deer whip soup had played a role, he had instinctively kissed her, making it deliberate. "Sister Rong, I'll forfeit the 50,000. I'm sorry," he said earnestly. "Is this about money? We were just pretending to be a couple, and you went and did something like this." Shang Wanrong responded, sounding quite upset, though she was not genuinely angry at all. Merely seeking a way to extricate herself from the situation, she desired an explanation from Chen Tiezhu. "Pray tell, why did you act in such a manner?" Chen Tiezhu hesitated momentarily before responding candidly. "Rong Jia, when you embraced me so tightly, it was impossible for me to resist your beauty. Moreover, your mother served me a rather peculiar soup earlier." Upon this revelation, Shang Wanrong regained her composure. Indeed, she had been startled by a cockroach and instinctively clung to Chen Tiezhu. As a man, it was only natural that he would find it difficult to maintain restraint in such a scenario. "What did you say your mother gave you to drink?" Shang Wanrong inquired. "That particular kind," Chen Tiezhu replied. "Do elaborate, which kind?" Shang Wanrong pressed on. "The deer antler soup," Chen Tiezhu stated matter-of-factly. In an instant, Shang Wanrong's cheeks flushed a deeper shade of crimson. "How could my mother have given you such a concoction?" she exclaimed, only to quickly grasp the underlying intention. She realized her mother's scheming to ensure they stayed together, in the same room and on the same bed. It was evidently a calculated move to force their union. "Mother, is this how you intend to ensnare your daughter?" Shang Wanrong found herself in a comical yet exasperating predicament. "That concoction has potency, as you well know, Rong Jia," Chen Tiezhu remarked. "Very well, I forgive you. I apologize for striking you earlier," Shang Wanrong said, relieved to find a way out of the awkwardness, her anger dissipating. After all, it was not truly Chen Tiezhu's fault. Her ire should be directed towards her mother, Zhou Yin Fong, for having given him such a brew. At that moment, the door swung open, and Zhou Yin Fong strode in. "What on earth is going on? Why all the shouting?" she queried, having heard Shang Wanrong's earlier cries from several rooms away. Sensing something amiss, she approached them promptly. "What are you two doing standing on the bed?" Zhou Yin Fong asked. "Tiezhu, what happened to your face?" Suddenly, Zhou Yin Fong noticed the imprint of a hand on Chen Tiezhu's cheek. "Auntie, I'm perfectly fine," he quickly assured her. Zhou Yinfang approached without hesitation, demanding, "Let me see." Upon inspection, she shot a disapproving glare at Shang Wanrong. "Shang Wanrong, was this your doing?" "It was an accident." Shang Wanrong defended herself. "Tiezhu is your boyfriend. Regardless of the circumstances, you must not resort to violence." Zhou Yinfang admonished. "Look, you've left a mark." "Tiezhu, wait here," she instructed, before hastening to the refrigerator to fetch ice. "Here, take this. Apologize to Tiezhu, and use the ice to reduce the swelling on his face." Zhou Yinfang instructed sternly. "Oh, Shang Wanrong, I expected your assertiveness, but I never anticipated your propensity for violence." Zhou Yinfang exclaimed. "Tiezhu, if she dares strike you again, inform me. I shall take care of her." In that moment, Chen Tiezhu deemed it prudent to remain silent, merely nodding in agreement. "I am truly sorry. I will tend to your face," Shang Wanrong, who feared no one but her mother, offered as she wrapped the ice in a cloth and applied it to Chen Tiezhu's cheek. "Tiezhu, I shall retire for the night." "Shang Wanrong, you must take good care of Tiezhu. Should I discover any discomfort in him tomorrow, you shall answer for it." After speaking, Zhou Yanfeng exited and closed the door behind her. "Does it hurt?" Shang Wanrong inquired as she gently applied a cold compress to Chen Tiezhu's face. Chen Tiezhu nodded. In truth, that slap held no pain for him. He merely relished the sensation of having a beautiful boss tending to him. Chapter 62. The vigor of youth. Chen Tiezhu wore an expression of enjoyment as their gazes locked once more. "Why are you staring at me?" Shang Wanrong remarked, her hands still in motion. Sister Rong, are you really that afraid of cockroaches?" Chen Tiezhu asked. "I must insist this remains a secret. Otherwise, I will have to let you go," Shang Wanrong cautioned. "Sister Rong, please, I would never breathe a word of it," Chen Tiezhu assured her, as he was particularly fearful of being dismissed. After applying the ice pack for a few minutes, Shang Wanrong declared, "All done." Yet, noticing his still flushed cheeks, she added, "The effects of the deer whip soup are indeed potent." Chen Tiezhu had not suppressed it with his qi, and its effects lingered considerably. "Is it due to that?" Shang Wanrong suddenly inquired. "Sister Rong, it's nothing. I can manage," Chen Tiezhu replied. Feeling the intensity of his gaze, Shang Wanrong instinctively crossed her arms over her chest. "Tiezhu, do keep yourself in check." Observing her flustered demeanor nearly made Chen Tiezhu chuckle. He hadn't expected the usually aloof and domineering Shang Wanrong to exhibit such an endearing side. "Sister Rong, I think I shall sleep on the floor," he proposed, confident in his own endurance. However, sharing a bed posed a risk. Should he fall asleep and Shang Wanrong inadvertently lean on him, it might lead to unforeseen complications. "Tiezhu, that's unnecessary. If my mother finds out, it would just be a scolding," Shang Wanrong replied. Thus, they both reclined once more. Following this incident, Shang Wanrong found herself wide awake. While Chen Tiezhu hastily suppressed the effects of the deer whip soup, he feared that if he did not act swiftly, complications could arise. Ultimately, the night passed in silence. Morning finally arrived. Oh, the roosters in the countryside began to crow. Chen Tiezhu slowly opened his eyes, attempting to stretch. What is this? He discovered his hand seemingly pinned beneath something soft and yielding. To his astonishment, he realized that the most desired and least desired scenario had unfolded. Shang Wanrong was sleeping atop him. How could one be so carefree in slumber? No wonder he felt something weighing down on him. It was Shang Wanrong. Most notably, her two notable assets rested directly on his hand, and it was worth noting that she did not wear a bra while sleeping. The sensation was undeniably intoxicating. Shang Wanrong remained blissfully unaware in her slumber, exuding beauty even in sleep. Chen Tiezhu gazed at her, captivated by her exquisite features, and felt an overwhelming urge to embrace her and steal a kiss. Yet, he dared not move, fearing that any motion would rouse her, leading to another slap, a loss he could not afford. Helplessly, he could only continue to sleep. Suddenly, Shang Wanrong, who was atop Chen Tiezhu, stirred. All men are aware that upon waking in the morning, certain areas of the body naturally respond. Chen Tiezhu, being a man, was no exception. As Shang Wanrong moved, her hand shifted as well. Oh dear! Chen Tiezhu truly wished to suppress his exclamation, yet he could not contain himself. Sister Rong, please refrain from that. At that moment, Chen Tiezhu felt an intense discomfort. Not a physical pain, but rather an overwhelming physiological struggle. This could not continue. He quickly summoned his strength to gently push Shangwan Rong off him, doing so slowly enough that she remained oblivious. Exhaling in relief, Chen Tiezhu sat up just as Shangwan Rong awakened. "Oh dear," she exclaimed, even before fully opening her eyes. "Sister Rong, what is the matter?" Chen Tiezhu observed her rubbing her neck, her expression revealing discomfort. "I've woken up with a stiff neck. It's unbearable," Shangwan Rong lamented. Chen Tiezhu thought to himself, "Given your sleeping position, it's a wonder you didn't wake up with one." "Sister Rong, sit up. I can help alleviate it," he offered. Without a shred of doubt regarding his massage skills, Shangwan Rong promptly complied. Chen Tiezhu placed his hands on her shoulders and neck. "Is this the spot?" he inquired before gently applying pressure. "Oh dear," Shangwan Rong yelped immediately. The sensation was one only those who have experienced a stiff neck can comprehend, both painful and achy. Utterly unbearable. "Sister Rong, I'm beginning now," Chen Tiezhu announced. At that moment, Zhou Yanfeng, who had just risen, passed by their room. Due to the excessive comfort of Chen Tiezhu's massage, Shangwan Rong emitted sounds that could easily be misconstrued as something more intimate. "Tiezhu, that feels wonderful," she exclaimed aloud, evidently overheard by Zhou Yanfeng, who smiled with satisfaction, reflecting, "Young people certainly possess great stamina, starting so early in the morning. It seems the deer antler soup I provided Tiezhu last night was quite effective." Chapter 63. What should not be seen after a thorough massage. Shangwan Rong's stiff neck was alleviated. For Chen Tiezhu, such a condition was trivial to treat. "Tiezhu, extend your hands," Shangwan Rong instructed. He complied, inquiring, "Sister Rong, what is the matter?" His hands, characterized by prominent veins and considerable length, exuded strength. Thus, they were not typically suited for a gentle massage. "What kind of hands are these?" "They're truly remarkable," Shangwan Rong marveled once more. "My hands hold many wonders. You'll come to know them well, Sister Rong," Chen Tiezhu replied. This statement felt somewhat off to Shangwan Rong, as if something was amiss, yet she could not pinpoint why. "Tiezhu, please step outside. I need to change my clothes," Shangwan Rong suddenly declared. "All right," Chen Tiezhu replied as he exited the room. Once outside, he closed the door, yet even through the barrier, his ears could discern the sound of Shangwan Rong disrobing. A gentleman should neither gaze upon nor listen to that which is improper. However, Chen Tiezhu not only listened, but his mystical yin-yang eyes inexplicably activated. Through the door, he beheld Shangwan Rong changing her attire. This sight ignited a fervor within Chen Tiezhu, sending his blood racing. The image was exceedingly alluring, almost intoxicating. Were it not for the inappropriateness of the moment, one could easily compose a voluminous narrative. Indeed, it was breathtaking. Once he laid eyes upon her, Chen Tiezhu found himself utterly captivated. Her slender waist, those long, fair, and smooth thighs, what a sight to behold. The lace of her delicate underwear showcased her impeccable taste in fashion. As Shangwan Rong donned her lingerie, she felt an unsettling sensation, as if someone was watching her. Glancing towards the door, she noticed it was closed. Chen Tiezhu, fearing he had been discovered, hastily turned his head away and closed his yin-yang eyes. Just then, Shangwan Rong's voice resonated from the room. Chen Tiezhu entered, exclaiming, "Sister Rong, you look stunning in that dress." One must commend Chen Tiezhu for his straightforward manner of complimenting. What girl could resist feeling pleased by such words? Shangwan Rong smiled in response. "Here, on the bed. There is a set of clothes and pants that my father wore in his youth. You should try them on," she instructed. "I'll be downstairs waiting for you." With that, she descended and closed the door behind her. Chen Tiezhu picked up the clothes and stood before the mirror, comparing them. He was surprised to find that Sister Rong's father had been quite fashionable in his youth, sporting attire that was trendy even by today's standards. Suddenly, a knock resonated from outside. "Tiezhu, may I come in?" It was Shangwan Rong's mother, Zhou Yanfei. Chen Tiezhu promptly approached the door and opened it. "Auntie, what brings you here?" he inquired. "Tiezhu, how was the soup I prepared for you last night?" Zhou Yanfeng asked with a smile. Chen Tiezhu scratched his head and replied, "It was fine. Little Rong is quite assertive. In most matters, you may yield to her, but when it comes to the marital relationship, you must assert your dominance as a man, Zhou Yanfang advised. Chen Tiezhu was taken aback by how candidly Shangwan Rong's mother spoke on such intimate matters. Tiezhu, from now on, you should call me Mom. There's nothing inappropriate about that. I heard everything earlier. You young people are indeed full of vigor. However, when it comes to having children, you must put in the effort, Zhou Yanfang remarked. What? Chen Tiezhu found himself momentarily bewildered by Zhou Yanfang's words. All right, Annie has prepared breakfast. Change into your clothes and come down. With that, Zhou Yanfang left, closing the door behind her. What did she mean by that? What had she overheard? Chen Tiezhu recalled the sounds Shangwan Rong made when he was massaging her shoulders. Understanding dawned upon him, and he could only shake his head with a wry smile. He removed his clothes, ready to don the attire. Creak! The door swung open. Tiezhu, have you seen my? It was Shangwan Rong, and her gaze fell upon the completely unclothed Chen Tiezhu. Both were momentarily stunned. Time seemed to come to a standstill at that moment. Chapter 64, Astonishment. Shangwan Rong did not react as one might expect by screaming outright. Instead, she turned away. Her neck and face flushed, a natural physiological response. As she asked, "Why are you taking so long to change?" Chen Tiezhu hastily donned his clothes and trousers. Sister Rong, why did you come in so suddenly? The man, though exposed, remained composed, for he had nothing to be ashamed of. I came to find my hair tie. Shangwan Rong replied. I'm dressed now, Chen Tiezhu stated. Only then did Shangwan Rong turn back around. Upon seeing Chen Tiezhu fully clothed, her mind still replayed the earlier scene. His height of 6 feet, a physique that was lean when dressed yet muscular when undressed, and his sun-kissed skin. It was the epitome of the male form. Most notably, there was that particular aspect. Sister Rong, what's wrong? Chen Tiezhu inquired, noticing her frozen gaze. Fine. Let us go downstairs for breakfast, she replied. With that, she picked up the hair tie from the table and exited. As a 28-year-old businesswoman who had weathered many storms, Shangwan Rong could maintain her composure in such situations, yet her heart was undeniably unsettled. This was, after all, her first encounter with a naked man, particularly one with such an impressive physique, and this was someone who had aided her. Tiezhu, I sincerely apologize for last night. My uncle's age has taken a toll on his tolerance for alcohol, Shangwan Hui remarked while sipping her congee. Your uncle is joking. You are still young, and one's capacity for drink is not solely dependent on age, Chen Tiezhu responded. Come, Tiezhu, eat more eggs to replenish your protein, Zhou Yanfang said, placing 5 peeled eggs into Chen Tiezhu's bowl. Mom, it's too early for Tiezhu to eat that many eggs, Shangwan Rong objected. Why not? It's not you who sweated it out, Zhou Yanfang retorted with a glare at Shangwan Rong. If you don't care about Tiezhu's health, you shouldn't say such things. It really upsets me, she added. Tiezhu, if Shangwan Rong treats you poorly in the future, let me know, and I'll help you. Hearing this warmed Chen Tiezhu's heart. Having such a caring future mother-in-law would indeed be a blessing. Suddenly, Shangwan Rong's phone rang. All right, I'll head back now, she said before hanging up. Tiezhu, we must return to the company. There's been an issue, Shangwan Rong stated seriously. Understood. Tiezhu, remember to visit whenever you have the chance. I'll make you something delicious, Zhou Yanfang called after Shangwan Rong as her car drove away. Enough. They've already gone far, Shangwan Hui remarked. What do you think of Tiezhu? Zhou Yanfang inquired of Shangwan Hui. As long as Rong has him in her eyes, that is sufficient for us. Our opinions are irrelevant. Of course, he is quite skilled at chess, Shangwan Hui replied. Zhou Yanfang gave him a disapproving look. You only think of chess. It's rare for Xiaorong to find someone she admires. I must assist her. Otherwise, with her strong-willed nature, Tiezhu may be frightened away. In the car, Shangwan Rong wore a serious expression after receiving the call. Sister Rong, what's the matter? Last night, Manager Liu of the Architectural Design Department passed away in his home, remarked Shangwan Rong. Manager Liu? Chen Tiezhu pondered briefly. Was he not the same Manager Liu who had an entanglement with the recently deceased Wu Mengming? He too has met his demise. Manager Liu was involved with Wu Mengming. She has died, and now Manager Liu is also gone. Could it be that his wife is responsible? Chen Tiezhu's mind began to whirl with thoughts. Sister Rome, there is something I believe I should share with you. Wu Mingming and manager Lu indeed had an affair. He recounted what he had witnessed in the underground parking lot that evening to Shangwan Rong. Upon hearing this, Shangwan Rong's expression turned grave. I was the one who recruited manager Lu, initially drawn by his apparent affection for his wife and his family-oriented nature, which led me to believe he was a fit for Furon Design Company. I never anticipated he would be such a person. It was evident that Shangwan Rong felt a tinge of disappointment. Indeed, no man is to be trusted, she remarked. Sister Rong, could this be a case of being punished for one's misdeeds? Chen Tiezhu inquired. What do you think? Shangwan Rong replied with a glance at him. Meanwhile, within a hospital in Nansheng, several doctors in the oncology department had been deprived of sleep for an entire day and night. Director, after multiple examinations, we can confirm that the tumor in patient Ning Daqiang has completely vanished, one doctor announced, placing the report on the table. The bald, bespectacled director, in his 50s, scratched his head in bewilderment. But why is this so? The department head queried. Just a few days ago, Ning Daqiang's tumor was growing larger and preparing to metastasize. Now, within just 2 days, all tumors have disappeared. In my 30 years of practice, I have never witnessed anything like this. The other doctors echoed his astonishment. Yesterday, Ning Fei, following Chen Tiezhu's advice, brought Ning Daqiang for a follow-up examination. The results of the imaging left the doctors astounded. The tumors within Ning Daqiang had inexplicably vanished. Assuming a malfunction in the machinery, they conducted another scan, only to find the same outcome. Consequently, the attending physician informed the department head of the situation. Despite having conducted 2 scans, the department head remained convinced that there must be an error with the equipment. He was most familiar with Ning Daqiang's condition. The department proceeded to a neighboring hospital for another examination, which yielded the same astonishing result. This development was indeed extraordinary. They refrained from disclosing these findings to Ning Fei and Ning Daqiang, and instead convened a meeting to investigate the cause of such an anomaly. They deliberated whether previous errors had occurred. Ning Daqiang had been undergoing treatment for an extended period, with all examination reports and treatment processes meticulously documented. There was no possibility of error. Yet, how could the tumors have vanished within a single day? That night, the doctors labored tirelessly, seeking answers, yet remained perplexed. I must consult the hospital director, the ball department head declared. In the director's office, he questioned, could there be an issue with the machinery? The director frowned. Director, we have ruled out all possibilities. The tumors in patient Ning Daqiang have indeed disappeared, and he is in excellent health, the ball department had affirmed. Take me to meet the patient, the director instructed. Within a hospital room, Ning Daqiang lay upon his bed, surrounded by a throng of esteemed individuals, including the hospital's president, vice president, and various high-ranking officials. Doctor, it has been an entire day. Why have you not disclosed the results of my re-examination? Ning Daqiang sensed an unsettling atmosphere and inquired, am I to perish? Ning Daqiang, you are not destined for death. The tumor within you has vanished, proclaimed the president. We have deliberated throughout the night, and though we cannot fathom the reason, your tumor has indeed disappeared. Congratulations. Upon hearing this, Ning Daqiang was utterly bewildered. President, you cannot be merely offering me false comfort, can you? He grasped the president's hand in earnest. The president speaks truthfully. This is no mere consolation, affirmed the bald-headed department head. Beside him, Ning Fei was equally astonished, recalling Chen Tiezhu's words. Could it be that Tiezhu truly cured her father's cancer? Yet, it seemed too surreal. Ning Fei questioned whether she had misheard or if this were merely a dream. Ning Daqiang wept profusely, tears streaming down his face. You must be Ning Daqiang's daughter, correct? The bald-headed director queried Ning Fei. Overcome with joy, she hastily wiped her tears of happiness and nodded affirmatively, saying yes. The situation with your father is unprecedented in our medical careers. This is undoubtedly a positive development, worthy of celebration, the bald-headed director stated. After his discharge, did he consume any medication or undergo any treatment? If not, we shall commence our inquiry from all possible angles. The director exhibited meticulous attention to detail, cautious in his approach, for this was indeed a medical miracle. Ning Fei hesitated, contemplating whether to mention Chen Tiezhu. It was Tiezhu. It had to be Tiezhu. Rejuvenated. Ning Daqiang exclaimed with joy. I have been granted a second chance at life. Previously, he had doubted, but now he had ample reason to speculate. The day he received treatment from Chen Tiezhu, he felt remarkably light, comfortable, and invigorated. The tumor within him had vanished. Who is Tiezhu? The president inquired. Meanwhile, Shangguan Rong parked the car in the underground garage. Unbeknownst to anyone, Chen Tiezhu exited the vehicle and proceeded directly to work. Tiezhu, why have you been so elusive of late? Where were you last night? Gao Qiqiang questioned. Need I say? He must have been with a woman, Li Tai chimed in. Chen Tiezhu scratched his head, finding it difficult to explain. Fortunately, Ma San approached. Come on, hurry to work. Where Tiezhu goes is none of your concern, Ma San declared. Tiezhu, share with me where you were yesterday and last night. Ma San asked with a mischievous grin. I've heard whispers that you were quite close to the owner of the coffee shop at the company entrance, Ning Fei. She was absent all day, and you too did not come to work. Is there something more to this? Chen Tiezhu chuckled and responded, Captain Ma, the boss lady was on a business trip. She insisted I help her fend off unwelcome advances. Since Ma San believed there was a connection between him and the boss lady, he decided to maintain the ruse. Upon hearing this, Ma San's expression shifted dramatically. You rascal, and you claim there's no relationship with the boss lady? Quickly tell me. I swear I shall keep it a secret, Ma San insisted earnestly. At that moment, a police officer approached and inquired, Who is Chen Tiezhu? I am. Chen Tiezhu promptly responded. Captain Liu has something to discuss with you. Please come with me, the officer instructed. All right, Chen Tiezhu readily followed. Shangguan Dong, I've taken a person. Lu Zixiong informed Shangguan Rong as he saw Chen Tiezhu approaching. Good, Tiezhu, please cooperate fully with Captain Liu's investigation, Shangguan Rong advised Chen Tiezhu. Chen Tiezhu felt somewhat bewildered. Captain Liu, what is going on? He asked. You'll find out when you get there, Lu Zixiong replied with a meaningful smile. Chapter 65. Sister He Bing in an upscale community. Lu Zixiong led Chen Tiezhu to this location. Captain Liu, why have you brought me here? Chen Tiezhu could no longer contain his curiosity after holding back during the ride in the police car. This is the community where Lu Yifan resides, Lu Zixiong explained. Lu Yifan? Manager Lu, Chen Tiezhu realized. Lu Zixiong directly brought Chen Tiezhu to the crime scene. Upon entering Lu Yifan's home, they found a sensually dressed young woman sobbing on the sofa. This woman was Lu Yifan's wife. How could Manager Lu be involved with Wu Mengmeng when his wife is so beautiful? Chen Tiezhu pondered upon seeing Lu Yifan's wife. She appeared to be in her 30s, with fair skin and a figure that was voluptuous yet well-maintained, exuding a mature femininity that was both alluring and sophisticated. While Wu Mengmeng was younger and attractive, she lacked the depth of allure possessed by Lu Yifan's own wife. Master, a woman in plain clothes approached them. She had her hair tied in a ponytail, her delicate features and oval face rendering her quite beautiful. With fair skin and a tall, well-proportioned figure, she was striking. Bing Bing, this is Chen Tiezhu. The security guard from Furong Design Company, Lu Zixiong, introduced him. Hello, I am He Bing, a disciple of Captain Liu, she said. Lu Zixiong then approached Lu Yifan's wife. Madam Liu, we would like to conduct another investigation of the scene. Would that be all right? He asked. Officer, you must catch the murderer, Lu Yifan's wife cried out. Chen Tiezhu thought to himself, what would your feelings be if you knew that Lu Yifan was involved with another woman? Chen Tiezhu, come here, Lu Zixiong called to him. Chen Tiezhu walked over to the bedroom. The manner of Wu Yifan's death is identical to that of Wu Mengmeng, Lu Zixiong remarked to Chen Tiezhu. The forensic examination revealed no discernible cause of death. Both Wu Yifan and Wu Mengmeng were in good health prior to their demise, with no underlying conditions. The forensic expert also stated that it could not have been due to a sudden illness. This places us in a deadlock. Without a cause of death, we cannot advance the case. Captain Liu, I still do not understand why you call me here, Chen Tiezhu expressed. He had previously doubted Lu Zixiong's intentions and was now puzzled as to why he was brought to the scene of the incident. After you left that day, I returned to investigate some texts on curses and found that such things did indeed exist in ancient times, Lu Zixiong remarked. Upon hearing this, Chen Tiezhu understood. In the face of an impasse in the investigation, Lu Zixiong had indeed chosen to pursue the avenue of curses. Although it was a flagrant contradiction to science, the case had reached a deadlock, compounded by another death. We could only attempt the curse you mentioned. Chen Tiezhu, since you were able to identify that the hair tie was a tool for casting curses last time, can you discern what it is this time? Lu Zixiong inquired. Captain Lu, did Manager Lu die in this room? Chen Tiezhu asked. Yes, Lu Zixiong nodded. Thus, Chen Tiezhu activated his yin-yang eyes. Soon, his gaze fell upon a box of condoms on the bed. Captain Lu, this is it, Chen Tiezhu declared. The voluptuous He Bing interjected. What does a condom have to do with this? Can it kill? Lu Zixiong replied. He Bing is new and quite forthright in her speech, but she is sharp-minded, especially regarding cases. Additionally, she has researched curses. Chen Tiezhu turned to He Bing and asked, Officer He, since you have studied curses, you should know that anything can serve as a medium for a sorcerer. Why do you assert it is this condom? He Bing queried. I have an innate sensitivity to curses. I can sense it with just a whiff, Chen Tiezhu casually replied. Really? My nose is quite keen as well, He Bing continued. Chen Tiezhu was taken aback. How could this be a competition? I reviewed your background. You come from a countryside and have only been in South City for a little over 3 months, He Bing stated. Chen Tiezhu was not surprised and asked, What are you implying, Officer He? Nothing much, just that you seem to harbor some secrets that are hard to decipher. Please don't take offense. It's our instinct as police officers, He Bing said. Lu Zixiong examined the box of condoms, but it was clear he could discern nothing. Captain Lu, you might want to ask Manager Lu's wife if they used this last night, Chen Tiezhu suggested. Lu Zixiong hesitated momentarily before stepping out. Mrs. Lu, may I ask if you and your husband used this last night? Lu Zixiong inquired, holding up the condom. Officer, what does this have to do with my husband's death? Mrs. Lu asked. It may be related, Lu Zixiong replied. Indeed, we did engage in conjugal relations last night. He performed admirably, Mrs. Lu responded. Mrs. Lu, let's skip the details, Lu Zixiong quickly interjected. Chen Tiezhu remarked to Lu Zixiong. If Captain Lu truly intends to explore the avenue of curses I suggested, then we can focus on this box of condoms. Lu Zixiong nodded. It was the only course of action left. Mrs. Lu, do you remember where you purchased this? Lu Zixiong asked. At the convenience store right by the community entrance. I bought it myself, Mrs. Lu replied. All right, Mrs. Lu, we shall take our leave for now. If we reach a conclusion regarding the case, we will notify you immediately, Lu Zixiong stated. Upon exiting Lu Yifun's residence, Lu Zixiong and his companions proceeded to review the surveillance footage from the convenience store at the community entrance. Indeed, a significant discovery was made. After Mrs. Lu purchased a box of condoms. A man clad in a hat and mask followed her. With remarkable dexterity, he swiftly extracted the box of condoms from Mrs. Lu's bag. Ultimately, the street surveillance revealed that this enigmatic individual returned the condoms to their original place. Bing Bing immediately tracked this person's whereabouts based on the footage from that time. Lu Zixiong exclaimed, Understood, Master. If this indeed is the perpetrator, your so-called curse-induced murder will undoubtedly astonish the police force. Lu Zixiong remarked to Chen Tiezhu. Captain Lu, I suppose my involvement here is no longer required? Chen Tiezhu inquired. Not for the time being, Lu Zixiong responded. Then I shall take my leave. All right, I will contact you promptly should anything arise. On his way back to the office, Chen Tiezhu received a call from Chen Tiezhu, requesting an urgent meeting. With no other option, he acquiesced to meet her. Chapter 66. Chen Tiezhu at the pool in front of a 5-star hotel. Chen Tiezhu alighted from his vehicle. The Wanshan Hotel. Indeed, it was evident that it belonged to Chen Tiezhu's family, as her father was named Shen Wanshan. The villa where Chen Tiezhu resided was likely worth a fortune, and it was hardly surprising that her father owned a 5-star establishment given his involvement in the real estate business. What was peculiar, however, was that Chen Tiezhu had arranged to meet him at the hotel. Was it for a meal or something else? Yet, it was barely past 10 o'clock. Wasn't it a tad early for lunch? Dingling. Chen Tiezhu's phone rang again. Handsome Chen. Proceed directly to the top floor of the hotel and then ascend to the rooftop, Chen Tiezhu instructed over the phone. Chen Tiezhu promptly took the elevator to the top floor and then ascended the stairs to the rooftop. Upon arrival, he was greeted by a breathtaking sight, a veritable paradise. With blooming flowers and lush greenery, it featured an infinity pool. At that moment, the area was deserted, save for a stunning woman in a swimsuit swimming in the pool. Soon, the enchanting figure emerged from the water. It was Chen Tiezhu. As she surfaced, she swept her wet hair away from her face and gracefully stepped out of the pool. Clad in a rose-red bikini, she perfectly accentuated her alluring figure, her curves rendering the onlooker nearly breathless. Water droplets cascaded down her fair neck, tracing a path to her décolletage, revealing a tantalizing cleavage that captivated Chen Tiezhu's undivided attention. Sensational, sultry, and seductive, these were the epitomes of Chen Tiezhu before him. "Handsome Chen, come over here." Upon noticing Chen Tiezhu, Chen Tiezhu beckoned him with a wave. As if roused from a dream, he quickly composed himself and approached her. Chen Tiezhu possessed a notably open personality, something Chen Tiezhu had experienced firsthand. "Hurry and change into a swimsuit. Let's swim together," Chen Tiezhu urged. "I didn't bring a swimsuit," Chen Tiezhu replied. "I have one for you. I prepared in advance," Chen Tiezhu said playfully, bouncing lightly as if water had splashed into her ears. With that leap, it felt as if the earth trembled. Chen Tiezhu's eyes nearly blinded from the shock. Miss Chen Tiezhu, clad in a bikini that was anything but modest, flaunted her assets with abandon. Such a display was a torment for Chen Tiezhu. "Miss Chen, I think I shall refrain from swimming. My skills in water are rather lacking." "What, pray tell, is your purpose in summoning me here?" he confessed, acknowledging his own rather mundane nature. Being alone with Chen Tiezhu in this aquatic setting, devoid of any tangible reward, was more of a torture than a pleasure. Indeed, it seemed preferable to forego swimming entirely. "Are you embarrassed?" Chen Tiezhu approached him, closing the distance to 3 meters, then 2, then 1. The visual impact ignited a fierce flame within Chen Tiezhu. To his astonishment, Chen Tiezhu placed her hand upon his shoulder. "Handsome Chen, it is one thing to be strikingly attractive, but your talents are equally impressive. Are you aware that women are particularly fond of men who possess both beauty and ability?" Her words held an unmistakable admiration for him. Had another woman expressed such sentiments, Chen Tiezhu might have suspected ulterior motives. Yet Chen Tiezhu, with her unabashed candor, was refreshingly straightforward. She loved fiercely and spoke her mind directly. Chen Tiezhu found himself drawn to such forthrightness, though it was somewhat overwhelming in practice. "Miss Chen, is this your way of seducing me?" he inquired directly. "Is it not?" she replied. "Are you not afraid I might take what I desire and leave?" he challenged. "Come now, who fears whom?" she retorted, wrapping her arms around his neck. "Miss Chen, this is your initiative. I cannot be blamed," he remarked, pulling her waist closer. Such a waist. The sensation was truly delightful. Yet, as Chen Tiezhu embraced her, he sensed her sudden tension. "Handsome Chen, I promised Xiaorong that I would wait until you had finished pretending to be her boyfriend," she hurriedly explained. Chen Tiezhu tightened his grip, their bodies now intimately close. The scene was undeniably heated, and he dared not lower his gaze. For doing so would grant him an unobstructed view of Chen Tiezhu's alluring figure. "Handsome Chen, we cannot proceed in this manner," she said, inexplicably flustered. Her neck flushed and her ears warm. She could acutely feel the intoxicating aura of his masculinity, the heat radiating from his body. Although she was bold and open, she remained a novice in the realm of romance. Her earlier actions were merely intended to tease, a playful jest. Who could have anticipated Chen Tiezhu's audacity? "You were the one who suggested it. Why the sudden change of heart?" he teased, a hint of menace in his tone. "I was just joking," she stammered. At that moment, he finally released her. "You, my dear, have no understanding of subtlety," Chen Tiezhu promptly remarked. "You are exceedingly rude." Chen Tiezhu replied. "A man who is rude ceases to be a man. Do refrain from wearing a bikini to tempt me again, for I cannot guarantee my restraint." Chen Tiezhu chuckled and responded, "Do you not think my figure is rather exquisite?" With that, she provocatively twisted her body, further igniting Chen Tiezhu's desires. "Pray tell, what brings you to seek my company?" Chen Tiezhu inquired. It seemed that this woman, Chen Tiezhu, required a proper lesson at some point. You have rendered my family an immense service, and I have come to express my gratitude, Chen Tiezhu declared as she reclined on a chair. This pose presented an alluring spectacle. Your father has already expressed his thanks, Chen Tiezhu remarked. He nearly forgot the gratitude fee of 5 million, which had transformed him into a millionaire. I must treat Gao Qiqiang and the others to a splendid meal. In comparison to your assistance to our family, 5 million is rather paltry, Chen Tiezhu responded. I am here today not only because I wish to come, but also at my father's behest. He has instructed me to convey his heartfelt thanks, and he is hosting a grand dinner tonight, specifically inviting you to our home. By the way, how is the situation with the villa? Chen Tiezhu asked. Chen Tiezhu replied, it takes but a minute to tarnish a reputation, yet restoring it may require a year. The vile rumors have dissipated, yet the previous incidents have already spread. Who will readily believe that the villa is devoid of issues? Consequently, my father is currently deliberating on how to restore the villa community's reputation. Chen Tiezhu suggested, in truth, the most effective method would be to unearth the individual responsible. If we could bring them forth and have them record a video confessing their actions regarding the villa community, trust could be restored. Chen Tiezhu acknowledged. My father is aware of this, yet discovering the culprit in a short time proves challenging. After all, there were numerous individuals involved in the villa project. However, I have reason to suspect it was Miao Renjia. The Miao siblings are certainly not of good character. The mention of Miao incensed Chen Tiezhu. I have already dispatched someone to investigate. Results should emerge swiftly, Chen Tiezhu assured. Having mingled in South City for many years, Moon Yoma has cultivated numerous connections in the industry, which should facilitate the identification of the perpetrator. Who have you sent to investigate? Chen Tiezhu immediately inquired. You shall know once there are results. I must take my leave now. I have work to attend to, Chen Tiezhu stated. Chen, now that you are a millionaire, you ought to abandon your security job, Chen Tiezhu urged. You do not understand. Being a security guard has its merits, Chen Tiezhu countered. Do not deceive me. What is so great about being a security guard? Chen Tiezhu questioned. One can observe beautiful women daily at the company, Chen Tiezhu casually replied. He did not wish to remain in that position, yet he needed to locate the individual with the jade pendant. If you desire to see beautiful women, it is quite simple. Given your formidable fighting skills, I shall hire you as my bodyguard for a monthly fee of 100,000. Am I not beautiful enough for daily admiration? Chen Tiezhu declared. Chen Tiezhu stood up and gracefully adjusted her stunning figure clad in a bikini. Chapter 68. Encounter with the Murderer. Alas, it is unfortunate that you are currently playing the role of a fake boyfriend for Romer. She would undoubtedly object to your becoming my bodyguard. As she spoke, Chen Tiezhu could not help but feel a twinge of regret. All right, I shall take my leave. It is wise for Chen Tiezhu to depart from this place. The situation was excruciatingly tantalizing, as one could only gaze without indulging. Chen, remember to come to my house for dinner at 8 tonight. I shall come to fetch you, Chen Tiezhu called to Chen Tiezhu as he turned to leave. Chen Tiezhu did not look back, simply raising a hand in acknowledgement. Meanwhile, Lu Zixiong, utilizing surveillance footage, tracked down the last known whereabouts of the enigmatic figure. Accompanied by his apprentice He Bing and several subordinates, Lu Zixiong entered a bustling urban village. They split into teams, with Lu Zixiong pairing up with He Bing. Fully equipped, Lu Zixiong cautioned, remember, this urban village is densely populated. This individual is likely the murderer. If spotted, act to apprehend him, ensuring your safety first. Understood, Captain, replied He Bing as they navigated through the village. Suddenly, Lu Zixiong exclaimed, 9 o'clock. He Bing immediately turned his gaze in that direction. Does he resemble the suspect? Lu Zixiong inquired. Master, I don't believe so, He Bing responded. The individual has disheveled hair, is dressed in slippers, and appears quite untidy, limping as he walks. Lu Zixiong countered, observe the tattoo on his neck. It mirrors that of the mysterious man in the video, not to mention his gait. A true limp would not manifest in such a manner. Upon closer inspection, He Bing admitted, Master, you are correct. Attention, I have identified the suspect. Rally towards my location immediately, Lu Zixiong communicated via a small wireless intercom. "Master, he is heading that way," He Bing noted. "Follow him," Lu Zixiong commanded as they pursued the individual. Meanwhile, Chen Tiezhu, who had initially intended to return directly to the company after leaving the Wanshan Hotel, fortuitously spotted a nearby restaurant renowned for its pig trotter rice. He ventured into the urban village, intending to procure several portions to bring back for Gao Qiqiang and the others. The establishment was nestled within the village, requiring navigation through several alleys. Captain Lu. Chen Tiezhu observed Lu Zixiong and He Bing, their expressions serious as they hastily approached an alley. "What is happening? Why are they here?" Curiosity piqued, he followed them. Upon reaching a narrow alley and rounding a corner, Lu Zixiong realized their quarry had vanished. "Captain, the suspect is gone," He Bing reported. Lu Zixiong furrowed his brow, sensing a troubling turn of events. Suddenly, a shadow leapt down from above, delivering a powerful kick to Lu Zixiong, who was sent sprawling forward, crashing to the ground. "Ouch!" Lu Zixiong grimaced in pain. A seasoned officer with 20 years of experience, he possessed both investigative acumen and physical prowess. Yet had failed to notice the presence of another in the alley just moments prior. He Bing swiftly approached and helped Lu Zixiong to his feet. "Master, are you all right?" "I'm fine, seize him," Lu Xiong commanded. He Bing instinctively assumed a fighting stance. At that moment, both Lu Zixiong and He Bing finally discerned the visage of the man before them. His face bore an incredibly grotesque countenance, with features so hideously deformed that it resembled a ghastly apparition. He Bing, a novice in the police force, was taken aback by the sight. The man, whose face was akin to that of a ghost, grinned, revealing a mouth full of yellowed, decayed teeth. "Not bad, truly remarkable. How fragrant. My dear, you must be a virgin. The blood of a virgin is most potent for crafting poisons." With that, he lunged directly at He Bing. She retaliated with a swift kick, but the man deftly avoided it and seized her leg. "Let go of me." He Bing struggled fiercely against his grasp. However, his grip was as unyielding as iron, rendering her immobile. Lu Zixiong had finally regained his composure and swiftly drew his firearm, aiming it at the man. "Don't move, or I'll shoot." The man immediately tightened his hold on He Bing's neck. "Go ahead and try." Unbeknownst to them, a short blade had suddenly appeared in the man's hand. With the slightest movement, he could easily cut through He Bing's delicate neck. "Lower the gun," the man demanded. "Don't move," Lu Zixiong insisted. "If you don't lower it, she will be the first to perish." Blood had already begun to trickle from He Bing's neck. Reluctantly, Lu Zixiong was compelled to lower his weapon. "Since she is a virgin, she shall accompany me," the man declared as he prepared to drag He Bing away. At that moment, Lu Zixiong could only hope that other team members would intercept him from another direction. Just then, a young man appeared behind the villain. "Chen Tiezhu," Lu Zixiong exclaimed. Chen Tiezhu furrowed his brow, realizing the gravity of the situation before him. "Another one," the man sneered cruelly. "Are you the one who casts curses?" Chen Tiezhu inquired, having caught a whiff of the man's long-accumulated stench of poison-making. The man scowled at the remark. "Who do you think you are, you little brat? Let her go, and I will become your hostage," Chen Tiezhu offered selflessly. He Bing, upon hearing this, urged, "You must leave, don't involve yourself here." In her eyes, Chen Tiezhu was merely an ordinary person, and such perilous matters were not meant for him. "Rest assured, none of you will leave here alive today," the man coldly chuckled. "What a pity it would be to waste such virgin blood." With that, he struck He Bing's chest with a powerful blow. She coughed up blood and fell unconscious. "Bing Bing," Lu Zixiong shouted in alarm. Instantly, he performed a forward roll, aiming to retrieve the gun from the ground, but the man stomped on it, scattering it into pieces. Lu Zixiong threw a punch at the man, demonstrating speed and strength that would impress the average person, yet the man evaded effortlessly. Bang! The man retaliated with a punch that struck Lu Zixiong squarely in the face, sending him crashing to the ground with a heavy thud. With a swift motion, Chen Tiezhu sprang into action. With a swift motion, the iron pillar unleashed a powerful strike, the sound of wind whooshing through the air. In a moment of desperation, the man retaliated with a punch. Bang! The two fists collided. Crack! The man's arm instantly broke. Seizing the opportunity, Iron Pillar launched another punch, landing squarely on his abdomen. Gush! Blood spewed from the man's mouth, as if his very organs had been shattered. He collapsed to the ground, teetering on the brink of life and death. Iron Pillar rushed to He Bing's side, grasping his hand with a furrowed brow. To his astonishment, it was the lethal goo poison. Without a moment's hesitation, Iron Pillar lifted He Bing's shirt. There, on his chest, lay a darkened imprint of a palm. At that moment, He Bing's breath was faint, his condition dire. Chapter 69. Curing He Bing of the goo poison without hesitation. Iron Pillar retrieved the silver needles he always carried. He swiftly administered several needles to the acupoints on He Bing's chest. The goo poison was exceptionally deadly to those untrained in internal energy. Given He Bing's current state, it would take no more than 5 minutes for the poison to completely infiltrate his organs, extinguishing all hope. The needles Iron Pillar had inserted were intended to seal the acupoints, halting the further spread of the poison. However, to expel the goo poison from within He Bing, he would need to employ the 9-turn heavenly needle in conjunction with the 9-turn Xian Huang moxibustion. Dizzy and bloodied, Lu Zixiong finally regained his senses. Spotting He Bing still unconscious, he immediately approached. He Bing, Lu Zixiong called out. He has been afflicted by goo poison, which has already entered his heart meridian. However, I have sealed the acupoints to prevent the poison from spreading, Iron Pillar explained. Goo poison? Lu Zixiong, naturally, was unfamiliar with the term. Iron Pillar swiftly lifted He Bing into his arms, saying, "Where's the nearest hotel or inn? I must treat him. Shouldn't we take him to the hospital?" Lu Zixiong inquired. There's no time. Besides, the doctors at the hospital would be helpless in this situation, Iron Pillar replied. Lu Zixiong had intended to argue against Iron Pillar's assertion, but the latter's performance had far exceeded his expectations. Firstly, it was Iron Pillar's so-called goo incantation that had led them to the culprit. Secondly, the fearsome assailant, possessing formidable skills, had been no match for Lu Zixiong. A seasoned officer, yet Iron Pillar had brought him down with just a couple of blows. Combining these 2 points, it was evident that Iron Pillar was no ordinary individual. At that moment, several police officers approached. "You must take this man back immediately," Lu Zixiong commanded, pointing at the motionless assailant on the ground. "Understood, Captain." Lu Zixiong, limping, followed closely behind Iron Pillar. After walking several dozen meters while carrying He Bing, Iron Pillar spotted a small inn and entered without hesitation. The innkeeper was a plump middle-aged woman, dressed in revealing attire, her appearance somewhat daunting. "Madam, I need a room," Iron Pillar stated. The proprietress, noticing Iron Pillar carrying a woman, remarked, "Looks like she's drunk. Please show me your ID." She chuckled. "Are you looking for a short stay or overnight?" Lu Zixiong entered as well. "Officer, he's trying to save a life. Please grant him a room," he said, producing his police credentials. Upon seeing the police badge, the plump proprietress of the small inn was taken aback, fearing a raid on her less than reputable establishment. Nevertheless, she quickly acquiesced. Inside a dimly lit room on the 2nd floor of the inn, various condoms and novelty items were scattered across the table, clearly indicating that this was no ordinary lodging. Chen Tiezhu carried He Bing into the room and gently placed her on the bed. "Tiezhu, why have He Bing's lips turned black?" Lu Zixiong inquired immediately upon noticing the alarming change. "It is a normal reaction after being struck by the poison from the curse technique," Chen Tiezhu replied. "Captain Lu, please stand guard at the door and ensure no one disturbs us," he added, as his purpose for being in the inn was to create a conducive environment for rescue. The application of the 9 revolutions mysterious yellow moxibustion required utmost concentration. "Are you certain we don't need to go to the hospital?" Lu Zixiong persisted in his questioning. "There's no time for that. A life is at stake," Chen Tiezhu stated firmly, choosing not to elaborate further. Although Lu Zixiong harbored doubts, he ultimately placed his trust in Chen Tiezhu. "Very well," Lu Zixiong conceded, moving to the door. "I apologize, Miss He," Chen Tiezhu said before proceeding to remove all of He Bing's clothing. Once disrobed, her body lay exposed before him. Under normal circumstances, Chen Tiezhu might have been taken aback by her stunning figure, but his urgency to save her left no room for distraction. A distinct black handprint marred He Bing's chest. Observing through his unique perspective, he noted that the poison had already infiltrated her heart meridian. Thankfully, he had managed to seal the vital points with silver needles, preventing further invasion of the poison. 10 minutes elapsed before Chen Tiezhu finally extracted the silver needles from her chest. To his relief, the ominous black mark had vanished, and her lips had regained their natural hue, indicating that the poison had been expelled. Chen Tiezhu exhaled a breath of relief as his gaze lingered upon He Bing's form. With the danger past, his demeanor shifted perceptibly. Suddenly, He Bing stirred, signaling her impending awakening. Chen Tiezhu swiftly assisted her in donning her clothing. While removing garments was a straightforward task, dressing proved to be significantly more complicated, especially given his lack of experience. Just as he managed to fasten her bra halfway, He Bing's eyes fluttered open. Upon regaining consciousness, she found a man hovering over her, his actions stirring confusion within her. Realizing her upper body was bare, she instinctively let out a startled gasp. Sitting upright, she instinctively shielded herself, yet her hands were insufficient to conceal her ample figure. "Wang Tiezhu, what have you done to me?" He Bing exclaimed, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She felt as though she had been violated. Hearing her voice, Lu Zixiong rushed into the room, only to turn away in haste at the sight before him. "Bing Bing, you're awake," he exclaimed, concern evident in his tone. "Master, He Tiezhu has assaulted me," He Bing cried, on the verge of tears. "I did not assault you. I merely administered an antidote," Chen Tiezhu clarified, attempting to defend himself. "What poison are you talking about? I'm not even wearing any clothes, and you're touching me all over," He Bing said, feeling utterly wronged. "You were afflicted by a curse, and in order to save you, I had to remove your clothing. I merely intended to help you dress properly." Chen Tiezhu continued to explain. "I just graduated from the police academy, and I've never even been in a relationship. How am I supposed to face people now? What am I to do?" Although He Bing was a police officer, she was still quite young and, being a woman, felt particularly vulnerable. Anger and a sense of injustice swelled within her. "Master, please take this lecher back to the station." He Bing pointed at Chen Tiezhu and exclaimed. "Bing Bing, Tiezhu did not violate you. He was merely treating you," Lu Zixiong interjected. During the treatment, Lu Zixiong had observed once, initially intrigued, questioning why Chen Tiezhu needed to undress her. However, when he saw the dark blood being expelled, staining the sheets crimson, all his doubts dissipated. "Look at the sheets," He Bing remarked, casting a glance at them. They were marred by dark stains and emitted a foul odor. Suddenly, she recalled being struck by that man and losing consciousness, only to awaken here. "Did you really detoxify me?" He Bing asked, looking at Chen Tiezhu. "What other reason could there be?" Chen Tiezhu replied, "Captain Lu is right here. How could I have violated you?" He Bing calmed herself. "I'm sorry. I misunderstood you." She quickly apologized, lowering her hands from her face. Chen Tiezhu, momentarily distracted, took in the sight before him as she dressed. He turned and walked out. Lu Zixiong followed. "Bing Bing, your master is waiting for you outside," Lu Zixiong said. Inside the room, He Bing still found it difficult to come to terms with the situation. Although she had confirmed that Chen Tiezhu had acted to save her, she still grappled with the emotional toll it took. He Bing was inherently a conservative and traditional girl. She had once vowed to save herself for her future husband, feeling it was a responsibility to both her partner and herself. Now, with Chen Tiezhu having seen her fully, she felt an overwhelming sense of confusion. Outside the room, Lu Zixiong expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for saving us. If you hadn't shown up, Bing Bing would have been captured by that man. And I might have been in trouble as well." "Captain Lu, you are too kind," Chen Tiezhu replied. "We've located that person, which essentially validates your claims about the curse." Lu Zixiong continued. "Tiezhu, with your capabilities, it seems beneath you to be just a security guard." Lu Zixiong's last statement bore a hint of probing. To be able to dismantle such a mysterious curse and help them find the culprit, coupled with his impressive skills, it was indeed peculiar for him to settle for a position as a mere security guard. After years of being a police officer, Lu Zixiong found it rather unusual. Chapter 71. Wang Bo's attitude. Lu Zixiong, a veteran officer with a keen sense of intuition, sensed that Chen Tiezhu wouldn't engage in further conversation. "Captain Lu, now that we've apprehended the suspect, we shall take our leave," Chen Tiezhu stated. Lu Zixiong promptly remarked, Tiezhu, if the murderer indeed is this person, then the credit belongs to you, and you may even have to visit the police station. Truth be told, Lu Zixiong was eager to gain a deeper understanding of Chen Tiezhu. No problem, said Chen Tiezhu before taking his leave. As soon as he departed, He Bing emerged. How do you feel? Lu Zixiong inquired. I am physically well, He Bing replied, appearing rather dispirited. Tiezhu risked himself to save you. Had it not been for him, we both might have perished, Lu Zixiong stated earnestly. Master, I know it was he who saved me, and I will be grateful to him, He Bing responded. Nevertheless, despite all the words spoken, overcoming the mental hurdle remained arduous. Lu Zixiong continued, Wang Tiezhu is no ordinary man. The sorcery defying science, his remarkable skills, and his almost supernatural medical expertise. Now, I understand the saying that there are always those greater than ourselves. He Bing's mind wandered back to the scene of Chen Tiezhu treating her, causing her heart to race inexplicably. Upon returning to the company, Chen Tiezhu encountered Ning Fei at the entrance of CAF. Tiezhu, Ning Fei exclaimed with a smile, hurrying toward him, her chest rising and falling visibly. Thank you so much. I cannot express my gratitude enough. She bowed deeply to Chen Tiezhu. Sister Fei, please don't do that, Chen Tiezhu quickly interjected. What is it? Tiezhu, I took my father to the hospital for a checkup, and the doctor said the tumor in his body has vanished. His cancer is gone. As she spoke, Ning Fei's eyes welled with tears of joy. The doctors were baffled, unable to explain this phenomenon. I refuse to believe it is mere coincidence. Your treatment must have had a profound effect. From disbelief to conviction, all it took was a singular result. Chen Tiezhu had treated her father, and now he was well. Could it truly be such a remarkable coincidence? Ning Fei found it hard to accept such an absurd happenstance. If she did not believe it was mere chance, then it must indeed be true. Chen Tiezhu smiled and said, Sister Fei, see? I wasn't deceiving you, was I? This outcome had indeed surpassed his expectations. It seemed his medical prowess had exceeded all predictions. Now, your father will not allow you to marry that Wang Bo fellow, he added. Ning Fei laughed, her charm radiating in waves, a captivating maturity about her. Tiezhu, come to my house for dinner tonight. My father wishes to express his gratitude in person. Tonight? Chen Tiezhu scratched his head. If you're not free this evening, then let us do it tomorrow, Ning Fei quickly suggested, noticing his hesitation. All right, Sister Fei, let be tomorrow then. I must return to work now. With that, Chen Tiezhu took his leave. Watching him depart, Ning Fei felt a surge of emotion and gratitude. Her curiosity about Chen Tiezhu deepened. He can cure cancer? What manner of man is he? During her time in the hospital, Ning Fei refrained from mentioning that Chen Tiezhu had treated her father with such formidable medical skills. Why was he merely a security guard at Ferron Design Company? There must be a reason for this, and perhaps keeping it to herself would be beneficial for Chen Tiezhu. Chaoyang Financial Company branch. Brother Guang, someone spotted Chen Tiezhu and Lu Zixiong together, appearing quite familiar with one another. It seems that Chen Tiezhu must indeed be Lu Zixiong's cousin, remarked a blonde-haired man to Wan Tian. Damn, it's true. Wan Tian extinguished the cigarette in his hand. At that moment, a Porsche pulled up outside. A well-dressed, middle-aged man stepped out of the car. Mr. Wang, what brings you here? Wan Tian hurried over to inquire, adopting a very courteous demeanor. Wan Tian, how is the matter with Ning Fei progressing? The middle-aged man inquired as he took a seat. Wan Tian's eyes darted around, and with a smile he replied, Rest assured, Mr. Wang, Ning Fei will undoubtedly marry you obediently. It is all part of our plan. Oh, is that so? Then why have I heard that Ning Daqiang's cancer has been cured? This Mr. Wang is Wang Bo Mr. Wang. How could that be possible? It's cancer. How could it be cured? Wan Tian immediately responded. I have connections at the hospital. Even I was skeptical when he told me. Saying this, Wang Bo tossed a report onto the table. This is the hospital's report. Wan Tian quickly picked up the report, and his eyes widened in disbelief. How could this be? How could cancer be cured? He could hardly believe it. Don't get entangled in this. The hospital has reached a conclusion. It's cured. Now that Ning Daqiang is well, what options do you have left? Don't forget, you've received quite a sum of money, Wang Bo said coldly. Mr. Wang, if all else fails, I could simply abduct her. You could then cook the rice that has already been soaked, Wan Tian suggested. If I wanted to resort to kidnapping, would I even need to consult you? What I desire is for her to willingly marry me, without any resistance. Do you understand? Wang Bo's voice rose slightly, exuding authority. Mr. Wang, may I pose a question? Wan Tian ventured. Go ahead. Ning Fei is indeed quite attractive, but she is already 30 years old. With your status, you could easily attract an 18-year-old university student. Why must it be her? Wan Tian voiced his curiosity. Wan Tian, you are merely a subordinate under Zhou Qingpi. You lack the qualifications to question my motives, Wang Bo retorted, clearly angered. Since you are incompetent, I will have Zhou Qingpi return the funds. Mr. Wang, please don't say that. There is still a way to resolve this, Wan Tian quickly responded. Initially, this task had been personally assigned to Wan Tian by Zhou Qingpi. If it were to fail, the consequences would be dire. Chapter 72. Ji Jinghong's Revenge. As night fell, Chen Tiezhu finished a shift. Shen Tiezhu drove to a junction not far from Furon Design Company. Wow, a beauty driving a Porsche, exclaimed Li Tai, his eyes nearly popping out. Tiezhu, hurry up. She must be a rich girl, Gao Qiqiang urged. Shen Tiezhu was clad in a sultry, figure-hugging mini dress, her elegantly curled hair cascading over her snow-white shoulders. With a tasteful yet striking makeup, she captivated every man who laid eyes on her. What should we do? She asked, walking towards us. Chen Tiezhu, usually quite boastful and assertive while watching films, suddenly found himself at a loss in the presence of such beauty. Hey! Shen Tiezhu approached Chen Tiezhu and his companions, offering a casual greeting. Li Tai and Gao Qiqiang were momentarily taken aback. Let us go, Shen Tiezhu said to Chen Tiezhu. All right, Chen Tiezhu replied as he climbed into the car. After the vehicle departed, Li Tai and Gao Qiqiang finally processed what had just occurred. What just happened? Did Tiezhu really get into that woman's Porsche? Li Tiezhu inquired. Smack! Gao Qiqiang delivered a sharp slap to Li Tiezhu, asking, does that hurt? Of course it hurts. Tiezhu replied. If it hurts, then it's real. Goodness, Tiezhu isn't really getting involved with a wealthy woman, is he? No wonder he hasn't been returning to the dorm lately. Miss Shen, please refrain from being so ostentatious next time. My friends might get the wrong idea. Chen Tiezhu remarked, surprised that Shen Tiezhu had approached them so openly. They had agreed to park the car on the roadside, allowing him to enter alone. Well, it's certain that I will be pursued by you in the future, Shen Tiezhu smiled. No, rather, it's that you will belong to me. Chen Tiezhu questioned her confidence. Are you really that sure? Of course. I have wealth, beauty, and an attractive figure. You should know that during my studies abroad, I had countless suitors, but not one caught my eye, Shen Tiezhu declared with an air of pride and confidence. Chen Tiezhu did not doubt the veracity of her claims. Indeed, Shen Tiezhu possessed the allure to captivate men. A few lingering glances at her would stir emotions within him. Wait, why is this road under construction? It seemed fine when I arrived earlier, Shen Tiezhu noted as their vehicle approached an intersection, where a detour sign appeared. They were compelled to take a smaller road. Shen Tiezhu maneuvered the car onto a narrow lane, soon realizing it was sparsely populated with vehicles. At that moment, a Land Rover abruptly blocked their path. Fortunately, Shen Tiezhu managed to slam on the brakes just in time to avoid a collision. What kind of drivers are these? She exclaimed in frustration. Beep, beep. She honked several times, but the Land Rover remained unmoved. Chen Tiezhu furrowed his brow, sensing an ominous tension in the air. Subsequently, another vehicle obstructed their way from behind. What's going on? There's a car blocking us from behind as well. At that moment, Shen Tiezhu was still oblivious to the impending danger. Finally, the door of the car in front swung open, and several individuals emerged. Yi Yinghok. Upon seeing the man, Shen Tiezhu uttered his name. What does this scoundrel want? Revenge? Memories of the incident in the bar flooded back to her mind. She had anticipated that, given Ji Jinghong's temperament, he would retaliate against Chen Tiezhu. She just expected it to manifest in this manner. Don't be afraid, Chen Tiezhu. I am here. Ji Jinghong wouldn't dare to harm you. She reassured him before stepping out of the car. Chen Tiezhu followed suit, exiting as well. Ji Jinghong, why are you blocking my car? Shen Tiezhu confronted him angrily. Miss Shun, Ji Jinghong, believe in settling scores. This brat has humiliated me time and again. Tonight, I am simply seeking him out, and it has nothing to do with you. In a moment, some gruesome scenes may unfold. You should remain in the car, advised Ji Jinghong with a cold smile. Ji Jinghong, dare you? I will call the police right now. With that, Shen Tinglon promptly took out her phone. Just as she was about to dial, a bodyguard of Ji Jinghong swiftly snatched it away. With a crash, the phone shattered into pieces. Shen Tinglon, do not provoke the inevitable, and refrain from meddling in affairs that do not concern you, or I shall not hesitate to turn my wrath upon you, Ji Jinghong said menacingly. You, Ji Jinghong, are indeed capable of any atrocity. I have heard tales of your past exploits, including an incident where you caused a female university student to become pregnant, driving her to leap from a building, and even rendering her boyfriend incapacitated. Chen Tiezhu, I have warned you. Crossing paths with Ji Jinghong will not end well for you. Ji Jinghong glared fiercely at Chen Tiezhu. It appears that the lesson you were spared has not taken root, Chen Tiezhu retorted. Bringing these miscreants here again. Are you truly seeking a fight? Chen Tiezhu, I acknowledge your fighting prowess. Yet today, I have brought skilled fighters along. Tiezhu, step forward. Ji Jinghong called out to another vehicle. Soon, the door opened, revealing a man towering at least 6 feet 3 inches, bald and muscular, with fierce brows and eyes. Tiezhu has trained at Shaolin Temple. He is more than capable of rendering you incapacitated, Ji Jinghong declared. Chi training? No, his energy center lacks a reservoir. He has merely honed his physical form. Chen Tiezhu assessed upon sensing the bald man's aura. Tiezhu, break his legs first. Yi Yingkong commended. Rest assured, young master. Tiezhu replied, cracking his neck and displaying a sinister grin. With a powerful stride, he lunged at Chen Tiezhu with a punch. Despite his imposing stature, his agility and speed were formidable. Be careful, Chen. Shen Tinglon shouted from side. Chen Tiezhu deftly sidestepped, countering with a powerful punch to Tiezhu's abdomen. The impact echoed with a resounding thud. Tiezhu's ribs fractured, and he vomited the steak he had just consumed. Stumbling back, he nearly fell. Pain etched across his face as he glared at Chen Tiezhu. What a remarkable lad. You are also a martial artist. What style was that punch? Tiezhu inquired. That punch did not fell you. You have quite the resilience, Chen Tiezhu responded. Tiezhu, what is happening? Use your iron head technique. Ji Jinghong shouted. Very well. Let me demonstrate my iron head technique. Tiezhu, true to his name, charged forward like a raging bull, leading with his head. Ji Jinghong had witnessed Tiezhu's iron head technique. He could shatter bricks effortlessly, and even ordinary steel plates would bend upon striking his head. A collision with a standard concrete wall would leave a gaping hole. Lacking a reservoir in his energy center meant he had not unblocked his meridians, thus unable to absorb the essence of a universe, and could only refine his physical body. The bald man before them clearly had some experience. Otherwise, he would not have been able to rise after that last punch. As the bald figure charged forward, Chen Tiezhu wasted no time and unleashed his diamond fist, this time channeling the energy within him. With a resounding thud, his fist collided with the bald man's head, sending him crashing to the ground, consciousness fading into darkness. Those who practice body refinement are most vulnerable to practitioners of energy manipulation. No matter how formidable one's physique, the energy can easily shatter it. Chen Tiezhu's energy-infused diamond fist effortlessly dismantled the bald man's iron head technique. Get up! Ji Jinghong kicked the bald man twice, but he remained unresponsive. Stop shouting. He won't be getting up anytime soon, Chen Tiezhu remarked. Panic washed over Ji Jinghong. The bald man was known to single-handedly take on a dozen ordinary individuals and was quite formidable. He had been hired at great expense, initially intending to bring Chen Tiezhu down. Now, it was the bald man who lay defeated. All right, Chen Tiezhu, you will pay for this. Ji Jinghong sensed the situation turning dire and contemplated retreating. Young Master Ji, don't rush off, Chen Tiezhu said, seemingly propelled by springs as he stepped forward, positioning himself directly in front of Ji Jinghong. The bodyguards beside Ji Jinghong hesitated, still recovering from their previous encounter with Chen Tiezhu. What do you want, Chen Tiezhu? Ji Jinghong asked, a hint of fear creeping into his voice. You must compensate for breaking Miss Shen's phone, Chen Tiezhu stated. Compensate? Of course. Ji Jinghong quickly instructed someone to retrieve a stack of money from the car. Chen Tiezhu accepted it without hesitation. Moreover, we were supposed to go our separate ways without interference. Why have you repeatedly sought trouble with me? Chen Tiezhu remarked coldly. Given the circumstances, he was determined not to let Ji Jinghong off the hook this time. In a swift motion, Chen Tiezhu inserted a silver needle into a pressure point on Ji Jinghong. Get lost, he commanded. Ji Jinghong scrambled to his car, the bald man being hoisted alongside him. The bodyguards hastily drove away, as if fleeing. Brother Chen, you were incredible. Even that bald man was no match for you, Chen Tiezhu exclaimed, her earlier worry now replaced with excitement. But will you let Ji Jinghong go just like that? He will surely seek revenge. Chen Tiezhu chuckled. It's fine. Next time he comes looking for me, he will likely be the one begging. Inside Ji Jinghong's car, one of his subordinates asked, Young master, what should we do? If even the bald man cannot contend with him. Ji Jinghong replied, this kid is rather sinister. We must return and devise a long-term plan. Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly began to froth at the mouth, convulsions overtaking his body. Young master, what's wrong? At Chen Tiezhu's home, Shen Wanshan had prepared a lavish feast to welcome Chen Tiezhu. Upon their meeting, Shen Wanshan's eyes crinkled into a narrow slit as he smiled. At the dining table, besides Shen Wanshan's wife, Miao Miao, there was another middle-aged man, slightly overweight, adorned with glasses and a luxurious pendant around his neck, holding a string of prayer beads, clearly of considerable value. Shen Wanshan expressed his gratitude once more for Chen Tiezhu's assistance. Tiezhu, this is my childhood friend, Pei Yilang, the owner of an antique business. That pendant around his neck is worth a staggering 100 million, Shen Wanshan remarked. Hello, Brother Chen. Pei Yilang promptly approached, beaming as he extended his hand to Chen Tiezhu. Tiezhu, you are Lanlan's friend. I will speak candidly. I witnessed your remarkable skills the other day. You are truly a master, Shen Wanshan praised, giving a thumbs up. My brother Pei Yilang was greatly astonished upon hearing this and wishes to meet you. His antique company has encountered some issues and may require your assistance. Rest assured, compensation will not be a concern should you lend a hand. Pei Yilang immediately added, Brother Chen, if you could resolve the issues plaguing my company, I would offer you a reward of 10 million. 10 million? Chen Tiezhu was naturally intrigued. Uncle Pei, you are quite affluent. Isn't 10 million a tad insufficient? Chen Tiezhu interjected. Upon hearing this, Pei Yilang chuckled and said, Then I shall increase it by 500,000. Handsome Chen, Uncle Pei has been a close friend of my father's since childhood. He is a good man. Considering the monetary incentive, you could assist him. Chen Tiezhu whispered in Chen Tiezhu's ear. Boss Pei, my abilities are limited. What exactly do you need my help with? Chen Tiezhu inquired. Cool, mate. Let us converse over drinks, Shen Wanshan suggested as he began pouring wine. After sharing a cup, Shen Wanshan elaborated, Brother Chen, I have a batch of antiques that has encountered some peculiar issues. The specifics are rather uncanny, and you will need to witness it for yourself, Pei Yilang explained. After several rounds of drinks, Shen Wanshan, whose tolerance was moderate, was supported back to his room by Miao Miao. After bidding farewell to Chen Tiezhu, Chen Tiezhu entered Pei Yilang's vehicle. Inside an antique shop, Chen Tiezhu followed Pei Yilang. Boss Pei, you have quite a collection here, Chen Tiezhu remarked after surveying the surroundings. It's decent. My success in the antique business is largely attributed to Chairman Chen of the Floating Life Group. Pei Yilang replied. Are you referring to Chairman Chen Fusheng of the Floating Life Group? Chen Tiezhu inquired. Indeed. Do you know Chairman Chen? Pei Yilang asked, astonished. I encountered him at the Treasure Appraisal Conference, Chen Tiezhu responded. What? I never imagined you also attended the Treasure Appraisal Conference. Pei Yilang exclaimed, even more surprised. What a pity. I had prior commitments that day. Boss Pei, what exactly is the matter that requires my assistance? Chen Tiezhu pressed. Brother Chen, please follow me. Pei Yilang led Chen Tiezhu to a room. Brother Chen, take a look at these two antiques. Pei Yilang said. I purchased these for a whopping 50 million. Recently, I sold them for 80 million. However, a few days later, the buyer returned them, claiming they emitted eerie sounds at midnight. At first, I was skeptical, thinking the buyer merely had buyer's remorse. So, I waited until nightfall, and indeed, it was as he described. In my 20 years in the antique business, I have never encountered such a situation. Despite extensive research, I remain baffled. If this issue cannot be resolved, I will be at a loss of 50 million. After speaking, Pei Yilang shook his head in despair. Why not contact the individual you sold the antiques to? Chen Tiezhu asked. In our profession, there exists a principle. Transactions among peers entail personal accountability for any ensuing issues. The two items in my possession were acquired from fellow practitioners, specifically from the One Quan Appraisal Company located behind the Antique Appreciation Conference, as Pei Yilang stated. While the items are indeed authentic, the peculiar sounds they emit at the dead of night deter any potential buyers. Chen Tiezhu lifted one of the antiques, revealing a small statue. The yin-yang pupils activated. Ghost patterns. Remarkably, there were ghost patterns. Upon inspecting the second antique, Chen Tiezhu discovered it too bore ghost patterns. The strange sounds emanating from the items were the result of these ghost patterns. Beyond merely altering certain properties of the object, the ghost patterns can also inscribe additional elements during their engraving, with sound being one of those elements. Pei, these antiques are counterfeit, Chen Tiezhu declared. What? Pei Yilang reacted strongly, exclaiming, Brother Chen, that's impossible. These antiques have been authenticated by numerous experts. They cannot be fake. If I can prove they are counterfeit, you stand to lose 50 million, Chen Tiezhu countered. Brother Chen, if you can indeed prove their falsity, I shall accept the loss of 50 million, especially since they cannot be sold now, Pei Yilang replied. Chen Tiezhu picked up the two antiques and employed methods to decipher the ghost patterns. Pei, take another look, he urged, placing the antiques back on the table. Pei Yilang examined them, and his expression shifted. These are fake. With over 20 years of experience in antiquities, Pei Yilang considered himself a quasi-expert. The fakes were now glaringly obvious upon closer inspection. Brother Chen, what on earth is going on? Pei, I can't quite explain it to you. I have resolved your issue, but you've incurred a loss of 50 million, Chen Tiezhu explained. No loss. They sold me counterfeits, so I will hold them accountable, Pei Yilang asserted. Didn't we agree that after transactions among peers, the consequences are borne by oneself? Chen Tiezhu queried. That holds true only if you inform me it was genuine, yet I purchased a counterfeit. Such conduct is unacceptable, even within the industry, Pei Yilang responded. I will call them right now, he stated, taking out his phone to make a call. All right, I'm heading over now. After hanging up, Pei Yilang turned to Chen Tiezhu and asked, Brother Chen, would you accompany me? I need you as a witness. To where? To the One Quan Appraisal Company, Pei Yilang replied. Rest assured, Brother Chen, I won't let you make the trip in vain. With that, he produced a bank card. Brother Chen, you've resolved the issue with the Wanshan Villa project, and now you've demonstrated a skill I have never encountered in my 20 years in the field. Wanshan trusts you, and so do I. The card contains 10 million. Aside from the remaining 5 million owed, I will provide you with an additional 5 million afterward. Pei Yilang stated. Given such generosity and trust, Chen Tiezhu contemplated before agreeing. Very well, I shall accompany you, Pei. Logically, following Pei Yilang could lead to complications. However, with 20 million at stake, Chen Tiezhu was not one to turn away from monetary gain. The primary concern remained the One Quan Appraisal Company. During the last appraisal conference, antiques adorned with ghostly engravings were brazenly displayed. Now, I have encountered another instance of the same. Such engravings can only originate from the Ghost Clan, and it is highly probable that these individuals are intertwined with the One Quan Appraisal Company. Chapter 74. The enraged Su Xiao before an upscale club, Chen Tiezhu, Pei Yilang, and Pei Yilang's driver and bodyguard entered. The representatives from One Quan Appraisal Company had designated this location for their meeting. Hey boss, are you not concerned they might deny it? Chen Tiezhu inquired. Though I, Pei Yilang, am merely a small-time businessman, I have navigated this industry for over 2 decades. They would only deny it if they are willing to forfeit their reputation, Pei Yilang replied. Inside a lavish room of the club, a man with a hawkish nose, eagle-like eyes, and a dragon tattoo on his arm lounged in a chair. A sensuous beauty was providing him a massage. Su Zong, Pei Yilong has arrived, and he has brought someone with him. Who? The young man from the last appraisal conference, Chen Tiezhu. This is Su Zong Su Xiao. Upon hearing Chen Tiezhu's name, Su Xiao's brow furrowed. It's him again? After the last appraisal conference, Su Xiao had dispatched individuals to investigate Chen Tiezhu's background. Discovering that he was merely a lowly security guard, the inquiry was not pursued further. Su Xiao had even contemplated making contact with Chen Tiezhu to entice him. At that moment, Pei Yilong entered, followed closely by Chen Tiezhu and the bodyguard. "Pei boss, it has been a while," Su Xiao remarked, puffing on a cigar. "Cool me. Arrange for someone to attend to Su Zong." "No need. I have urgent matters to discuss," Pei Yilong asserted, signaling to the bodyguard, who promptly placed the items he was holding onto the table. "Su Zong, a month ago, I purchased 2 items from your esteemed company, these 2 on the table. Subsequently, I discovered that these items emit eerie sounds in the dead of night. After much searching, I could not identify the source of the issue, so I sought the assistance of a master. To my dismay, it turns out both items are counterfeit. Su Zong, how do you propose we address this? I have a contract here. You assure me the items were authentic." Su Xiao cast a glance at his associate, who promptly approached and opened the box containing the items. Without needing to examine them closely, Su Xiao could ascertain their falseness. "Verify if these items were indeed purchased from us. Pei boss," Su Xiao instructed his subordinate. "Understood." The subordinate checked the contract and replied, "Yes, Su Zong." Su Xiao stood, approached the items, and scrutinized them, his frown deepening. He then glanced at Chen Tiezhu. "Pei boss, is this master you mentioned the same as this one?" Su Xiao queried, directing his gaze at Chen Tiezhu. "Indeed," Pei Yilong nodded. "May I ask this master? The items we sold to Pei boss did not appear in this manner initially. What has transpired to alter their state?" Su Xiao inquired. Pei Yilong interjected immediately. "Su Zong, what do you imply? Are you suggesting that I, Pei Yilong, brought counterfeit items to deceive you?" Su Xiao responded, "Pei boss, I trust you implicitly. I am merely curious about how this master has accomplished such a transformation." The previous incident had already sown seeds of suspicion in Su Xiao's heart regarding Chen Tiezhu. This time, Su Xiao had a rough idea of the truth. Chen Tiezhu was certainly not just a mere security guard. Moreover, Su Xiao recalled the words of Sun Damao. "This is my unique skill, not to be discussed in detail. In short, your items are counterfeit." He chuckled softly. "You are Chen Tiezhu, correct?" Su Xiao suddenly inquired. "Indeed," Chen Tiezhu replied, unperturbed. It was evident that the individuals from Wenchuan Appraisal Company had already investigated him. "At the last appraisal conference, you detected an issue with a vase, proving that you are indeed a master. Wenchuan Appraisal Company stands as a beacon in the industry, not only in Jiangnan Province, but throughout the Dragon Kingdom. We require talents such as yourself. I wonder if you would consider joining our company? Financially, you need not worry. A salary of several million per year is assured." Su Xiao was both recruiting Chen Tiezhu and testing him. "Mr. Su, I apologize, but this is merely a hobby of mine," Chen Tiezhu responded. Upon hearing this, Su Xiao smiled again. "Mr. Pei, this was our oversight. I apologize, and our company will refund you. I hope you won't publicize this matter. Mr. Su, I, Pei Yilong, have been in this industry for over 20 years. Your company is growing ever larger. How could such a basic mistake occur?" "Rest assured, I understand the rules," Pei Yilong replied. "Very well, let us depart." With that, Pei Yilong stood up and walked out, followed by Chen Tiezhu. As soon as they exited, Su Xiao's expression darkened. "Mr. Su, is this matter settled just like that?" Pei Yilong is notorious for his loose lips. He will undoubtedly speak of this. Furthermore, that fellow, Chen Tiezhu, is certainly opposing us. Both of these items were crafted by Sun Damao, and yet he managed to restore them. It was undoubtedly him at the last appraisal conference. One of Su Xiao's subordinates remarked. At this moment, Su Xiao began to believe Sun Damo's claims. The items he created must not be seen by Chen Tiezhu, otherwise, there would be no business left to conduct. Just then, a person rushed in. "Mr. Su, an emergency has arisen. Ghost Seer has been apprehended by the police." Upon hearing this, Su Xiao's expression changed dramatically. Ghost Seer never missed, never got caught. How could this happen? Another subordinate added. Immediately, Su Xiao took out his phone and dialed a number. "Hello, Officer Chen, I have a matter to discuss with you." Thank you, Officer Chen. Could you come by the club later? After hanging up, Su Xiao's expression grew even more severe. With a crash, Su Xiao smashed his phone into pieces. Chen Tiezhu, very well. Call the executioner, Xiao Wuxia. Tonight, I intend for Chen Tiezhu to perish. My brother Chen, inviting you here tonight was a mistake. I did not anticipate Su Xiao's acquaintance with you. I truly apologize, Pei Yilong lamented. After tonight, you may have incurred his wrath. He is notoriously ruthless. However, rest assured, as long as I, Pei Yilong, am here, I will ensure no harm comes to you. Pei Yilong's temperament was indeed appreciated by Chen Tiezhu. No harm done, Chen Tiezhu remarked. Brother Chen, with your capabilities, I shall recommend you to Chairman Chen. Even Su Xiao would think twice before making a move against you. Pei Yilong recalled something and said, Tomorrow, I will take you to meet Chairman Chen in Beijing. He will undoubtedly value your talent. That evening, Chen Tiezhu had encountered Chen Fuxing, a man of cunning and deep insight, who was indeed a formidable figure. All right, I thank you, Boss Pei. Offending the Wenquan Appraisal Company. Having a backing will certainly alleviate many troubles. With a favorable impression of Chen Fuxing, Chen Tiezhu naturally did not decline. Chapter 75. The Four Great Masters of Tianlishan. Initially, Pei Yilong intended to escort Chen Tiezhu home. However, midway, he received a call from Moon Yoma. At the Nightshade Bar, the atmosphere was intoxicating and vibrant. Moon Yoma had arranged to meet Chen Tiezhu there. Upon seeing Chen Tiezhu, Moon Yoma's face instantly brightened with a smile as he warmly approached, exclaiming, Master Chen. He then courteously gestured for him to take a seat, saying, Master Chen, please have a seat. Chen Tiezhu accepted graciously and sat down. He casually surveyed the surroundings, his gaze landing on several enchanting beauties before him, teasingly commenting, You certainly know how to choose a place. Sitting here, one could truly appreciate the unique allure of the Nightshade Bar. As Moon Yoma poured Chen Tiezhu a drink, he chuckled, Master Chen, I'm just a mundane person. Aside from slight interest in money, I enjoy drinking and admiring beautiful women, lacking any refined hobbies. The corners of Chen Tiezhu's mouth lifted slightly as he jested. Just looking and not touching, I imagine that leaves you quite restless? Moon Yoma helplessly spread his hands, saying, Master Chen, to be frank, I can barely handle the tigress at home, let alone indulge in frivolities outside. I merely appreciate the view. Chen Tiezhu ceased his banter and got straight to the point. Speak up. You mentioned you had some findings over the phone. What precisely is it? It was precisely due to Moon Yoma's mention of an important discovery that Chen Tiezhu came to the bar. Moon Yoma's expression turned serious as he cautiously replied, Master Chen, the matter regarding Wanshan real estate is rather complicated. In what way is it complicated? Chen Tiezhu pressed. Master, are you aware of the four great masters of Tianlishan? Moon Yoma inquired cautiously. Chen Tiezhu shook his head without hesitation. I do not know. Moon Yoma displayed a look of surprise, clearly not expecting Chen Tiezhu to be unfamiliar with the four great masters of Tianlishan. Nevertheless, he continued, I have conducted a thorough investigation and in the entire Jiangnan province. If anyone has the capability to set up a killing formation, it would likely be the four great masters of Tianlishan. What if it were an outsider? Chen Tiezhu questioned. Moon Yoma shook his head, his tone resolute. One of the four great masters, Yi Jiluan's direct disciple, Yin Qinjie, is currently in Nanxing. Furthermore, I have discovered that Yin Qinjie recently visited Longwang Real Estate in Nanxing. As you know, Longwang Real Estate and Wanshan Real Estate have always been bitter rivals. Thus, Master Chen, I believe this matter is undoubtedly intertwined with Longwang Real Estate. After listening to Moon Yoma's analysis, Chen Tiezhu slightly nodded, finding some merit in the argument. Please investigate Shan Dong's wife's brother, Miao Ranjia, to see if he has any dealings with Longwang Real Estate. I've already looked into it, Master Chen. Moon Yoma replied promptly. Miao Ranjia owes Longwang Real Estate a staggering 300 million. Moreover, I have uncovered an even more explosive piece of information. He paused dramatically, building suspense. Oh, what news? Chen Tiezhu inquired with curiosity. Shan Dong's wife, Miao Miao, is having an affair with the owner of Longwang Real Estate, Zhou Longwang. BFA. Chen Tiezhu, taken aback by this revelation, sputtered the wine he was drinking, staring incredulously at Moon Yoma. How did you manage to find that out? Moon Yoma beamed with pride. Master Chen, I have been in this line of work for quite some time, acquainted with all sorts of characters. One of them is Bai Xiaolu. I obtained this information from him. What sort of person is Bai Xiaolu? He sounds quite impressive. Why would he share this with you? Chen Tiezhu posed a series of questions. He. Moon Yoma chuckled smugly, explaining, to be honest, Master Chen, Bai Xiaolu, is the owner of Xiaolu Media Company. Many of the gossip reports you see on Douyin about Nanxing originate from his company. Years ago, I performed a fertility ritual for Bai Xiaolu, and lo and behold, it worked. He had a son. Since then, I have become the godfather of his child. Chen Tiezhu regarded Moon Yoma, contemplating. This man is indeed a remarkable talent. With anticipation in his eyes, Moon Yoma looked at Chen Tiezhu and asked, Master Chen, can you now accept me as your disciple? Chen Tiezhu waved his hand dismissively. Not so fast. This information is merely hearsay, and its veracity remains to be substantiated. Chapter 76, The Executioner. Xia Wuxian as Moon Yoma and Chen Tiezhu emerged from the nightshade bar. The clock quietly struck midnight. Master, allow me to escort you home. Moon Yoma offered enthusiastically. Chen Tiezhu raised an eyebrow, retorting, Are you planning to drive under the influence? Only then did Moon Yoma realize his oversight. Smacking his forehead in chagrin, and sheepishly replied, Oh dear, I had only a couple of drinks and my mind slipped. I completely forgot. With that, he hurriedly pulled out his phone to summon a designated driver. Merely 5 minutes later, a man clad in a driving uniform and wearing a cap arrived on a small electric scooter, slowly approaching Moon Yoma's black Mercedes. Moon Yoma took the initiative. You must be the designated driver? The man nodded slightly and replied, Yes. Master, please get in. Moon Yoma courteously opened the car door for Chen Tiezhu. Before entering the vehicle, Chen Tiezhu discreetly scrutinized the driver. Subsequently, Moon Yoma joined him in the car. The driver adeptly folded the electric scooter and stowed it in the trunk before starting the vehicle and driving away smoothly. Inside the car, Moon Yoma, having consumed a few drinks, soon succumbed to the effects of alcohol, drifting into a deep slumber. How long have you been in the designated driving business? Chen Tiezhu casually asked the driver. 1 year, the driver replied succinctly. Chen Tiezhu furrowed his brows and asked, Master, your phone's navigation isn't even on. Do you know where we are headed? Upon hearing this, the designated driver fell silent, driving straight into a small grove. The car came to a steady halt. You can't possibly be a designated driver. From a moment Chen Tiezhu laid eyes on him, he sensed that this individual was extraordinary. A designated driver, yet he bore a subtle flow of energy within him, indicating he was a practitioner of qi refinement. Nevertheless, masters often dwell among the common folk, much like himself, so Chen Tiezhu initially dismissed the thought. After getting into the vehicle, the inebriated Moon Yoma was oblivious to the situation. However, Chen Tiezhu noticed that this driver hadn't even taken out his work phone to activate the navigation, which certainly signaled trouble. The man cast a cold glance at Chen Tiezhu through the rearview mirror. In the dim light, Chen Tiezhu finally discerned the man's features. A long, grotesque scar marred his face, and his eyes radiated a chilling ruthlessness. Chen Tiezhu, someone has paid a hefty sum for your life, and I have come to collect. The man flashed a sinister smile. Who sent you? Chen Tiezhu could already sense the potent aura of murder emanating from him. Get out of the car, and I shall reveal it to you. With that, the man opened the car door and stepped out. Chen Tiezhu naturally followed suit. The tranquil yet eerie grove at night was indeed an ideal locale for a lethal encounter. Rest assured, I will ensure your demise is painless. As he spoke, the man produced a dagger and slowly licked the blade with his tongue. Just as the words left his lips, he lunged at Chen Tiezhu with the ferocity of tiger, his speed astonishing as he closed the distance in the blink of an eye. The dagger aimed directly at Chen Tiezhu's heart. At the critical moment when the dagger was on the verge of striking, Chen Tiezhu's foot shifted abruptly, his figure gliding sideways like a specter, evading the attack with ease. Failing to land his strike, the man's face registered a flicker of surprise. You're also of the martial world? Who exactly are you? Who sent you? Chen Tiezhu pressed further. I am Xia Wuxian, known in the martial circles as the executioner. As for who sent me, you will learn that once you are dead. With that, Xiao Wuxing's aura surged, and he attacked again. This time, he channeled his internal energy, moving even faster than before, the dagger now enveloped in wisps of qi. However, Chen Tiezhu did not evade. His right hand shot out like lightning, performing an unpredictable maneuver as he transformed his fist into a claw, seizing Xiao Wuxing's wrist with uncanny precision. Xiao Wuxing was taken aback, exerting every ounce of strength to escape, yet was as futile as an ant trying to shake a tree. He remained utterly immobile. Even as he pushed his internal energy to its limits, he found it to be in vain. With a decisive twist, Chen Tiezhu effortlessly snapped Xiao Wuxing's arm with a sharp crack. The dagger fell from Xiao Wuxing's grip with a clatter. Following this, Chen Tiezhu delivered a powerful kick to Xiao Wuxing's abdomen, sending him sprawling 2 meters away, crashing heavily to the ground like a kite with its string severed. The excruciating pain radiating from his arms and abdomen was unbearable, even for someone adept in qi cultivation, let alone Xiao Wuxing, who had only recently embarked on this path. Gritting his teeth, Xiao Wuxing struggled to rise from the ground, his eyes filled with shock and indignation. You are indeed a master of qi cultivation. Why was I not informed? A master of qi? You are no match for me. Tell me, who sent you? Chen Tiezhu observed the man before him, who was desperately clinging to life, and recognized that he was merely a novice at the threshold of qi cultivation, lacking any coherent strategy and posing no real threat. Xiao Wuxing scoffed, his expression resolute. In our line of work, there is no principle of betraying one's employer. With that, he endured the agonizing pain and forcibly reattached his arm, which Chen Tiezhu had broken. Immediately afterward, he summoned his strength and charged at Chen Tiezhu like a ferocious tiger, this time wielding his fists instead of dagger. Chen Tiezhu shook his head in resignation and sighed. Why must you persist in this folly? With those words, he moved with the grace of a dragon, meeting Xiao Wuxing's fist head-on. Bang! Crack! Upon the collision of their fists, Xiao Wuxing's arm shattered completely, falling helplessly to his side. Before he could comprehend the situation, Chen Tiezhu delivered another fierce punch with his left hand, a forceful blow akin to an avalanche. Bang! Spurt! Although Chen Tiezhu had tempered his strength somewhat, he still overestimated Xiao Wuxing's capacity to endure. Blood erupted from Xiao Wuxing's mouth as his internal organs were severely injured from the impact. At this moment, even if he were to survive, he would not see the night through. Chapter 77. What level of qi cultivation? Dragon Tiger Realm? The tumultuous commotion outside the vehicle roused the slumbering Mu Nioma from a stupor. Gradually opening his eyes, still drowsy and bewildered, he murmured, "Where am I?" Suddenly, he seemed to recall something and hurriedly searched. Where is Master Chen? Mu Nioma's gaze fell upon the scene outside the car. What on earth is happening? Upon witnessing Chen Tiezhu mercilessly strike down the man clad in a chauffeur's uniform, Mu Nioma instantly regained his senses, the effects of alcohol evaporating. He hastily opened the car door and rushed towards the two men. Master Chen? What is going on here? At that moment, Xiao Wuxing was laboriously attempting to rise from the ground, fully aware that Chen Tiezhu's lethal punch had extinguished his chances of survival. I never imagined that I, the executioner Xiao Wuxing, would meet my end at your hands. Yet, to fall at the hands of a master like you, I cannot consider it unjust, he said with a bitter smile, a glint of resentment and acceptance flashing in his eyes. After a brief pause, he continued, Tell me, what level of qi cultivation do you possess? As long as you reveal it, I shall divulge the identity of my employer. What level of qi cultivation? Chen Tiezhu pondered, a wave of confusion washing over him. He recalled that the old man had only mentioned that the levels of cultivation were categorized into 4 realms: heaven, earth, mysterious. In yellow, with the heavenly level being the most powerful and the yellow level the weakest, each divided into 9 grades. Before entering the city, the old man had explicitly informed him of his current prowess, which was at the 5th rank of the Xianzhu level. However, what Xiao Wuxing stated before him was utterly incongruous with his prior knowledge. I am not a qi cultivator, Chen Tiezhu replied candidly. What? Xiao Wuxing exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. Could it be that you are a formidable warrior of the Longhu realm? It seemed as though he had suddenly come to a realization, prompting an involuntary exclamation of surprise. Following this, he burst into a hearty laugh. Ha ha! Once he ceased laughing, he turned to Chen Tiezhu and slowly remarked, "The one who wishes to kill you is Su Xiao." With that, Xiao Wuxia departed, wearing a smile that seemed to reflect a sense of unregretful acceptance of his fate. "What? Master Chen, he actually came here to kill you." Moon Yoma, now awakened from his stupor, was etched with shock and concern. "Master Chen, we cannot simply allow him to leave," he urged anxiously. "It matters not. He shall not survive the night," Chen Tiezhu replied with an air of calm. After all, Xiao Wuxia was grievously injured and on the brink of death. It would be prudent to let him return, allowing those who sought his demise to understand that they lacked both the qualification and the capability to harm Chen Tiezhu. This in itself served as a silent yet potent deterrent. Su Xiao, Chen Tiezhu mused silently, anticipating retaliation from his adversary. However, he had not expected it to arrive so swiftly, nor with such lethal intent from the outset. Truly ruthless indeed. "Master Chen, is it true that Su Xiao is genuinely intent on killing you?" Moon Yama asked, his face a canvas of astonishment, struggling to fathom the caliber of the person Chen Tiezhu had offended. The driver just now was none other than the executioner, Xiao Wuxia. Moon Yoma remained engulfed in disbelief. "Do you know him?" Chen Tiezhu turned to inquire of Moon Yoma. "I have heard of him." Moon Yoma nodded. "Years ago, he single-handedly annihilated an entire family with his exceptionally ruthless methods. I later heard he fled to Southeast Asia, and never would I have imagined he has returned. This fellow is notorious in the martial world. I cannot believe, Master Chen, that you managed to defeat him." Moon Yoma gazed at Chen Tiezhu with deep admiration and respect, his reverence akin to an unceasing river. He even made a more respectful gesture. "Do you understand what it means to cultivate qi?" Chen Tiezhu suddenly asked Moon Yoma. Scratching his head, Moon Yoma sheepishly replied, "Master Chen, to speak candidly, I once aspired to enhance myself through martial arts, but later discovered that my aptitude in this area was tragically lacking. I could not even open my meridians. Thus, I turned to the cultivation of Taoism. In truth, the cultivation of qi in Taoism also requires the opening of the meridians. Only when there is qi within can one become a true master of Taoism," Chen Tiezhu elucidated. "Of course, I understand what you are saying, Master Chen. However, I believe that pursuing the path of Taoism is merely a more lucrative endeavor," Moon Yoma chuckled. "However, I perceive that your lack of talent is not the issue. Rather, it is likely that some underlying physical ailment is preventing you from opening your meridians and cultivating qi," Chen Tiezhu remarked after appraising Moon Yoma. "Once this problem is resolved, the art of qi cultivation will pose no challenge for you." Upon hearing this, Moon Yoma's eyes gleamed with excitement as he exclaimed, "Master Chen, you truly have a solution." Before he could finish his sentence, he fell to his knees with a thud. "Master Chen, if you can assist me in unblocking my meridians so that I may cultivate qi, you will be like a reborn parent to me." With that, Moon Yoma began to bow deeply before Chen Tiezhu. "Enough. We shall discuss this later." Chen Tiezhu waved his hand, then inquired, what exactly did Xiao Wuxia mean regarding the levels of qi cultivation in the Dragon Tiger realm? Moon Yoma looked at Chen Tiezhu with surprise, but obediently replied, "Master Chen, as far as I know, on the path of martial arts, the progression from weakness to strength is divided into qi cultivation, Dragon Tiger realm, Diamond realm, and Celestial Phenomenon realm. Qi cultivation consists of 12 levels, while the Dragon Tiger, Diamond, and Celestial Phenomenon realms are each subdivided into 9 ranks." As he spoke, Moon Yoma seemed to be suddenly invigorated, his emotions soaring as he exclaimed, "Master Chen, could it be that you're truly a master of the Dragon Tiger realm?" Listening to Moon Yoma's account, Chen Tiezhu pondered inwardly. Qi, Dragon Tiger, Diamond, Celestial Phenomenon. Could these realms correspond to the essence of heaven and earth? Chapter 78. Is Grandfather Shangwan nearing his end? Meanwhile, Su Xiao was indulging in the luxurious hot springs of a private club, flanked by 2 stunning women in bikinis, who were gently massaging him. "Mr. Su, Xiao Wuxia has returned," a subordinate hurriedly approached and reported. Su Xiao slowly opened his eyes and rose from the steaming artificial hot spring. The two women quickly draped a bathrobe over him. Su Xiao strolled leisurely to a nearby chair, casually picked up a cigar, lit it, and took a deep puff, exhaling a wisp of smoke. At that moment, Xia Wuxian entered silently, his complexion as pale as paper, devoid of color, and his steps light, making no sound as he walked. "Master Xia, has Chen Tiezhu perished?" Su Xiao inquired with narrowed eyes, feigning nonchalance. In his heart, he was convinced that Chen Tiezhu was as good as dead. After all, the one who struck was the executioner, Xia Wuxian, and now that Xia Wuxian had returned unscathed, there could be no escape for Chen Tiezhu. However, with a sudden cough, Xia Wuxian unexpectedly spat out a mouthful of blood, which was speckled with fragments of flesh. Struggling to speak, he managed to say, "Mr. Su, I sincerely apologize, but I was no match for him. Chen Tiezhu is far too powerful, truly beyond imagination." These words struck Su Xiao like a thunderclap, causing the cigar in his hand to drop to the floor with a thud. He could hardly believe that the renowned Xia Wuxian had been defeated by Chen Tiezhu. "Mr. Su, I advise you to prepare yourself. He is already aware that you sent me to kill him." With that statement, Xia Wuxian could no longer hold on, collapsing to the ground, life extinguished in an instant. One of Su Xiao's subordinates hurried forward, reaching out to check Xia Wuxian's pulse. He then lifted his head and announced, "Su, he is dead." Su Xiao's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Xia Wuxian's lifeless body on the ground, as if he had witnessed something extraordinarily horrifying. "So, Chen Tiezhu was able to defeat even Xia Wuxian. He must be a top-tier master in the martial arts world." Another anxious subordinate remarked. Su Xiao fell into deep contemplation. The image of Chen Tiezhu's composed demeanor at the treasure appraisal conference and their previous encounter flooding his mind. It turned out that Chen Tiezhu was an adept concealed beneath the surface. Su had learned from Chen that the police had successfully apprehended the notorious Gue Jianshou with the help of a young man named Chen Tiezhu. Su's gaze suddenly turned icy and menacing as he gritted his teeth, declaring, "Chen Tiezhu, how dare you oppose me? Even if you have defeated Xia Wuxian, what of it? I will surely enlist the true experts to take your life." Chen Tiezhu did not return to his dormitory. Instead, he proceeded directly to the apartment he had rented in Qingxing Community. He entered the living room, sat cross-legged on the sofa, and slowly closed his eyes, beginning to sense the qi si at his dantian and the 7 hidden stars scattered throughout his body. The elder had once told him that he possessed the innate body of a holy dragon, with 7 dragon stars naturally residing within him, each located at 7 crucial acupoints. Once he could successfully open these 7 dragon stars, he would become an unparalleled force in the world. However, thus far, he had only managed to open 1.5, with the light of the other star flickering inconsistently, sometimes bright and other times dim. The yin-yang harmony skill was the cultivation technique imparted to Chen Tiezhu by the elder. The elder had stated that, due to his unique physique, practicing this skill would allow him to progress significantly faster than ordinary cultivators. Take his encounter with Xia Wuxian last night as an example. At merely 20 years of age, while Xia Wuxian appeared to be in his 30s, Chen's strength had easily overwhelmed him. Indeed, there are always greater heights beyond the known, and the martial world is far more perilous than one might imagine. This was a saying the elder frequently reiterated. In this world, one must possess both skill and the full spectrum of human emotions, navigating through the complexities of life. How could one avoid interacting with others or elude the entanglements of cause and effect? To confront the myriad unknown dangers, one must never show the slightest complacency in their cultivation. The yin-yang harmony skill not only aids in cultivation, but also encompasses a variety of exquisite martial arts techniques, with the diamond fist being one of them. Thus, Chen Tiezhu devoted the entire night to his practice. The following morning, after finishing his morning routine, he stepped outside, preparing to head to the company. Just as he exited the community, he encountered Xianyuan Duo. This girl was warm-hearted and kind. Upon seeing Chen Tiezhu, she enthusiastically invited him to have breakfast together. However, she was also a consummate gossip. "Tiezhu, I heard that you have an extraordinary relationship with the boss lady. Do tell me, what exactly is your relationship?" Xianyuan Duo inquired with wide, curious eyes. What do you think? Chen Tiezhu teased, deliberately keeping her in suspense. I surmise that the proprietress must find you youthful and handsome, and has taken a liking to you, Xinyuan Doduo remarked with a playful grin. I am merely a humble security guard. How could the proprietress possibly notice me? Besides, doesn't she have a husband? Chen Tiezhu replied with a wry smile. However, Xinyuan Doduo persisted, saying, Tiezhu, there is something I must share with you, though I must confess, I heard it from someone else. It is said that the proprietress's husband has actually passed away long ago. Only a few in the company are privy to this information. Chen Tiezhu was taken aback by this revelation and quickly inquired, How do you know this? My brother informed me, Xinyuan Duo declared with a sense of pride. Your brother? Who is he? Chen Tiezhu pressed further. Why don't you take a guess? Xinyuan Duo teased, her smile reminiscent of a cunning little fox. At that moment, Chen Tiezhu's phone rang. It was a call from Shangwan Rong. He hastily stepped aside to answer. Sister Rong, what's the matter? Shangwan Rong's anxious voice came through the line. Tiezhu, my grandfather has encountered some trouble. Could you accompany me? Chen Tiezhu's curiosity piqued, and he asked, What has happened? I'm not entirely sure. My father told me that my grandfather might not have much time left, she replied, her voice thickening with emotion, as if she were on the verge of tears. All right, I will return to the company immediately. There's no need to return. Where are you? I'll come to pick you up, Shangwan Rong insisted. Chen Tiezhu glanced at Xinyuan Duo and said, I'm near Qingshang community. Good, I'll head over right away. After hanging up, Chen Tiezhu turned to Xinyuan Duo and said, Miss Duo, I have something urgent to attend to. You should head to the company. All right, Xinyuan Duo replied. My brother is here to pick me up. I shall take my leave. As soon as she finished speaking, a brand new Maybach came to a stop at the roadside. Xinyuan Duo, with her small backpack, skipped towards the vehicle. She had previously mentioned that her family owned dozens of properties in the southern city, so her brother driving a Maybach seemed hardly surprising. Chen Tiezhu couldn't help but reflect to be able to ride in a Maybach even while interning. This girl is truly fortunate. Through the car window, he noticed a man seated in the back, appearing to be around 30 years old, clad in a tailored suit with striking, chiseled features. This must be the brother Xinyuan Duo had spoken of. There was also a driver, indicating that her brother's status was indeed noteworthy, Chen Tiezhu mused. Before long, Shangwan Rong arrived to pick up Chen Tiezhu. Once inside the car, Chen Tiezhu inquired with concern, Sister Rong, you mentioned that your grandfather is not well? What exactly is the situation? Chen Tiezhu had never heard Shangwan Rong mention her grandfather before, but her anxious tone during the call suggested a deep bond between them. With reddened eyes, Shangwan Rong replied, I'm not entirely sure of the specifics. My father only said that my grandfather was injured severely and may not survive. As she spoke, tears began to well in her eyes, threatening to spill over at any moment. Tiezhu, actually, my family used to live in the northern city when I was young. Before the age of 6, I resided with my grandfather. According to my father, in his youth, my grandfather was a wanderer of the martial world and had offended many. Subsequently, for the safety of our family, he suggested we relocate to the southern city while he remained in the northern city. He also advised us to refrain from visiting him to avoid detection by his enemies. Initially, my father vehemently opposed this notion, but my grandfather's insistence left him no choice but to acquiesce. On one occasion, I secretly returned to see my grandfather, but not only was he displeased, he urged me to return to the southern city without delay. Upon hearing this, Chen Tiezhu couldn't help but recall his own elder. He had once questioned him about living alone in the mountains, to which the elder responded that the martial world was fraught with peril and numerous adversaries, and he had long since seen through the illusions of life. Could it be that Sister Rong's grandfather was once a formidable figure in the martial realm? Chen Tiezhu mused silently. Chapter 79. The bone-piercing finger filled with curiosity, Chen Tiezhu and Shangwan Rong hastened to the northern city. In the old district, they arrived at a somewhat dilapidated house, where Shangwan Rong abruptly halted the car. Anxious and frantic, she flung open the car door and rushed inside, with Chen Tiezhu closely trailing behind. Upon entering, Chen Tiezhu spotted Shangwan Rong's father, Shangwan Hui, and her mother, Zhou Yanfang. Tiezhu is here, Shangwan Hui said softly. They all proceeded into a room. On the bed lay an elderly man, his complexion as pale as paper, his features gaunt and weary, emanating an air of extreme frailty. "Grandfather!" Shangguan Rong hastened to his side, gripping his hand tightly, her eyes instantly brimming with tears. Upon seeing her, the grandfather slightly moved his lips, managing to force out a faint, weak smile. "Uncle, what has happened to Ronger's grandfather?" Chen Tiezhu inquired with concern. Adjusting his glasses, Shangguan Hui, his expression filled with helplessness, slowly explained, "Ronger may have shared some past events with you. His enemies tracked him down, and the old man could not withstand their assault, resulting in his current state. He was taken to the hospital, but the doctors have declared themselves powerless, predicting he may not last more than a few days." After speaking, Shangguan Hui removed his glasses and gently wiped away the tears that had escaped from the corners of his eyes. "Uncle Andy, perhaps I can heal Ronger's grandfather's injuries," Chen Tiezhu asserted confidently. "Grandfather, this is Chen Tiezhu, my boyfriend. His medical skills are exceptional, and he will surely be able to help you." Shangguan Rong hurriedly introduced him to her grandfather. "It's useless. Do not waste your efforts," the grandfather said with a faint breath. "Grandfather, let me examine you first. Where are you hurt?" Chen Tiezhu asked softly. "There are no visible injuries from the outside. The doctor said the harm is internal," Shangguan Hui replied. No sooner had he spoken than Chen Tiezhu activated his yin-yang eyes, casting a penetrating gaze over Shangguan Mountain's body. Upon inspection, he discerned that Shangguan Mountain's heart vein was severely damaged, nearly severed, and moreover, his internal organs exhibited varying degrees of injury. Chen Tiezhu understood that Shangguan Mountain had been injured by someone skilled in qi cultivation. Only through the means of inflicting harm via energy can one encounter a situation where the exterior appears unscathed, while the interior is grievously wounded. Moreover, the technique employed by the assailant is not only quite refined, but also exceedingly vicious. Could it be the bone-piercing finger? As Chen Tiezhu examined the situation, he detected an anomaly. He swiftly grasped Shangguan Shan's wrist, meticulously checking his pulse. Indeed, Chen Tiezhu mused inwardly. Shangguan Shan had once been a practitioner of energy refinement, and, judging by the pulse, his past prowess was likely considerable. It remains a mystery why his dantian has suffered such severe damage, leading to a significant decline in his strength. It is estimated that he must have sustained a serious injury many years ago, though it did not threaten his life at that time. "Tiezhu, your aunt and I are aware of your medical expertise, but Grandpa Rong's condition is unique. Just do your best," Shangguan Hui stated. "Uncle, aunt, there is no need for concern. I am certain I can heal him," Chen Tiezhu asserted with conviction. Upon hearing this, both Shangguan Hui and Zhou Yanfang exhibited expressions of disbelief. Only Shangguan Rong, though surprised, did not appear as shocked. She had always held the faith that Chen Tiezhu would find a solution. Shangguan Hui's voice trembled with excitement. "Tiezhu, please tell me you are not merely trying to comfort your uncle and aunt. Is this truly the case?" Chen Tiezhu nodded solemnly and replied, "Indeed, it is true, but the treatment will require some time." With that, he retrieved the 9-transformation celestial needle. He gently lifted Shangguan Shan's garments, his yin-yang eye remaining activated as he closely observed the heart meridian. Suddenly, with a swift motion, several silver needles descended upon the heart meridian with pinpoint accuracy. Following this, Chen Tiezhu employed the healing technique from the 9-transformation Xianwang needle. This method is profoundly miraculous, regardless of whether the injury is external or internal. As long as energy is infused to activate it, the damaged areas can be restored. However, since Shangguan Shan was injured by energy, relying solely on the healing technique would not suffice for complete recovery. It must be supplemented with medicinal pills. Nevertheless, his life could certainly be salvaged. A few minutes later, as Chen Tiezhu gently wiped the fine beads of sweat from his forehead, he turned to Shangguan Hui and the others, saying, "Uncle, aunt, grandpa is stable for now. However, to ensure a full recovery, I need to return to prepare some medicine for him." Upon hearing this, the family was overwhelmed with joy, tears of happiness streaming down their faces. Shangguan Rong, unable to contain herself, directly embraced Chen Tiezhu, her face radiant with joy and gratitude. Grandpa needs rest. Let us step outside for now, Chen Tiezhu softly suggested to Shang Wanrong. Thus, the group quietly exited the room. Tiezhu, may I ask you a question? Shanggong Risudinli Anquayod. Of course, uncle, Chen Tiezhu answered politely. Are you a practitioner of energy refinement? Shangguan Hui gazed intently at Chen Tiezhu. Chen Tiezhu was momentarily taken aback, surprised that Shangguan Hui was aware of this matter. After a brief hesitation, he candidly replied, Yes. I see. Shangguan Hui nodded, as if he had come to an understanding. Dad, what did you mean by that just now? Shangguan Rong asked, her expression perplexed. Ronger, your grandfather was once a master of energy refinement, he explained. Shangguan Yu spoke slowly, referring to what ordinary people might understand as a master of martial arts in the realm of Jianghu. Shangguan Rong was genuinely taken aback. She never imagined that her grandfather was a martial arts expert. Your grandfather instructed me not to reveal his matters to you, believing that the more you know, the greater the danger you would face. Shangguan Hui continued. Thus, your mother and I have refrained from mentioning it to you. Shangguan Rong had heard whispers of martial arts masters, aware that they were enigmatic figures endowed with extraordinary abilities far beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Tiezhu, are you truly a martial arts master in the Jianghu as well? Shangguan Rong inquired, her eyes brimming with curiosity and delight. Yes, given the circumstances. Chen Tiezhu had no intention of further concealing the truth. Reflecting on the wondrous events that had transpired recently, Shangguan Rong felt she should have surmised that Chen Tiezhu was a mysterious figure practicing martial arts. Nonetheless, she bore no resentment towards his prior silence. Deep down, she understood that a person of such remarkable prowess would not have willingly taken on the role of a security guard at Ferron Design Company without a significant reason. Uncle, do you know who was responsible for injuring my grandfather in such a manner? Chen Tiezhu queried, confident that Shangguan Hui possessed knowledge of the circumstances. Shangguan Hui cast a glance at Zhou Yanfeng. Speak freely, since Tiezhu is a practitioner of martial arts and not an outsider. There is no need for secrecy, Zhou Yanfeng asserted. With a soft sigh, Shangguan Hui remarked, Very well, since Ronger is unaware. I shall disclose everything to you both. Chapter 80. The Zhu family. Shangguan Rong's grandfather was not originally from Jiangnan province, but hailed from Jingdu province. As his family gradually declined and faced relentless pursuit from enemies, he found himself cornered and ultimately fled to Jiangbei province. There, he assumed a new identity, established a household, married, and had children, striving for a mundane existence. However, fate seemed to revel in tormenting him. One fateful day, he encountered an old adversary. Shangguan Shan fought valiantly, sustaining grievous injuries, yet he was unable to save his wife, Shangguan Rong's grandmother. Fortunately, he managed to injure his foe before fleeing with his son, Shangguan Hui, to Jiangnan province. Upon arriving in Jiangnan, they once again concealed their identities and rebuilt their lives. After Shangguan Hui married and had a family of his own, Shangguan Shan insisted on relocating them from the northern city of Jiangnan to the southern city, seeking better protection for his loved ones. Thus, he spent many years alone in Jiangbei province. However, mere days ago, Shangguan Shan's old enemy had somehow discovered his whereabouts once more. This foe was not a solitary individual, but rather a small clan with a lineage of martial arts. Chen Tiezhu inquired of Shangguan Hui, why after all these years? Do they still seek to eradicate my grandfather? Is there a connection between this martial arts lineage and those who annihilated my grandfather's family? Shangguan Hui replied slowly. The head of this small clan once vied with Ronger's grandfather for the affections of the same woman, Ronger's grandmother, who is also my mother. Tragically, Ronger's grandmother lost her life while attempting to save her husband, and the perpetrator was indeed the leader of that small clan. In that fierce confrontation, both sides sustained severe injuries. The individuals who have come to our doorstep once again belong to that small martial arts family. What is the name of this martial arts family? Chen Tiezhu inquired. Shangguan Hui responded. It is the Zhu family from Beicheng, also referred to as the Zhu group of Beicheng. Upon hearing this, Shangguan Rong exclaimed in surprise. The Zhu group? The very same Zhu group valued at over 100 billion? I never anticipated that it was a family of martial artists. Shangguan Hui continued. The current chairman of the Zhu group, Zhu Liuji, is indeed the present head of the Zhu family. A few days ago, an expert from the Zhu family discovered my father's whereabouts and immediately took action. Although my father is not the man he once was, he still possesses considerable strength. After an intense battle, my father ended up in the condition you just witnessed, while that expert from the Zhu family also sustained severe injuries and fled. Upon returning, he will undoubtedly report the incident to Zhu Liuji. Chen Tiezhu speculated. This Zhu Liuji cannot possibly be the son of that former clan leader, can he? Shangguan Hui nodded, reflecting, if only Rong's grandfather had permitted me to practice martial arts back then. Father, let us report this to the authorities. Shangguan Rong eagerly suggested. Shangguan Hui shook his head in resignation, saying, it would be futile. Martial arts experts operate in utmost secrecy, leaving no evidence behind. Furthermore, the Zhu family holds significant influence in Beijing. The authorities are unlikely to take action against them for such matters. Then let us first bring grandfather back to Nancheng. Shangguan Rong added, that may be our only option for now, but the Zhu family will likely discover our location in Nancheng soon enough, Shangguan Hui said with concern. Uncle, what level of qi refinement has Zhu Liuji reached? Chen Tiezhu inquired tentatively. Shangguan Hui frowned and replied, I am not certain. However, I recall Rong's grandfather mentioning that Zhu Liuji's father, Zhu Jiuchong, was a master at the 10th level of qi refinement. After pondering for a moment, Chen Tiezhu said, Uncle, Annie, leave the matter concerning the Zhu family to me. Let's return to Nancheng first. Upon hearing this, Shangguan Rong hurriedly interjected, Tiezhu, this is no trivial matter. They are a martial arts family with many members. It is not something you can handle alone. Shangguan Hui also advised, Rong is right, Tiezhu. Ultimately, you are but one person, and two fists cannot contend with four hands. Chen Tiezhu asserted resolutely, I am Rong's boyfriend, and I'm also a practitioner of martial arts. You need not worry, I can manage the Zhu family. According to Shangguan Hui, the former clan leader Zhu Jiuchong was at the 10th level of qi refinement. Chen Tiezhu speculated privately that the levels of qi refinement, dragon and tiger, diamond, and celestial phenomenon, might correspond to what the elder referred to as yellow, xian, earth, and heaven ranks. It seems my strength lies within the dragon and tiger level, making me no match for an ordinary practitioner of qi refinement. Given that the former clan leader was at the 10th level, Zhu Liuji's current strength is likely not far behind. Shangguan Rong felt deeply moved by Chen Tiezhu's words. He was merely someone she had hired to pose as her boyfriend, yet now, amidst her family's peril, he stood ready to defend her, uttering such words of assurance. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Shangguan Rong could not help but embrace Chen Tiezhu once more, saying, Tiezhu, thank you. In that moment, Shangguan Rong felt an overwhelming sense of indebtedness towards Chen Tiezhu. Chen Tiezhu's resolve was unwavering, prompting Shangguan Hui to cease her attempts at persuasion. Zhou Yanfang, filled with relief, remarked, your daughter must have accumulated considerable fortune in her past life to find such a commendable man as Tiezhu. Consequently, the Shangguan family brought Shangguan Shan back to Nancheng, fully aware that it would likely take the Zhu family some time to locate them. In a private hospital room in Nancheng, Ji Jinghong lay feebly on the bed. His eyes were bloodshot, his complexion as pale as parchment, and his breath faint, rendering him a shadow of his former self, as if death could claim him at any moment. Ever since that fateful night when Chen Tiezhu administered an injection, Ji Jinghong's life had been plunged into an abyss of torment. Any attempt to eat resulted in uncontrollable vomiting, and by nightfall, his abdomen felt as though countless insects were ravenously tearing at him, the excruciating pain rendering his existence unbearable. Madam, we have done everything within our power. We are truly at a loss regarding young Master Ji's condition, a doctor said with a face full of helplessness to a middle-aged woman of refinement. Slap! The middle-aged woman, unable to contain her fury, struck the doctor across the face and shouted, Incompetence! A bunch of useless fools! She then turned, clutching Ji Jinghong's hand tightly, and said with heartfelt concern, Jinghong, don't worry. Mother will find the best doctor to treat you. Mother Ji Jinghong's eyes turned a fiery red as he uttered weakly, "It must be Chen Tiezhu. Bring him here." Exhausted and battered, Ji Jinghong struggled to voice these words. "Chen Tiezhu? Who is Chen Tiezhu?" When Ruixia inquired with confusion. At that moment, Ji Jinghong's bodyguard hurriedly recounted the events of that night in detail. "Chen Tiezhu, is it? How dare he harm my son like this? Just wait and see how I deal with you." When Ruixia seethed through gritted teeth. Chapter 81. Threats. Shangwan Rong's grandfather, Shangwan Shan, took up residence in the house located in the outskirts of Nancheng, where Shangwan Hui lived. Initially, Shangwan Shan was reluctant to move to Nancheng, fearful of burdening his children. However, this time, Shangwan Hui, Zhou Yanfeng, and Shangwan Rong were resolute in their stance, showing no signs of compromise. Ultimately, Shangwan Shan had no choice but to acquiesce. Although he was uncertain about the extent of Chen Tiezhu's capabilities, the fact that Chen Tiezhu had enabled him to escape from the brink of death suggested he might possess the means to confront the Zhu family. Upon returning from Beicheng, Chen Tiezhu contacted Murong Shui. To fully cure Shangwan Shan, it was imperative for him to consume certain medicinal pills, and contacting Murong Shui was essential for procuring the necessary herbs for their preparation. "Tiezhu, are you free lately?" Murong Shui inquired after handing the herbs to Chen Tiezhu. She had yet to complete the task assigned to her by her grandfather, Murong Tai. "Not too busy," Chen Tiezhu replied. "Is there something you need?" Murong Shui flashed a smile that was both sweet and alluring, suggesting, "How about I treat you to a meal? Miss Murong, you have assisted me extensively. If anyone should be offering a treat, it is I who should invite you," Chen Tiezhu responded. "Could it be that you have something you require my help with?" Murong Shui playfully smiled and replied, "Indeed, there is a matter on which I seek your assistance. In a few days, there will be a conference on the exchange of traditional and Western medical practices in the southern city, and my grandfather hopes you can attend." Chen Tiezhu hesitated and said, "I lack fame and am not a hospital physician. Would it be inappropriate for me to participate? Those who attend such conferences are indeed renowned figures in the industry." My grandfather remarked, "If you attend, you will surely promote traditional Chinese medicine." Murong Shui elaborated. "All right, I shall consider it," Chen Tiezhu replied. He had only met Murong Shui's grandfather once and shared no significant bond, and moreover, he was not well acquainted with the conference on traditional and Western medicine. Out of respect for Murong Shui, he refrained from outright refusal. "Very well, I shall await your news," Murong Shui said. Upon returning to the rental apartment in Qingqing community, Chen Tiezhu began concocting medicinal pills on Shangwan Mountain. An hour later, he carefully placed 10 freshly made, dark pills into a box. Subsequently, he delivered the pills to Shangwan Rong at the company. As the workday drew to a close, Chen Tiezhu suddenly remembered his promise to visit Ning Fei at her home that day, not having seen her at the CAF earlier. He took out his phone and made a call. "The number you dialed is currently unavailable. Please try again later." Chen Tiezhu attempted several times, but still no answer. He dialed once more. On the final attempt, the call finally connected. "Wan Tian, you scoundrel! You cannot do this!" Came a furious shout from Ning Daqiang on the other end. "Ning Fei, marry Wang Bo within 2 days, or I will bury your father alive," roared Wan Tian with menace. "You dare? I'll call the police," Ning Fei cried, her voice trembling. Call the police. If you dare. Just wait for news of Ning Daqiang's demise," Wan Tian threatened coldly. "Take Ning Daqiang away." "No." A loud crash echoed through the phone, the sound of something being destroyed. Hearing this exchange, Chen Tiezhu felt a surge of urgency and rushed to Ning Fei's residence. By the time he arrived, Wan Tian and his associates had already taken Ning Daqiang away. Ning Fei sat despondently in the living room, weeping softly, her face a portrait of sorrow, helplessness, and despair. She had considered calling the police, but ultimately relinquished the idea in light of Wan Tian's threats. "Fei Jia." Ning Fei looked up to see Chen Tiezhu had arrived. She quickly turned away, hurriedly wiping her tears, striving to compose herself, as if fearing that Chen Tiezhu would witness her distress. "Tiezhu, you're here," Ning Fei said softly. The last call Chen Tiezhu made had connected only because Ning Fei accidentally answered it, so she was entirely unaware that he knew what had transpired earlier. Fei Jia. I heard everything on the phone, Chen Tiezhu stated. Ning Fei was momentarily taken aback. Rest assured, Uncle will be fine. Tiezhu. I don't understand why Wan Tian and his crew are acting this way. We clearly agreed to repay him the remaining money when the time came. Yet today, he suddenly appeared, insisting on marry Wang Bo and even took my father away. Ning Fei lamented, struggling to suppress her tears in front of Chen Tiezhu. I find myself at a loss for what to do. Wan Tian is capable of anything. Chen Tiezhu reassured, Sister Fei, do not worry, I will certainly rescue your uncle. How could those rascals commit such a heartless act? They had explicitly agreed to repay the remaining debt within 5 days, yet now they have suddenly changed their stance, coercing repayment while forcing Ning Fei into marriage with Wang Bo. This matter is likely closely tied to Wang Bo. Chen Tiezhu instructed Ning Fei to await his news at home. Upon leaving Ning Fei's residence, he promptly contacted Moon Yoma. All right, I will be there shortly. Once again at the Nightshade Bar. This time it was Chen Tiezhu who arranged the meeting with Moon Yoma. Master Chen, you seemed rather urgent to find me. Is there something amiss? Moon Yoma inquired upon seeing Chen Tiezhu. Are you familiar with Zhou Qingpi from Chaoyang Financial Company? Chen Tiezhu asked. Indeed, Moon Yoma replied. Chaoyang Company is ostensibly a financial institution, but in reality, it operates as a high-interest loan shark. Zhou Qingpi and Zhou Longguang from Longguang Real Estate are brothers. These two have thrived in Nansheng, adeptly navigating both the legal and illicit realms. The mastermind behind the Wanshan Real Estate Villa project is likely Zhou Longguang. The brothers are notorious for their unscrupulous methods in achieving their goals. Summoning Moon Yoma was undoubtedly a prudent decision. Over the years, he had honed his skills as a Taoist in Nansheng, possessing an acute understanding of the local dynamics. What about Wang Bo? Are you familiar with him? Chen Tiezhu continued his inquiry. Wang Bo. Moon Yoma stroked his chin, pondering for a moment before responding, Are you referring to the general manager of the G Group? Wang Bo. That G Group, is it the one belonging to the G family of Ji Jinghong? Chen Tiezhu quickly asked. Moon Yoma nodded affirmatively. What a coincidence. Consequently, Chen Tiezhu immediately messaged Ning Fei for confirmation. Indeed, this Wang Bo was the general manager of the G Group. It is said that Wang Bo is quite the libertine. After his wife passed away, he pursued relationships with numerous young and attractive women, ultimately contracting AIDS. Chen Tiezhu curiously inquired, How do you know about this? Did Bai Shaolu inform you? Moon Yoma shook his head, replying, AIDS is not easily treatable. Unable to find a cure, Wang Bo began to entertain devious thoughts. He sought my assistance in performing a ritual, claiming that using the blood of a woman whose birth chart clashed with his could cure his condition. Although I, Moon Yoma, have a penchant for wealth, I refuse to engage in such despicable dealings on the spot. A woman whose birth chart clashes with his? Upon hearing this, Chen Tiezhu appeared to grasp the implications. Chapter 82. Encountering the uncanny, having unraveled the connections and circumstances. Chen Tiezhu made his way directly to the Chaoyang Financial Company branch where Wan Tian was situated. Upon entering the establishment, he spotted Wan Tian leisurely sipping tea with his legs crossed, his left arm draped around a voluptuous young woman. Upon witnessing Chen Tiezhu's entrance, Wan Tian furrowed his brow slightly, but soon rose to his feet, a smile concealing malice gracing his face as he remarked, Isn't this Captain Lu's cousin? What brings you to my humble abode today? Wan Tian, release Sister Fei's father, Chen Tiezhu stated bluntly. I am at a loss for what you are referring to. Wan Tian feigned ignorance, masking his awareness. Was it Wang Bo who instructed you to do this? Chen Tiezhu inquired further. In an instant, Wan Tian's expression shifted dramatically, his mind racing. How could this fellow possibly know? Brother Tiezhu, the waters of South City run deep. Should you unwittingly venture into unknown depths, it could prove fatal. Even with a life jacket, there may be those beneath the surface who would drag you down, Wan Tian replied with a smile that failed to reach his eyes. In truth, Wan Tian had long anticipated that Chen Tiezhu might come calling. However, he was confident that Chen Tiezhu would not dare disclose this matter to Lu Zixiong, especially since Ning Daqiang remained in his custody. I shall repeat myself. Release Ning Daqiang, or you will find yourself regretting it, Chen Tiezhu warned coldly. I have no comprehension of what you are saying, Wan Tian continued to feign confusion. I know that Lu Zixiong supports you, but in this place, relying solely on one's position may not always suffice. At that moment, with nothing left to lose, Wan Tian's courage swelled to that of his past reckless endeavors. After all, if he failed to carry out Wang Bo's orders, Zhou Qingpi would certainly cast him aside, leaving him with no future in South City. Believe it or not, in 1 minute, you will voluntarily release Ning Daqiang, Chen Tiezhu asserted with unwavering confidence. No sooner had the words left his lips than he casually patted Wan Tian's shoulder. Unbeknownst to him, a silver needle had discreetly pierced his acupoint. Chen Tiezhu, I, Wan Tian, have faced many tempests in life when I unleash my wrath. Even I fear myself. Do you truly think a mere word from you could intimidate me? Wan Tian scoffed, preparing to return to his seat. Yet in that moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Wan Tian's mouth twisted grotesquely, his neck contorting to one side as he collapsed to the floor, frothing at the mouth, his body writhing uncontrollably. Ah! The ample-chested woman nearby shrieked in terror. Brother Tian, Wan Tian's two underlings rushed to his side upon witnessing the scene. I feel unwell, Wan Tian managed to utter with great difficulty. Release him, and you shall be unharmed. Refuse, and you will spend the rest of your life as a mere vegetable in a hospital bed, Chen Tiezhu stated coldly. You bastard! It's you who has reduced our brother Tian to this state. Do you dare threaten me? The two underlings glared fiercely at Chen Tiezhu, clearly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Oh no! In the next moment, Chen Tiezhu's silver needle shot forth, precisely embedding itself in both underlings. They instantly clutched their groins, writhing on the ground in agony. Ah, they're ghosts! The ample-chested woman, her face drained of color, screamed and fled, her bosom bouncing with each hurried step, as if it might burst forth. This is utterly bizarre. It is as though I have encountered a specter. Wan Tian was now genuinely terrified. Ah! Suddenly, Wan Tian felt as if his entire body was being torn apart, engulfed in excruciating pain, and he emitted a wretched scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Please, I beg you, let me go, Wan Tian managed to utter with great effort. Chen Tiezhu stepped forward and gently patted Wan Tian's shoulder once more. Miraculously, Wan Tian's expression transformed. His mouth straightened, his neck aligned, and the frothing at his lips ceased, with the agonizing muscle pain vanishing in an instant. He gazed at Chen Tiezhu, his eyes filled with terror, as if he had encountered the most fearsome demon of the world, having seen myriad peculiarities during his years of grave robbing. He had never before encountered someone as sinister and terrifying as Chen Tiezhu. Brother Chen, I will release him. Just please refrain from that dreadful thing again, Wan Tian said in fright. All right, Chen Tiezhu replied. Wan Tian hastily took out his phone and made a call. Release Ning Daqiang. No need for idle chatter. If I say to release him, then release him. After hanging up, Wan Tian immediately plastered a smile on his face and said, Brother Chen, I've instructed them to let him go. Wan Tian was no fool. He understood that Chen Tiezhu was undoubtedly a concealed master of the underworld. He would rather not assist Wang Bo in this matter and leave Nanxing than dare to offend such a formidable expert again. The sensation he had just experienced was one he had no desire to endure a second time. The thought of spending the rest of his life as a mere vegetable was more unbearable than death itself. Are you familiar with Wang Bo? Chen Tiezhu inquired, looking at Wan Tian. Not really. He is just close with Boss Zhou, Wan Tian replied. Zhou Qingpi? Chen Tiezhu pressed further. Yes, that's him. Wan Tian confirmed with a nod. Call Wang Bo and arrange for him to come out. Just say the matter has been settled, Chen Tiezhu instructed. Wan Tian's face displayed hesitation. You wouldn't want to become a vegetable, would you? Chen Tiezhu said coldly. Instantly, Wan Tian's complexion turned ashen, and he quickly responded, All right. I will arrange to meet him right away. Brother Chen, where should we meet? At the Nightshade Bar, Chen Tiezhu replied. An hour later, still at the Nightshade Bar. For some reason, since Munyo Ma had brought Chen Tiezhu here, he had come to appreciate the place. Not only were there numerous beautiful women, but the lighting and music had a unique quality, imparting an exhilarating sense of being in a vast wilderness. Outside the bar, a sleek black Mercedes slowly came to a halt. Wang Bo stepped out, followed by 2 bodyguards. "Mr. Wang, over here," Wan Tian called out, waving his hand. Wang Bo approached with purpose. "Mr. Wang, please have a drink," Wan Tian said, eagerly pouring wine for him. Wang Bo, feeling thirsty, accepted the glass and downed it in one gulp. "Is everything truly settled?" Wang Bo asked impatiently. "Absolutely. Ning Fei has agreed to marry you." Wan Tian replied with a smile. "Wonderful," Wang Bo exclaimed, satisfaction radiating from his expression. However, Wan Tian appeared hesitant. "What is it?" Wang Bo furrowed his brow. "There's someone who wishes to see you," Wan Tian stated, and at that moment, Chen Tiezhu stepped forward. "Brother Chen, please take a seat," Wan Tian said, promptly rising to offer his respect. "Wan Tian, who is he?" Wang Bo inquired, perplexed. "I am Ning Fei's boyfriend," Chen Tiezhu stated candidly. Wang Bo's expression instantly shifted, as he exclaimed, "Ning Fei has a boyfriend? How was I unaware of this?" "Well, now you are," Chen Tiezhu replied nonchalantly. "Young man, what does it matter that you're Ning Fei's boyfriend? Do you know who I am?" Wang Bo retorted, producing a cigar and leisurely lighting it. "The general manager of Longwang Real Estate, of course, I am aware," Chen Tiezhu replied calmly. "I also know that you are afflicted with AIDS." At this revelation, Wang Bo's countenance darkened ominously. Bang! He slammed his hand down on the table, shouting furiously, "You insolent brat! What nonsense are you spouting? Who exactly are you?" Wang Bo reacted as if a dog's tail had been stepped on, nearly leaping up in outrage. The fact of his affliction was known to very few. "Was it you from Longwang Real Estate who was behind the incident at Wanshan Real Estate's Villa District?" Chen Tiezhu inquired, fixing his gaze on Wang Bo. The purpose of summoning Wang Bo was twofold: to ensure he faced consequences for his actions and would cease to harass Ning Fei, and to extract the truth regarding the Wanshan Real Estate Villa incident from him. "You are with Wanshan Real Estate? I have never seen you before." Wang Bo scrutinized Chen Tiezhu, questioning him. "You truly are unaware of your own limitations. How dare you presume to negotiate with me?" "Wang Bo," he commanded the 2 bodyguards behind him, "take him out and give him a thorough beating." However, just as he finished speaking, Wang Bo suddenly clutched his abdomen. Pain etched across his face. "In your drink, I had Wantian slip in some medication. In a day, you will suffer a gruesome demise," Chen Tiezhu coldly declared. Prior to this encounter, Chen Tiezhu had provided Wantian with a packet of drugs to surreptitiously introduce into Wang Bo's drink. "You scoundrel! I will have Zhou Qingpi flay you alive," Wang Bo cursed, doubling over in agony. "Damn it! I have long had enough of Zhou Qingpi. I quit." From a moment he decided to release Ning Daqiang, Wantian had made his choice. With the situation having developed to this point, he resolved to abandon all pretense and simply walk away. After all, working under Zhou Qingpi for these years had left him feeling like a dog, devoid of any dignity. Yet, his greatest fear remained Chen Tiezhu, uncertain of when the previous situation might recur. Chapter 83. The setup. Wang Bo felt as though a sharp blade was relentlessly slicing through his insides, the excruciating pain contorting his expression into a grotesque mask, nearly rendering him unconscious. Yet, each time he teetered on the brink of oblivion, the searing agony would jolt him back to consciousness. Ultimately, much like Wantian before him, he begrudgingly chose to capitulate. Indeed, Longwang Real Estate orchestrated the events concerning Wanshan Real Estate. Wang Bo gritted his teeth and managed to utter, "Miao Ranjia is one of the heads of the Wanshan Real Estate Villa project. We set a trap for him and induced him to lose a significant sum at an underground casino, thereby coercing him to cooperate with us." Were the strange occurrences at the villa instigated by Yun Qinjia? Chen Tiezhu pressed further. "I can hardly believe you are aware of this as well," Wang Bo replied, astonishment flooding his features, a flicker of terror gleaming in his eyes. "Shen Wanshan's wife, Miao Miao, is rumored to have an improper relationship with Zhou Longwang. Is this true?" Chen Tiezhu continued to press for answers. At this moment, Wang Bo felt an overwhelming sense of fear. Chen Tiezhu not only possessed formidable abilities, but also seemed to be well-versed in all matters. Miao Miao had been meticulously placed by Zhou Longwang as an informant beside Shen Wanshan years ago, with the intention of delivering a fatal blow at a crucial moment. "Miao Renjia, Miao Miao's brother, why did you still set a trap for him to assist you?" Chen Tiezhu relentlessly pursued the inquiry. Miao Renjia is nothing but an insatiable ingrate. He believes his success in Wanshan real estate is solely due to his own capabilities. How ludicrous. If it weren't for us, he would likely still be languishing in some obscure corner, engaging in petty misdemeanors. At this point, the entire truth was laid bare. Very well. Chen Tiezhu turned off his phone recording and prepared to leave. Where's the antidote? Wang Bo anxiously inquired. Ask Wan Tian. Chen Tiezhu replied, departing without a backward glance. Wan Tian, acutely aware of his reluctance to endure the agony of a life worse than death, let alone become a vegetable, could only obediently follow Chen Tiezhu's orders. As for Wang Bo, Chen Tiezhu deemed incapacitating him the wisest choice. He instructed Wan Tian to place a drug in the wine, a substance that would gradually cause muscle atrophy. This concoction had been taught to Chen Tiezhu by an elder during their time in the mountains. Within 3 days, Wang Bo would be unable to walk, let alone feed himself, and might even find himself speechless. To survive, he must keep his lips tightly sealed upon returning. This was the antidote provided by Brother Chen. Wan Tian reiterated Chen Tiezhu's instructions, reminding him that the antidote's effect would only last 3 days, requiring another dose thereafter, lest he perish in agony. Understood. Wang Bo hastily consumed a red object, which was merely an ordinary candy. After Wan Tian spoke, he hurried after the direction in which Chen Tiezhu had departed. With malice evident in his gaze, Wang Bo gritted his teeth and muttered, "You shall pay for this grievance. Young man, I will ensure a blood debt is repaid." Over the years at Longwang Real Estate, Wang Bo had secretly plotted against numerous individuals. He would not easily swallow this humiliation. Wan Tian quickly caught up with Chen Tiezhu. "Why are you following me?" Chen Tiezhu inquired. "Brother Chen, allow me to accompany you from now on," Wan Tian pleaded earnestly. "No," Chen Tiezhu promptly rejected. "Brother Chen, aside from a few years of illicit activities in the past and assisting Zhou Qingpi in collecting debts, I have truly committed no other misdeeds." Wan Tian attempted to justify himself. "You had the audacity to kidnap Sister Fei's father and threaten her, declaring that if she did not marry Wang Bo, you would resort to murder. Do you genuinely expect me to believe your words?" Chen Tiezhu replied coldly. "Brother Chen, I was left with no choice. I fell into Zhou Qingpi's trap years ago, accumulating a mountain of debt. I am working here to repay that debt. I have a sister studying in university in the southern city. If I do not comply, Zhou Qingpi will not only pursue me, but I fear for my sister's safety." Wan Tian spoke with heartfelt sincerity, yet Chen Tiezhu remained unmoved. "Then take your sister and leave South City," Chen Tiezhu remarked. "Will my condition still flare up?" Wan Tian inquired cautiously. "If you truly have a sister, bring her to me, and I shall assist you in eradicating the peril, after which you may depart South City." Chen Tiezhu's words were a means to gauge the veracity of Wan Tian's claims. He pondered that if Wan Tian spoke falsely, he should be left to his own devices. However, if he spoke the truth, perhaps he could be granted a temporary reprieve. Chen Tiezhu made his way directly to Ning Fei's residence. Upon seeing Chen Tiezhu, Ning Daqiang unexpectedly knelt down. "Uncle, what are you doing?" Chen Tiezhu quickly extended his hand, attempting to help him up. "Do not assist me, Tiezhu," Ning Daqiang replied. "I am genuinely grateful to you. Thank you so much. You not only saved my life, but also rescued Fei Er." Realizing the sudden reversal, Ning Fei understood that this matter was undoubtedly connected to Chen Tiezhu. Ning Daqiang was not foolish either. He too surmised that Chen Tiezhu had intervened in their favor. Chen Tiezhu had not only cured his cancer, but had also saved him from Wan Tian, thus indirectly saving Ning Fei as well. As the saying goes, this was indeed a profound act of kindness. As time pressed on, Chen Tiezhu lingered at Ning Fei's home for a brief moment before preparing to leave. "Feiya, what troubles you?" After Chen Tiezhu departed, Ning Daqiang noticed an unusual expression on Ning Fei's face and could not help but ask. "Tiezhu has already stated he will assist us in clearing our debts. Why do you appear so discontent?" Ning Fei replied, "Although Tiezhu and I are good friends, we have not known each other for long. Why would he go to such lengths to help us?" "Foolish girl, he harbors feelings for you." Ning Daqiang chuckled. Yet, Ning Fei was no naive girl. She questioned, Father, Tiezhu is merely a lowly security guard. How could he possibly possess such wealth? Furthermore, how did he manage to persuade Wan Tian to release you? I do enjoy conversing with him, but he is significantly younger than I. It is unlikely he would have romantic feelings for me. These inquiries plunged Ning Fei into deep contemplation. Moreover, he was able to cure cancer. Upon hearing this, Ning Daqiang too calmed his thoughts, falling into reflection. Are you suggesting that Tiezhu's true identity is not merely that of a security guard, but rather a hidden master within the mundane world? Ning Daqiang speculated. Father, do you recall that person? Ning Fei seemed to recollect something, her words trailing off. Chapter 84. Prince Chen Tiezhu sent the recording from Wang Bo to Shen Tinglan. Having taken money to alleviate troubles, he believed he had done enough. As for how Shen Wanshan would handle the situation, that was entirely up to him. Initially planning to return to his dormitory, Chen Tiezhu was suddenly interrupted by a call from Pei Yilong. Pei Yilong resided in an opulent standalone villa, complete with a spacious garden, a shimmering pool, and uniquely crafted rockeries. The overall grandeur rivaled that of Shen Tinglan's residence. Chen Tiezhu arrived at this place by vehicle. As soon as he entered, he spotted Pei Yilong. Master Chen, you have finally arrived. Pei Yilong greeted him with a beaming smile and enthusiasm. Boss Pei, calling me over at such a late hour. Could it be that you have some good news? Chen Tiezhu inquired with a smile. Indeed, it is wonderful news. Pei Yilong responded. Master Chen, please come in. With that, he welcomed Chen Tiezhu into the villa. Upon entering the living room, Chen Tiezhu noticed a middle-aged man seated on the sofa. It was Chen Fuxing. Chairman Chen, Master Chen has arrived, Pei Yilong announced to the man on the sofa. I sincerely apologize, Master Chen, for not clarifying over the phone. Pei Yilong then explained to Chen Tiezhu. I informed Chairman Chen about the event of that day. I had initially intended to take you to Beicheng, but Chairman Chen insisted on coming to see you in person. No problem, Chen Tiezhu replied. Chen Fuxing rose with a smile and approached Chen Tiezhu, saying, Young man, we meet again. Hello, Chairman Chen, Chen Tiezhu greeted promptly. Please, come and have a seat, Chen Fuxing said graciously. Chen Tiezhu moved forward and sat on the sofa. Although this was Pei Yilong's residence, the presence of Chen Fuxing compelled him to remain standing, akin to a bodyguard by Chen Fuxing's side. Brother Chen, Boss Pei has informed me about the matters concerning Wenquan Antique Appraisal Company, Chen Fuxing remarked. Boss Pei is my business partner, and I am immensely grateful for your assistance to him. Since the last appraisal conference, you have saved us nearly 100 million. Chen Tiezhu responded, Boss Pei compensated me. It is only natural for me to assist. Brother Chen, on the day of the appraisal conference, I sensed your extraordinary talents, and it appears you are indeed a person of great depth. Chen Fuxing continued. Might I have the honor of calling you my friend? Chen Fuxing's proposal to befriend was significant, well understood by Pei Yilong and the bodyguard present. Such an offer was coveted by many prominent figures in both Beicheng and Nanqing. Chairman Chen, to be honest, I am merely a security guard with some modest skills, Chen Tiezhu replied. If Chairman Chen wishes to befriend me, it is truly my honor. Having had a favorable first impression of Chen Fuxing during their previous encounter at the appraisal conference, Chen Tiezhu felt it would be discourteous to refuse such an overture. Excellent. Chen Fuxing laughed heartily. Brother Tiezhu, I have heard from Boss Pei that not only are you remarkable in appraisal, but you also possess medical expertise. Is that true? Shen Wanshan had previously shared with Pei Yilong how Chen Tiezhu cured his peculiar cough and praised his medical skills, referring to him as a divine doctor. Chen Tiezhu answered candidly, I do have some knowledge in that area. Brother Tiezhu, your assistance to Boss Pei may have incurred the displeasure of Wenquan Antique Appraisal Company. However, rest assured, we are now friends. Should they dare to trouble you, do not hesitate to inform me, and I will assist you in resolving it. Yet, Wenquan Antique Appraisal Company is a national enterprise with profound connections and a complex internal structure. While I am confident I can help you deal with Su Xiao, if they continue to pursue you, it could indeed become troublesome. Brother Tiezhu, are you familiar with the Huai Prince of Beicheng? Chen Fuxing inquired. Chen Tiezhu shook his head, replying, not very well. Chen Fuxing elucidated, the Huai family of Beicheng is a lineage renowned for martial arts. The Prince of Huai is not only a master of martial arts, but it is said he has already reached the realm of the dragon and tiger. He has 2 sons, both extraordinary individuals, who, although they have practiced martial arts, have chosen to pursue official careers and now hold significant positions. His eldest son, Huai Qingsheng, is one of the prominent figures in Jiangnan province, while his younger son, Huai Beisheng, serves in the capital province. Chen Tiezhu was momentarily taken aback, unable to suppress his admiration for the Huai family's impressive stature. "Mr. Chen, what does this have to do with the Wenquan appraisal company?" Chen Tiezhu inquired, puzzled. "Brother Tiezhu, allow me to explain." Chen Fuxing smiled and continued. "The Prince of Huai is advanced in age and has been in poor health for the past 2 years, reportedly suffering from a recurring ailment. The Huai family has announced that whoever can cure the prince will be generously rewarded." Upon hearing this, Chen Tiezhu began to grasp Chen Fuxing's intentions. "Mr. Chen, are you suggesting that I leverage the opportunity to heal the prince to forge a connection with the Huai family?" Chen Tiezhu asked. Chen Fuxing nodded with a smile. "Since you possess medical skills, why not give it a try? If you are willing, I will act as your recommender." Although the Huai family claimed anyone could attempt to heal the prince, it was mandatory for those seeking to treat him to have a recommender or guarantor for safety's sake. Chen Tiezhu furrowed his brow at this revelation. At that moment, Chen Fuxing produced a bank card and handed it to Chen Tiezhu, saying, "Brother Tiezhu, this card contains 20 million as a token of gratitude for your assistance to me and Boss Pei. Moreover, I have my own ulterior motive. If you succeed in curing the prince, I wish to establish a relationship with the Huai family." Receiving the bank card, Chen Tiezhu replied, "Very well. Since you have considered my situation so thoroughly, I shall give it a try. After all, I have recently made some enemies while helping others." Chen Fuxing was right. It is indeed beneficial to find shelter under a grand tree. Chapter 85. 2 fiery beauties below. Chen Tiezhu initially planned to travel to Beicheng the following day, but Chen Fuxing insisted he leave that very night to ensure timely arrival at the Huai residence the next morning. Reluctantly, Chen Tiezhu sent a message to Ma San, informing him that he would be unable to work the next day. Soon, Ma San replied, "Brother Tiezhu, the boss's wife said for now on you can arrange your own work schedule without informing me." It was evident from this message that Ma San was not entirely pleased. He understood that Chen Tiezhu shared an unusual rapport with the boss's wife, and now Chen Tiezhu had reached a point where he could come and go as he pleased, without even notifying him, the security captain. How could Ma San not feel that Chen Tiezhu would eventually replace him in his position? It was a thought that brought him no joy. Seeing Ma San's response, Chen Tiezhu felt a sense of resignation. Recent events had been relentless, making work feel like a luxury. The more he yearned for tranquility, the more complications arose, particularly those he felt compelled to address. It appeared he would not be able to remain quietly at the Furong Design Company to seek the individual possessing the half-jade pendant. At that moment, Gao Qiqiang also sent a message to Chen Tiezhu. "Tiezhu, I'm taking a few days off to return home." Chen Tiezhu responded affirmatively, expressing his willingness to assist. Gao Qiqiang replied casually, indicating there were no issues. Subsequently, Chen Tiezhu accompanied Chen Fuxing on a night journey to Beicheng. Along the way, Chen Tiezhu observed that the bodyguard accompanying Chen Fuxing was, in fact, a master of qi refinement. Upon arriving in Beicheng, Chen Fuxing informed Chen Tiezhu, "Dear brother Tiezhu, I have arranged your hotel accommodation. Tomorrow morning, I will send someone to escort you." "All right," Chen Tiezhu replied. Thus, Chen Fuxing arranged for Chen Tiezhu to be taken to a 5-star hotel. As Chen Tiezhu entered the establishment, he realized that the place, known as the Brilliant Hotel, was a property under the Fuxing Group. Upon stepping into the hotel, a woman dressed in a knee-length form-fitting skirt approached him. Judging by her attire, she appeared to be a member of the hotel staff. "Good day, Mr. Chen. Welcome to the Brilliant Hotel. I am Lin Wantong, the hotel's general manager." The woman smiled gently, her every movement exuding a refreshing charm. The hotel uniform accentuated her exquisite figure, with a deep neckline revealing a glimpse of her fair skin. Particularly captivating was the curve of her bosom as she leaned slightly forward to greet him, almost as if it were straining against the confines of her uniform. The fitted skirt further showcased her alluring form, stirring unbidden thoughts in the mind of Chen Tiezhu. Unbeknownst to him, when Chen Fuxing personally called Lin Wantong. She had already finished her workday and was enjoying a soothing rose bath at home. Upon receiving the call, Lin Wantong quickly donned her work attire and hurried to the hotel. "Remember, he is my friend. Please treat him with utmost care," were the exact words of Chen Fuxing. As the hotel's general manager, Lin Wantong understood the weight of this instruction. With the hour being so late, it was evident to Chen Tiezhu that Lin Wantong's presence was a special arrangement made by Chen Fuxing. "Mr. Chen, we have prepared the finest suite for you. Please follow me," Lin Wantong said with a sweet smile, her demeanor as enchanting as blooming begonia flowers. Upon entering the elevator, the faint scent of rose perfume enveloped the space, emanating from Lin Wantong, creating a soothing atmosphere. Lin Wantong noticed that Chen Tiezhu was dressed quite modestly. The total cost of his attire likely did not exceed 300 yuan. Is it a trend among the wealthy to embrace simplicity? Lin Wantong mused privately. In her view, even if Chen Tiezhu appeared as a beggar, he could not be an ordinary individual. After all, a friend of the chairman of the group, who had specifically requested special care, could not possibly be someone of little significance. He must be a distinctive heir of wealth. Upon entering the luxurious top suite of the hotel, Chen Tiezhu could not help but exclaim, "This is truly opulent." The suite spanned at least over 200 square meters, furnished with all amenities, and every item was a renowned brand, epitomizing luxury. "Mr. Chen, are you hungry? Would you like me to arrange some late-night snacks for you?" Lin Wantong inquired with a smile. At that moment, Chen Tiezhu realized he was indeed hungry and replied, "Yes, please bring me some snacks." "Is there anything you would prefer to avoid?" Lin Wantong continued to ask. "No," he answered. "Mr. Chen, do you need a drink?" Lin Wantong inquired once more. "No, thank you." "Very well, I shall arrange it for you shortly." With that, Lin Wantong exited the room. Chen Tiezhu reclined on the spacious sofa, feeling an extraordinary sense of comfort. Just as he settled in, he perceived a faint sound. The hotel boasted remarkable soundproofing. Typically, even loud commotion from adjacent rooms would go unnoticed by most. However, Chen Tiezhu was different. His hearing was far more acute than that of an ordinary person. "What is that sound?" Chen Tiezhu pondered and subsequently activated his yin-yang eyes. To his astonishment, he beheld a rather provocative scene unfolding on the sofa in the suite below. Two women, clad only in lingerie, were seated together, their fair skin and alluring figures complemented by their strikingly beautiful faces. At this moment, they were locked in a tight embrace. "What is happening?" Chen Tiezhu stared in disbelief, unable to suppress the thought. Could it be that they are engaged in what is known as a same-sex romance? Before long, the two young and stunning women began to remove each other's undergarments. Gulp! This spectacle left Chen Tiezhu parched and his blood surging with heat, prompting him to shed his own clothing. While such a scene was undoubtedly unique, it was also overwhelmingly stimulating. Chen Tiezhu couldn't help but marvel at the situation. Just as he was engrossed in the view, the doorbell rang. "Come in," Chen Tiezhu instinctively called out, only to realize that he was too far from the door for his voice to be heard. Yet, the door opened, revealing Lin Wantong wheeling in a food cart. Upon seeing Chen Tiezhu reclining on the sofa, bare-chested, his sun-kissed skin accentuating a physique that was lean when clothed yet muscular when undressed, she couldn't help but admire his remarkable form. What a splendid physique! Lin Wantong silently praised. "Mr. Chen, we have prepared some local late-night delicacies for you." Lin Wantong personally placed the food on the dining table in the suite. "Please enjoy, and should you require anything further, do not hesitate to dial my exclusive number on the landline. I am at your service." "Thank you, Manager Lin," Chen Tiezhu replied. "You're too kind, Mr. Chen. It is my duty." After saying this, Lin Wantong gracefully retreated. Suddenly, she halted, placing her right hand against her forehead, swaying slightly as if about to faint. Seeing this, Chen Tiezhu rushed forward and, just as she began to fall, caught her slender waist. "Manager Lin, what is wrong?" he asked with genuine concern. Lin Wantong, appearing unwell, replied faintly, "I apologize, Mr. Chen. I suddenly felt a bit dizzy, but it's nothing. I'll just step out for a moment to rest." As he held Lin Wantong, Chen Tiezhu instinctively grasped her wrist, allowing him to gauge her physical condition. "Manager Lin, Do you often experience dizziness, insomnia, or restless dreams, leading to poor sleep quality? Do you sometimes find yourself feeling irritable? Chen Tiezhu inquired. Upon hearing this, Lin Wantong displayed a look of surprise. Mr. Chen, how did you know? She asked, puzzled. I say I am a doctor. Do you believe me? Chen Tiezhu remarked. Chapter 86. Finding a boyfriend or a husband. It was only then that Lin Wantong realized Chen Tiezhu was still holding her waist. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she hastily took a step back and bowed slightly. Say, Mr. Chen, I sincerely apologize. Chen Tiezhu waved his hand dismissively and replied, It's nothing. However, you must address your condition promptly. Otherwise, in a few years, it may affect your fertility. Upon hearing this, Lin Wantong's expression changed instantaneously. Her mind racing with thoughts. How does he know so much about my condition? At 29, Lin Wantong had been employed at the Brilliant Hotel for a full 7 years. Fresh out of university, she joined the Brilliant Group, and through her exceptional abilities and fervent dedication to her work, she ascended from an ordinary employee to the general manager of a 5-star hotel in just 7 years, which is truly commendable. Yet in the past year, she often experienced dizziness. Her memory had notably declined, and she suffered from insomnia. Plagued by restless dreams, her temper had become increasingly volatile. Consequently, she had consulted numerous doctors, yet none could provide clarity. Mr. Chen, I fear my ailment may be beyond cure, Lin Wantong said helplessly. Chen Tiezhu smiled slightly and replied, Manager Lin, this is not an ailment in the conventional sense. The enigmatic Chen Tiezhu piqued Lin Wantong's curiosity even further. How could he possess such profound knowledge of her condition? Could he truly be a doctor? Perhaps recovery could be achieved without medication. Chen Tiezhu continued, In fact, you may not require any medication at all. Upon hearing this, Lin Wantong's intrigue deepened, prompting her to inquire, Mr. Chen, are you truly a doctor? Whether I am a doctor is debatable. I could say yes or no. Chen Tiezhu responded ambiguously, leaving Lin Wantong more bewildered than ever. I shall ask you this. Do you wish to resolve these physical issues? Chen Tiezhu asked earnestly. Lin Wantong nodded eagerly and replied, Mr. Chen, I certainly wish to recover. With that, Chen Tiezhu approached the desk, picked up a pen, and wrote something on a piece of paper. This is the solution. You may go and seek it, he instructed. Very well. Thank you, Mr. Chen, Lin Wantong replied, taking the note as she exited. Indeed, some women possess unique constitutions. As they age, prolonged abstinence can lead to various physical issues. After Lin Wantong departed, Chen Tiezhu murmured to himself. Once outside the room, Lin Wantong eagerly opened the note written by Chen Tiezhu, which read, Find a boyfriend or a husband, and your physical condition will improve. Upon reading the note, Lin Wantong's face flushed crimson, clearly grasping its implications. Hailing from a rural background and a modest upbringing, she understood from a young age that only through education could she alter her fate. Thus, she dedicated herself fervently to her studies, regarding romance as a distant dream. Upon entering university, the freedom of love became a reality, and with her striking beauty, many suitors pursued her. However, she rejected them without a second thought. After graduating, she devoted herself entirely to her work at the illustrious hotel, leaving no time to consider romance. It was only last year, upon her promotion to general manager, that she began to recognize, encouraged by friends, the necessity of pursuing a love life and establishing a family. She finally realized that she, too, was a woman yearning for affection, desiring a man who would care for, cherish, and accompany her. However, more than a year had passed, and despite her friends introducing her to numerous gentlemen, she had yet to encounter someone who stirred her heart. Was there truth in his words? The unresolved matters that led her to the hospital made Lin Wantong harbor a glimmer of trust in Chen Tiezhu's assertions. Yet, even if it were true, what was she to do? A sense of conflict brewed within her. Her mother's failed marriage had taught her that, in addition to having financial independence, one must marry for love. With no suitable partner in sight, how could she act rashly? At 7 the next morning, Chen Tiezhu rose early. In truth, he had not slept that night, but had instead engaged in meditation and cultivation. Good morning, Mr. Chen, Lin Wantong greeted him. Throughout the night, she had remained at the hotel, sacrificing her rest to personally attend to Chen Tiezhu's needs. Did you not sleep? Chen Tiezhu inquired, concern evident in his voice. Mr. Chen instructed that the highest quality service must be provided to you, Lin Wantong replied, her fatigue overshadowed by a sweet smile. You should return to rest. It is not good for your health. I do not require you to stay by my side, Chen Tiezhu said, his tone tinged with firmness. Lin Wantong quickly responded, Thank you for your concern, Mr. Chen. This is my duty, and I am accustomed to it. Truly, it is no trouble. It was rare for someone of Chen Tiezhu's stature to receive personal service from her, the general manager. Such an occurrence, though infrequent, was not insurmountable for the dedicated Lin Wantong. Having chosen this profession, she was committed to maintaining her best performance. Do as you wish, Chen Tiezhu said with a hint of resignation, pondering if he was overstepping. After breakfast, Chen Fuxing finally arrived. Beicheng, Huai Mansion. This area is located in the city's old town, where every inch is invaluable. On the way, Chen Fuxing elaborated on various matters concerning the Huai family, granting Chen Tiezhu a deeper understanding of them. As soon as they stepped out of the car, Chen Tiezhu spotted Zhou Qingpi, who had also hastened from the southern city. Following Zhou Qingpi, besides his bodyguards, was an elderly gentleman. Brother Chen, this is Zhou Qingpi from your southern city, like myself. Eager to bring someone to treat Lord Huai's ailments, Chen Fuxing introduced. Zhou Qingpi? Is he truly Zhou Qingpi? Chen Tiezhu assessed the figure before him, noting Zhou Qingpi's gaunt frame and the fierce demeanor etched on his face. Zhou Qingpi glanced towards Chen Tiezhu, seemingly recognizing him, though Chen Tiezhu had never encountered him before. Zhou Qingpi approached Chen Fuxing, saying, Director Chen, it has been a while. You remain as impressive as ever. Zhou Qingpi, we do not seem to be acquainted, do we? Chen Fuxing replied, his commanding presence unmistakable. Zhou Qingpi smiled and remarked, If my people can indeed cure His Highness the Huai Prince today, we shall undoubtedly become quite familiar with one another. Wouldn't you agree, Chen Tiezhu? Unmistakably, Zhou Qingpi recognized Chen Tiezhu. It turned out that after Wang Bo returned, feeling unwell, he sought the expertise of Yun Qianjia, only to discover he had been deceived and subsequently informed Zhou Qingpi of the matter concerning Wan Tian and Chen Tiezhu. Sensing that Zhou Qingpi recognized him, Chen Tiezhu could not help but frown. Rest assured, Wan Tian and his sister are temporarily unharmed. I merely fractured Wan Tian's leg. As for you, we shall settle our accounts when we return to Nanchang, Zhou Qingpi coldly stated. Chen Fuxing retorted icily, Zhou Qingpi, should you dare speak to Brother Chen in such a manner again, do you believe I will let you return to Nanchang? Zhou Qingpi replied with a forced smile. I meant merely to greet him, and then proceeded into the Huai residence with his entourage. Brother Chen, do you know Zhou Qingpi? Chen Fuxing turned to ask Chen Tiezhu. I do not know him, but we have some past grievances, Chen Tiezhu responded. Brother Chen, should you require anything, do not hesitate to ask. I, Chen Fuxing, can still be of assistance. Zhou Qingpi and his brother Zhou Longwang indeed thrived in both the legitimate and underground circles of Nanchang. Yet I also possess some connections in Nanchang, Chen Fuxing stated. Thank you, Director Chen, Chen Tiezhu replied, aware that Wan Tian indeed had a sister. Chapter 87, Qian Chuangdan, Big Brother. That Chen Tiezhu actually refers to Chen Fuxing as a brother. This situation is likely quite troublesome. One of Zhou Qingpi's subordinates expressed with concern. Zhou Qingpi's face revealed a chilling smile as he said fiercely, In Beicheng, I indeed cannot touch Chen Tiezhu. But once we return to Nanchang, I have my ways to deal with him. No matter how far Chen Fuxing's reach extends, can it truly reach Nanchang? At that moment, Chen Tiezhu and Chen Fuxing had just stepped into the Huai residence. Tiezhu, a voice as melodious as wind chimes rang out ahead. Chen Tiezhu looked up to see Murong Shui. Beside her stood an elderly man, none other than Murong Tai. Grandfather, Tiezhu has also arrived. Murong Shui exclaimed excitedly. The previously troubled Murong Tai's expression instantly brightened upon seeing Chen Tiezhu. I have met with Elder Murong. Chen Tiezhu respectfully greeted Murong Tai. You are too courteous. Young friend Chen, Murong Tai responded with a smile. Tiezhu, how is it that you have come here? Murong Shui quickly inquired. Chen Tiezhu replied, Director Chen introduced me. Elder Murong, it has been a long time, Chen Fuxing hastily added. Ha! Director Chen is ever so busy. It has indeed been half a year since we last parted. Murongte Rishlichteth. Chen Tiezhu felt somewhat surprised, not expecting Murong Tai to know Chen Fuxing. However, after a moment of contemplation, he deemed it unsurprising. Murong Tai, being a luminary in the field of traditional Chinese medicine in Nancheng, and Chen Fuxing, a commercial magnate in Beicheng, naturally had some intersection. Elder Murong, regarding the health of His Highness, the Huai Prince. Chen Fuxing began, but then hesitated. Murong Tai immediately took over, shaking his head helplessly and saying, As for His Highness's condition, I truly find myself powerless. Even you, esteemed elder, find yourself at a loss. It appears this ailment is indeed formidable, Chen Fuxing remarked. Director Chen, I never imagined you would extend an invitation to Chen Xiaoyu. It seems your influence is substantial, Murong Tai said with a smile, implying that he too had previously sought Chen Tiezhu's presence. Upon witnessing this, Murong Shui playfully tapped her forehead, her face adorned with an expression of remorse. Grandfather, I actually forgot to inform Tiezhu, Murong Shui confessed. I feared you would scold me, so I said that Tiezhu had declined. Feigning onger, Murontoi ultimatul tiaklet. You little rascal. Senior Murong, are you planning to take your leave? Chen Tiezhu inquired. Murong Shui promptly interjected. My grandfather was specifically invited by the Huai family to attend to the Huai Wangya's illness, and since even he cannot provide a remedy, we can only return. Xiaoxue. Since Chen Xiaoyu has arrived, perhaps we should not be hasty in departing, Murong Tai suggested. I wish to witness Chen Xiaoyu's remarkable needle technique once more. Curiously, Chen Fuxing asked, could it be that Senior Murong has witnessed Brother Tiezhu's medical skills firsthand? Indeed, on one occasion, I was fortunate enough to observe them, and the memory remains vivid to this day, Murong Tai replied. Very well, let us proceed inside. With even Murong Tai extolling Chen Tiezhu's medical prowess. Chen Fuxing felt a glimmer of hope that perhaps the Huai Wangya's affliction could be cured. Thus, the group made their way into the estate. The grandeur of the Huai residence was reminiscent of a true royal palace as depicted in ancient dramas. They traversed several courtyards before arriving at the door of the Huai Wangya sick room. At that moment, Zhou Qingpi and his companions were also present. Please come in. An energetic elder emerged from the room. A master of qi cultivation, Chen Tiezhu discerned immediately that this elder was a martial artist from the realm, having attained the qi cultivation stage. Director Chen, who is he? Chen Tiezhu quietly inquired. This man is one of the guards beside the Huai Wangya, revered as Elder Ming, who has served the Huai Wangya for many years, Chen Fuxing elucidated. That explains it. The Huai family is indeed a lineage of martial arts. So it is not surprising that the Huai Wangya has a qi cultivation guard, Chen Tiezhu mused. Elder Ming, Physician Shui, is someone I have invited from the southwest. His medical expertise is unparalleled, and he surely possesses a method to cure the Huai Wangya's affliction. Zhou Qingpi hastily informed Elder Ming. You are Zhou Qingpi? Elder Ming inquired coldly. Zhou Qingpi quickly nodded, offering a forced smile. That is I. I spoke with Steward Wang yesterday. You have 1 minute. If there is no conclusion, please take your leave, Elder Ming stated. Understood. Zhou Qingpi responded and then turned to Physician Shui. Physician Shui, the matter rests with you. Upon hearing this, Physician Shui stepped forward. Following customary procedure, he first checked the Huai Wangya's pulse and then carefully examined his complexion. Soon after, he furrowed his brow and asked, Has the Huai Wangya sustained serious injuries in the past? Elder Ming nodded, indeed. The Huai Wangya was gravely injured in his youth, and due to inadequate healing, it has left lingering issues. I possess a Qianquang medicinal pill, crafted from over 100 rare herbs, painstakingly refined over 7 days and nights. It can heal all concealed injuries, Physician Shui declared. Upon hearing this, Ming Lao slightly raised his eyebrows and inquired, Is this indeed the invaluable Qianquang medicinal pill? Clearly, the reputation of this pill was quite illustrious. The art of alchemy has a long-standing history in the Dragon Kingdom, with the most renowned instance being Emperor Qin's quest for immortality, during which he dispatched individuals across the land in search of alchemical secrets. Although the tradition of alchemy has been passed down through generations, it necessitates a tranquil mind and dedicated study. Even those with some innate talent find it challenging to grasp the fundamentals without a decade or more of commitment. In this age of impatience, few are willing to devote themselves to the study of alchemy, resulting in a scarcity of those who truly comprehend its essence. The Chen Tiezhu medicinal pill, however, is crafted using ancient alchemical techniques. As physician Xue presented this pill, Chen Tiezhu could not help but furrow his brow. He detected an unusual aroma emanating from it. The condition of Prince Huai was indeed a consequence of past injuries that had not healed properly, leading to a latent threat that had now manifested in a grave situation. Murong Tai remarked, "I truly did not expect that Xue Banzhou could produce such a treasure as the Qian Chuangdan." It was known that Xue Banzhou hailed from the southwestern region and was reputedly a disciple of the renowned Yaowang Valley's master Yao Banshan. His possession of the Qian Chuangdan seemed plausible. Chen Fuxing concurred with a nod. Chapter 88. The Night Pearl. While the Qian Chuang medicinal pill is indeed effective for many concealed injuries, Chen Tiezhu slowly articulated, this pill would not only be ineffective for Prince Huai's condition, but could indeed exacerbate it. Previously, Chen Tiezhu had meticulously examined the prince's physical state with his yin-yang eye. He had discovered that the prince's internal organs were being eroded by a peculiar toxin. This toxin was far from ordinary. Any activation of the prince's internal energy would result in severe damage to his vital organs. Without Chen Tiezhu's penetrating yin-yang eye, the underlying issue would have remained undetected. Upon hearing this, Zhou Qingpi immediately scoffed, "Chen Tiezhu, do you even know the origins of the Qian Chuang medicinal pill? Do you truly understand what a genuine medicinal pill is? Are you aware of who Physician Xue is? He is a disciple of the renowned master Yao Banshan from the Yaowang Valley." Xue Banzhou added, "Young man, since you assert that the Qian Chuang medicinal pill is ineffective for Prince Huai and could worsen his condition, do enlighten us as to why that is." Maintaining his composure, Chen Tiezhu replied, "Because Prince Huai's ailment is not a mere internal injury, but rather poisoning." At that moment, a long-haired youth stepped forward. "You truly understand that my grandfather is poisoned." "Impressive," he remarked. "Young Master Huai Jin." Ming Lao greeted the long-haired youth with respect. It turned out that he was one of Prince Huai's grandsons. "Poisoned?" Xue Banshou's face was filled with confusion as he stated, "I have checked Prince Huai's pulse and detected no signs of poisoning." Similarly, Murong Tai also frowned, as he too had not observed any indications of poisoning during his prior examination of the prince. "My name is Huai Jin. May I inquire your name, esteemed physician?" Huai Jin performed a gesture of respect towards Chen Tiezhu. "I am Chen Tiezhu," he responded candidly. "Ming Lao, I request that Physician Chen remains for the diagnosis today. The others may take their leave." Huai Jin addressed Ming Lao. "Understood," Ming Lao replied. Elder Ming, having received his orders, turned to Zhou Qingpi and the others, instructing, "Please leave, you are merely bystanders." Upon hearing this, Zhou Qingpi realized that his opportunity had vanished. After all, they were in the Huai residence, and he dared not act recklessly. With a cold exhale, he uttered a single word, "Leave." Thus, he departed with his entourage. Huai Jin then addressed Chen Tiezhu, saying, "In recent days, many have come to treat my grandfather, some even voluntarily, yet none have been able to not only cure him, but also clarify the cause of his ailment. It astounds me that you, Master Chen, have deduced that my grandfather is poisoned without even taking his pulse. Do you possess a remedy to heal him?" Chen Tiezhu nodded slightly, analyzing, "The Huai family is a lineage of martial arts, and the Huai prince is a master in his own right. Such internal injuries should not have brought him to this state. Moreover, he possesses true qi to protect him, rendering most toxins incapable of inflicting such severe harm. I must inquire, who is it that engaged in combat with the Huai prince years ago?" Huai Jin, taken aback, responded, "You know of this? 15 years ago, my grandfather faced off against the king of Jiangbei, and following that battle, his health began to deteriorate. At that time, we had no inkling he was poisoned. As his condition worsened, He eventually revealed to us that whenever he circulated his qi, he would suffer excruciating pain in his organs. Upon hearing this, Chen Tiezhu's mind was already formulating a plan. He stated, "Give me 10 minutes. I can resolve the Huai Prince's predicament." "Very well. I appreciate your assistance, Master Chen," Huai Jin replied. With that, Chen Tiezhu produced a 9 turns heavenly needle and gently lifted the Huai Prince's garments, commencing his treatment. His technique was exquisite, with each needle precisely placed, leaving the onlookers in awe. Is this not the fabled 9 turns Xian Huang Moxibustion, capable of resurrecting the deceased? Elder Ming exclaimed in astonishment. Beside him, Murong Tai immediately affirmed, "Indeed, I had the fortune of witnessing it once before, and even now, I can scarcely believe my eyes as I behold Master Chen's skill once more. It is a life fulfilled." The poison that afflicted the Huai Prince resided within his true qi. The first step in Chen Tiezhu's treatment was to extract the toxin. The second, to restore the damaged organs. 10 minutes passed in the blink of an eye as Chen Tiezhu slowly withdrew the silver needles. The previously comatose Huai Prince finally opened his eyes. "Grandfather, you have awakened at last," Huai Jin exclaimed, rushing forward in excitement. "Little Jin, why do I feel as though I have not perished?" The Huai Prince murmured weakly. Thus, Huai Jin recounted the treatment process that Chen Tiezhu had just performed. Upon hearing this, the Huai Prince's expression shifted, and he marveled. This 9 turns Xian Huang Moxibustion is truly a masterful medical art. "I'm deeply grateful to you, Master Chen, for saving my life," Chen Tiezhu humbly replied. "The practice of medicine is inherently to heal and save lives. Your gratitude is unwarranted, Huai Prince." "Excellent. Master Chen not only possesses unparalleled medical skills akin to those of a reincarnated divine healer, but also upholds the highest moral standards," the Huai Prince praised. "Your presence is an honor, Huai Prince." Both Murong Tai and Chen Fuxing stepped forward to pay their respects. As the head of a martial arts family, the Huai Prince wielded wealth, power, and status, commanding great respect throughout North City and even the Jiangnan province. Furthermore, his esteemed reputation added to the reverence he garnered. "Brother Murong," the Prince of Huai remarked, "let us dispense with such formality, for we are friends." Murong Tai offered a faint smile in response. "Your Highness, you jest. One must not forsake the necessary etiquette." Although Murong Tai held the esteemed position of president of the Southern City Medical Association and was well regarded in the region, he was acutely aware of the disparity between his status and that of the Prince of Huai. Friends they may be, yet they were merely acquaintances in the grand scheme of things. In the prince's residence, decorum must prevail. "Prince Huai, I am Chen Fuxing. Do you remember me?" Chen Fuxing inquired with utmost respect. "Chen Fuxing? Surely, you are well known in Northern City," the prince replied. "Your Highness, you flatter me. I am but a simple man." Chen Fuxing quickly responded. "Your health is of paramount importance, so I shall prescribe some medicine. Please have someone prepared according to my instructions, taking 1 dose each day." With that, Chen Tiezhu took up his brush and penned a prescription. "Grandfather, allow me to handle this matter," Huai Jin said, taking the prescription and departing. "Dr. Chen, it is truly astonishing that you possess such remarkable medical skills at your age," the prince praised Chen Tiezhu. With a knowing glance at Ming Lao, the prince signaled him to step outside, returning shortly thereafter. "Dr. Chen, you have saved my life, and for that, you are a benefactor to the Huai family. Please accept this modest token of my appreciation today. Should you ever require assistance, do not hesitate to reach out," the prince declared. Ming Lao presented a box to Chen Tiezhu, who opened it to reveal a luminous pearl. "The Night Pearl," Chen Fuxing exclaimed, recognizing the immense value of the Night Pearl. Chen Tiezhu initially contemplated declining the gift. However, reflecting upon the prince's eminent status, he opted instead to express his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Your Highness. Please, do take good care of yourself. Once you have fully recuperated, I shall pay you a visit," Chen Tiezhu said. "I had hoped to invite you for a meal, but perhaps we shall save that for another time." Ming Lao, see Dr. Chen and his companions out, the prince instructed. "Certainly," Ming Lao replied. As they exited the Huai residence, Murong Tai smiled at Chen Tiezhu, remarking, "From this day forth, I shall refer to you as Dr. Chen." Murong Shui chimed in, "Dr. Chen, Will you accompany us back to Southern City? Elder Morong, Chen Fuxing responded, Brother Tiezhu is my guest from Northern City, and I have yet to properly host him. Allow me to extend my hospitality before I escort him home. Very well. We shall take our leave then, Morong Tai agreed. In the carriage, Morong Tai advised Morong Shui, you ought to cultivate a closer relationship with Dr. Chen. Why is that? Morong Shui asked, her face a portrait of confusion. Oh, dear child, consider it, Morong Tai laughed. He wields the legendary 9-turn Xian Huang Moxibustion and possesses the 9-turn Tianmang needle. He is no ordinary individual. Moreover, he has just saved the life of the Prince of Huai. His future is limitless. Chen Fuxing turned to Chen Tiezhu, saying, Brother Tiezhu, today marks a momentous occasion for you. Indeed, for me, Chen Fuxing, it is equally a day of great significance. At least this time, Prince Huai and the Huai family have not only remembered you, but also acknowledged that I, Chen Fuxing, am the brother of the esteemed physician Chen. A smile radiated from Chen Fuxing's face. Mr. Chen, as the chairman of the Fuxing Group with a net worth of billions, why do you feel the need to foster a relationship with the Huai family? Have you encountered some difficulties? Inquired Chen Tiezhu with curiosity. Chen Fuxing was momentarily taken aback, then laughed heartily, responding, Indeed, Brother Tiezhu, your insight is commendable. You should understand that there are always greater heights and more formidable individuals beyond our immediate perception. This world is not as straightforward as it seems. Although I, Chen Fuxing, possess wealth, it is merely that wealth. The true power lies with you, practitioners of martial arts. Though my career has flourished over the years, I have made my share of enemies. Most do not intimidate me, but one, the commoner Eagle King Mo Jinglei, is a martial arts master and nearly unmatched in the Qi training realm. My intention to cultivate a friendship with the Huai family is to instill a sense of caution in Mo Jinglei. Chapter 89. The Three Great Masters Northern City. A place steeped in a millennium of history and culture, has long been a destination of yearning for Chen Tiezhu during his tenure as a security guard in the Southern City. Initially, Chen Fuxing intended to escort him to some so-called upscale venues for entertainment. Yet Chen Tiezhu's heart was drawn to the ancient relics of Northern City. Eager to immerse himself in the historical charm of the city, after a delightful day of exploration, night fell. Consequently, Chen Fuxing warmly invited Chen Tiezhu to his residence for dinner, alongside introducing a friend to him. Chen Fuxing's abode was no ordinary villa, but rather a mansion exuding ancient architectural elegance. While it may not rival the grandeur of the Huai family estate, it remained an unattainable dream for ordinary folk, a place to be gazed upon in admiration. After all, with the Fuxing Group valued at hundreds of billions, it was only fitting for Chen Fuxing to reside in such a location. Brother Tiezhu, this is my wife, Lu Ruyan, Chen Fuxing introduced with a smile. My dear, this is the iron pillar I mentioned to you. He is a true physician, having healed Prince Huai's injury. Lu Ruyan, clad in a split cheongsam with her hair elegantly styled, showcased a graceful figure that accentuated her allure. Although Chen Fuxing was over 40, his wife appeared to be in her 20s. Chen Tiezhu understood that this was not merely a matter of good maintenance, based on her bone age. She indeed was in her 20s. It is not uncommon for affluent men to favor marrying young and beautiful wives. What Chen Tiezhu did not know was that Lu Ruyan hailed from a prestigious family in Kyoto province, equally well off. The reasons behind her marrying Chen Fuxing, who was nearly 20 years her senior, would be revealed in due course. At that moment, a bald man entered, accompanied by several keen-eyed youths. The bald man had prominent temples and an evident flow of energy within him, clearly a practitioner of Qi. Brother Jiang, you have finally arrived. Chen Fuxing exclaimed as he hurried to greet him. My sister-in-law called, and I came right away, the bald man replied. Come, allow me to introduce this esteemed individual. Brother Tiezhu, the miraculous physician renowned for curing Prince Huai. Chen Fuxing remarked, Brother Tiezhu, this is my dear comrade, Jiang Modeo, the proprietor of Mo Rin Security Company, who is also a practitioner of martial arts. Greetings, Brother Tiezhu, Jiang Modeo said, clasping his fists in respect. As you are a brother to Fuxing, you are naturally also my brother. Brother Chen Tiezhu returned the gesture with a respectful clasp of his fists. Soon after, everyone took their seats, engaging in lively conversation while enjoying their meal and drinks. During their discourse, Chen Tiezhu discerned that Jiang Modeo was even more magnanimous than Chen Fuxing. Brother Tiezhu, Fuxing mentioned that you're also a martial artist. May I inquire as to your current level of qi cultivation? Jiang Modeo asked with curiosity. Chen Tiezhu replied, perhaps around the 5th or 6th rank. He did not intend to disclose the full extent of his true capabilities, as it is wise to always hold something back. What? Exclaimed Jiang Modeo, astonishment evident in his eyes. He then mentioned that he himself was merely at the 3rd rank of qi cultivation. Yet he successfully managed a security company of considerable size. This achievement was not solely due to his martial prowess. It also stemmed from his business acumen. After all, possessing martial skills alone, without wisdom and strategy, would not suffice in this line of work. Subsequently, Chen Fuxing noted that his bodyguard had been personally arranged by Jiang Modeo, possessing a 1st rank in qi cultivation. Such strength typically sufficed to handle most situations, provided one did not encounter a true master of qi. Regrettably, he lamented, I am still unable to assist Fuxing, for the commoner Eagle King, Mo Jinglei, is at least a 7th rank in qi cultivation. With that, Jiang Modeo downed a glass of Maodai. Brother Jiang, aside from Mo Jinglei, who else in Beijing possesses remarkable strength? Chen Fuxing inquired. As a city steeped in a millennium of history, Beijing naturally boasted a plethora of martial experts, Jiang Modeo explained. If we're to speak of true masters, Mo Jinglei can scarcely be considered more than a practitioner of qi. In Beicheng, one must at least attain the Dragon Tiger realm to be deemed a master. For instance, Prince Huai himself is a formidable expert in the Dragon Tiger realm. Chen Tiezhu then asked, in terms of martial prowess, is the Huai residence the most formidable in Beijing? Jiang Modeo shook his head, stating, if we are to consider martial capabilities alone, there is another who surpasses Prince Huai. This individual is the legendary master Chen Xiangang. In a past encounter with Prince Huai, although the outcome was inconclusive, left the prince somewhat at a disadvantage. In addition to Chen Xiangang, Beijing was home to another Dragon Tiger realm expert, the renowned Iron Fist, Shen Qingya, who was famed for his iron fist capable of shattering boulders with a single blow. However, with Brother Tiezhu having saved Prince Huai's life, he has become a benefactor to the Huai residents. Should Mo Jinglei learn of the camaraderie between Fuxing and Brother Tiezhu, he would undoubtedly exercise caution and refrain from rash actions. After this exchange, the group continued their revelry over drinks and food. As the night deepened, they found themselves unwittingly well into the late hours. Chen Fuxing had intended to invite Chen Tiezhu to stay overnight at the residence. Yet ultimately, Chen Tiezhu opted to return to his hotel. The primary reason was the overwhelming warmth of Chen Fuxing's wife, Lu Rian, whose attentiveness made Chen Tiezhu feel rather uncomfortable. Since Chen Tiezhu insisted on returning to the hotel, Chen Fuxing did not press the matter and arranged for someone to escort him back. Chen Tiezhu returned to the glorious hotel, where Lin Wantong had long been waiting at the entrance, clearly informed in advance by Chen Fuxing. Good evening, Mr. Chen. Lin Wantong greeted him with a smile as refreshing as a spring breeze. What happened to your face? Chen Tiezhu noticed immediately that, despite her attempts to conceal it with makeup, Lin Wantong's face bore the marks of a recent altercation. Hi, Mr. Chen, it's nothing, Lin Wantong responded, her demeanor slightly flustered, though she quickly regained her composure. As long as it's nothing serious, Chen Tiezhu replied, respecting her desire not to elaborate further. Once they returned to the hotel suite, Chen Tiezhu said, you should go rest now. I have no further need for assistance. All right, Lin Wantong acknowledged and stepped out. That night, she would remain at the hotel instead of returning home. To better serve Chen Tiezhu, she had deliberately chosen to stay in a temporary office not far from his suite. This office, typically used by housekeeping staff for breaks, was now her post, as Chen Fuxing had expressly instructed her to be available at a moment's notice. After a refreshing shower, Chen Tiezhu felt considerably more at ease. However, he soon detected unusual sounds. Activating his yin-yang pupils, he peered into the adjacent suite, where a young couple was lost in their own world. Yet something fell off. Realizing the sounds he heard did not originate from them, he continued to utilize his vision to discover a small room next door, where to his shock, Lin Wanong was being throttled by a man. Lin Wanong, I pursued you for 3 months, yet you remain indifferent. The man, seemingly handsome, yet exuding a lecherous grin, threatened. If you do not comply tonight, you will regret it. The situation was evidently dire. With a sudden, jarring sound, Lin Wantong's clothing was torn, exposing her fair skin to the air, her undergarments barely concealed, her alluring curves unmistakable. The man's eyes glinted with avarice, akin to a ravenous wolf spotting its prey. Lin Wantong struggled desperately, attempting to resist. Move again, and I assure you, I know where your sister studies. If you defy me today, I will ensure she cannot complete her university education. He menaced, his threat chillingly credible. Overwhelmed by fear and despair, tears brimmed in her eyes. Despite her hard work and talent that had earned her the position of general manager at this 5-star hotel, she found herself ensnared by the whims of a privileged scion. Suddenly, the door was forcefully kicked open by Chen Tiezhu. Before the man could react, Chen Tiezhu's hand struck down like lightning upon his crown. The man fell, frothing at the mouth, collapsing to the ground. Mr. Chen, upon seeing Chen Tiezhu, the disheveled Lin Wantong felt as though she had glimpsed a ray of hope amidst the abyss of darkness. Chen Tiezhu swiftly removed his clothing, gently draping it over Lin Wantong, whose skin was exposed in vast swathes of pale white. If she was unwilling, why did she not resist? Chen Tiezhu inquired softly. Lin Wantong, her voice tinged with sorrow, replied, Mr. Chen, he is a person I cannot provoke. Chen Tiezhu reassured her, do not worry from this day forth. He shall no longer torment you. As Lin Wantong gazed at the man on the ground, frothing at the mouth, she asked anxiously, he won't die, will he? No, but his intellect for the remainder of his life will be akin to that of a 3-year-old child. Mr. Chen, weren't you asleep? How did you come here? Lin Wantong suddenly remembered to ask. I couldn't sleep, so I went for a stroll and heard some commotion inside. Chen Tiezhu replied after a moment of contemplation. Just then, the man on the floor stirred and awoke. The suddenness of the scene startled Lin Wantong. Where's this? How did I end up here? The man appeared dazed, speaking in a bewildered manner. You should head back. Your parents are waiting for you at home, Chen Tiezhu suggested. Thank you, uncle, the man exclaimed, and then, like a child, he bounded out of the room. Lin Wantong stood in astonishment, her disbelief evident as she asked, how could he have turned into this? I am a doctor. I merely rendered him senseless with a deft touch. Do not worry. No one will suspect me. Chen Tiezhu fabricated an explanation. Mr. Chen, are you truly a doctor? Lin Wantong began to genuinely believe him. To be able to knock someone senseless with such ease and with no external injuries. His medical skills were indeed remarkable. Lin Wantong realized that this friend of Chairman Chen was likely far more extraordinary than she had imagined. Well, I must take my leave now, Chen Tiezhu stated before turning to depart. Mr. Chen, I'm truly grateful for your help just now. Lin Wantong quickly rose and offered a slight bow to express her appreciation. However, in doing so, the garment Chen Tiezhu had draped over her slipped away, revealing her fair skin and alluring curves once more. Chen Tiezhu glanced back and remarked, I'm leaving now. He then walked away directly. Lin Wantong felt a lingering fear. Had Chen Tiezhu not appeared in the nick of time, she might have been forced to submit to that beast. Had he truly become a fool? Lin Wantong still found it hard to believe the events that had transpired. Chen Tiezhu's methods seemed casual, yet were remarkably effective, both reasonable and astonishing. As he was a friend of Chairman Chen, could it be that he was indeed a doctor of exceptional skill? If only Wanqing's foot could be examined by him, perhaps there might be a solution. Returning to his room, Chen Tiezhu felt no inclination for sleep. Since he could not rest, he continued to meditate and practice. For cultivation demanded unwavering focus. The practice of the yin-yang harmony technique required utmost concentration. At this moment, only one of the 7 dragon stars within Chen Tiezhu's body glimmered. What must he do to illuminate the second one? As he pondered, he circulated the yin-yang harmony technique. Suddenly, it felt as if a tempest surged within his dantian, the qi flowing through his meridians like a raging river. The night slipped away in an instant. Early in the morning, Chen Fuxing made a phone call, hoping to invite Chen Tiezhu to a certain place. However, Chen Tiezhu politely declined, stating that he had urgent matters to attend to in Nanjing. Brother Tiezhu, allow me to arrange for someone to take you back, Chen Fuxing offered. No need, Chairman Chen, I can take the high-speed train back myself, Chen Tiezhu replied. Having packed lightly, he was naturally unencumbered on his return journey. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by Lin Wantong, standing at the entrance. Good morning, Mr. Chen. She smiled warmly. Good morning. I am leaving today. Please arrange for someone to tidy up the room, Chen Tiezhu instructed. Mr. Chen, may I ask for a favor? Lin Wantong inquired, her tone laden with polite entreaty. What is it? Chen Tiezhu responded. Could you come with me for a moment? Lin Wantong requested. Let's go, Chen Tiezhu said, curious about her intentions. The two arrived at Lin Wantong's office, where they found a beautiful young woman resembling Lin Wantong seated in a wheelchair. With a similarly delicate oval face and features seemingly sculpted with care, she exuded a vibrant, youthful energy, appearing exceptionally young. Mr. Chen, this is my sister, Lin Wanqing. Lin Wantong promptly introduced. Hello, Mr. Chen. I heard about yesterday's incident from my sister. You truly are a commendable person, Lin Wanqing smiled, radiating a sweet and youthful charm. Manager Lin, if there is something you wish to discuss, please be direct. What was the purpose of bringing me here? Chen Tiezhu inquired. Lin Wantong's expression turned serious as she slowly explained, Mr. Chen, my sister lost sensation in her left foot due to an accident years ago. I have spent a considerable sum and visited several major hospitals, yet no one has been able to treat her. The doctors say the nerves in her foot are irreparably damaged, and there is a significant chance the other leg may suffer the same fate. I am truly unwilling to accept this. My sister is only 19 and just starting university. Mr. Chen, if you truly are a doctor, your skills must be remarkable. So I earnestly request that you examine her. With that, Lin Wantong bowed deeply to Chen Tiezhu, her sincerity evident. Manager Lin, there is no need for such formality. Chen Tiezhu quickly replied. Witnessing the plight of such a beautiful young woman confined to a wheelchair, akin to a fallen angel, was indeed heart-wrenching. Chen Tiezhu activated his yin-yang pupils and, upon close inspection, discovered that Lin Wanqing's foot itself was not the issue. Rather, it was the brain's nerves controlling her left leg that had malfunctioned. I can heal your sister's foot, Chen Tiezhu stated. However, my fees are quite substantial. Upon hearing this, Lin Wantong's eyes sparkled with hope as she exclaimed, Mr. Chen, I am willing to pay any amount if you can restore her health. 100 million, Chen Tiezhu declared. What? Both Lin Wantong and Lin Wanqing were momentarily taken aback by the figure. Mr. Chen, I do not possess 100 million, but I am willing to dedicate my entire life to repay you, Lin Wantong resolutely declared after a moment's hesitation. Sister, I don't want that. I'd rather remain in a wheelchair for the rest of my life. Lin Wanqing interjected hastily. Is your life worth 100 million? Chen Tiezhu inquired. Lin Wantong bit her lips slightly, acknowledging the truth in his words. As the general manager of the Huiguang Group, her annual salary was 800,000, and with bonuses and various sources of income, she earned at most 1 million a year. 100 million meant she would have to toil without sustenance for a century to repay that debt. Suddenly, Lin Wantong knelt down with a thud, exclaiming, Mr. Chen, if you can cure my sister's foot, I am willing to offer myself to you. Chen Tiezhu was momentarily taken aback. Then a faint smile crept across his lips. The reason he posed such a condition was to test Lin Wantong's sincerity and resolve. It became evident that she was indeed a woman willing to sacrifice everything for her sister. Chapter 91. The dragon and tiger claw Lin Wantong and her sister Lin Wanqing hailed from a rural background. When they were 10 years old, their family faced a crisis. Their father, a compulsive gambler, often resorted to violence against their mother, ultimately leading to their parents' divorce. After the divorce, their father, holding a preference for sons, abandoned them. Their mother, left with no choice, brought the sisters to the city, where they squeezed into a dilapidated house. To support Lin Wantong and Lin Wanqing's education, their mother worked 3 jobs, enduring hardship to sustain the family. Eventually, Lin Wantong graduated from university and found a job, filled with joy at the prospect of earning money and relieving her mother of her burdens. However, fate seemed to enjoy playing cruel tricks. Misfortune struck when their mother suffered a brain hemorrhage at work and tragically passed away. Merely 2 years later, Sister Lin Wanqing was involved in a car accident. Listening to Lin Wantong recount these sorrowful memories with tears in her eyes, Chen Tiezhu could not help but feel a swell of sympathy. He then began treating Lin Wanqing. Her condition stemmed from the necrosis of the brain, nerves controlling her left foot, and to heal her, the damaged nerves needed restoration. Chen Tiezhu initially employed the 9-transformation profound yellow moxibustion, using his own energy to attempt to repair some of the necrotic nerves. However, considering Lin Wanqing was an ordinary person and that the brain was an exceptionally sensitive area, relying solely on moxibustion and energy would likely be too much for her body to endure. Hence, while medicinal pills might yield slower results, they were the most suitable method for Lin Wanqing. Try to move a little. Chen Tiezhu gently encouraged Lin Wanqing. She slowly wiggled her left foot. In the next moment, Lin Wantong could not restrain herself, covering her mouth in disbelief and astonishment. Her sister's foot could move. Tears of joy welled up in her eyes. "Sister, my foot can move." Lin Wanqing's face radiated the exuberance of newfound life. "You can also attempt to stand and walk," Chen Tiezhu continued with a smile. Lin Wanqing cautiously rose from her wheelchair, taking 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. The joy on the sisters' faces was uncontainable. Witnessing their emotional embrace, Chen Tiezhu could not help but smile in satisfaction. The sisters, hand in hand, filled with gratitude, prepared to kneel before Chen Tiezhu. "Please, don't do that. I dislike such gestures," he quickly interjected. "Thank you, Mr. Chen." The 2 sisters spoke in unison, still feeling as though they were trapped in a dream. Lin Wantong initially approached the situation with a sense of trepidation, harboring little hope. Yet she was taken aback when Chen Tiezhu not only offered his assistance, but truly healed her sister's foot. "Manager Lin, I have already repaired a significant portion of the neural connections in your sister's left foot. However, due to her constitution, I will need to concoct some medication for her once I return home. After taking it, she will be completely cured," Chen Tiezhu remarked. No sooner had he finished speaking than he received a phone call from Shangwan Rong, informing him that the Zhu family from Beicheng seemed to have discovered the whereabouts of his grandfather. The Zhu family was a minor martial arts clan in Beicheng, and given their strength, Shangwan Rong's family would undoubtedly struggle to contend with them. Without hesitation, Chen Tiezhu rushed off to the high-speed train station, eager to return to Nanching. Upon his arrival in Nanching, he hurried to the countryside residence of Shangwan Rong's parents. Just as he reached the house, he noticed a man wearing a cap standing outside. The man appeared quite ordinary, yet Chen Tiezhu's keen senses detected a flow of energy within him, indicating he was a practitioner of qi. "Who are you?" Chen Tiezhu inquired warily. The man slowly turned his head, his gaze piercing, and then revealed a cruel smile. "Mind your own business. Get lost." With that, he lunged forward, delivering a powerful punch towards Chen Tiezhu. Chen Tiezhu swiftly sidestepped the attack with ease. Observing this, the cap-wearing man displayed a flicker of surprise, quickly transforming his punch into a claw, striking at Chen Tiezhu's neck with the ferocity of a hawk pouncing on its prey, as if the air itself had been torn apart by his strike. Eagle claw technique. Chen Tiezhu recognized the move instantly. However, he noted that the execution was remarkably clumsy, lacking both the requisite form and power. Without hesitation, Chen Tiezhu retaliated with a claw of his own, employing the technique known as Dragon and Tiger Claw from his yin-yang harmonization skill. This technique, which he had mastered thoroughly, unleashed a speed and force far superior to that of the cap-wearing man's Eagle Claw. With a sharp crack, Chen Tiezhu's hand seized the man's, and with a forceful twist, the man's arm fell limp, clearly broken. The cap-wearing man's face paled in fear, realizing he was outmatched. He turned to flee, employing the age-old strategy of retreat. Chen Tiezhu made no effort to pursue him. Upon hearing the commotion, Shangwan Rong and her parents rushed out. "Tiezhu, what happened?" Shangwan Rong asked anxiously. Chen Tiezhu recounted the incident in detail. "It seems it was someone from the Zhu family," Shangwan Hui said with a grave expression. "Tiezhu, should we call the police?" Shangwan Rong suggested. "That would be futile. If the Zhu family dares to confront us, they have likely already established connections, Shangguan Hui replied, shaking his head in resignation. Uncle, Auntie, you should take grandfather and leave. I will remain here alone, Chen Tiezhu declared. Tiezhu, Zhu Liuji has surely discovered our presence here. It is too dangerous for you to stay, Shangguan Hui expressed his concern. It's all right, uncle, I can manage, Chen Tiezhu asserted confidently. Suddenly, Chen Tiezhu's brow furrowed. They are coming. A jeep suddenly halted in front of the courtyard. 4 individuals emerged from the vehicle, each possessing an intense gaze. Among them, a middle-aged man with long hair and an aquiline nose stood out prominently. His hands were veined and calloused, clearly the result of years devoted to honing his martial skills. This place indeed serves as an excellent resting ground, he remarked coldly while surveying his surroundings. Are you Zhu Liuji? Chen Tiezhu sensed a formidable aura emanating from him, estimating his cultivation level to be around the 10th stage of qi refinement, likely the Zhu Liuji spoken of by Shangguan Hui. Surely, you are not the grandson of Shangguan Mountain? Zhu Liuji scrutinized Chen Tiezhu before glancing at Shangguan Hui, expressing a tinge of regret. It is a pity that the son of Shangguan Mountain has not pursued the path of martial arts. Otherwise, I could have personally defeated him. Rest assured, today I seek vengeance solely for my father, and my target is Shangguan Mountain, Zhu Liuji declared menacingly. Unfortunately for you, today you shall slay no one. Chen Tiezhu retorted fearlessly. I acknowledge that you too are a practitioner, yet you are no match for me. Are you certain you wish to impede my path? Zhu Liuji smirked coldly, his eyes brimming with disdain. Should you attempt to strike, your demise is assured. Very well. It has been a long time since I have encountered such an arrogant youth, Zhu Liuji replied, launching himself at Chen Tiezhu. His movements were swift and decisive. As he extended his right hand, transforming it into a claw with astonishing speed, a technique known as the eagle claw. This iteration of the eagle claw, both in speed and power, surpassed that of the previous adversary. In response to Zhu Liuji's fierce assault, Chen Tiezhu executed the Dragon Tiger Claw. Observing Chen Tiezhu utilize a claw technique as well, Zhu Liuji felt a surge of delight. He had refined the eagle claw for 18 years to perfection, and now a mere youngster dared to challenge him. To him, this was undoubtedly a death wish. Their claws collided with a resounding crack. To Zhu Liuji's astonishment, Chen Tiezhu's grip shattered his own, twisting his 5 fingers backward at a horrifying 90-degree angle. Not good. Zhu Liuji realized the gravity of the situation too late. The strength Chen Tiezhu unleashed was far beyond his expectations. He staggered back, retreating several steps before barely regaining his balance. In an instant, Chen Tiezhu propelled himself forward with the swiftness of lightning, his Dragon Tiger Claw aiming directly for Zhu Liuji's abdomen. With a sickening thud, Zhu Liuji coughed up blood as the strike pierced through his vital organs, blood gushing forth uncontrollably. Brother. The 4 companions who had been watching rushed forward to support Zhu Liuji. We must take him back for treatment. There may still be a glimmer of hope, Chen Tiezhu advised. Exchanging glances, Zhu Liuji's companions comprehended the truth in Chen Tiezhu's words. If a practitioner at the 10th stage of qi refinement could be so easily defeated, their intervention would only lead to their own demise. Let us go. They hastily lifted Zhu Liuji and hurried back into the jeep, speeding away. Tiezhu, has Zhu Liuji met his end? Shangguan Hui inquired incrédulity. Even if he survives, his life will be reduced to that of a vegetable, Chen Tiezhu replied. Thank you, Tiezhu. Shangguan Hui expressed his gratitude sincerely. Uncle, you are too kind. I am Xiao Rong's boyfriend, and the matters of the family are indeed my concern, Chen Tiezhu remarked. In that fleeting moment, a peculiar sensation surged within Shangguan Rong's heart, as if Chen Tiezhu were truly the partner capable of shielding her from life's tempests. The Zhu family should no longer dare to cause trouble, right? Zhou Yanfeng commented. Aunt, I have friends in Beicheng. I will have them keep an eye on the Zhu family's movements, Chen Tiezhu assured. He then dialed Chen Fuxing's number, requesting him to monitor the Zhu family's activities in Beicheng. From Chen Fuxing, he learned that Zhu Liuji and Mo Jinglei were, in fact, close brothers. This revelation suggested that Mo Jinglei might seek revenge against him. However, Chen Tiezhu felt no fear. Rather, he thought, I fear not his arrival, but rather if he dares to show up at all. Tiezhu, why not quit being a security guard and become my bodyguard instead? Shangguan Rong suddenly proposed. Chen Tiezhu hesitated momentarily and inquired, Sister Rong, what would the salary be? Shangguan Rong paused briefly, then laughed. Are you still in need of money? Lan Lan told me you've helped her family, and her father gifted you 5 million. Chen Tiezhu replied earnestly, that is a separate matter. If I am to be a bodyguard, I must be compensated at the rate commensurate with such a role. All right, how about 50,000 a month? Does that sound reasonable? Shangguan Rong suggested. That works. Chen Tiezhu agreed. His acceptance stemmed from the realization that peace would be elusive in the security department, and serving as Shangguan Rong's bodyguard would afford him greater access to individuals associated with Furon Design Company, aiding his quest to locate the one possessing the other half of the Jade Pendant. He sent a message to Murong Shui, informing her of the need to procure medicinal herbs. To completely cure Lin Wantong's sister, Lin Wanqing's foot, certain medicinal pills needed to be concocted. After receiving the herbs from Murong Shui, Chen Tiezhu proceeded directly to Qingqing community. After spending an hour crafting the medicinal pills, his phone rang. Chen Tiezhu, you have harmed my son, Ji Jinghong, to this extent. In 1 hour, meet me at Qingqing Tower on Qingqing Mountain. The voice on the other end brimmed with fury and menace. Should you dare to refuse, you shall bear the consequences. It was none other than Ji Jinghong's mother. When Ruixia understood, Chen Tiezhu succinctly replied before hanging up. He anticipated Ji Jinghong would seek revenge, though he had not expected the call to come from his mother. A clear indication that she was not to be trifled with. An hour later, Chen Tiezhu arrived at Qingqing Tower, situated halfway up Qingqing Mountain. The cool breeze and picturesque scenery typically attracted throngs of tourists. Today, however, it was eerily quiet, devoid of visitors. The only figure present was Ji Jinghong, who sat in a wheelchair. He appeared emaciated, his face and head distorted, resembling a terminal cancer patient, utterly frail. Beside Ji Jinghong stood a sophisticated woman, his mother, Wen Ruixia, accompanied by several bodyguards. Chen Tiezhu's gaze fell upon one of the middle-aged men, prompting him to furrow his brow. The man possessed thick eyebrows and large eyes, his gaze revealing an unabashed intent to kill. He exuded a feral and brutal aura, as if he were stained with the blood of his victims. Chen Tiezhu. Ji Jinghong struggled to utter these 3 words, his breath faint, as though he might succumb at any moment. Chen Tiezhu, is it your doing that my son has become like this? When Ruixia demanded fiercely. What do you think? Chen Tiezhu retorted, his expression impassive. Heal my son immediately. Otherwise, you shall not live. When Ruixia declared with venom. Let's talk. If you intend to strike, do it swiftly, Chen Tiezhu coldly replied. When Ruixia promptly commanded. Disable him at once. No sooner had the words left her lips than the imposing man with thick brows and an aura of menace stepped forward, brandishing a sharp blade with a cruel smile. He advanced towards Chen Tiezhu with remarkable speed, his movements unpredictable as he wielded the weapon. This man, known as the Blood Knife Master Li Qing, possessed a cultivation level around the 6th layer of qi refinement, yet his diverse and lethal techniques rendered him formidable. Just as Li Qing was about to reach Chen Tiezhu, a silver needle materialized between Chen Tiezhu's fingers. Whoosh! The needle sliced through the air, striking towards Li Qing. Realizing the danger, Li Qing reacted swiftly, slightly evading the attack. Nevertheless, the silver needle pierced his shoulder, causing him to drop his weapon with a clatter. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Tiezhu lunged forward like a tempest, delivering a powerful fist strike. Li Qing hastily attempted to parry, but the force of Chen Tiezhu's blow shattered his arm, propelling him violently against a tree trunk as thick as a thigh. Crash! The tree splintered under the impact, and Li Qing fell to the ground, coughing blood, clearly gravely injured and devoid of any combat capability. Witnessing this, Ji Jinghong's eyes widened in terror. Such a martial arts master was no match for Chen Tiezhu. What kind of monstrous being was he? Wen Ruixia, observing the scene, furrowed her brow and threatened, Chen Tiezhu, let me tell you, no matter how powerful you are. As long as you have family and friends, I will not spare them. Chen Tiezhu detested threats, and upon hearing her words, he swiftly struck Wen Ruixia with a resounding slap. The force was so immense that it contorted her nose and sent her dentures flying. Threaten me? Do you believe I would not hesitate to kill you right now? Chen Tiezhu's voice was icy and filled with malice. Sensing his terrifying resolve, Wen Ruixia, fearing for her life, hastily replied, "Do not kill me. I am from the Wen family of East City." The Wen family of East City? Chen Tiezhu had never heard of such a clan. Let me inform you, my Wen family is a lineage of martial arts, powerful and influential. If you dare to take my life, you will surely meet a grave end. As soon as Wen Ruixia finished speaking, whoosh, Chen Tiezhu shot another needle. In an instant, Wen Ruixia foamed at the mouth, her eyes rolled back, and her limbs began to convulse. Having accomplished this, Chen Tiezhu left without a backward glance. The bodyguards, witnessing the scene, were too terrified to intervene. It was only after Chen Tiezhu had departed that they dared to approach and carry off Ji Jinghong and Wen Ruixia. Chapter 93. The twin axe master, Jin Duan, after departing from Qingqing Mountain, Chen Tiezhu received a call from Moon Yoma. There was nothing particularly urgent on the other end. Moon Yoma simply wished to inquire about the cultivation of qi. Ever since Chen Tiezhu had mentioned the possibility of assisting him in embarking on the path of qi cultivation, Moon Yoma had been so excited that he could barely sleep. Even his beautiful wife, normally the initiator of their intimate moments, had been left waiting in vain. It is worth noting that Moon Yoma was typically quite vigorous, often engaging in multiple encounters in a single night without needing his wife to take the lead. Chen Tiezhu could only comfort him, assuring him that there was no need to rush, and that he would help him when time permitted. Moon Yoma, left with no choice, could only patiently await the opportunity. Suddenly, Chen Tiezhu recalled the matter concerning Shen Tinglan's family. So he took out his phone and sent a message. "Miss Shen, how are things progressing?" However, a minute passed without a reply from Shen Tinglan, and Chen Tiezhu decided not to wait any longer, temporarily setting the matter aside. Today, Shangguan Rong would be occupied with meetings at the company. According to the agreement between Chen Tiezhu and Shangguan Rong, he was only required to accompany her when she left the company for business, and thus he had no pressing tasks at hand at the moment. The Wen family of East City? Chen Tiezhu murmured to himself, then dialed Chen Fuxing's number to inquire about information regarding the Wen family. Jiangnan Province is home to 4 major cities: East City, West City, South City, and North City. Chen Tiezhu was aware that East City houses the renowned Dongyi Ancient City, where Chen Fuxing's Fuxing Group is headquartered. However, Fuxing Group's business was extensive, spanning Jiangnan Province and even the entire nation. Chen Fuxing was generally knowledgeable about many prominent companies and families in Jiangnan Province. According to Chen Fuxing, the Wen family of East City ranks among the top 10 affluent families, with a legacy spanning nearly a century, primarily focused on the pharmaceutical industry. Although the Wen family's company is not publicly listed, Chen Fuxing indicated that they possess substantial wealth. In terms of cash reserves, his Fuxing Group could not compare. After all, the profit margins in the pharmaceutical business are enormous. Does the Wen family have any formidable martial arts experts? Chen Tiezhu inquired further. I have not heard of any, Chen Fuxing replied. However, the Wen family maintains a close relationship with Qiu Qianli, a master of martial arts in East City. It is said that Qiu Qianli is a formidable expert, having established his own martial arts sect on Dongyi Mountain and is quite well known in East City. Brother Tiezhu, do you have any grievances with the Wen family? Chen Fuxing asked. Chen Tiezhu responded, Nothing of the sort. I was merely asking out of curiosity. If convenient, please keep an eye on the movements of the Wen family's key figures. Consider it done. Chen Fuxing readily agreed. Returning to the matter at hand, Chen Tiezhu had yet to obtain a driver's license, prompting Shangguan Rong to remind him to take the test, as being a bodyguard without the ability to drive would be quite impractical. Coincidentally, Chen Tiezhu himself had this intention, so he promptly enrolled in a driving school. In a villa in the southern city, Wang Bo of Longguang Real Estate lay bedridden, his legs powerless, unable to walk, and his hands incapable of lifting even a bottle of water. His entire body was nearly unresponsive, save for his mouth and eyes, which he could barely move. Master Yun, save me. Wang Bo struggled to utter these 5 words, taking a full half-minute to articulate them. Beside his bed stood a middle-aged man with a full beard, who was none other than Yun Qianjie, a direct disciple of Yi Juluan, one of the 4 great masters of Tianlao Mountain. I only possess Taoist skills, not medical knowledge, and thus cannot aid you, Yun Qianjie stated coldly. Damn it, a mere brat dares to trample upon us. Beside Yun Qianjie stood a large-nosed, middle-aged man smoking a cigar, who was Zhou Longwang, the owner of Longwang Real Estate. Wang Bo was his subordinate, and seeing him in such a state filled him with rage. Master Yun, is there truly no way to help him? Zhou Longwang asked anxiously. He employed a particularly unique secret technique. My expertise lies in Taoism, which is not applicable here. Yun Qianjie replied helplessly. To save him, we must capture that young man and compel him to intervene personally. Zhou Longwang took a fierce puff of his cigar and growled. Damn it, not only did this brat ruin the meticulously laid plans I had at Wanshan Real Estate, but he has also turned against my people. After pondering for a moment, Yun Qianjie remarked, this individual possesses considerable skill, having disrupted the fatal trap I set. Just then, the fearsome-looking Zhou Qingpi entered the room. Brother, leave that Chen Tiezhu to me, Zhou Qingpi said confidently, but I will need Master Yun's assistance. Shangwan Rong had already informed the driving school in advance. So although Chen Tiezhu had yet to take the first subject test, he began practicing the second subject. Gifted with the ability to read 10 lines at a glance and possessing an incredible memory, he completed the material for the first subject in under half an hour and retained it flawlessly. As for the second subject, his performance was even more astonishing. Brother Chen, here, have a smoke. The driving instructor eagerly offered Chen Tiezhu a cigarette, which he accepted, with the instructor kindly lighting it for him. Brother Chen, you truly are the most remarkable student I have ever taught. I explained it to you just once, and you comprehended it entirely, the instructor praised. 10 minutes prior, the instructor had driven Chen Tiezhu through the process of the second subject, with Chen attentively listening from the passenger seat. After the explanation, Chen Tiezhu declared that he did not require further practice and was ready to commence. The instructor, skeptical and adhering to the philosophy of not shedding tears until faced with the grave, allowed Chen Tiezhu to attempt it. The result was that Chen Tiezhu completed the second subject with operations even more flawless than those of the instructor himself. Brother Chen, my shoulder pain is an old ailment from years of driving heavy trucks, and despite numerous treatments over the years, it has never healed. Yet, after you casually pressed a few spots, astonishingly improved. The coach's laughter was so exuberant that he could barely close his mouth. This was the true reason behind his enthusiastic offer of a cigarette to Chen Tiezhu. I will arrange for you to take the first 2 driving exams tomorrow, the coach declared. After leaving the driving school, Chen Tiezhu received a phone call from Gao Qiqiang. Tiezhu, could you lend me some money? Gao Qiqiang stated directly over the line. What's going on? Chen Tiezhu inquired hurriedly. My sister is coming to South City for university, and despite my efforts to scrape together her tuition, I still fall short. I have no choice but to ask you for help, Gao Qiqiang explained helplessly. Where are you? I'll come find you, Chen Tiezhu offered. I'm at the staff dormitory. All right, we can discuss it further when we meet. Just as Chen Tiezhu was about to hail a taxi, his keen intuition warned him that someone was watching him from the shadows. The driving school was situated in a remote area, adjacent to a half-finished building. Activating his yin-yang eyes, Chen Tiezhu discerned a middle-aged man lurking behind a pillar, clad in a vest adorned with tattoos of 2 axes and sporting a handlebar mustache. Anger? Chen Tiezhu realized that this man was a master of qi manipulation. Come out, he said calmly. Upon hearing this, the man slowly stepped forward, his eyes fixed on Chen Tiezhu like an eagle's gaze. Who are you? Chen Tiezhu asked. Who sent you? I am Jinbu Huan, the twin axes master. You killed my junior apprentice, Xia Wuxing, and today, I have come to avenge him. The man gritted his teeth, declaring. Chapter 94. The Golden Lotus Society. Jinbu Huan had been summoned by Su Xiao. Upon learning of his apprentice's death at the hands of Chen Tiezhu, he was consumed by rage, disregarding the bounty he was owed, and hastily sought revenge. Junior apprentice? What sect do you belong to? Chen Tiezhu questioned. A sardonic smile crept upon Jin Buhuan's lips as he replied, Once you are dead, I will reveal it to you. No sooner had he spoken than he swiftly drew two small axes from his waist, connected by an iron chain. With a whoosh, one of the small axes hurtled towards Chen Tiezhu like a bolt of lightning, its speed astonishing. Chen Tiezhu reacted swiftly, sidestepping effortlessly. Then, channeling his internal energy, he struck out with a palm toward the flying axe. Jin Buhuan's attack missed its mark, aware that someone capable of slaying his apprentice was undoubtedly formidable. He charged at Chen Tiezhu with both axes, resembling a fierce tiger. The axes whirled through the air with a ferocious wind, executed with remarkable speed and precision. Understanding that a direct confrontation was unwise, Chen Tiezhu focused on evasion. A blow from those axes would spell trouble. Jin Buhuan unleashed a flurry of 18 strikes, all of which Chen Tiezhu deftly evaded. Take this. Jin Buhuan seized the opportunity, wielding the other axe, and, leveraging the chain's momentum, he attempted to ensnare Chen Tiezhu. In response, Chen Tiezhu leapt high into the air, delivering a powerful kick toward Jin Buhuan. With a thud, Jin Buhuan hurriedly raised his axe in defense. Yet the force of the kick sent him staggering back several steps, a sharp pain radiating through his chest, nearly causing him to spit blood. Chen Tiezhu understood that his opponent had evidently trained his body with qi regularly. Just a moment ago, a blow from Chen Tiezhu would have undoubtedly incapacitated an ordinary person. Yet, the individual before him seemed unaffected, not even spitting out blood. With this realization, Chen Tiezhu swiftly swung his fist, channeling his inner energy into it, resulting in an immediate surge of power. Diamond Fist! He exclaimed as the wind from his punch howled through the air. Seeing this, Jin Buhuan attempted to raise his axe for defense, but it was too late. He could only brace himself, crossing his dual axes before his chest. Bang! Chen Tiezhu's diamond fist struck down heavily upon the axe. The force was tremendous enough to leave a significant dent in a concrete wall. Almost instantaneously, a powerful shockwave coursed through the axe and into Jin Buhuan's body. Bang! Jin Buhuan was sent reeling backward several meters, as though struck by lightning. Gasping for breath, he struggled to rise, his complexion pale, and blood trickled from his mouth. He gazed at Chen Tiezhu in disbelief, utterly astonished by the sheer might of that punch. It had shattered his meridians, leaving him unable to channel his energy. Standing was a considerable challenge. Was it Su Xiao who sent you? Chen Tiezhu asked coldly. Just kill me. Jin Buhuan acknowledged his defeat, knowing well that in the martial arts world, failure often equated to death. Which sect do you belong to? Chen Tiezhu pressed on. My junior brother and I hail from the Golden Lotus Society. The One Quan Appraisal Company and the Golden Lotus Society are in league. You have offended the One Quan Appraisal Company, and having killed my junior brother and me, you cannot escape, Jin Buhuan replied venomously. Very well, you may leave, Chen Tiezhu stated. Upon hearing this, Jin Buhuan's eyes widened in disbelief. He had come to kill him, yet he was being allowed to depart? Jin Buhuan speculated that Chen Tiezhu might be intimidated by the name of the Golden Lotus Society. All right, Jin Buhuan quickly covered his chest and turned to leave. Whoosh! In that instant, as Jin Buhuan turned, Chen Tiezhu flicked his fingers and a silver needle shot forth like a meteor, embedding itself in Jin Buhuan's neck. Jin Buhuan felt nothing more than a slight sting, dismissing it as a mere mosquito bite. As he walked to the riverbank, suddenly, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, his eyes turning bloodshot in an instant. Then, with a resounding thud, he collapsed into the river, lifeless. How could Chen Tiezhu easily let go of someone who had come to kill him? The Golden Lotus Society. What exactly was their origin? Chen Tiezhu pondered, abruptly recalling that he still needed to return to meet Gao Qiqiang. Upon returning to the security staff dormitory, Gao Qiqiang introduced him to a young lady beside him. Tiezhu, this is my sister, Gao Xiaoxi. She was dressed simply, yet her beauty was undeniable. With a high ponytail, she radiated youthfulness and innocence. Hello, Brother Tiezhu. Gao Xiaoxi greeted shyly. Which university are you attending, Xiaoxi? Chen Tiezhu asked with a smile. South City University, Gao Xiaoxi replied. Nanjing University is indeed the finest institution in Nanjing, a prestigious 985 university where only the most outstanding students gain admission. Xiangzi noted that although the tuition for Xiaoxi is merely over 5,000 yuan, due to her status as a freshman and various additional expenses, the total amount required surpasses 10,000 yuan, leaving a shortfall of over 3,000. With a heavy heart, Gao Qiqiang expressed his predicament. "All right, I will transfer the amount to you shortly. Accompany your sister to school," Chen Tiezhu replied. "Thank you, good brother." Gao Qiqiang, overwhelmed with gratitude, embraced Chen Tiezhu warmly. Chen Tiezhu was acutely aware that Gao Qiqiang's family struggled to gather even 10,000 yuan, highlighting the harshness of their circumstances. He recalled Gao Qiqiang mentioning that his parents were in poor health and toiling in the fields of their village, earning a meager income. "Thank you, brother Tiezhu," Gao Xiaoxi said shyly, her eyes brimming with gratitude. Chen Tiezhu gazed into Gao Xiaoxi's clear, innocent eyes, feeling a surge of warmth within. "Tiezhu, I will first escort my sister to school," Gao Qiqiang stated. After their departure, Chen Tiezhu promptly transferred 50,000 yuan to Gao Qiqiang, leaving a note, "Buy Xiaoxi some new clothes and send some back to your parents." Gao Qiqiang had become Chen Tiezhu's true friend since his arrival in Nanjing. Now that Chen Tiezhu considered himself somewhat affluent, he felt compelled to provide substantial assistance. Initially, he contemplated transferring 100,000 yuan, but reconsidered, believing that 50,000 would certainly astonish Gao Qiqiang. "Wow, Tiezhu, where did you acquire such wealth? Have you truly been taken in by a wealthy benefactor?" Gao Qiqiang jested upon receiving the transfer. "I am now the bodyguard of a boss lady, earning several thousand a month. If you're in need, feel free to use it," Chen Tiezhu replied. "I won't require this much. I will return 40,000 to you," Gao Qiqiang responded. "As a brother, just accept it. Don't dawdle like a hesitant woman," Chen Tiezhu urged, compelling Gao Qiqiang to accept the money. Chen Tiezhu pondered. Gao Qiqiang's job as a security guard only pays 3,000 a month, which is not a sustainable solution. He must find a way to increase his earnings. However, what was Gao Qiqiang skilled at? He was diligent, loyal, unafraid of hardship, and possessed a kind heart, though sometimes his thoughts were a bit sluggish. Though slightly older, he still had good physical condition. Embarking on a martial arts journey now may not be too late. Chen Tiezhu contemplated that if he could guide Gao Qiqiang onto the path of martial arts, once he acquired substantial skills, he could serve as a bodyguard for the affluent, bringing in considerable income. After analyzing various factors, Chen Tiezhu concluded that this was a commendable way to assist Gao Qiqiang. It seemed necessary to find an appropriate time to discuss this with him. If he was willing, Chen Tiezhu would teach him the basics of martial arts. Teaching someone to fish is far superior to giving them a fish, he resolved. Chapter 95. You Need to Disrobe. Ferrand Design Company was competing for a significant project, requiring Shangwan Rong to travel to Dongsheng on a business trip. As her bodyguard, Chen Tiezhu naturally accompanied her. Alongside Chen Tiezhu, Shangwan Rong also brought her beautiful and charming assistant. The three boarded the high-speed train, embarking on their nocturnal journey toward Dongsheng. "What is your relationship with the boss lady? How could she appoint you as her bodyguard?" The charming assistant, Si Chu, leaned closer to Chen Tiezhu during a brief moment when Shangwan Rong stepped away to the restroom and whispered, "My boyfriend," Chen Tiezhu casually replied. Si Chu persisted, "Come on, tell me the truth. If you do, I'll treat you to milk tea." "Do you think I would divulge my secrets for just a cup of milk tea?" "I'm not convinced," Chen Tiezhu chuckled in response. At that moment, Shangwan Rong returned. Si Chu immediately straightened her posture. "Director Shangwan, here are the materials we just received regarding this project. Please take a look," she said, handing a tablet to Shangwan Rong. Shangwan Rong accepted the tablet and began to examine it intently as the high-speed train was about to depart. Just then, a tall man dressed in a suit, sporting gold-rimmed glasses, entered the business-class carriage, followed closely by another sharp-eyed man carrying a briefcase. This man bears an uncanny resemblance to the previously apprehended celebrity, Wu Yifan. Chen Tiezhu thought as the image of the man flashed in his mind from videos he had seen on Douyin. "Director Shangwan, what a coincidence." The man greeted Shangwan Rong with a friendly demeanor. Shangwan Rong looked up, recognizing him. Ah, it's Director Chen. Indeed, what a coincidence. The business class carriage had only 5 seats, 3 of which were occupied by the trio, leaving the remaining 2 for the newcomers. Director Shangwan, are you also heading to East City? The man inquired. Shangwan Rong nodded and countered, yes. Are you, Director Chen? How fortunate. Director Chen adjusted his glasses. I am indeed also going to East City. Please carry on with your work. I'll take my seat, he added, exuding gentlemanly charm. Shangwan Rong nodded in acknowledgement as he proceeded to the 2 vacant seats at the back of the carriage. As he passed by Chen Tiezhu, he glanced at him, offering a slight smile and nod. Qi training? Chen Tiezhu keenly sensed that this man was, in fact, a practitioner of Qi cultivation. Instinctively, he felt that the bespectacled gentleman was far from being as simple as he appeared. Despite his refined exterior, there was something inherently rebellious in his demeanor. His ears bore signs of defiance, and while his eyes seemed to possess a benevolent gleam, they conveyed a disquieting intent. From the perspective of physiognomy, such individuals often exhibit a penchant for rebellion, eschewing conventional constraints, and tend to act unilaterally, potentially leading to actions that defy logic. Furthermore, their moral compass might be flawed, with tendencies towards indulgence in vice, such as lust or gambling. The distance from South City to East City was not particularly vast. The high-speed train would cover it in 2 hours. Upon their arrival in East City, it was already past 10 in the evening. The trio checked into the hotel they had reserved in advance. Under normal circumstances, 2 women and 1 man would suffice with 2 rooms. But Shangwan Rong preferred to sleep alone, thus opting for 3 rooms. Before retiring for the night, she reiterated some important points to her assistant, Si Chu-Chu, while Chen Tiezhu listened quietly nearby. All right, it's time to rest, Shangwan Rong instructed Si Chu-Chu. Okay, Si Chu-Chu replied before exiting the room. Sister Rong, I will also head back to my room, Chen Tiezhu said. Wait a moment, Shangwan Rong called out to him. Sister Rong, what's the matter? Chen Tiezhu asked, puzzled. Previously, you mentioned that there exists a malevolent energy within me that could adversely affect my health. Are you able to assist me in its removal now? Shangwan Rong had been pondering this matter. Chen Tiezhu inquired, shall we commence immediately? It is imperative to address issues expeditiously, Shangwan Rong replied. Very well. Chen Tiezhu had devised some methods to confront the sinister energy within Shangwan Rong, though he was uncertain if complete eradication was feasible. Nonetheless, given her insistence, he decided to give it a try. Sister Rong, you must remove both your clothing and trousers, he stated. Upon hearing this, Shangwan Rong's expression faltered slightly. Why must I undress? She asked, feeling a tinge of embarrassment. Chen Tiezhu clarified, this is a significant treatment, akin to a surgeon performing a major operation. One cannot remain clothed. After careful consideration, Shangwan Rong found his reasoning quite logical. Are you certain you're not deceiving me? She questioned, still harboring some doubt. Sister Rong, you have entrusted me to pose as your boyfriend and employed me as your bodyguard. The crux of it all is trust, is it not? We have even shared the same bed. Surely, there must be some level of trust, Chen Tiezhu replied. His words resonated with Shangwan Rong, reinforcing her belief in him. Chen Tiezhu continued, the energy within you is referred to as malevolent energy. Your prolonged coldness and persistent ailments have exacerbated its presence, although it has yet to manifest violently. Should it do so one day, it will seize control of you. At that point, you will transform into a woman driven by insatiable desires, essentially losing your sense of self and ability to govern your actions. Listening to Chen Tiezhu's serious explanation, fear crept into Shangwan Rong's heart. She was acutely aware of his medical prowess, and his earnestness suggested the gravity of the situation. Biting her lip, she hesitated before conceding. All right, but be gentle. Rest assured, your previous experience with my treatment was not only painless, but also quite pleasant, he assured her. With that, Chen Tiezhu retrieved the 9-turn heavenly needle he always carried. Please turn around, Shangwan Rong instructed. Although Chen Tiezhu had inadvertently glimpsed her body before, it was under unforeseen circumstances. Ultimately, she was a woman, and their current relationship was merely a fade of a couple. Understood, Chen Tiezhu complied, turning away. Soon, He heard the sound of Shangguan Rong disrobing, and his mind involuntarily recalled the image of her form glimpsed through the door crack that day. Her exquisite figure, curvaceous hips, ample bosom, and slender waist, all reminiscent of an exquisite beauty. Chapter 96. Are you doing this intentionally? You may turn around now, Shangguan Rong softly said. For some inexplicable reason, she felt less embarrassed in that moment, although her heart began to race uncontrollably. As Chen Tiezhu turned, he beheld Shangguan Rong standing with her arms crossed, attempting to shield her sensitive areas with her palms. However, given her generous proportions, her hands could not entirely conceal her form. To admire Shangguan Rong's exquisite physique from such proximity was truly mesmerizing, as if the very essence of life had become transparent. Tiezhu, how should I assist you? As Shangguan Rong inquired, should I lie down? Chen Tiezhu shook his head and replied, no, I need to insert needles both in front of and behind you. Nodding in understanding, Shangguan Rong sat on the bed, completely unclothed. To be candid, had it been a doctor in a hospital administering such treatment, she would never have complied. Yet, Chen Tiezhu was different. He held a profound significance for her. Activating his yin-yang eyes, he precisely located the acupoints, holding a silver needle in hand. Whoosh! The needle deftly penetrated the acupoint. Tiezhu, can you locate the acupoints without touching? Shangguan Rong asked curiously. No, I rely on my extensive experience, Chen Tiezhu responded. Extensive experience? How old could he possibly be? After completing the acupoints on her front, he began to address those on her back. Sister Rong, the malevolent energy resides near your heart. So I need to place my hand there, he stated. All right. Shangguan Rong acquiesced with a nod. Chen Tiezhu gently placed his right hand on her chest. During the treatment, some contact was inevitable, given the remarkable prominence of Shangguan Rong's bosom. Taking a deep breath, Chen Tiezhu focused intently, resisting any distractions. He intended to harness the energy within himself, utilizing the 9 turns celestial needle to create an open